This was a mysterious world. Darkness, like a venomous snake, stalked its prey, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, yet the most powerful predators always disguised themselves as something harmless beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Vampires, werewolves, ghouls, biohumans, puppets, all the most terrifying elements one could imagine converged in this dark world. And this young man was merely an apprentice at a small-town pharmacy. He had to remain calm at all times, for even a hint of fear would instantly make him a meal for those fiends and monsters. In reality, Lennon was just an unlucky soul who had accidentally transmigrated into this world. In the 2 years since, he had accumulated considerable experience in surviving this strange land. For those 2 years, Lennon had performed an almost identical series of actions. At a fixed time each day, he would go out to open the door for his master and then hang up the pharmacy's operating lantern. Afterward, he would do his best to assist his master whenever possible. His master was named the Blood Curse Madman, terrifying in appearance and equally frightful in temperament, for he was not human. Returning today, he carried a creature of an unknown race back to the pharmacy. Lennon immediately rushed out to open the door, knowing that disobedience, even a slight hesitation, could cost him his life. He had once been so terrified by the Blood Curse Madman's appearance that he nearly fainted on the spot. But 2 years later, Lennon had long grown accustomed to it all. 2 years prior, when he had just transmigrated into this world, it was the Blood Curse Madman who had saved him and taken him in to learn medicine. Although life was mundane and boring, it was generally not bad. After all, Lennon felt that merely surviving in this world was a miracle. After opening the door for his master, he skillfully lit the lantern and hung it in front of the door, illuminating the Blood Curse Pharmacy sign. This seamless series of actions helped Lennon complete his daily quest, earning him 10 skull coins, 5 base experience points, and 100 milliliters of pure human blood. Lennon performed such tasks every day. Though somewhat boring, at least there was something to do. Not long after the lantern was lit, someone arrived. It wasn't a pharmacy customer, but an old witch. "Good morning, young man. Do you have any useless junk for an old woman like me?" Lennon recognized her. She was a junk collector, and he needed to send her on her way quickly. So Lennon quickly went inside and retrieved the junk the old woman needed. Since this was also an impromptu quest, after completing it, Lennon received 20 skull coins and 10 favor points from the old witch. What he didn't expect was that the old woman then directly gouged out both her eyeballs and handed them to him as payment. Lennon felt a shiver down his spine seeing the 2 differently colored eyeballs in the old woman's hand. However, refusing would cost him 50 favor points with her. So Lennon reluctantly accepted them. After the old witch left, the system immediately notified him that he had gained an additional 20 goodwill points from her. At the same time, he also received an eyeball from the tailor shop owner and one from the butcher stall owner. Lennon suddenly remembered something his master had said. Across the street there was a tailor shop and a butcher stall. But the tailor shop sold human skin and the butcher stall sold human flesh. And what the junk collector had just given him were precisely the eyeballs of those 2 shop owners. Although Lennon didn't need these items, there was another principle in this world: never offend those who walk in the darkness. That was why he dared not go against the old witch's wishes. When Lennon returned inside, the Blood Curse Madman was still busy. He used this time to examine the system he had recently acquired. His attribute panel displayed complete information from level and race to various stats. 4 basic attributes: strength, agility, intelligence, and constitution, along with various basic skills. Looking at this interface, it seemed as if he had been turned into a character in a role-playing game. As long as he kept completing quests, his level, attributes, and skills would continuously improve. His chances of survival in this world would increase accordingly. Just as he was contemplating, the Blood Curse Madman emerged from the inner room. Since acquiring the system, Lennon had never seen his master's level or combat capabilities. He only knew that his master belonged to the Stitch monster race, had an evil alignment, and was proficient in surgery. Emerging from the operating room, the Blood Curse Madman was carrying a very large, blood-oozing bag. He announced that he would be away for about 2 days and Lennon would have to look after the pharmacy alone. The system immediately converted the Blood Curse Madman's words into a new quest. Lennon's reward for looking after the shop was 50 skull coins, 100 base experience points, and a special reward. But if he failed, the penalty could be extremely severe. Lennon accepted the quest and casually asked the Blood Curse Madman if he had any other instructions. It was better not to ask, for when he did, his master indeed gave many instructions. If customers come to the pharmacy, take money if they have it. If not, trade for something of equal value. If they have neither money nor want to trade, then take this and cut it off themselves, saying this, the Blood Curse Madman plunged his sharp claws into his own flesh and pulled out a knife that looked both terrifying and exquisitely crafted. This was the Blood Curse deboning knife, which he regularly used in his gruesome surgeries, highly effective at cutting through flesh and monsters. Lennon took the blood-stained knife and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. "After you're done with business, don't forget to feed the little darling. It hasn't eaten in a long time," the Blood Curse Madman continued to instruct, and the system immediately converted his words into a new quest. Besides looking after the pharmacy, Lennon also needed to sort out expired medicine to feed the little darling in the backyard. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, but given how terrifying its owner, the Blood Curse Madman, was, he was certain that little darling was definitely not a cute cat or dog. After the side quest was issued, Lennon's master gave a long string of further instructions, saying that no matter what sounds he heard outside, he must not step beyond the range of the ghost lantern. No matter who called Lennon out to treat an illness, he must ignore them. Once it got dark, he had to tightly close the windows and not answer the door for anyone. Anyone who dared to break into the pharmacy was to be killed without mercy. Yes, I remember, Lin replied weakly, watching the blood-cursed madman's retreating figure. It seemed he would have to tough it out for the 2 days his master was away. Not long after he left, just as Lin was starting to doze off, he heard a rapid knocking at the door, accompanied by what sounded like a child calling out. "Is the owner in, please?" He abruptly stood up, walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside was a blood puppet that looked like a child cradling a Western doll with a severed arm and covered in blood. The blood puppet was of the flesh demon race with a chaotic neutral alignment and a vague description. As for its combat ability, it might not be very strong, as the system said Lin could even tease it a little. Seeing that the person inside did not respond for a long time, the blood puppet looked very anxious, its eyes glistening with tears. "My doll is hurt, big brother, can you save it?" In front of the blood puppet, the ghost lantern merely flickered slightly, indicating that its danger level was not high. Under the protection of the ghost lantern, as long as he didn't explicitly invite them in, the other party couldn't enter, unless they were exceptionally powerful creatures. However, Lin felt somewhat relieved regarding this particular entity. He opened the door and led the little girl in. He couldn't just turn away every one of his master's customers out of cowardice. After entering the room, the blood puppet naturally sat down and placed the Western doll on the table. It began to cry and complain because the doll's arm was broken. It couldn't find it no matter where it looked, and it was clear that the little girl was genuinely unhappy, as it was her favorite doll. However, as the blood puppet cried and pleaded with Lin to save its Western doll, it inadvertently revealed its true appearance. Its mouth was torn to its ears and it had far more teeth than a normal person. Lin glanced over, and goosebumps immediately rose all over his body, but he was running a business and the customer was always right, so he couldn't body-shame the other party. Lin began to carefully examine the Western doll's condition, but in reality, the system was helping him diagnose. The wound showed signs of being gnawed, and the bite marks provisionally matched those of the target's family member. The blood components in the family member's mouth also matched the Western doll's blood. Thus the system's preliminary diagnosis was that the blood puppet had bitten off the doll's arm itself. "Little sister, have you accidentally eaten anything recently?" Lin asked. The blood puppet thought for a moment, then denied it. It said it hadn't eaten for many, many days and was extremely hungry. "Oh, I remember now, yesterday in my dream I ate lots of delicious things," it suddenly exclaimed. "There was meat, hair and ears. All my favorite things, so yummy, hee hee ha." The more it spoke, the more excited the blood puppet became. It opened its mouth, torn to the ears, bloody and jagged, and continuously let out chilling laughter. Lin suppressed his nausea and said, "If that's the case, then Big Brother's preliminary suspicion is that you accidentally ate the doll's arm while dreaming." At this moment, the Western doll lying on the table also let out a cackling laugh, repeatedly saying, "Love mommy, love mommy." "Have you felt any discomfort in your stomach recently?" Lin asked again. "Yes, my stomach feels itchy, like something scratching it." Upon hearing this reply, Lin was almost certain his judgment was correct. Perhaps the Western doll's arm hadn't been digested yet and was causing trouble inside the blood puppet's stomach. While noting down the medical history, he asked if it wanted surgery or physical therapy to solve the problem. "What kind of method is surgery?" the blood puppet asked, somewhat afraid. Lin then pulled out the blood-cursed madman's surgical knife and placed it on the table. "It's very simple. Cut open your stomach, take out the doll's arm, and then sew you back up." Lin spoke lightly, yet a terrifying smile hung on his face. As expected, the blood puppet trembled with fear. It then inquired about the other treatment method, physical therapy. "This one is even simpler, just dig it out directly, and it's cheaper." Lin maintained his calm demeanor. His wording was even more terrifying. After considering for a moment, the blood puppet decided physical therapy would be less painful, so it chose that method of resolution. Lin was very pleased, as he had clinched this business deal. He put on his gloves and continued to ask. This question indeed scared the blood puppet and the Western doll out of their wits. "All right, Big Brother will help you. Do you want Big Brother to dig it out from the top or from the bottom?" Seeing the other party terrified speechless, Lin reluctantly offered some comfort. He said that whether he dug it out from the top or the bottom, he wouldn't let it feel any pain. Saying this, he stood up and slowly walked over. The blood puppet trembled, tightly hugging the Western doll in its arms. How about we just forget it? I won't have it looked at today." But Lin wasn't about to let the customer run off just like that. The blood-cursed madman had instructed him that he could choose not to take customers, but once they entered the shop they had to be treated, or else they had to leave something behind. His words were clearly very calm, yet carried immense threat. Seeing that it couldn't refuse, the blood puppet finally agreed to let Big Brother dig out the doll's arm from its mouth. Lin had it sit back in a recliner chair, lean back and open its mouth wide. This puppet's mouth was already large normally, but when opened wide it was astonishingly huge and utterly terrifying. As he drew closer, he also smelled a strong putrid odor. Lin desperately held back his nausea to keep from throwing up. He wanted to finish quickly, so he took out a specialized tool to prop open the puppet's mouth, then began to stretch his arm. After stretching for a while, when he felt it was sufficient, Lin inserted his entire arm into the other party's mouth. The blood puppet felt both pain and a stinging sensation. Tears immediately welled up and its entire body trembled uncontrollably. Lin had to use one hand to hold its shoulder steady and the other to continue digging deeper. The blood puppet's stomach was a chaotic mess. Lin An found all sorts of things: hair, rotting flesh, an entire ear, and even a comb. He strained to reach deeper until he touched a piece of flesh that was still twitching. It seemed this was indeed the Western doll's arm. The arm was pulled out by Lin An and rinsed clean with water. The blood puppet still couldn't stop crying. After all, having someone else's arm directly shoved into one's stomach wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. That night you unconsciously ate the doll's arm. It saw you were hungry and was too embarrassed to remind you. But don't just eat strange things casually in the future, they're not easy to digest, Lin An instructed. Saying this, Lin An took out a needle and thread from a drawer. Immediate stitching now costs 30 skull coins. Do you want it sewn up? This question was directed at the severed arm of the Western doll. It had just witnessed Lin An's rather shady physical therapy process, so it didn't want him to touch it at all. But its owner, the blood puppet, immediately agreed, so there was nothing to be done. Despite the Western doll's desperate struggles, its owner held it firmly down on the table. Once Lin An had the needle and thread ready, he immediately began the first stitch. Each stitch increased his junior surgery experience by 1 point. The Western doll continuously screamed in pain, but this only made Lin An stitch faster and more forcefully. A short while later, the major repair surgery on the doll's arm was complete. It lay on the table, eyes wide open in pain, twitching uncontrollably. Lin An, however, paid no attention. He then retrieved a bottle of strange potion, saying it was for applying to the doll's wound. Applying it once a day, it would recover within a week. The Western doll was utterly convinced. Lin An was just a mortal, yet he was more terrifying than any fiend or monster. It jumped off the stitching table, tightly hugged the blood puppet's neck, and cried and clamored to go home. Lin An wasn't in the mood to keep this mother and daughter pair any longer. Once the treatment was done, it was time to calculate the fee. Physical therapy, 10 coins. Stitching the wound, 30 coins. 7 days of potion, 70 coins. Your total is 110 coins. Welcome back next time. The blood puppet didn't reply because Lin An had forgotten to remove the mouth prop tool from its mouth earlier. It laboriously removed it itself before finally managing to close its mouth. It pulled 4 gold coins from its pocket, equivalent to 20 coins. Lin An didn't force it to pay in full. Previously, his master had carefully instructed him that if customers came to the pharmacy for treatment and had no money, they could trade for something of equal value. He then picked up the surgical knife again. So you still owe 90 coins. You can mortgage a part of your body. I can perform the cutting for you, and this service is free. Lin An's smile was so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. It fumbled around its body and pulled out another 10 coins, but that still left 80 coins short, so he didn't put down the knife. Seeing Lin An getting closer and closer, the blood puppet's heart almost leapt out of its chest. Then I won't take the medicine. I'll buy those medicines later. That's still 10 coins short. The more the blood puppet retreated, the closer Lin An approached. Can I pay later? It desperately tried to haggle, but Lin An refused, citing small business, no credit. Otherwise you can just leave an eyeball. Lin An suggested, if you leave your eyeball, you can take the medicine and even get 40 coins back. The blood puppet instinctively raised a hand to cover its eyes. Who would willingly have their eyeball gouged out for no good reason? So it discussed with Lin An whether it could pay in another way. For example, by offering itself. Lin An uttered an "oh." He hadn't expected this little lowly to actually offer such a suggestion due to her debt. But unfortunately he wasn't a lecher, and this blood puppet, whose figure was no different from a child's, wasn't his type either. So it was coldly rejected by Lin An once again. I don't accept offering yourself. Your right eye will suffice. Don't worry, once you earn enough money later you can redeem it. The blood puppet had no other recourse and finally had to accept Lin An gouging out its right eye. This eye, when equipped, increased hunger by 10 points but granted a skill called Invincible Stomach. After completing the blood puppet's commission, Lin An received 50 skull coins, 50 points of junior surgery ability experience, 30 fear points from the blood puppet, and 50 fear points from the Western doll. Lin An's process of gouging out the blood puppet's eye was also quite perfunctory. As a result, its right eye was still bleeding profusely. To see the customer off, he even bowed deeply in farewell, looking very professional and polite. But after this terrifying experience, the blood puppet certainly didn't want to step foot here again. It violently pushed open the pharmacy door, running and wailing loudly, saying it was going to find its mother and tell on him. After the blood puppet left, Lin An received a new quest, to help the blood puppet find its mother. The reward for this quest was 200 favor points from the blood puppet, 100 favor points from the Western doll, and a special reward. Lin An reread the quest repeatedly, then looked at the pile of miscellaneous items he had just dug out of the blood puppet's stomach, which included an ear, some hair, and an unknown woman's comb. If he wasn't mistaken, that little creature had done something even more horrifying than gnawing off a doll's arm. However, he couldn't go out now, so he would have to wait until the blood puppet returned next time to find an opportunity to talk to it. He put away the 30 coins he had just received as payment from the doll. All things considered, this quest also rewarded Lin An with quite a few skull coins. These were the basic currency of this world and could be used as a medium of exchange. In 2 years, Lin An had completed countless quests and earned a considerable amount of skull coins. Unfortunately, he had never left the Blood Curse pharmacy, so he had never had the chance to exchange them for anything for himself. But even so, having more money wouldn't hurt. Lin An believed he would eventually find a use for them. Just then a knock sounded at the door again. Lin An knew the pharmacy was busy today, and quickly went out to open the door again. The customer who arrived this time was in stark contrast to the petite figure of the blood puppet from before, for he was a pighead demon with an evil alignment and considerable combat ability. This was also the butcher stall owner from the alley mouth whom the blood curse madman had mentioned. And don't forget, he didn't sell pork, he sold human flesh. Hello and welcome to the blood curse pharmacy. How may I help you? Lin An greeted politely, tilting his head. But in reality he was a little intimidated by this customer, because the ghost lantern hung outside offering protection. Ordinary wandering spirits and ghosts dared not lay a hand on Lin An. Even if they tried, he could suppress them with the lantern's power. However, this didn't entirely apply to extremely evil wandering spirits and ghosts, because for them there were simply no rules in this world to speak of. Fortunately, the pighead demon seemed not to be here to cause trouble today. As Lin An looked up, the pighead demon also released the hand that had been tightly covering its left eye. He saw that blood was still continuously flowing from its eye socket. Lin An suddenly remembered the old witch who specialized in collecting junk, and the 2 eyeballs she had given him. It seemed this unfortunate pighead demon couldn't bear it anymore after its eye was gouged out, which was why it had come here for treatment. Indeed, it stormed in menacingly, then naturally sat down at the reception table as if it were in its own home. Before Lin An could react, the pighead demon loudly cursed the old witch who had gouged out its eye, then told Lin An to call out the blood curse madman to replace its eye with a new one. It would exchange delicious bait as something of equal value. My master is out on business, you can just tell me what you need, Lin An replied gently. Just then the system recorded a new quest, if he successfully transplanted a suitable eye for the pighead demon. The reward would be 50 skull coins, 50 points of junior surgery ability experience, 20 favor points from the pighead demon, and the usual special reward. Hearing that only Lin An was left in the pharmacy, the pighead demon let out a loud snort. He could see the danger in its eyes, and the system also issued a warning that the current danger level was as high as 89%. But after staring at Lin An for a moment, the pighead demon merely said, "Alright then, you replace my eye." Okay, Lin An secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he didn't choose to lie to the pighead demon that the blood curse madman was in the backyard. Otherwise, if it found out, his life would be over. Getting back to business, Lin An took out a series of bottles and jars containing special liquid, specifically used for soaking eyeballs. Each bottle contained several eyeballs. He always said the blood curse pharmacy was just a small business, but when it came to eyeballs, they had everything imaginable here. From human eyes, pig eyes, necromancer eyes, spider eyes, and most recently blood puppet eyes, each type had a different price. Lin An pushed the pile of bottles and jars toward the pighead demon, letting it choose its favorite one. But the pighead demon looked around and was not satisfied, instead pointing at Lin An. "I think your eyes are quite good too." Lin An's heart began to do the disco in his chest, but he still tried to remain calm. The system warned that the danger level was now as high as 91%. "My eyes?" Lin An retorted. "What? No." The pighead demon looked very smug, seemingly thinking Lin An was already scared out of his wits, but it didn't expect that Lin An would then raise his hand and decisively gouge out his own eye. The eyeball could only be described as fresh and dripping, yet Lin An directly gouged it out from his socket. It was bloody, but he didn't care at all, simply handing the eye to the pighead demon. 1 eyeball for 200 skull coins. No returns if it doesn't fit. The pighead demon was scared out of its wits by Lin An's action. As a dignified, vicious wandering spirit, it had already been in agony when the old witch had gouged out one of its eyes, yet Lin An, a mere human, could gouge out his own eye without hesitation, and he even looked perfectly composed. Undeniably, it was indeed frightened by Lin An. The previously 91% threat level rapidly dropped to 50%. The pighead demon believed Lin An was no longer human but had been transformed by his master the blood curse madman into a stitch monster just like itself. Thinking this, the pighead demon dared not trouble Lin An anymore. "I don't need yours. I want my own eye. If you don't have it, then forget it." The danger level continued to drop rapidly, and Lin An felt very satisfied watching the pighead demon's flustered appearance. Without a second thought, he shoved his eyeball back into its socket. It stung a bit, but as long as he wasn't slaughtered, it was fine. "I do indeed have your eye here," Lin An said. The pighead demon was shocked again. It had only said it casually, never expecting Lin An to actually possess its eyeball. Seeing the other party seemed somewhat perplexed, Lin An took out the merchandise for it to inspect. "This is indeed a pighead demon's eye. How do you have this?" it asked. "I met a kind old woman this morning. She gave me this as a toy," Lin An said lightly, wiping the blood from his own eye. The pighead demon increasingly felt as if it was being reverse threatened by the other party. That old witch who specialized in collecting junk, a monster who could easily twist off its head, would give an eyeball she had gouged out to a pharmacy apprentice. "And you dare to just give me something that old woman gave you?" the pighead demon asked again. But Lin An was certainly not that foolish. He clearly stated that it wasn't a gift but a sale at a market price of 200 skull coins. The other party had no reason to refuse and immediately produced 200 coins to buy back its eyeball. "Deal. Do you want to do it here or go to the operating table?" Lin An put on surgical gloves again, but the pighead demon wanted its eye installed right there, because among the residents of this ghost alley, who would dare step onto the blood curse madman's operating table? Although he wasn't here, Lin An was his direct disciple, so he probably wouldn't be much worse. "Alright then, put your head on the table, don't move. If it hurts you can scream." "Ridiculous. Am I afraid of pain?" the pighead demon roared. But no sooner had it spoken than Lin took out a sharp knife and began to heat it over a candle for sterilization. At this, the pig-head demon began to tremble. Just putting in an eye and he needed a knife, and Lin demeanor seemed no less intimidating than his master's. Lin seemed to understand its fear and began to explain. The pig-head demon's eye socket is currently full of blood clots and necrotic flesh. If you want to reinstall the eyeball, it must first be cleaned. Don't worry, this is a complimentary service, I won't charge you for it, he said. The pig-head demon watched the blood-cursed surgical knife approaching it. No longer able to suppress its look of fear, it loudly cried out, "Wait!" But Lin had no intention of stopping. He worked swiftly and cleanly. Each cut brought 1 point of knife skill experience. Lin found it strange why the experience gained just now wasn't for surgical skill but for knife skill. Never mind. Putting that aside, the pig-head demon's eye socket was clean, and now it was time to install the eyeball. Lin turned to see the enormous pig-head demon trembling on the table. It was only then that he realized something. Oh no, he seemed to have forgotten to use anesthetic, and he didn't seem to have used it when stitching the Western doll's arm earlier either. But never mind, if the customer didn't notice, it wasn't important. Lin then pulled out a bottle of superglue, a type of powerful adhesive, introducing it to the pig-head demon as a pharmacy-specialized super-strong adhesive. It could prevent the eyeball from falling out, and combined with applying their exclusive recovery potion, it guaranteed a 95% success rate for the surgery. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and put it in for me. I don't want to wait any longer, the pig-head demon urged Lin, now in agony. All right, don't rush, I'll install it for you right away. Lin skillfully applied the superglue to the bottom of the eyeball and pressed it into the pig-head demon's eye socket. It thought that was it, but then Lin took out a huge hammer. The pig-head demon's heart began to do the disco in its chest again. Wow, what are you going to do? What's with the hammer? Don't move. This is the final step of the physical therapy. If the position isn't right, we'll have to start all over, and the surgery fee will significantly increase. Lin's words remained understated, giving the pig-head demon no chance to refuse. He began to swing the hammer strike after strike, putting all his strength into each blow. The other party was in too much pain to even scream. Only when Lin said this was the final blow did it let out a sigh of relief. But before it could fully relax, he suddenly spoke again. Damn it, his heart, which had just settled, leapt into his throat again. What was going on? It was installed askew. Before the pig-headed demon could react, Lin reached out again, dug out the eyeball he had just installed in its left eye, adjusted its position with lightning speed and then slammed it back in with a thud. The pig-headed demon wailed in pain, saying it didn't need the eye installed anymore. But how could Lin let it off so easily? He said that as a doctor, he had to be responsible for his patients and ensure every patient left the pharmacy as good as new. But who couldn't tell, he clearly wanted to teach this guy a lesson, especially since this guy had just tried to slaughter him. After eye repair that felt like hammering nails, Lin successfully completed the task and received the rewards promised by the system. However, due to some special and uncontrollable reasons, the pig-headed demon's favorability towards him had turned into fear. Through this surgery, the pig-headed demon's fear of Lin directly increased by 50 points. He let the pig-headed demon twitch uncontrollably. While he, unconcerned, simply focused on writing prescriptions, Lin prescribed 2 types of medicine for the pig-headed demon. One for internal use, and one for nourishment. The total cost was 546 skull coins. This was much higher than the flesh puppet's treatment cost, but the pig-headed demon, being the owner of the butcher shop at the alley entrance, had nothing but money. After pressing its handprint and successfully paying, it lumbered its massive body, preparing to leave. The pig-headed demon didn't want to stay in this pharmacy for another second. However, just as it was about to leave, Lin received a new notification from the system, stating that he had unlocked a hidden quest related to the pig-headed demon, titled Peculiar Stomach. Besides the usual money and experience rewards, this quest also offered a new skill called Naked Eye Diagnosis, so Lin didn't want to miss it at all. Wait a moment, he quickly called out to the other party. The pig-headed demon was startled and turned around irritably. What now? I just found some new issues with you. I suggest you stay for another diagnosis. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the pig-headed demon went ballistic. It believed Lin was deceiving it, trying to squeeze more money out of it, and what it hated most in life was being deceived. However, Lin's gaze was very firm. I am a doctor, I would never deceive my patients. If I saw a problem and didn't tell you, that would be truly unethical. Seeing him so earnest and sincere, the pig-headed demon actually agreed to sit down again. Of course, it didn't forget to warn Lin to treat it properly or else it wouldn't let him off the hook. Lin then began taking its pulse. This process lasted quite a while, making the pig-headed demon restless. Seeing Lin's eyebrows furrow tighter and tighter, the pig-headed demon's heart felt like it was about to burst out of its chest. So, is it really a big problem? Not big, not small, it depends on how it's resolved. Lin slowly opened his eyes and released its wrist. His vague words made the other party even more anxious. What exactly is wrong with me, huh? Is it an ectopic pregnancy? As soon as Lin finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence. The pig-headed demon felt like it had heard the most absurd story in the world. Finally, it couldn't take it anymore. Stood up abruptly and slammed its hand on the table. Ectopic pregnancy, my ass, you're saying I have an ectopic pregnancy, you bastard, I'm a male, it cursed while grabbing Lin's collar. Lin felt like this guy could bite off his head at any moment, but based on the pulse he had just read, Lin really couldn't give any other diagnosis besides an ectopic pregnancy for the pig-headed demon. Pulse my ass, it continued to curse. I'll repeat myself. I'm a male, I don't have a uterus and it's impossible for me to get pregnant. That's why I said it's an ectopic pregnancy. If you really had a uterus, that would be even more troublesome. You'd need more in-depth gender reassignment surgery and more hormone medication. Before Lennon could finish, the other party gestured for him to shut up and then threw him onto a chair. It was silent for a moment, trying to regulate its breathing, but its chest still heaved violently with anger. The pig-headed demon was so furious it couldn't speak, just silently contemplating how to chop Lennon into mincemeat. Stop thinking useless thoughts. Have you recently felt abdominal bloating and pain, dry heaving, loss of appetite, or bleeding down there? The pig-headed demon had just managed to calm down only to be provoked into a rage again by Lennon. It was a male, where would that come from to bleed? Lennon scratched his head. This question did seem a bit inappropriate. What about the other symptoms? Have they appeared? My stomach does hurt a bit. What? Can't it hurt if I eat something bad? How long has it been? A month, the pig-headed demon roared. But Lennon quickly pointed out the anomaly. If it were just stomach pain from eating something bad, it wouldn't last for a month. He switched to another question. When was your last mating? Do you usually have any bad habits like mating with many other pigs or using strange tools? Whether the pig-headed demon was shy or Lennon had hit a nerve, it didn't answer a single word, instead cursing at Lennon, spitting saliva like rain. Lennon switched to another question. So, during your most recent mating, did you feel a tearing pain down there? This question was no better than the last. The pig-headed demon grew even more furious. Damn it, I've tolerated you long enough. Say that again. What the hell is tearing pawn? As it spoke, it grabbed Lennon's collar with both hands and began shaking him relentlessly. Lennon felt like his brains were about to be shaken loose and quickly yelled, calm down, these are just routine questions in the treatment process, all for your own good. After all, you wouldn't want any pathogens remaining in your body, right? Pig-headed demon felt there was some sense in Lennon's words, so it released its grip. It denied both of the previous questions. So Lennon concluded that its ectopic pregnancy was not due to normal mating conception, but rather the accidental ingestion of a substance containing strange energy, which had mutated within its body, indirectly leading to its conception. The pig-headed demon didn't quite understand or believe what Lennon was saying. He wasn't in a hurry to prove it, just continued to ask about the patient's recent clinical symptoms. Do you always feel hungry lately, and no matter how much you eat you can't feel full? How do you know? The pig-headed demon was stunned. Lennon was almost certain of his diagnosis. The pig-headed demon's eyes were dark, its face pale and its wrists cold. These were all symptoms that could appear when possessed by an evil spirit. As Lennon spoke, he prepared a basin of medicine and told it to put its hand in for examination. If it truly was possessed by an evil spirit, the reaction would be very strong. The pig-headed demon eyed the basin of medicine, decided it wasn't dangerous, and cautiously extended its hand into it. At first it felt nothing, but after a while its body indeed reacted, manifesting as intense pain in its lower abdomen. It felt as if something was trying to tear through its flesh and burrow out of its stomach. Just as the pig-headed demon was in so much pain it wanted to log off, Lennon suddenly slammed its stomach with a frying pan. The evil spirit's continuous struggling quieted down as a result. The pig-headed demon's pain temporarily vanished. My preliminary diagnosis is indeed an ectopic pregnancy caused by an evil spirit parasite, though it hasn't fully formed yet. You're truly lucky to have met me. The pig-headed demon burst into tears, hugging Lennon's leg, apologizing for its earlier aggressive attitude. At the same time, it pleaded with Lennon to save it. Indeed, despite accurately diagnosing the illness, Lennon hadn't yet come up with a suitable solution. If he could engage the evil spirit in a real fight, that would be one thing. However, this evil spirit was growing inside the pig-headed demon's stomach, making it incredibly difficult to deal with. Do you remember eating anything unclean? Lennon asked. This time, the pig-headed demon dared not deny it and immediately revealed everything. A month ago, when it went out, it had eaten a child, but to be precise, it had swallowed the child whole. Aside from that, it only ate pork and human flesh. Lennon frowned while taking notes, thinking it's eaten human flesh and still dares to use the word only. In this situation, Lennon could only cut open the pig-headed demon's stomach to see and then make further judgments. So he took the pig-headed demon to the blood sacrifice madman's operating room. Hearing the words operating room, the pig-headed demon was scared out of its wits. Even after lying on the operating table, the pig-headed demon still wanted to back out. It didn't dare to argue with Lennon anymore, but it also didn't want to undergo the surgery. Lennon ignored it and continued sharpening his knife. His view was that only a sharp blade could cut through tangled knots. Now, if he didn't make an incision on the pig-headed demon's stomach, he couldn't determine the evil spirit's current condition. After the laparotomy, the best method would be to directly excise the evil spirit. But if it couldn't be removed, other methods would have to be attempted. Of course, that would be much more complex. If you can't cut it out, I'll chop you up, threatened the pig-headed demon. Before, it was always holding the knife, slaughtering pigs and killing people, but now it was lying on the operating table, allowing someone else to freely point a knife at it. Lennon sharpened the knife for a long time, making the pig-headed demon very agitated. After a long while, until the knife in his hand reached the desired sharpness, Lennon picked up a pen and drew 2 lines on the pig-headed demon's stomach. All right, are you ready? Lennon asked. The pig-headed demon nodded, but in reality it was so scared it wanted to log off. Seeing that the other party had no further questions, Lennon pressed the button at the head of the operating table. Instantly, the pig-headed demon's arms and legs were tightly bound. This was designed by the system to prevent patients from struggling during surgery. "Have you performed surgery on anyone before?" the pig-headed demon asked, bewildered. It would have been better not to ask, for the answer it received made it even more terrified. "I used to watch my teacher butcher pigs, and it's pretty much the same as surgery. So rest assured, I have great confidence in my surgical skills." The pig-headed demon truly regretted putting its life in the hands of an apprentice like Linen. It struggled desperately, but to no avail, as the system had bound it too tightly. Forget it, I'm not doing it," it cried out. "What are you talking about? The knife's sharpened, and now you're saying you don't want to do it. Aren't you afraid your belly will get bigger and bigger, and then the evil spirit will tear through your stomach and crawl out?" Due to professional ethics, even if the pig-headed demon didn't want to proceed today, Linen still had to cut open its stomach. Without further ado, he began the incision. Because this was a major surgery, Linen gained 10 points of knife skill experience with each incision. The pig-headed demon was so exhausted from the pain that it couldn't even scream. After a while, it suddenly heard a woo-woo sound. Only then did the pig-headed demon's consciousness clear up a bit. Linen held a messy blob in his hand, which was the unformed blood infant evil spirit. "Congratulations, father and daughter are both safe," Linen said with a hint of sarcasm. This blood infant evil spirit was a ghoul formed from concentrated resentment and anger, which then absorbed a large amount of livestock's blood essence to solidify. Currently it posed no significant threat, but once fully formed it would devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually swell and eventually become a calamity. Although the evil spirit issue was resolved, the pig-headed demon simply couldn't be happy. Because the wound on its stomach was enough to make it wish it were dead, the pig-headed demon hastily urged Linen to stitch its wound, but Linen was in no hurry. Instead, he first informed the patient of the hospitalization fee. This surgery cost a total of 300 skull coins. Since it was its first time, the pig-headed demon received a 20% discount, leaving 240 coins, and the cost for stitching the wound needed to be calculated separately at 40 coins. Someone like the pig-headed demon, who was rich and afraid of pain, wouldn't care about such details. It only wished Linen would stitch its wound as quickly as possible. Linen remained unhurried. He threaded a long hemp rope through a sewing needle and then began an operation similar to stitching the arm of a Western doll. Each stitch increased his stitching skill experience by 1 point. At the end, Linen even tied the thread into a bow. Hidden quest: treat pig-headed demon's peculiar stomach completed. Linen received all the rewards announced by the system, plus 200 points of fear from the pig-headed demon, and 10 points of reputation among the residents of Soul Alley. The pig-headed demon's matter came to a close. Linen then turned back to the evil spirit issue. "Your daughter is also extremely healthy. Although it's a parasitic evil spirit, if you raise it well, maybe." Before Linen could finish, the pig-headed demon threw the money back and ran. "I don't want it, it's yours and the money too." Linen quickly chased after the pig-headed demon carrying the evil spirit, saying that his place was a pharmacy and not a childcare service. But the pig-headed demon had already bolted out of the pharmacy. Linen, unable to cross the ghost lamp's protective range, could only watch helplessly as it ran off after giving birth. Holding the evil spirit, he felt very confused. It seemed he could only temporarily keep it. Perhaps when the blood sacrifice madman returned, he would use it as a side dish for drinks. In that case, it would count as having done something useful. Aside from that matter, Linen now had to deal with his own injuries. He had overdone it just now, digging out his eye to scare the pig-headed demon. In reality, he was in agonizing pain. Fortunately, he had the pharmacy's special recovery medicine. Otherwise, this eye would have been ruined. While busy applying the drops, the system sent Linen a new notification, saying that several of his skills had leveled up. Furthermore, his reputation in Soul Alley had increased significantly. Yesterday, Linen was still at level 2, but after treating a few patients he had risen to level 3. Experience for various skills had increased, but Linen found that his description had been rewritten by the residents of Soul Alley. People referred to Linen as the mentally disturbed apprentice from the blood sacrifice pharmacy, saying he always carried immense malice and was gradually inheriting his teacher's terrifying style. Linen was a bit displeased. When had he ever carried immense malice? He was clearly both diligent and attentive towards his patients, responsible, and very conscientious. This evaluation was neither fair nor objective. All right, besides that, Linen found some comfort. Upon leveling up, he gained 4 free attribute points. He allocated all 4 points to Constitution, because to become an excellent doctor and survive in this chaotic world, one's physical fitness had to be strong enough. As soon as the points were allocated, Linen felt a noticeable change in his body. He had indeed become stronger and felt much healthier. But after reading all the notifications, Linen had to turn back to face the most vexing problem: dealing with the evil spirit that kept crying woo-woo. Just moments ago it was only level 1, but after a short while it had already reached level 2. Just as he picked it up, the system triggered another hidden quest. Because this evil spirit was prematurely and forcibly born, the ghostly energy within it was rapidly distorting its appearance. The more horrifying its appearance, the more malice the ghost infant would display upon recovery. There were 4 ways to complete this hidden quest, equivalent to 3 sub-quests and 4 different rewards. The first method was to transform this newborn evil spirit into oil for the ghost lamp. The reward was an increase of 2 days to the ghost lamp's usage time. The second was to feed it to the little darling in the backyard, gaining 50 points of favorability with the little darling. The third was to immerse it in a reagent and then preserve it as a collectible. The quest reward was 10 points of specimen crafting skill experience. The fourth was to wait for the pig-headed demon to come and take its daughter back. The reward was unknown and would be determined based on the specific situation. Although Lin had been transmigrated to this world for 2 years, his humanity still remained. He felt the first 3 options were too cruel, so he could only wait for the pig-headed demon to come and pick up its daughter. Just as he sat down, he remembered something else. Before leaving, the blood sacrifice madman had instructed him to feed the little darling in the backyard. Having successively attended to 2 customers, Lin had completely forgotten about it. Fortunately, the recent notification reminded him. Lin temporarily stuffed the evil spirit into a bottle and then ran to the backyard. The blood sacrifice madman's little darling was kept in a deep underground pit, unseen by Lin, and his master had never even told him what it was. After opening the pit's gate, Lin could feel a tremendous threat emanating from below. He didn't want to stay there for another second, so he quickly fed it to complete the task. Lin bent down and opened the pit cover to look inside. The system immediately displayed a notification. He gained skull coins. The little darling's favorability decreased by 10 points, and tool proficiency increased by 1 point. Lin frowned immediately after hearing the system notification. He also didn't know what his master's little darling actually was. He had been here for 2 years, but his master had never told him. Lin sighed and then returned to his pharmacy. However, as soon as he stepped inside, his eyes widened in horror. The blood infant evil spirit had actually grown into an adult form. Lin quickly grabbed it, sighing helplessly. It seemed the system was indeed correct. If left unchecked, this blood infant would begin to evolve into an indescribable, increasingly twisted and terrifying form. Lin glared fiercely at the blood infant before him, his expression grim. At this rate, never mind whether the pig-headed demon would come to claim its daughter. He himself would be the first to be unable to stand it. It was truly too ugly. Lin thought for a moment, then reluctantly tied it to the bed. He expertly put on gloves, a faint smile on his face, thinking that this was a bargain for it. He would perform cosmetic surgery on it for free, otherwise everyone on the street would die because of its ugliness. Lin stepped forward, intending to begin, but the twisted tentacles on the blood infant's face mutated into countless mouths, letting out terrifying shrieks at him. Lin simply slapped it and the tentacles recoiled. "Behave, don't move." The blood infant's body emitted various tones accompanied by frightened cries, and the blood infant evil spirit's fear increased by 10 points. The first step of the cosmetic surgery was to evenly mix and spread all the viscous material, making it smooth. Lin's hands skillfully kneaded it, completing the step quickly, then proceeding to the second step, facial reshaping. Lin's hands were incredibly steady, causing the blood infant evil spirit's fear to increase again, and its body trembled incessantly. However, this was a challenging process requiring precise hand pressure. Lin ignored it, and was exceptionally focused, fully utilizing his noodle-making skills from before transmigrating. Just as he was concentrating, a huge commotion suddenly erupted. The blood sacrifice pharmacy's door was pushed open, revealing a humanoid monster covered in burn marks. Lin walked forward fearlessly to greet it. The evil spirit that just appeared was a burnt corpse ghoul, burned alive in a massive fire with 99.9% of its body covered in burn marks. Its personality was twisted and gloomy, harboring immense malice towards all beautiful things. A low, hoarse sound emerged from the monster's throat. It wanted a new face. The system popped up again, issuing a quest to help the burnt corpse ghoul change its face. Lin extended his hand, motioning it to come in. A professionally standard smile appearing in his eyes, he told it to wait a moment, as he still had a surgery to finish. Conveniently, the blood infant was also undergoing cosmetic surgery, so it could sit and observe his exquisite medical skills. The burnt corpse ghoul walked in after hearing his words, its expression immediately stiffening. Lin smiled at it again, reassuringly saying, "Don't be nervous. Although I haven't had experience with cosmetic surgery on living beings, my sculpting skills are very proficient. The techniques for sculpting clay and shaping a face are similar. Both require attention to elasticity and pliability, not too dry and not too wet, which truly tests the dexterity of one's craftsmanship." As he spoke, Lin intently kneaded the blood infant's face into 2 fleshy balls, one on each side, then gave a sharp pull. The burnt corpse ghoul was speechless with fright upon seeing this. Its sanity points dropped by 20 without much provocation. Lin didn't notice it at all. Continuing to meticulously sculpt the blood infant's face, he kneaded it, then picked up a rolling pin and rolled over it. The blood infant's face was flattened by the rolling pin. It cried out incessantly in horror. All the pustules on the burnt corpse ghoul's body began to tremble. It whispered to itself suspiciously, "This shop just doesn't feel right no matter how I look at it." It tremblingly extended its charred hand and asked Lin what he was doing in a panicked voice. Upon hearing this, Lin fiercely kneaded the fleshy lumps on the blood infant's face again. A professional smile appearing on his face as he explained, "The blood infant is too ugly, so I'm giving it a normal face." The burnt corpse ghoul grew even more frightened upon hearing this, trembling as it exclaimed, "Your technique is truly unique." The burnt corpse ghoul's entire body stiffened, its one burnt eye wide open. Would it also be kneaded like this by Lin later? Too terrifying. Had it entered the wrong black market shop? Just then, Lin continued kneading the blood infant's face incessantly, constantly popping the pimples that had just appeared on its face. Viscous fluid splashed all over the burnt corpse ghoul's face. Lin quickly apologized. At this moment, the burnt corpse ghoul was truly scared to death. He had actually popped the little ghoul's face with his bare hands, its fear level soared. Just then Lin En suddenly turned to look at it, a kind smile on his face saying he was going to the back to get some tools. It's your turn. The burnt corpse ghoul became even more terrified upon seeing this smile. That smile was too frightening. It had thought that since it saw that old pervert, the blood sacrifice madman, leave today, it would dare to come to this shop for treatment. It hadn't expected there to be another little pervert here. It fearfully looked at the blood infant continuously trembling on the counter. Its entire face had almost turned into a thick black ointment. Was this going to be its fate? And just then a series of harsh, violent noises suddenly came from behind the backyard curtain, like the sound of a chainsaw starting. The burnt corpse ghoul fearfully muttered to itself, why would cosmetic surgery need a chainsaw? At this moment the burnt corpse ghoul was trembling all over with fear, lost in thought. It kept imagining the scene that awaited it, and just then footsteps grew closer and closer. The burnt corpse ghoul's sanity points continuously dropped, its mind already conjuring the face of that chainsaw maniac with a perverted smile, and Lin An's figure approaching it step by step. Black smoke immediately billowed from the burnt corpse ghoul's head, and its sanity points dropped consecutively again. And by now Lin En had returned from the back. Seeing the burnt corpse ghoul wanting to leave, Lin En frowned, a bit confused. Lin En thought he had made it wait too long, so he showed an apologetic smile. But with a knife in his hand, his smile became terrifyingly menacing. The burnt corpse ghoul suffered torment once more, its sanity points hitting 0. It clutched its head, fearfully pushed Lin En away and ran out the door, continuously shouting, "Black market shop." Lin En was a bit bewildered. What's going on? I just went to sharpen a knife. Why did it just leave like that? The system immediately displayed a quest failed notification, but he didn't return empty-handed. He gained his first customer, who reached an extremely terrified attitude, received a first payment of 100 skull coins, and his reputation skyrocketed. Lin En was stunned after hearing this. What did extremely terrified mean? When did he scare it? He was clearly very polite, cheerful, and amiable. It should have been extremely friendly instead. However, there was nothing else he could do, so he just let it go. He still had to deal with this blood infant first. With that, he resumed sculpting the blood infant's face. An hour later, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was complete. Lin En looked at the blood infant before him. A small cherry mouth, a round and cute face, large eyes, and a delicate nose. He smiled contentedly. Wasn't it much more appealing now? Before transmigrating, Lin An's handcrafts class grades were always among the best in class. He never expected this skill to be so useful here. However, just then, a red eye suddenly appeared on the blood infant's forehead, startling Lin En. Before he could react, a stream of mucus shot out of that eye towards him. Lin En snorted coldly, a malicious smile on his face, and poked it, making it burst. This isn't where eyes go. He had put so much effort into shaping its face, it had to maintain its appearance, otherwise he would need it again. Upon hearing this, the blood infant's fear continuously increased, which in turn decreased its danger level, and simultaneously triggered his hidden quest. Lin En was somewhat surprised. This could also trigger a hidden quest. It seemed the system had many functions he didn't know about, which he would slowly explore in the future. Immediately after, several bottles of long hair appeared in his hand. This was the hair of a female ghost imbued with extreme resentment. Once it entangled a target, the hair would tightly constrict the neck until death by asphyxiation. Lin En touched it, thinking it seemed like a good self-defense item, but there were only a few strands, so he had to use them carefully. However, he suddenly saw something grow behind the blood infant, but it vanished without a trace shortly after. Lin En rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrong? But I really don't see it anymore. Lin En stopped looking, turning his head towards the door. It's getting dark, time to close up. In this perpetually dark world where day and night were indistinguishable, the way to tell them apart was by the light of the soul lamp. The closer it got to night, the dimmer the soul lamp's light became, until it couldn't even glow when lowered, and then night fell. Lin En walked over and retrieved the soul lamp. And just then, Lin En suddenly saw someone appear, and he couldn't help but frown. During this time, all monsters were at their most frantic. Without the protection of the soul lamp, they would rush into the shop without hesitation. Before him now was a figure cloaked in black. Lin En recoiled in fear. He felt a tremendous sense of oppression wash over him, as if it could tear him to shreds. The person who had just appeared was Akaros the Hunter, a powerful demon hunter who traversed the dark world alone, unaffiliated with any organization, and extremely mysterious. Lin En frowned as he looked at the person before him. In 2 years, this was the first human he had encountered, and it was this person's strength that made him wary. He was incredibly powerful, and Lin En wasn't sure if he could win against him. Just then, Okaros's hoarse voice sounded. He needed treatment and also some combat and recovery potions. The system quickly issued Lin En a quest, but unlike before, this one had a penalty. Failure would result in being killed by the demon hunter. Lin En hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand, inviting him in, but inwardly sighed. I was just about to close, and another one came. Akaros walked in and sat by the table, not forgetting to place down a bottle of wine. After a while, he spoke in a deep voice. Initially, he thought the entire street was full of monsters, never expecting to encounter one of his own kind in this dark world. And he was alive, not a corpse. As soon as he said this, the system initiated the kin binding, canceling the mission failure penalty. Lin En looked at him happily and asked where he needed treatment. Only at this moment did Lin En breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was his kin. If he were a monster, Lin En would probably have slain him with a single blow. As he pondered, Okalos suddenly stood up, catching him off guard. Immediately, he took off his outer garment, revealing a wound covered in black mist. Lin was immediately shocked to see this. The system popped up again, sending him a notification. Okolos's right shoulder was deeply corroded by the highly potent venom of the black butterfly. The situation was extremely severe. Lin's expression turned serious as he leaned his head close to Okolos's arm to observe carefully. After a long while, he murmured the words, "Black butterfly." Upon hearing this, Okolos began to explain that he had previously been framed by a red-clad vengeful spirit who had used this malicious item. Okolos was somewhat surprised that he knew about this poison. It seemed he had underestimated him. He bit his lip hard. Fortunately, his constitution was strong enough. Once the wound healed, he would definitely not let it go. Lin calmly said he would heal him, but in reality he was somewhat worried. His look clearly indicated that if he couldn't heal him, he wouldn't let him off. Thinking this, he finally asked the system what a black butterfly was. The system quickly explained to him. The black butterfly is a hybrid formed entirely from concentrated malice and necromantic energy, possessing extremely high permeability and corrosiveness towards life. For ordinary creatures, contact with it would result in blindness within 5 seconds. The system suggested scraping the bone to remove the poison for initial treatment. Lin frowned after hearing this, his face showing some doubt. After a while he spoke to Okolos saying, "I will perform a surgical operation first to clean the wound." Okolos did not agree immediately, but instead asked about his surgical skills. Lin showed a professional smile. His experience was very rich. Although this was his second time holding a knife, his previous patient had given him a very high evaluation. Upon hearing this, Okolos choked on a mouthful of wine, looking at him in disbelief. Only the second time, really. Okolos asked with some concern if there were any other pharmacies nearby. Lin calmly replied, "There are no other pharmacies here. Even if there were, they would have already been destroyed by the vampires. He certainly wouldn't allow a second pharmacy to exist here." Okolos frowned upon hearing this and fell into thought. After a while he slammed his hand on the table. "Anyway, I'm going to die," he gritted his teeth and said, "I trust you. Just use the knife." Lin nodded upon hearing this. The knife in his hand was already being sharpened. "I'll start now." In an instant sparks flew and Okolos's face, hidden beneath his cloak, could faintly be seen trembling suddenly. He wondered if it was his imagination, but the place didn't feel like a pharmacy, it felt more like a slaughterhouse reeking of blood. Moreover, Lin gave him an odd feeling. He looked frail, yet he was unsettling. By now, Lin had sharpened the knife. He turned his head and with an eager expression excitedly asked Okolos if he needed anesthesia. Okolos took a sip of wine, then calmly said, "No, anesthetic will only affect my nerve reaction speed." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Lin directly stabbed the knife into his shoulder, saying with satisfaction, "That's great, I've never used anesthetic on a patient before." Okolos was startled. He turned to look at him and asked, "Has it started already?" Lin shook his head and said, "No, I was just testing it." He then asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot?" Okolos nodded, then looked away from him, picked up his flask, took a sip and said through gritted teeth, "Of course it hurts. But this kid probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks. After all, offending a demon hunter like him was asking for death." However, no sooner had he thought this than Lin stabbed down again, catching him off guard and revealing a hint of pain on his face. He tilted his head to look at him, displeased, and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Lin consecutively plunged 2 knives into Okolos's shoulder, then seriously brought over a toolbox and calmly said he was looking for tools of the right size. He stuck in 2 knives. They were for backup. Upon hearing this, Okolos immediately flared up. "Why would backup knives be stuck in my shoulder?" Lin shrugged it off, shaking his head calmly. "Don't rush. This is to test the sharpness of the knives. If they're not sharp, it will cause pain during the operation." Having said that, he pulled the 2 knives out of his shoulder. He then continued, "Anyway, the places where the knives were inserted are going to be cut off later, so don't worry about it. Besides, I'm a doctor. I must ensure my knives perfectly adapt to his skin and muscles." Okolos immediately froze in place, yet what he said actually made a lot of sense. This doctor was indeed very professional, but was he really not doing it on purpose? He always felt like he was deceiving him. Thinking this, he immediately told him to quickly clean the wound, warning that if he delayed any further, he would immediately kill him. Lin immediately nodded in agreement. After speaking, Lin took out a brazier. Okolos was shocked to see it and asked him what he intended to do. Lin took out 2 knives and began heating them over the fire, saying he was sterilizing them. The black butterfly is an extremely corrosive and highly toxic substance. During the wound cleaning process, to prevent the toxin from permeating other organs, it must be removed with high heat. Okolos knew this, but Lin's demeanor made him doubt if he had ever practiced it before. Lin calmly said that when he used to slaughter pigs, he used this method to remove their hair. The knife, red hot, smoothly cut downwards. Okolos's face stiffened upon hearing this. Was he treating him like a pig? But he didn't care, saying he was about to start and that it might hurt a bit, reminding him to bear with it. Okolos bit his lip hard. Enduring it was fine, but hadn't he said he was sterilizing? Why did he act as if he were preparing a meal? Lin seriously shook his head, saying he was overthinking it. He explained that the gloves were to prevent toxic blood from splashing onto him during the surgery, and the meal was to put the excised rotten flesh into, then formulate a flesh regeneration potion based on the amount of meat. Okolos gritted his teeth, letting out a frightening creak, and then urged Lin to hurry. If it weren't for this being the only pharmacy within 100 miles, he would never have set foot in this godforsaken place. Lin adopted a serious expression and said, "I'm starting now." Then Lin plunged the red-hot knives into the old demon hunter's highly toxic wound. Linen cut away pieces of flesh bit by bit. The demon hunter gritted his teeth, tears and snot streaming down his face, screaming in agony, "It's killing me, it hurts like death." A tearing pain, a burning pain, and even a hint of pathological pain mixed in. At this moment, Linen continued to hold the knives with both hands, tirelessly performing the surgery, mercilessly excising chunks of flesh. The old man's face clearly showed indescribable agony. The pain penetrated every inch of his muscle. The old man cried incessantly, as if his entangled flesh was experiencing a rich, multi-layered sensation of pain. Seeing the old man trembling uncontrollably, Linen tentatively asked, "If it's too painful, it's not too late for an anesthetic now." Upon hearing this, despite the excruciating pain, the old man feigned a roar. "Get lost, which eye of yours saw me in pain? It doesn't hurt at all." He looked at the old man, pointed at his hand, and said mockingly, "Ahem, would you mind relaxing your hand a bit? My counter is made of high-quality ancient wood, it's very expensive." The old man glanced at the table and saw that his hand had already clawed the tabletop into a mess. The old man frowned, gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, then tightly closed his eyes, fearing to reveal his pain. So he remained stubborn, making excuses. "But I like gripping wood, is that not allowed? Won't you even let me grip it? At worst, I'll pay you double the price." Then the old man yelled, cut hard. If you dilly-dally any longer, I'll chop off your hand." Linan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, a smile playing on his lips. He had been waiting for that very sentence. "Then I'm really cutting now." With that, Linan forcefully pressed the old man down with his hand. He raised the knife, ready to cut decisively, but the old man cried out, "Oh, wait. The old man's eyes were closed, his face filled with fear, but his words of protest came too late. Linan had already swung the knife, excising the muscles corroded by the potent venom, letting the old man scream in agony. The wound hurt so much that the old man even kept slamming the tabletop. He slammed and shouted at him to stop. "Stop it, quickly." Linan's hand continued to cut the flesh, blood splattering all over his white coat, yet he relentlessly said to the old man, "Why so much nonsense? You're not satisfied if I cut fast, not satisfied if I cut slow, and you won't allow anesthetic. You want me to stop when I'm halfway done?" Plus so many demands. Although in pain, the old man didn't back down from being scolded. Instead, he challenged Linan, "Are you performing surgery on me? This is clearly death by 1,000 cuts, and you're slicing it so thin, so evenly. Are you seeking slicing noodles?" Linan, feeling indignant, retorted. "Then what exactly do you want?" The old man told him to be decisive and cut it all off at once, but he refused. "How can I do that? That would be a one-time business. I wouldn't get any repeat customers, would I?" After hearing this, the old man looked at him with a mixture of surprise and fear. Linan also looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. The old man asked him, bewildered, "What did you say? A one-time business, no repeat customers?" Linan then explained, "What I mean is, cutting it all off at once is certainly fast, but what if I accidentally hit the aorta? Then it's over. I am a doctor, and patients are like my children. I will never allow you to die without getting treatment." Then he leaned down and whispered into the old man's ear, "Of course I know this hurts a lot. If you really can't stand it, how about some anesthetic?" Upon hearing anesthetic, the old man's pathological pride flared up again. Keep cutting this damn shop of yours. I'm never coming here again." At this moment, Linan was rubbing the knife handle, smiling confidently. "Don't worry, once I'm done with the surgery, you'll definitely fall in love with my knife." Then the sound of cutting flesh and screams resumed. After a long while, the flesh removed from the old man's arm had piled up like a small mountain. The old man was curled up nearby, crying, looking pitiful. His eyes darted around, probably because the pain was so intense that he was even hallucinating. Before the old man, a dark night demon holding a cleaver appeared, frantically chopping his flesh. Then it even invited the old man, "Here, have a warm piece, eat quickly." This made the old man cry like rain. In reality, Linan was currently spraying some alcohol around the wound for disinfection. His crouching shadow spraying alcohol looked terrifying. Then he told the old man, "All right, all necrotic tissue has been removed." The old man was still shaken, stammering, "Enough, let me go right now." The old man struggled to bend and stand up, his whole body still trembling. He was about to sneak away, utterly terrified, when Linan suddenly stopped him. "Wait." Startled by the call, the old man jumped. He then said, "There's still one most important step left to do." The old man looked in the mirror and found his arm looked strange. The entire section of his arm had been cut away, revealing the bone. The old man immediately cursed. "What the hell kind of step is this? HMPH." The old man seemed to have noticed something. Linan quickly explained, "Oh, this is a special styling I gave you to help the customer relax a bit. Doesn't it look very nice?" The old man looked at the bone in his arm, appearing extremely panicked and confused. It turned out Linan had carved a heart shape into the bone, a sight that made one's soul scatter. Consequently, the witch hunter's sand value decreased by 20. The old man immediately yelled at Linan, demanding, "What is this? What the hell did you do to me?" Linan, meanwhile, crossed his arms and smiled proudly. "Isn't it very nice? Don't you feel your mood lighten up all of a sudden?" He thought this would make the old man happy, but unexpectedly it made the old man feel mocked. He was furious. "Comfortable my ass, I'll give you 20 shits, I'll seeking kill you." He immediately drew his gun and pointed it directly at him, apparently intending to give him a bullet. Linan immediately threw a knife, blocking it in front of the old man's gun muzzle, which greatly startled the old man. Linan angrily cursed the old man. "Customer, I'm saving you, yet you want to kill me. Don't you find that shameless? Even if you want to kill me, you should at least wait until I've finished the surgery." He lowered his voice and said, "I don't allow any patient to give up midway through my surgery." The old man was speechless after hearing this. Then the old man drew his knife, his face taut as he warned Linan, "I'm warning you, don't give me any more styling, and don't you dare draw anything else on it." The old man fired a shot at the ceiling, demanding, "Now immediately finish the surgery at once." The bullet fired at the ceiling just now caused some sawdust and something red to fall onto the old man's head. The scene shifted, and the old man's voice came from behind a curtain. What are you trying to do?" At this moment, the old man's hands and feet were tightly bound. The old man asked him blankly, "Aren't you doing surgery? Why are you tying me up?" He also explained, "It's not that I want to tie you up. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the pain and might try to hit us. It doesn't matter if I die, but if the surgery fails, that would be my greatest disgrace, so I had no choice but to resort to this." The old man looked at him triumphantly. "If I were afraid of pain, I would have killed you long ago. So there's no need for you to do this. And do you think a few iron chains can lock me up? You're too naive," the old man continued to babble, completely unaware that Linen had already proceeded to the next step behind him. A sharp gleaming knife tip was poised to pierce the old man's arm. As the knife began to scrape the old man's arm bone, he gradually started to feel the pain. The old man's eyes looked as if they were about to pop out, tears streaming down his face. Linan's knife continued to scrape his bone without stopping. The old man cried incessantly, cursing, "Holy crap, what the hell are you doing? Why does it feel like someone is repeatedly hitting my vitals with a hook punch?" Linan said, scraping the bone to remove the poison. "I told you it would hurt a lot." Upon hearing this, the old man became even more panicked. "What did you say? Scraping the bone to remove the poison?" Linan calmly replied, "Yes, didn't I tell you?" The old man yelled in horror. "You told me jack squat." No matter how much the old man yelled, Linan's hand kept moving. He softly comforted the old man. "Bear with it. Real men never fear pain. Grin and bear it and it'll be over." The old man trembled, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, and tried to make Linan stop. "It hurts. Stop quickly. Anesthetic. Give me anesthetic right now. I can't take it anymore." Linan stated that giving anesthetic now would be useless. "How could I inject anesthetic into your bone? Just hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon." At this point, the old man could no longer hold back, and directly broke free from the handcuffs. The old man clenched his fists full of rage, menacingly wanting to beat him up. "I believe you like I believe in ghosts." Linan looked at the old man with great surprise, not expecting him to pull out a gun again. "I'll never trust you again." Linan was not to be trifled with either. He immediately grabbed the old man's wrist tightly. He twisted his wrist, making the gun fly up, and quickly snatched the gun in the blink of an eye. He pressed the muzzle against the old man's throat, silencing him. "Try moving again, I dare you," he threatened the old man. "If you don't cooperate with my work obediently, I'll shoot you." Linan gritted his teeth and pressed the gun muzzle tightly into the old man's mouth. "I've worked so hard scraping the poison from your bone, yet you've tried to kill me repeatedly. This is too much." Under the gun's muzzle, the old man had no choice but to obey. "I quit. Spare me." Linan lowered the gun, clenched his fist, and yelled at the old man. "You say you quit, and you quit?" The old man was now slumped on the ground. "Then won't my honor as a doctor be ruined by you?" His expression looked cold. Then he directly picked up a large saw. "Damn it, I'm done wasting time with you. I'm just going to take that thing out directly." Upon seeing the saw, the hunter was scared out of his wits, his mouth agape. A notification reappeared. "Demon Hunter Send value -10. Demon Hunter Send value -10. The old man's face turned pale, and he quickly spoke to stop. "Linan, what do you want to do?" "Don't come any closer." Linan could no longer hold back at this point. He said, "Your bone is too hard. It would take hours to scrape, and a long pain is worse than a short one." Then he forcefully raised the saw, a sly smile appearing on his face. "With this I'll get it done in one go for you. Finish it directly," the old man cried while reaching out his hand to stop him. Wait. No matter how the old man tried to dissuade him, it was already too late. A series of sounds echoed through the pharmacy. "Demon Hunter Send value -20. Demon Hunter Send value -2. Demon Hunter Send value -20. Suddenly, a white-haired little girl radiating blue light appeared at the pharmacy entrance. "Is this it?" The little girl's face lit up with joy as if she had found her savior. "Is anyone here? I've come to buy some healing potions." A hand reached out to the little girl from somewhere. This hand grabbed the little girl's leg, making her extremely panicked and scared, not understanding what was happening. Then came a cry for help. "Help me!" The little girl pushed the door open and looked inside, utterly surprised. The scene inside was chaotic. Linan's expression was that of a perverted doctor, chasing the old man with a saw in his hand as if about to flay him alive. The old man saw the little girl and yelled, "Help me, help me!" Linan looked at the little girl, then politely greeted her. "Welcome, young lady. Are you here to pick up medicine? Please wait a moment. Once I've finished with this customer, I'll get your medicine." Upon hearing this, the little girl screamed, clutching her head with both hands. Then, still clutching her head, the little girl immediately ran out, appearing very flustered. "Ding, your reputation with phantom-type entities +1. Ding, your reputation with phantom-type entities +1. You have successfully scared away a mentally unstable customer. The lively and cheerful long-haired witch has successfully turned into a coward. You have obtained the achievement, Customer Intimidator. Customer Intimidator, due to excessively perverse behavior, frequently causes customers to enter extreme states of breakdown. The blood-dwelling pharmacy apprentice has embarked on a path of no return. You have gained a permanent buff. Customer's permanent fear value towards you +1. Your inflicted pain value +1. Ding, your reputation with phantom-type entities +1. Linan thought to himself, "How did I become a customer intimidator? I've always treated customers like gods, and my service motto is a sincere smile. Can this damn system stop giving me all these bizarre and random achievements?" He had just missed it, but the old man was trying to crawl away. He then turned his head, looking at the old man with a murderous gaze. "Trying to run? The surgery isn't finished yet." Then he continued his work with the saw blade, letting the old man scream in agony. "Oh God, oh mama!" After sawing for a while, he was blowing on a few pieces of bone. "All right, the toxins that had invaded the bone have been completely cleared," he was reassuring the old man who was slumped on the ground before him. "Now we just need to proceed with the flesh regeneration step and your arm will be completely restored." He scratched his head and informed the old man, but the old man didn't look happy, lying motionless and still frothing at the mouth. He called out, "Customer," but no matter how he called there was no response. His expression looked as if his soul had been shocked out of him by the pain. He kept shaking him and calling out, "Customer, customer, oh customer." Then the system sent a new notification. "You have used a special method to overlevel, causing a legendary demon hunter to lose combat capability. You have received an achievement reward, Pain Inflictor." Pain Inflictor. Achievement title permanently increases the pain value caused by the host using different tools by 5%. Subsequently, the demon hunter's eyes gradually moved. He had just woken up and looked bewildered, unsure of what had happened. Where is this?" Lin En saw the old man wake up and softly asked, "Are you awake?" The old man was immediately agitated upon seeing his face. He raised his gun and continuously fired at him. "Don't come closer, don't come closer," he quickly appeased him. "Old man, calm down. Customer, please calm down. Don't worry, your injury has been healed." The old man was panting heavily, exhausted after firing his gun. Lin En continued to soothe him. "Forget those unpleasant memories." Then he gently kicked the saw out of the old man's sight. The old man touched his arm. There was no longer the empty feeling after the flesh was cut away, nor the tearing sensation caused by the black butterfly venom. The terrifying experience he had just undergone felt like a dream. The old man asked him, somewhat surprised, "It's all done that quickly?" Lin En explained. "Yes, the damaged muscle tissue and superficial bone fragments on your shoulder that were infected by the toxin have all been removed. The remaining problem was how to quickly regenerate your flesh. So I used the best blood regeneration potion in the shop for you. Combined with your strong physique, most of your flesh has already grown back," he explained while holding a blood potion in his hand. "However, a small central part was still missing a bit. I've supplemented it with some suitable meat for you. Don't worry about rejection issues, I've already taken care of that for you." Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly looked at his arm. Amidst a mass of gnarled brownish-red muscles, how could a piece of pink meat suddenly appear? "Other meat? This is pork," the old man roared. The old man immediately grabbed Lin An's collar and demanded, "You seeking new, yet you stuffed pork onto me?" He calmly replied. "Although the process wasn't very comfortable, the result is good, isn't it? If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to me for free. Enjoy 3 services." Upon hearing this, the old man became even tenser than a guitar string. "3 services? You want to give me 2 more services?" System warning. Demon Hunter's mental state is extremely unstable. Danger level plus 30%, danger level plus 55%, danger level plus 80%. Lin An showed no fear whatsoever, explaining with a serious attitude, "Customer, although there were indeed some minor difficulties during the treatment process compared to the black butterfly venom spreading and causing total body rot." "What are these minor difficulties? This is the dark world. Survival is more important than anything." At this moment, the old man's danger level was plus 99%. Upon hearing these words, the old man felt somewhat comforted, and released Lin An. Lin An, who had just been choked and was out of breath, started coughing. The old man also admitted the truth of what he had just said. "You're right, survival is more important than anything in this world. You truly are my kin, and it's quite impressive that you've managed to survive in this dark world until now. Especially your method of tormenting people, it's absolutely top-notch." Lin An flattered, scratched his head awkwardly. You flatter me, you flatter me." Immediately after, the old man grabbed his collar again and roared, "Do you think I was praising you? Tell me, have you never performed surgery on anyone before?" He then held up 3 fingers and swore, "I swear I have. I just performed a C-section on someone. She gave birth to 3 daughters, all safe. Their family even praised me." The old man was speechless and choked with emotion after hearing this, thinking, "He dared to perform bone-scraping surgery on me after only doing 1 C-section. Although it sounded absurd, this guy really did heal his injury." The old man suddenly recalled the scene in his mind where Lin An held the knife, cutting flesh and causing him bone-deep pain. The old man then frowned and warned Lin An, "Listen, I don't want to hear any nonsense about me collapsing here. Understood?" Consequently, the danger level rose back to 99%. Upon hearing this, he swore a solemn oath, "Rest assured, a customer's privacy is my life." Only then did the danger level drop to 10%. Then the old man didn't linger. He immediately got up, picked up his coat and left, also asking how much the surgery cost, telling him to name a price and swearing he would never come to this shop again, as it was exhausting. Lin En just smiled, hands pressed together, looking utterly disingenuous. "No need to pay. Consider this surgery a mutual help between kin. Just frequent this small shop more in the future." But in his heart, he thought, "I'll get on this demon hunter's good side first, maybe I can rely on this big tree later." The old man did not easily accept this favor because of it. He warned him, "Don't think that buttering me up will make me forget what just happened, even if you are my kin. HMPH, I always work alone. I would never bring along a brat like you." The old man put on his hat, then advised him, "Also I recommend you don't stay here too long. As someone with no survival skills, you'll eventually become monster food." Lin En was also somewhat puzzled and asked, "Then how can I leave this world? To be honest, I don't know what happened. I somehow ended up in this place confused. Aside from this small shop, I know nothing about the outside world." The old man replied, Ha, you're lucky. Many like you fall into this place from other worlds, but most of them are devoured by the world's fear. I can only tell you that this is the lowest level of the city of sin. If you want to leave this world, the fastest way is to die. Besides death, the only way is to become strong enough. Only the strong have a slight chance of escaping from here. Upon hearing this, Lin was somewhat dismayed. Doesn't that mean I'll never be able to leave this wretched place in my life? Anyway, every time I see those monsters, I get scared to death. The old man looked at him and replied with a laugh. With your healing methods just now, monsters would be too busy being afraid of you. No more nonsense. I'm a man who believes in fair trade. You healed my injury, so of course I can't treat you unfairly since you don't want money. Then take a look at my belongings and pick anything you like. After saying that, the old man lifted his cloak, revealing countless trophies he had obtained from hunting. The hunter raised his hand, revealing many more good things behind the cloak. Lin was seriously looking for a suitable item. He hesitated, wondering what to choose. Lin noticed 2 guns tucked into the hunter's waistband. He thought these were good. After reading the information the system provided about these 2 demon hunter handguns, Lin reached out to take the 2 guns but was stopped by the hunter. He grabbed his hand without saying a word, and Lin was also very surprised. The hunter gripped his hand tightly and praised him. You have really good taste. You immediately picked the best things I have. Although Lin's hand was held very tightly, he still tried to calmly reply. I think these 2 guns are very cool. The hunter smiled. Of course they're cool, you just need to see whose guns they are. Lin asked him, have you ever taken the life of any monster with this gun? He said no, he had never used it to take a monster's life. He asked solemnly, why? The hunter tossed him aside, revealing an evil smile. He drew the guns from his waist and immediately fired several shots. Lin stood pressed against the wall, his face utterly pale with fear. If the bullets the hunter fired had strayed even a little, he would have lost his life. Lin, horrified, slowly looked at the bullet holes in the wall, his mouth agape. The hunter blew away the smoke from the muzzles. He said, they're cool, but these 2 guns have a fatal weakness. You've seen it twice now. Lin, now relieved, said, people. The hunter turned his head to look at Lin. People, you described it vividly and accurately. These 2 guns were enchanted by their former master. No matter from what angle they are fired, the bullets will accurately hit their target. So normally, besides using them to show off, they can only be used to show off. Upon hearing this, Lin struggled to control his facial expression, then said, what the hell are these? Leaving the hunter speechless. Seeing that the 2 guns didn't meet his needs, Lin turned to the hunter and said, then I don't want them anymore. For some reason, the hunter started firing at him continuously again. Fortunately, Lin dodged in time. The hunter then pointed at the guns and said, I'm a person who values fairness and integrity. Since you've already chosen them, you can't just not want them. Otherwise it means you look down on me. He gave Lin another chance. Do you want them or not? To save his life under the gunpoint, Lin thought, fine, I'll just throw these 2 guns away later. Then he agreed and said to the hunter, I want them. The hunter placed the guns on the table, feeling pleased. Previously, due to a curse, he couldn't actively discard these 2 guns. Now that Lin was taking them instead of him, it made him very happy. Lin didn't understand what he meant by saying this. The story goes that previously, because of a curse, the hunter couldn't discard these guns. They could only be transferred if a kin strongly expressed a desire for them, and through a fair trade. The hunter shrugged, but Lin also knew that kin were too rare in this godforsaken place, making it not easy to find a successor. Lin pointed at himself and asked him, so he deliberately messed with me? The hunter replied, sweating profusely. Pot, meat, kettle. You tormented me quite a bit during the surgery just now. And since you've done me such a big favor, let me kindly remind you of something he carefully warned him about tonight. Even if you hear any sound, absolutely do not go out by yourself. Do not open the door. A terrifying fellow has arrived here. Lin asked what kind of monster it was. The hunter didn't specify, wrapping his cloak tighter as he cautioned Lin, suggesting it was better that Lin didn't know. Also, before he left, he said, if you can survive until tomorrow, perhaps we can meet again. He left, leaving Lin with a pile of unanswered questions. Lin held the gun, pondering. The hunter's words were exactly the same as what his teacher had said. He had to be extra careful tonight. He looked at the painting on the wall. It was still several hours until dark, so no guests should be arriving now. Lin looked at the sleeping fiendish blood infant. He remembered that the little girl's level had increased again. At this growth rate, she would likely become very troublesome before long. System prompt, fiendish blood infant level 7. Lin aimed the gun at the blood infant. He thought, right, I can use this little girl to test the gun and see if it truly can't hit anything no matter what. The bullet grazed the top of the blood infant's head, startling the little girl awake. Lin blew at the gun's muzzle. It really hit today. He couldn't believe it, so he continued to shoot at the blood infant repeatedly. System prompt, spirit fear level continuously increasing. The blood infant was so scared it covered its head, not daring to resist. Suddenly, a strange sound gradually approached. Lin immediately turned his head to see who it was. At this moment, the door was completely dark and red eyes were peering into the room. Lin immediately ran over. He reached for the soul lamp, then quickly closed the door and reinforced it with a lock. The windows were the same. Lin sealed them with wooden planks, preventing anything from entering. He thought, as long as the soul lamp extinguishes and night falls, it will be a huge test, because it means anyone without your permission could freely break into your residence. Lin didn't lower his guard. Night fell, and the system prompted, you have triggered the sleepless night quest requiring you to survive until the next morning. With many additional rewards, Lin held the blood infant a gun in his hand. They wrapped themselves tightly in blankets as if hiding from something extremely dangerous. Lin-An felt there were no anomalies for the time being, hoping to get through the night safely. The clock struck midnight, and suddenly a voice came from outside the door, sounding like Lin-An's teacher. "Lin-An, quick, open the door, it's Blood Giant, an evil spirit is chasing me. Let me in." Lin-An heard his teacher's voice. He wanted to get out of the covers, not understanding why his teacher would return earlier than scheduled. Lin-An slowly walked towards the door, Blood Giant's voice still echoing. "Quick, open the door, your teacher can't hold on much longer." He approached cautiously. "Wait a moment, teacher." Lin-An reached out to open the door, then suddenly stopped, remembering everyone's warnings. Lin-An raised his knife and shouted, "If you can't make it, then just die outside." He stabbed the knife into the door crack and a few drops of fresh blood splattered out. There was no movement outside. Silence enveloped everything. A slow voice came from outside asking Lin-An, "You didn't even confirm it? You just directly stabbed him." Lin-An replied, "If it were you and your teacher was outside, he would also stab you without hesitation. What's more, Lin-An is certain that his teacher would never return at this time, so you are definitely not him." From outside came a sound as if he was pulling the knife from the wound. Lin-An wondered, did he leave? He cautiously pressed his ear against the door, wanting to check the situation outside. Lin-An heard movement and felt something was amiss. Suddenly a hand pierced through the door panel, startling Lin-An. System prompt. Lin-An sanity -10. The hand scratched at the door panel, leaving deep claw marks. Lin-An immediately stabbed the hand directly with his small knife. It shrieked, "I'm going to eat you, I'm going to tear you into pieces and stuff you into my mouth bit by bit." What Lin-An never expected was that countless hands pierced through the door panel and lunged at him. Those hands tightly gripped Lin-An's body, and it kept screaming, "Eat you, eat you, eat you." Lin-An looked at the bracelet on his wrist, wondering if it would be useful. System prompt. Fiendish spirit hair. The fiendish spirit hair gently touched the monster's body. In an instant the hair grew at an astonishing speed. It immediately encircled the hands on the door, immobilizing them. The monster outside the door roared and gagged incessantly, as its body was entangled by the fiendish spirit hair. The hands on the door struggled desperately, trying to break free from the hair, but it was still very difficult. Lin-An grabbed a clump of fiendish spirit hair, held it, and pulled hard, making the monster groan in even greater pain. Lin-An felt that this monster wasn't very strong and he could handle it. The hands on the door struggled for a while, then began to twitch and slowly droop down. Lin-An didn't know if it was already dead. He pulled out his knife, but dead or not, for safety's sake, Lin-An added a few more stabs. System prompt. Congratulations, Lin-An, you have eliminated Blood-Devouring Deceiver. You gain 100 experience points. So at this point he hadn't completely eliminated it after all. Lin-An thought, monsters are already coming to the door right after nightfall. Who knows what else is coming? He picked up his tools and began to clean up the monster's bloodstains. It seemed Lin-An wouldn't be getting a good night's sleep tonight. His mop was slowly soaking up the monster's blood. Suddenly the system issued an alarm. A root-level monster is approaching, danger level 100%. Lin-An still didn't understand what a root-level monster was. He suspected, could it be the big guy the demon hunter said would appear tonight? A cold aura emanated from the door crack, making Lin-An feel uneasy. Suddenly the monster's hand still stuck in the door began to tremble. Something outside dragged away the multi-handed monster's corpse. The fiendish spirit hair was still wrapped around this monster. It tried to hold on to the monster. Lin-An used his knife to sever the connection between the fiendish spirit hair and the monster. There were many holes in the door and an odor wafted into the room. Lin-An couldn't stand the smell. Even as he lay there, a foul odor emanated. He quietly peered through the door crack, but what he saw was truly bone-chilling. Outside, another monster was devouring the multi-handed monster from before with gusto. Its pupils suddenly contracted and rotated as if it had already seen Lin-An. Witnessing the scene, he was terrified and pressed himself tightly against the door. On the other side of the wooden door was a gigantic monster with blood-red eyes. Lin-An hid, hoping it hadn't discovered his position. This monster was so huge he could even hear its heartbeat. Strangely, Lin-An felt as if it was licking the door. System prompt, sanity -1. He didn't know why he found the sound of it licking the door a bit cute, feeling like a sweet baby licking something. "I'm truly scared to death." Immediately after, the monster extended its tongue, licking all around, forcing Lin-An to retract his previous thought. This had absolutely nothing to do with cuteness. System prompt, sanity -40. The monster pushed its tongue through a crack in the door. It was highly likely to find Lin-An soon. Its tongue continued to explore. It felt an object close to it, and upon contact, it was Lin-An's face. The monster immediately licked Lin-An's face, filling him with immense disgust and dread. But he didn't know how many tongues, or rather tentacles, this monster had. As more and more door cracks were being blocked by them, although surrounded by the monster, Lin-An still comforted himself. "Don't panic, absolutely don't panic, calm down, otherwise the monster outside the door will eat me immediately." Suddenly, the monster spoke. "Doctor, I found you." It told Lin-An to open the door quickly because it had a toothache. Lin-An didn't understand. A toothache? Was the monster outside not here to eat him but to see a doctor? Lin-An immediately refused aloud, because his small shop did not receive guests at night. This was a rule he had to follow. The monster growled, "If you don't receive guests, then I'll eat." The monster hadn't finished speaking when Lin-An hurriedly opened the door. Just as it got to the word "you," he had already opened the door in time, bowing to the guest. "Blood Giant shop at your service." Behind the door was a monster with a giant child's head, as well as sharp teeth and many tentacles with eyes. A brief introduction. If you hear a child's laughter in the darkness, if you see a pure gaze in despair, do not respond immediately, for that is not hope but an abyss. Sanity -20. Standing before such a gigantic monster, Linen truly couldn't help but feel terrified. He stammered, Please, how may I help you?" The monster was like a child. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and a foul odor emanated from within. It said it had a toothache and would eat anyone if a doctor couldn't cure it. The system continued to prompt. Sanity -10. Linen tried hard to hold his breath as the stench from the monster's mouth was truly terrible. He told it, "Don't worry, it can definitely be cured. A toothache is just a minor problem." Despite his fear, he still had to encourage himself, "Stay calm. No matter how bad it is, it's your guest. Just treat it normally." It made a sound again. The monster looked at Linen, letting out an hum. He thought the monster's voice was a bit cute. Linen approached for an oral examination and asked, "Which tooth is aching, please?" The monster opened its mouth and pointed to a molar. He told his patient to open its mouth wider. He would examine it now. After saying this, Linen climbed into the monster's deep oral cavity. Inside the mouth it was wet and slippery, making movement difficult. System prompt. Treat toothache quest triggered with abundant rewards. Furthermore, if the quest failed, there would be no penalty. He felt confused. No penalty for failure? Of course not, because if he failed, the monster would most likely eat him directly. Linen held his nose and tried to look around, but there was no light inside, making it impossible to see clearly. He could only bite the bullet and treat it now. Like a child, the monster obediently opened its gigantic tooth-filled mouth, allowing Linen to treat it. Suddenly, it poked one of its tentacles into its own eye. The scene was truly horrifying. It dug out its own eye and immediately placed it into its oral cavity, startling Linen. Linen immediately said, "Now I can see clearly." It turned out this eye also had a glowing function. The monster heard Linen say it was too dark to treat, so it used this method. The inside of the mouth was illuminated, revealing countless corpses and many strange objects. Linen thought, "It's certain that this monster has a very diverse diet." Linen carefully climbed into the child-headed monster's mouth, jumped onto its tongue, and enduring the fishy stench, walked straight towards the molars at the back. Just then he suddenly saw a broken spear inside. This was a spear that had fallen from an unknown land into the dark world, containing a divine blessing with an extremely strong restraining effect on evil spirits, ghosts, and demons. Upon seeing it, Linen immediately cried out in surprise that this spear, like the demon hunter's gun, didn't belong to this world and also possessed divine properties, which was why it caused the child's head to feel pain. As soon as it heard this, it told Linen to pull it out, threatening to eat Linen directly if he couldn't. Linen composed himself, then carefully observed the large pile of severed limbs and broken arms entangled around the afflicted molar. Linen couldn't help but frown. These body fragments must have come from different doctors. This monster had likely visited many pharmacies before coming here. However, those doctors were all monsters and couldn't directly touch this spear, so they had no way to cure it. But Linen was human, and the divine power might not harm him. Thinking this, he immediately gripped the spear tightly in his hand, preparing to pull it out. Sure enough, he felt no backlash, which meant this was his chance. Linen quickly composed himself, then began to shout loudly, "I'm pulling." He only hoped to succeed in pulling it out, otherwise he would end up stuffed into a tooth gap like his peers around him. However, just as he was struggling to pull out the spear, the child-headed monster's tentacles suddenly reached in, grabbing his hand and startling him. He hurriedly stopped it, telling it not to pull him but to help him pull out the spear. Immediately after, Linen used all his strength, gripping the spear and pulling it outwards. With the help of the tentacles, the spear finally loosened successfully. Linen thought he could easily pull out the spear, but when he pulled again, the spear didn't budge. He bit his lip hard. It was just a little bit more. He pulled until he was covered in sweat, but it was still no use. Linen then turned to look at the tentacles behind him, suggesting they help him. The tentacles hesitated for a moment, not moving. After a while, they began to crowd forward. Linen directed the tentacles to work together, and finally the spear was pulled out, falling to the ground with a loud clatter. He looked at the spear before him in surprise. He had succeeded, which meant he wouldn't die. The little head's favorability towards him also increased by 20 points. Immediately after, it screamed loudly that it still felt pain, a lot of pain. It then ordered Linen to quickly cure it, otherwise it would eat him. Linen looked over, somewhat terrified, only to see blood gushing like a spring from the hole where the spear had been inserted. He immediately smiled and told it not to worry, he would cure it. Linen forced himself to calm down. If he disregarded its terrifying appearance, it was no different from any other patient. He had to treat it calmly. There had to be a way. Thinking this, he toned it to open its mouth and wait for him. Linen quickly jumped out while it was open, ran into the pharmacy and quickly searched for some hemostatic agents and anesthetics. After getting enough, he once again jumped into the child-headed monster's mouth, and observed the hole where the foreign object had been inserted. And after a long while he murmured to himself, "It seems the power of the divine spear still lingers in the tooth root, which is why the pain continues. To cure it, the medicine needs to penetrate the tooth root. But the blood constantly flowing like this isn't good. The medicine won't be able to seep in." Linen found himself in a dilemma. He frowned deep in thought. After a while, he suddenly noticed a tentacle beside him and hesitated before asking the child-headed monster, "Do you still need this tentacle?" He explained that he needed to use the tentacle to help stop the pain. Without giving it a chance to reply, Linen immediately and without hesitation chopped off the smooth tentacle. The child-headed monster was suddenly engulfed in intense pain. It screamed violently, and even its eye fell out. Countless tentacles from outside the mouth also swarmed in, attempting to attack Linen. but they quickly stopped as they witnessed Lin An's strange actions. He was carefully injecting the medicine into the severed part of the tentacle. The other tentacles froze in place. They lifted the eyeball and calmly approached to observe. 2 minutes later, Lin An picked up the tentacle segment that had been injected with the medicine and shouted at the eyeball, "Quick, give me light." He was completely in the zone. However, the eyeball didn't understand what he was doing and remained still for a long time. He hurriedly shouted at it, urging it, "Come here, quick." The eyeball visibly trembled, then quickly projected a beam of light onto the still bleeding molar. Lin An aggressively jumped up, aligning the medicine-filled tentacle segment directly with the previous hole. His expression was focused, then he decisively inserted it with force, causing the child-headed monster to immediately let out a sharp shriek of pain. The tentacle was inserted into the hole, but it was clear that the tentacle in Lin An's hand was quite large, while the hole in the back was a bit small. He wanted to forcefully insert it as deep as possible, but his strength alone wasn't enough. He could only barely push it in. He needed a tool. Just then he saw a skull and a dry bone nearby. Without hesitation he picked up the dry bone, inserted it into the tentacle, then used the skull as a hammer to strike downwards, continuously tapping, allowing the tentacle to slowly drill deeper into the tooth cavity. In an instant the child-headed monster was in unbearable pain, wanting to explode. However, Lin An told it to bear the pain, promising to use more force. Lin An continuously exerted all his strength, swinging the large skull hammer downwards, driving the tentacle into the deepest part of the hole. The child-headed monster cried out in pain incessantly. Lin An told it to hold on, saying it had reached the deepest part and wouldn't hurt anymore then. As he spoke, he had already struck several times consecutively. Finally, Lin An's medicine-filled tentacle segment was also hammered directly into the decaying tooth cavity. Only then did Lin An breathe a sigh of relief, finally complete. The child-headed monster also showed a satisfied expression. It was no longer in pain. Lin An wiped his sweat, smiled faintly, and quickly picked up the dry bone nearby, saying, "Of course, the medicine has already started to work. Next, some procedures are still needed to ensure your oral health." Upon hearing this, the child-headed monster happily licked Lin An with a tentacle. He chuckled softly, saying, all right, you've licked me all over and now I'm itchy." The child-headed monster's trust in him also significantly increased. Lin An raised an eyebrow, looking at it, and suggested it go into the shop to get his master's electric drill, and also the goggles from the operating room. The child-headed monster listened to him and quickly brought the tools. Lin An put on the goggles, held the electric drill, and told the eyeball to provide light. Lin An observed for a while, then slowly spoke. "This tooth has been corroded by divine power. If these divine substances aren't completely removed, it will still be very painful after the medicine wears off. Lin An will first help it clean these teeth thoroughly, then fill it with a strong tooth." After he finished speaking, he began drilling. At this moment, the eyeball had complete trust in Lin An. Lin An slowly ground away all the glowing substances from the tooth. He shouted, "Get a bucket." The tentacles quickly brought the bucket. He scraped all the freshly ground tooth powder into the bucket. Then he shouted again, "Get water." The tentacle quickly wrapped around a large water vat and rushed in. Lin An used water to brush clean all the powder around the tooth. Then he fell into contemplation again. Throughout the process, the eyeball had been observing him from the side, and as if sensing his trouble, it asked what else he needed. Lin An thought for a moment before saying, "I need some steel to help fill its tooth, but there isn't enough material here, and restocking would take until tomorrow at least. It's quite difficult right now." However, as soon as Lin An finished speaking, the child-headed monster spoke up, saying it would handle it, which surprised Lin An, and before he had time to think carefully about that statement, he already felt the mass of flesh beneath his feet subtly tremble. The gigantic head was constantly moving. He hurriedly asked where it wanted to take him. However, the child-headed monster didn't reply. It rapidly ran straight ahead until it stopped upon seeing an iron door. After Lin An stabilized himself, he carefully examined the door. What it said about steel must be this, but this was clearly iron. While he was still thinking, and before he could react, the child-headed monster opened its massive mouth, shocking Lin An. Immediately after, a sharp blade shot out from the child-headed monster's oral cavity, striking the door directly. The structure quickly split into two, revealing a steel golem monster active in the dark world. The next moment, Lin An saw the steel golem's appearance and was instantly speechless, his expression becoming solemn. He knew he had seen it before. Previously, this kind of monster had broken into the pharmacy and caused destruction. Blood Giant, his teacher, had to fight for several hours to force the opponent back, but now the child-headed monster had brought him to this place. What should he do? While he was still dazed, the child-headed monster suddenly extended its enormous tongue, pressing it directly onto the steel golem. Lin An watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. The steel golem also showed no retreat, raising its firearm arm intending to shoot at the child-headed monster. However, the child-headed monster quickly jumped up, dodging the attack. But that wasn't all. The child-headed monster opened its massive mouth again, greatly alarming the steel golem. Immediately after, the child-headed monster blasted out an energy beam, directly flattening the steel golem into a steel pancake. Lin An watched this scene in a daze. It's this abnormal, this is too unreasonable. Their levels are unknown, so why is the difference so huge? After dealing with one, the child-headed monster turned and asked if it was enough. If not, it would continue. Lin quickly waved his hand saying it was enough. The two quickly returned to the blood giant shop. Now that they had the raw material, the next step was to shape the steel. Lin asked the child-headed monster to come and help, and it agreed without hesitation. Inside the child-headed monster's mouth, under the continuous hammering of its tough, powerful tongue, Lin managed to forge a part of a steel tooth in just a few hours, barely conforming to the shape of the hole in the molar. Then came the polishing process. Finally, under Lin's manipulation, a brand new tooth was formed, shining brightly. Lin reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. It was flawless. The child-headed monster was also very happy. Its tooth no longer hurt, and it also had a super beautiful new tooth. Lin's quest was also completed, and he received many rewards. At this point, the child-headed monster made a childish sound again, praising, "You're a good doctor, it won't eat you." Lin adjusted his glasses, then bowed 90 degrees, revealing a professional smile, thanking it for the compliment. This would motivate him to continue working hard. He winked and asked if it wanted to experience the latest oral care service. Having finally encountered a super monster that was fond of him, he naturally had to cling tightly to it and make it a loyal customer. The child-headed monster asked with a curious voice what that was. Lin smiled and said, "It's long-term oral care to maintain dental health. You can try it first, and if you're satisfied, you can even register as a member." The child-headed monster seemed to ponder for a moment. Then Lin received a positive reply. He was very happy and said he would perform the cleaning for free first. Lin then suddenly told the child-headed monster to wait while he ran into the pharmacy and took out various cleaning tools he normally used for household chores. Only after doing all this did he climb directly into the child-headed monster's oral cavity and begin cleaning the severed limbs and broken arms, as well as the broken legs stuck in its teeth. The more he cleaned, the more shocked he became. There was simply too much of this stuff. It was practically a treasure trove. After cleaning, he quickly ran back inside, grabbed a bucket, and nervously began to mix some concoction. The child-headed monster curiously asked what it was. He slowly explained, "This is dark slime mucus, which can produce a lot of foam, sterilize, and provide a fresh feeling. Combined with a cleaning agent, it can make your front teeth white." Hearing this, the child-headed monster became as happy as a child receiving candy, and its favorability soared. Soon, Lin finished preparing the Dark World brand toothpaste. "Now let's start brushing," but Lin wasn't finished. He quickly stood up, retrieved a giant toothbrush from the backyard, and brought the bucket full of bubbling mucus. He decisively jumped into the child-headed monster's oral cavity and began the brushing work. The child-headed monster felt him constantly moving around inside its mouth, continuously scrubbing, which surprisingly gave it an extremely comfortable sensation. The child-headed monster curiously watched Lin's brushing work. It was a bit eager to try it itself. Lin seemed to sense its excitement and asked if it wanted to try. It nodded without hesitation. He wasn't stingy either. He gave it another toothbrush, telling it to hold it steady, and then while working instructed it on how to brush, emphasizing the need to clean the debris stuck between its teeth to prevent infection. A few tentacles trembled slightly, seemingly indicating understanding, and then began to help him. The child-headed monster's favorability also soared. The two persevered in brushing for an hour before Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally finished. He told the child-headed monster to compare it to before to see if its teeth were as white and shiny as new. The child-headed monster obediently bared its teeth, felt around, and its eyes immediately lit up. The system also quickly prompted, "You have completed the quest and gained 50 skull coins and 50 child-headed monster favorability." Lin happily asked if it was satisfied with the service. The child-headed monster nodded without hesitation. It found Lin's service impeccable. After receiving this affirmation, Lin then asked if it wanted to become a lifelong member of his shop, allowing it to come here for free teeth cleaning anytime. The child-headed monster excitedly expressed that it very much wanted to. Lin nodded in satisfaction, ran to get a piece of paper and a pen, and asked for its name for registration purposes. The next time it came, it could collect a special gold membership card and a small gift. The child-headed monster looked at him blankly and asked, "What is a name?" Lin explained that it was how other beings referred to it. It thought for a moment, then shook its head and said it didn't have one. Lin very happily suggested that he give it a name, Tiny, asking if that was all right. The child-headed monster repeated the name Lin and gave it Tiny for a while, finally happily thanking Lin. It loved the name very much and affectionately licked Lin, who somewhat helplessly told it not to be so polite. Immediately after, the system prompted, "You have achieved the Root Namer's achievement." The child-headed monster played with Lin for a while, then ran to the door and left in a very joyful mood. Lin also went out to see it off, welcoming it back next time. Lin stood there, smiling as he watched the child-headed monster's figure disappear. Only after its figure vanished did Lin sprint back into the shop. He picked up a hammer and several nails, and completely nailed the main door shut. After finishing, he leaned against the door, holding his wildly beating heart, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had finally made it through. Fortunately, his psychological resilience was strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to survive tonight at all. That demon hunter must have come for these root-level monsters, but he never appeared in Ghost Alley. This indicated that there were still more dangerous and powerful monsters in the areas surrounding Ghost Alley. At this point, Lin hurriedly opened the system interface to check his current status, level 5 with 8 assignable points. Favorability with root-level monsters was 2, monster favorability reached 10, current skull coins 2051, reputation 34. He pondered, his gaze fixed on the 8 pending points. But then he realized that his current profession was not combat, therefore investing points into stamina and agility would be meaningless. He believed his intelligence might help increase his understanding and cognitive ability regarding items and phenomena, but its effect was not yet very obvious. His stamina was currently between 20 and 28 points. Linen muttered to himself, giving up is an option, but a few more stamina points are always good. Survival is the most important thing. He suddenly remembered that when he had previously named a monster, he had gained a special skill. When he saw the timed curse removal ability, he smiled and said, "That's it, if I can remove the curse from this gun, won't I get a legendary self-healing weapon?" With that, he snatched the gun from the blood infant girl's hand. He picked up the gun and recited the curse removal command. Immediately, the system prompted him that he had completed a timed curse removal. Lin An held the gun and the system again prompted him that he had acquired a curse tag. He was glad it worked, even though it was only for 24 hours. It would certainly play a huge role at a critical moment. He aimed the gun at a water bottle, confidently declaring he would hit it perfectly. But after pulling the trigger, the bullet missed the target, only making the water bottle wobble. Seeing this, Lin An said annoyed, "Did the system give me a fake ability? The curse is lifted, so why is my accuracy still so low?" The system prompted Lin An's firearm mastery level was none. His face immediately flushed red, his eyes wide, and his lips pressed tightly together as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. A clear hint of embarrassment appearing on his face, he then said, "It seems that to really use this gun he would have to go into real combat and practice for a long time." He walked to the shelf, put down the bottle and said, "Indeed, only with profound skill and the effort of grinding an iron rod into a needle can one achieve something." He picked up the gun and said, "A quick draw master isn't trained overnight, but after shooting for half a day I still can't hit anything, completely unable to hit the target." Linen was suddenly startled, realizing something. His body stiffened, and before he could react, a piercing roar filled with anger came from outside, demanding to know which bastard dared to ambush it. The sound echoed in the air like a challenge. Then a notification sounded. Lin An hit the level 75 monster Midnight Scavenger and gained 10 experience points. So Lin An quickly found a nearby wooden board and swiftly plugged the bullet hole in the wall, covering all traces. His cheeks were tense, his hands trembling, but he still tried to complete the task neatly. Then he threw the hammer aside, not daring to think too much, and immediately ran away at top speed. His steps hurried, his body tense, as if fleeing from danger behind him. Outside, the curses still echoed, "Which bastard did it and dares not admit it?" Lin An saw the bed in front of him. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he quickly ran towards it. He quickly burrowed under the covers, the curses outside still echoing. "He really damn well hit me where it hurts." When Lin An woke up, the system prompted, "You have completed the all-nighter quest, gained 500 head coins, leveled up and successfully survived your first night." Lin An woke up with a splitting headache as if his head had been heavily struck. He frowned, rubbing his temples with his hand, trying to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head. The system again prompted, "You have successfully advanced to level 6. You have unlocked the System Shop Daily Department Store Exchange, which refreshes daily. You can use head coins to exchange for corresponding items." Lin An's face scrunched up in annoyance, feeling a wave of irritation at the continuous system prompts. To be disturbed like this so early in the morning. The system again gave a friendly prompt. "After level 10 you can choose a profession. For your first class change, please look forward to it." Lin An, with a splitting headache, angrily pulled out his gun. The system again prompted, "Your firearm mastery has increased by 1 point. The system continued to prompt, "Blood infant evil spirit parasitism failed." Fear of Lin An increased by 20 points. He thought to himself, it really collapsed again. No wonder he felt something enter his body last night, and he actually slept an entire night hugging an octopus. Lin An wondered how much the blood infant evil spirit had grown after a night, and feelings of worry and annoyance surged into his mind again. He opened the system, gazing intently at the prompts, surprised to find that the blood infant evil spirit's fear level had reached 1321, and its taming level had also exceeded 200. A strange feeling surged into his heart as if a huge change was about to occur. He realized he had triggered a special quest, Nurture the Blood Infant's Growth. A new challenge had begun, Lin An thought in surprise. So he can nurture the blood infant evil spirit to make it grow? This feels like a lot of trouble. Can I just let it continue developing like this? Why does it feel like it's getting more troublesome? He thought. It seems before it takes its final form he must rely on fear to suppress the evil spirit's malevolence. This was practically encountering a hidden danger. The more he thought about it, the less simple the situation seemed. The prompt sounded again. The immense malevolence within the evil spirit target will continuously alter its external features. If allowed to develop unchecked, the target will gradually transform into an extremely evil creature and develop great malice towards its host. He was holding the evil spirit's head deep in thought, when a prompt sounded, "Blood infant evil spirit's suspicion of you increased by 1 point." Lin An decided that today he absolutely had to properly discipline this blood infant evil spirit girl. Just then, a prompt sounded. "Blood infant evil spirit's fear of you increased by another 20 points. He felt a noticeable shift in the air. The blood infant evil spirit now seemed more timid, and its reactions to him were stronger. Lin An picked up the tentacles on the blood infant evil spirit girl's head and cursed, "This is too preposterous, growing so many strange tentacles without my permission." Immediately, a prompt sounded. Blood infant evil spirit girl's fear of Lin An continuously increased. The girl's unease became evident. Every movement betrayed her nervousness. Lin stuffed the tentacles into the blood infant evil spirit girl's mouth, saying mercilessly, "Let Uncle Lin give you some plastic surgery." His eyes revealed mockery. A clear sense of threat flashed across the girl's face, making her even more terrified. The blood infant evil spirit gradually transformed. The strange tentacles on her head retracted, replaced by soft long hair, and her face became beautiful and gentle, no longer as grotesque as before. The system prompted, "Lin has completed the blood infant evil spirit's cosmetic surgery, making her very cute now and completely changing her original form." Lin looked at the now cute blood infant evil spirit girl filled with pride. He thought to himself, "Indeed, I'm a genius. I just needed to use the excess parts to mold beast ears." Now the girl looked truly adorable, completely different from before. He smiled, giving himself a little praise. Lin looked at the blood infant evil spirit, reminding her to maintain her current form and not change again, because this was the most perfect form. A prompt sounded. The blood infant evil spirit's initial form has been determined, unlocking preliminary personality adjustment and development directions. Lin felt bewildered upon hearing this. Unsure what changes he would face next, Lin sighed, holding his head, feeling dizzy. He thought, "Can I still adjust personality and development direction?" Seeing no guidance from the prompts, he truly didn't know how to handle this blood infant evil spirit girl. Suddenly, Lin smiled eerily, a hint of ambiguity in his grin. And then he said, "Then let me give her a good training." These words startled the blood infant evil spirit girl. Her eyes widened clearly, afraid of what was about to happen. The blood infant evil spirit's personality was now sweet, docile, lively, and cute, but with a pathological psyche. Mass slaughter, with a development direction towards a sweet and cute lowly, a demon that spreads disaster and slaughters mercilessly. Lin saw the blood infant evil spirit bouncing around and dancing. Feeling a bit bewildered, he asked the system if the latter few keywords could be adjusted further, or if this was the only kind of half-finished product that could be adjusted. A prompt sounded, "Host authority insufficient. Each trait in the first stage can only be adjusted twice." Lin patted the blood infant evil spirit girl's head and said, "I'll remove those 2 negative traits later on. Then she'll be a perfect girl." Lin patted the blood infant evil spirit girl's head, smiling as he said that later on he would remove those negative traits so she could become a perfect girl. He pressed the complete task button, and simultaneously the system prompted that the blood infant evil spirit had grown. A prompt sounded, and Lin saw his rewards. Lin raised his gun, aimed at the target in front of him. His hand was steady, without a trace of hesitation. He pulled the trigger, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot out precisely. Immediately, a system prompt sounded, his firearm proficiency continuously increasing bit by bit. Lin cleaned the house with a broom. System prompts continued to sound, his household chore experience steadily increasing. After checking, Lin muttered to himself that everything was almost ready, but he still couldn't help but be curious about how the System Shop Daily Department Store Exchange would open this morning. He decided not to waste time and immediately searched the system to check if the shop had opened. Lin pondered the items in the system would definitely be very high quality. He couldn't help but be curious what the department store would have. He was really looking forward to the new items that would appear there. When he saw that the department store interface had opened, Lin couldn't help but be greatly surprised. The items in the shop left him speechless. They truly made him unsure what to say, completely exceeding his expectations. Among those strange items, one particular product caught Lin's attention. A peculiar Maneki Neko beckoning cat. To his surprise, the product description said it would bring bad luck. This was completely contrary to what people usually knew about Maneki Neko statues. He couldn't help but wonder, what was the use of this item? Why would it bring bad luck instead of the usual good fortune? Lin stared at the strange Maneki Neko, thinking, "Am I so lucky that I need to buy this back to tempt fate?" Lin rested his chin in his hand, his gaze fixed on the screen, his mind contemplating the strange item, wondering if it truly brought bad luck as advertised, or if it was just a useless trinket. Lin looked at the screen, thought for a moment, and then decided to buy the Maneki Neko, treating it as a gift he could give to someone. Immediately, the cat leaped out from the screen. Lin saw the item baby dumbbell, and immediately paused, feeling a bit curious. Lin's gaze shifted to the blood infant evil spirit, thinking she might be able to use this item. After all, he needed to be prepared and leave nothing lacking. Lin patted the blood infant evil spirit girl's head, thought for a moment, and then decided to buy this item. It was a way of preparing for the future anyway. The next item that caught Lin's attention was flesh regeneration potion recipe. He looked at it, then asked himself if he should buy it to experiment with. It would definitely be very useful in critical situations. He smiled contentedly, thinking he had finally found something good, and decided to carefully consider before purchasing the flesh regeneration potion recipe. He felt this might be a useful item in the future. Lin looked at the screen, a flash of surprise and interest suddenly in his eyes, thinking to himself, "Blood demon flesh is actually being sold? I'll buy it all." This item was indeed worth trying, especially when he needed something for experiments. Lin thought for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind, the flesh regeneration potion recipe, plus the burst potion crafting method rewarded by the system last night. Now, as long as he had enough materials, he could concoct 2 types of potions. This was truly an opportunity not to be missed. He smiled inwardly, his heart filled with anticipation. Lin En thought for a while, then left the table and went outside to look for something. Coincidentally, today was the day merchants supplied goods, so a lot of raw materials would be transported in. Yesterday he also got quite a few things from Little Mouth's mouth which he could use for exchange. He felt today would be a good opportunity to earn more materials for his plans. Lin En opened the door and walked out. Before him was an old witch holding a mask that looked quite strange and ancient. She observed Lin En for a moment, then asked, "Do you have anything you don't need? Even junk would be fine for me." Immediately, a prompt sounded. Quest useless junk triggered. Quest rewards include 50 head coins, 100 base experience, scavenger favorability increased by 50, plus a special reward. Lin En agreed. The old witch looked at him for a while, her gaze not leaving the items, then asked again, "Are there really this many things to clear out this time?" Lin En replied, "Yes, do you need help loading them onto the cart?" The old witch nodded and said, "You're really going to a lot of trouble, young man." System prompted, "Congratulations on completing the quest. You gained 50 head coins, 100 base experience, and scavenger favorability increased by 50. The old witch looked at Lin En suspiciously and asked, "Is this the aura of a primeval level being?" Immediately, a system prompt, "Scavenger's suspicion of you increased by 1 point. Lin En scratched his head and quietly said that he had performed dental work for a client yesterday, and these items were all cleaned out from its mouth. The old witch was bewildered, her eyes full of doubt as she asked, "You performed dental work for a primeval level monster? Weren't you afraid it would eat you?" She thought to herself. She had previously thought this boy was an ordinary person, but she never expected him to dare do such a crazy thing. Lin En chuckled, confidently saying, "What's there to be afraid of, because serving clients is always the motto of my blood-dwelling pharmacy. No matter who comes, I treat them equally." The old witch looked at Lin En in bewilderment and asked again. Surprise clearly appeared on her face. She said, Well, you really are bold. Last night, 3 primeval-level abyssal headhunters came to our area. The one you helped was probably just the smallest of the 3. The old woman advised him not to interact with them. As soon as she finished speaking, her admiration for Lin En immediately increased. The old witch continued, "Last night, Ghost Street and Bewitchment Alley, next to Butcher Lane, were completely devoured by those 3 monsters. They destroyed everything, leaving nothing behind. It's truly unbelievable." The old witch continued narrating, 15 high-level demon hunters and half of the demon spirits were killed. The demon hunter you met last night might have originally intended to come to our Wandering Soul Alley to feed, but it seems because of you our Wandering Soul Alley escaped a disaster. Lin En fell silent in surprise after hearing her words, not expecting the matter to be so greatly connected to him. Lin En listened to the old witch finish, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. He thought the guest from last night was quite cute. Could it really be that malicious and cruel? The old witch was surprised to hear Lin En praise the guest from last night as cute. She couldn't understand why he would view such a creature in that way. Lin En scratched his head. His eyes gleaming with sincerity, he said, "Indeed, that guest was quite cute." His words left the old witch dumbfounded, unable to help but be surprised by his perspective. A system prompt sounded. Lin En has left an indelible impression in the scavenger's mind. The old witch said, "Indeed, in this dark world there are no ordinary existences, especially those that appear ordinary." Her tone carried a hint of profound meaning, as if she had witnessed too many inexplicable things in this dangerous world. The old witch looked at the pile of precious items Lin En had brought, then asked him, "You've given me too many precious things this time. I can't process them all at once." Her eyes couldn't hide her embarrassment. The items Lin En brought were all rare things, but for her at this moment it was a burden. She hadn't expected him to bring so many things. The old witch pondered for a moment and pulled out a bright red item. She handed it to Lin En, telling him to take it, explaining that it was something she had just picked up. Although she wasn't sure of its exact use, it might be useful to him. Lin En saw the vivid red item before him, his eyes revealing surprise and curiosity. He hadn't expected the old witch to have such a strange item. Lin En suddenly understood that the deep red item before him was a cursed artifact, an item full of dark power that could directly connect to the heart of a designated target. The old witch slowly raised the dark red heart in her hand, her eyes flickering with darkness and mystery, then said to Lin En, "If you truly want someone to die, you only need to concentrate your thoughts on that person, then torture this heart in the most cruel way you can imagine, and the result will bring you countless pleasures derived from their suffering." Lin En held the dark red heart in his hand, feeling the cold, eerie aura it emitted, thinking to himself, as expected, this old woman never brings anything ordinary. Just one look and I know this heart is a killing machine carrying a destructive curse. After bidding Lin En farewell, the old witch suddenly vanished. In just a blink of an eye she was no longer there. Lin En turned to look at the small shop, thinking that this old woman passed by here every morning, so this place could serve as a trading post for various items in the future. Just then he saw the suppliers arrive. Lin En unhesitatingly gestured for them to approach. A hand reached out and handed Lin En an item. He unhesitatingly, as usual, requested to fill the warehouse. Lin En carried the bag and quickly walked into the room. He was still thinking about his conversation with the old witch just now. Lin En placed the bag on the ground, then turned to someone and said, "Come here." His voice was calm but carried a hint of seriousness, as if something important was about to happen. Lin En flashed a bright smile and said, "Welcome." His eyes lit up as if greeting a special arrival. Lin En frowned when he saw something, his expression becoming serious with a hint of displeasure, as if that thing was not what he had expected. A girl in a seductive red dress walked into Lin En's house, her long black hair flowing down, her eyes sharp and full of intimidation. This was the blood-clad evil spirit, the Blood Infant's mother. As soon as she stepped in, she spoke, her voice sweet yet with a hint of coldness. "Business is booming, boss." Lin En looked at the girl with a scrutinizing gaze, then asked, "Is something bothering the customer?" "Do you need treatment?" She replied, "Nothing is bothering me. I just moved to this street this morning and thought I'd come over to say hello." She licked her lips, then looked at Lin En and softly said, "You surely won't welcome me here, will you?" Lin En trembled as he pulled out his gun, looking at her with a firm gaze, then said reluctantly, "Welcome." She followed Lin En, he thought to himself. For a monster whose level was completely undetectable, the soul lamp would be useless against her. Walking to the table, Lin En coldly gestured for her to sit down, his eyes sharp as if wary of every move of the person before him. The girl in the seductive red dress sat down gently, her deep and suggestive gaze still fixed on him. Her lips curved slightly, and she softly uttered, "Thank you." Her voice was gentle but carried an indescribable chill. Lin En thought to himself, if she truly harbored ill intent, then no matter how he tried to stop her, he wouldn't be able to. So he decided not to show excessive caution, but instead friendly invited her into the house, because if it couldn't be stopped, it was better to let nature take its course. At least it wouldn't create unnecessary confrontation. When the prompt sounded, Lin En suddenly realized he had triggered a survival quest. Upon hearing this, he felt bewildered, as this quest was practically identical to last night's. The similarities in detail were unbelievable. He wondered, was this woman in front of him really as dangerous as a primeval-level monster? Or was this just another challenge he had to face? A feeling of unease welled up in Lin En's heart. The female ghost slowly extended a finger, her eyes full of trickery. Her gaze never leaving Lin En, she looked at him with a deep, scrutinizing gaze, suspecting he was not a local, making the air in the room seem to freeze. Lin En felt every gaze as if it wanted to penetrate his skin. This feeling made him unable to relax his guard for even a second. He constantly remained vigilant, not letting any threat slip away. She coldly asked Lin En wasn't he afraid of being eaten by some less friendly clients. Her voice was as sharp as a blade. Every word seemed to come from the mouth of a monster lurking in the dark. Her eyes were full of cunning and calculation. Lin En sat opposite the blood-clad evil spirit, narrowing his eyes as he looked at her. After a while, he calmly said, "Afraid? Well, a little bit, but as a doctor, healing and saving lives is my duty. As long as they're my clients, I'll treat them with sincerity. That's a principle." The alluring woman in front of him gently blinked an eye. She then stood up, walked over to Lin En, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Very interesting. What if I'm not a client?" He frowned at her, somewhat confused. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "What if I came to eat you?" Immediately, the danger level reached 61%. Lin En was a little flustered but still maintained a calm expression and said, "Impossible. Sister is so beautiful, her heart must be as beautiful as her appearance. Even when dining, she would surely be like a beautiful and elegant noble." At these words, the blood-clad evil spirit immediately smiled brightly and said seductively, "You certainly know how to talk." The danger level also dropped to 56%. She gently moved a finger to her lips, then asked, "Do you really think I'm beautiful?" Lin En nodded without hesitation. However, just then, the beautiful woman's mouth suddenly split open to her ears, revealing sharp teeth. She then asked with a malicious laugh, "How about this?" As soon as she finished speaking, slimy tentacles extended from her mouth, slippery and foul-smelling, scrambling out from within. Lin En's mental points immediately dropped. A strong mixture of foul odor and blood scent emanated from the woman. She let out hoarse laughs, asking him if she was still beautiful now. In just an instant, the danger level continuously soared, stopping only at 99%. She still repeated the old question, "Do you still think I'm beautiful?" That terrifying face was almost pressed against Lin En's. He rolled his eyes, thinking of a countermeasure. And then he thought of a method: just kiss her. Silence fell all around. The female ghost stood stiffly in place. The ghost asked him blankly, "What are you doing?" Lin En awkwardly coughed twice, then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you suddenly came so close I couldn't help but kiss you." He begged her to forgive his rashness because she was truly too much to his taste. Hearing this, the female ghost stammered, repeating Lin En's last sentence. He reached out and covered his chest, admitting with a flushed face. He explained that since childhood he had greatly admired girls with beautiful teeth and tentacles, especially the slimy, squishy type like her. They were practically his white moonlight, an unattainable idealized presence, an incomparable existence in his eyes. The more the female ghost listened, the more bewildered she became, her mind constantly churning. When she showed her perfect face, he was calm, but when her terrifying face appeared, he was unusually excited. Lin En still stood beside her, stroking the slimy tentacles. Time seemed to stand still, but now his movements stopped. He raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating confusion. The female ghost reacted quickly, narrowing her eyes and sneering. "Didn't you say you liked girls with beautiful teeth and who were slimy? The fact that you're still afraid now means you were faking it just now." The female ghost muttered to herself, and the danger level rose again to 70%. However, Lin En seriously said, "How can such a beautiful girl have any flaws in her oral cavity?" He offered to give her oral hygiene a treatment. The female ghost heard this and was dumbfounded, speechless. A few minutes later, Lin En looked with satisfaction at the female ghost with sparkling white teeth in front of him, then happily asked, "Does your breath feel much fresher now?" As he spoke, Lin En took out a mirror and placed it in front of the female ghost. She happily looked at herself, but just then he suddenly patted the female ghost's shoulder, startling her. She tilted her head and asked him what was wrong. He calmly said, "How do you feel? Are you satisfied with the service I provided?" The female ghost nodded gently and said, "It's all right." In fact, during those few short minutes her mind was almost in a state of bewilderment, because such a thing was too hard to comprehend. This development was different from what she expected. How could this be a normal person's reaction? Shouldn't Lennon usually scream, then be scared out of his wits and run away? Instead, not only was he not afraid, he even enthusiastically gave her oral care. Thinking of this, the female ghost forced herself to calm down. Then she smiled again, restoring her previous alluring human, older sister image. She looked Lennon directly in the eyes and said coldly, "Don't give me those sweet words. I'm here for something important this time. Did you perform surgery on a pig-headed demon yesterday?" At this moment, the danger level soared again to 71%. Lennon hesitated before admitting it, then asked, "What's wrong?" He inwardly groaned. Could she be the pig-headed demon's revenge? The female ghost narrowed her eyes at him, then asked with a cold laugh, "You performed surgery on him and extracted a child from his belly, right?" Immediately the image of the blood infant appeared in Lennon's mind. He hesitantly asked her who she was. The female ghost laughed twice, saying with murderous intent in her voice, "I am that child's mother." Lennon was stunned after hearing this. This was something he absolutely had not expected. He quickly tried to appease the female ghost. "Calm down. How could such a beautiful noblewoman like you take a liking to that pig-headed demon? Also, shouldn't she have given birth to it?" Hearing this, the female ghost snorted coldly, telling him not to play dumb with her. That pig-headed demon must have mentioned that a month ago. He ate a little imp, and that imp was a part that fell off her. And now it has already taken shape. Lennon frowned, looking at the female ghost, and asked doubtfully, "Then why is she here?" The female ghost said without hesitation, "I want to take the child away." She then licked her bright red lips again, laughing maliciously as she said, "By now it should have turned into a monster that brings disaster." She greatly anticipated all of it: slaughter, malice, resentment, and evil. This was what she had envisioned for her child. It would possess all the comfortable qualities she had, and would surely become a qualified hunter. Lennon hesitated upon hearing this. He didn't know how to tell her, and at this moment the danger level had continuously soared to 91%. Lennon couldn't help but tremble and retreat backwards. He felt he was done for. If she saw the blood infant's current appearance, he would definitely be dead. Lennon kept retreating until his back hit the medicine cabinet behind him. There was no way back. He couldn't retreat any further. He hastily spoke, wanting to buy time. He asked her, "Why are you so sure that child is yours? If you want to take it, I think we need to have that pig-headed demon come here for a confrontation." The female ghost snorted coldly, looking at him. "Want a confrontation? Fine, I'll let you confront that pig-headed demon." As soon as she finished speaking, the female ghost opened her gaping maw again, accompanied by sounds of retching. Soon a pig's head covered in slime crawled directly out of her mouth and dropped onto the counter. Lennon stared in disbelief at this scene. That pig-headed demon had actually been eaten by this female ghost, and his mental points dropped accordingly. The female ghost sneered as she approached step by step, countless tentacles rapidly coiling around Lennon's body. She coldly said to him, "Can you hand over the child to me now? Perhaps I might even consider sparing your life." Lennon seriously said, "Of course I'll hand her over, but you have to let me explain. Your child might be a little different from what you imagine." However, just then, from behind the curtain obscuring the passage to the backyard, a series of tiny footsteps suddenly came. Lennon trembled slightly. The female ghost immediately looked up, sensing the aura, and a cold sneer appeared on her face as she said, "It's my child. Let me see what it looks like now." Lennon hastily advised her not to look yet, but the female ghost stubbornly ran over, wanting to see how indescribably twisted it would become, or how it had been tormented by evil taboos. At that very moment, the curtain to the backyard was slowly pulled open by the female ghost, revealing the little girl groggily walking out from the backyard. She had a pair of fluffy ears hanging down on her head, appearing faintly. Her face was tender, but the fluffy ears looked especially cute. In just an instant, the female ghost's expression became rigid. Her whole body froze in place like a statue, completely motionless. An eerie silence immediately spread without restraint. The female ghost mechanically asked, "Who is that child?" Lennon coughed twice, then seriously said, "That's the child you said that pig-headed demon gave birth to yesterday. Isn't she adorable?" As soon as he said this, the female ghost's eyes became vacant. She couldn't believe it. This absolutely couldn't be her daughter. Subconsciously, she extended a long tentacle from her body and then severed it. The blood baby stared blankly at the tentacle lying on the ground. The tentacle fell directly to the ground and then quickly writhed, coiling around the little girl's ankle like a small snake, encountering almost no resistance. It had permeated the young body. A perfect fusion with no signs of rejection. The female ghost trembled slightly, her eyes gradually becoming dull, and she shrieked in disbelief, "Is this really my daughter? How could she become like this?" Lennon looked at the female ghost's vacant expression, realizing the situation had changed, and immediately seized the opportunity to secretly ask the system what had happened. The system quickly explained that the blood baby evil spirit had completed its initial transformation in accordance with his previous settings. After adjusting its correct outlook on life and values, Lennon soon saw the blood baby evil spirit's introduction interface. Lennon smiled triumphantly as he saw the words displayed by the system. It was indeed different from before. Lennon suddenly gave an order, and the little girl, who had been dazed and wandering, immediately stood ramrod straight. As if by reflex, Lennon was pleased to see this scene and then tried to issue another command. Sure enough, the blood baby still obeyed obediently. Linen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with immense satisfaction. It seemed this was the highest level of domestication. While a sense of accomplishment and pride welled up, it didn't seem ideal for the customer. He should still try his best to satisfy her. With that thought, he turned to look at the female ghost standing numbly aside. He took the little girl's hand, brought her before the female ghost, and said seriously, "This is indeed a very healthy daughter. If you're sure this is your child, you can adopt her and take her away anytime." Then he pinched the blood baby's cheek, telling her to call out Mama. The little girl obediently called out, but the female ghost still stared at her blankly. Linen stood there waiting, the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Just then, the blood baby suddenly pouted her lips and kissed the female ghost's cheek. This action directly caused the female ghost's sanity points to plummet. She shrieked furiously, "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be my daughter." She was a fusion of evil spirits, an aberrant fiend born from countless twisted malice and hatred. Her daughter would only be more twisted and hideous than her. But look, the blood baby's face was incomparably pure. What flowed from her eyes was that terrifying innocence. This was something she couldn't accept. She roared ferociously, scaring the blood baby into recoiling. Just then, however, she suddenly remembered that evil spirits could disguise themselves. The female ghost muttered to herself, comforting herself that this must be a disguise, just as she had transformed into an extremely beautiful woman capable of enchanting prey. Beneath this pure exterior, there must be a hidden evil and twisted soul. As she spoke, she immediately embraced the blood baby tightly. However, the little girl affectionately rubbed her face against the female ghost's, her eyes filled with sweetness. The old female ghost's eyes became vacant once more. The sliver of understanding she had just painstakingly built up collapsed instantly, her sanity points continuously dropping. She shrieked in disbelief, throwing the blood baby aside. Linen rushed over to catch the little girl, holding her in his arms before looking up at the female ghost with hesitation. The female ghost shook her head in despair. Usually, the evil spirit fragments that fell from her would transform into twisted beings. Why was it different this time? She glared fiercely at Linen, hatred filling her body. "It's all you, it must be." She moved to attack Linen again, her danger level directly rising to 91%. With a shriek, the female ghost charged towards Linen. However, at this critical moment, Linen decisively raised the adorable blood baby in his hand, holding her in front of him as a shield. In an instant, the female ghost's view was once again filled with the blood baby's adorable face. She stopped her movements, and then the blood baby extended her tongue and licked the tip of the tentacle in front of her. This action startled the female ghost, and she immediately retreated. She looked at the blood baby in horror, unwilling for the two to come closer, and the crisis level also dropped to 51%. The female ghost shrieked, clutching her head tightly with both hands, looking as if she were about to collapse. "She can't be my daughter, absolutely not." Just then, the system popped up again. Assigning Linen a task, he clicked his tongue, lamenting how omnipresent the system was, but to eliminate the evil spirit's malice towards him, he indeed had no choice but to use this child. Thinking this, he immediately cleared his throat twice, then pinched the blood baby's cheek and said with a smile, "Shouldn't she be happy that her own daughter is so cute and healthy?" Hearing this, the female ghost burst into laughter and retorted, "Would Linen be happy if he saw his own child turn into a devil?" Linen nodded without hesitation. "Why shouldn't I be?" At these words, the female ghost froze in astonishment, but quickly remembered. She had almost forgotten that he could even be perversely interested in a terrifying evil spirit like her, so of course he would be happy if his child looked like a devil. She pondered for a moment, then continued to ask, "If you're happy she looks like a ghost, and if she also becomes like this, would you still be happy?" Linen suddenly froze, turning to look at the blood baby. "Your daughter is like this." He rushed over and embraced the blood baby, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Of course I'd want her even more if she's this adorable." The female ghost was truly speechless. This perverted devil wanted both adorable and demonic. She snorted angrily, telling him to stop talking nonsense. "She became like this because you tampered with her. I won't let you off." She then tried to ask him another question, but Linen interrupted her before she could finish. He asked, "Do you really like your child to become a decaying evil spirit, a distorted, deformed monster with tentacles growing wildly? Do you think you'd prefer an evil being that makes you want to attack on sight, or an adorable child who sweetly calls Mama the moment she sees you?" The female ghost froze at these words, her expression changing more and more. Linen gave the female ghost no chance to react and continued, "In reality, the female ghost deeply yearns for a child with a pure appearance, but she's an evil spirit bound by traditional racial thinking, which is why she dares not admit it." At these words, the female ghost immediately shrieked in anger. "Stop talking nonsense." She attacked again, making Linen retreat in fright. He immediately pulled the blood baby in front of him as a shield. The little girl looked sweetly at the female ghost and stopped her with her tender voice. The female ghost trembled. The killing intent that had just risen was immediately suppressed by the sound. Linen smiled with satisfaction. He knows how to deal with her now. Linen looked at her earnestly and continued, "Actually, what I'm saying, the female ghost agrees with too, right?" However, the female ghost's tentacles immediately began to flail wildly. She looked at him furiously, cursing him for talking nonsense. "I don't have such pure desires." Linen chuckled, his eyes sharp with wit, and said loudly, "She can't hide it from me. Hasn't she realized it? Every move of her human form exudes immense confidence, especially her gaze, which is full of mature feminine charm. This feeling reveals that deep down she also desires a perfect physique and appearance." The female ghost subconsciously trembled, as if Linen had hit upon a secret she had long hidden in her heart, too ashamed to speak. but in a mere instant. Her face already showed an expression of flustered indignation. Lin En extended a hand to stop her. "Don't rush, let me finish speaking." Lin En adopted a serious demeanor as he explained. Previously, the female ghost said she used her beautiful appearance to lure prey, but in this dark world humans are becoming increasingly rare. Yet she gradually transformed into a glamorous form which had no practical use other than seducing me. Of course, both of her facades could entice me, but let's put that aside for now. Lin En then raised an eyebrow, looking at the female ghost, and continued. She transformed into a beauty not to lure and kill prey, but from a heartfelt pursuit of beauty. Upon hearing these words, the female ghost stood dumbfounded. Her tentacles quickly returned to their normal form, and her danger level gradually decreased. Seeing this reaction, Lin En was very satisfied, giving her no chance to react. Although she is indeed an evil spirit, I believe that an evil spirit who knows how to pursue beauty indicates that she isn't truly evil, nor is she as she claimed to be. Lin En patted her head and continued sincerely. For example, in my eyes she is very beautiful, not just outwardly, but also because of the light of maternal instinct emanating from deep within her. And human-like charm. Lin En then gestured for her to look at the blood baby. The evil spirit fragment you dropped unexpectedly turned into such a beautiful and adorable baby. Doesn't this prove the true goodness and beauty deep within her heart? The panic level dropped little by little with Lin En's words, until her favorability increased. Lin En was very satisfied. However, he didn't stop, continuing to press his attack, saying earnestly, just like her child, why do all other evil spirits give birth to twisted children, yet she alone didn't? Do you think a mere mortal like me could possibly achieve this? Lin En waved his hand and shouted loudly. Even I myself don't believe it. His words were overly eloquent, his rhetorical skill continuously earning him points. The female ghost stood blankly aside, her lips moving, unable to interject a single word because his arguments were all perfectly sound. At this moment, Lin En suddenly turned, and in a deep male voice said, "So cherish her, beautiful lady. This child is the most precious gift to you, an adorable baby, who wouldn't love one?" Saying this, he held up the sweet blood baby in front of the female ghost, and the surroundings fell into complete silence. The female ghost still stood there blankly, unresponsive for a long time. Lin En cleared his throat and sincerely asked her how she felt. The female ghost trembled all over, her eyes somewhat flustered, wanting to avoid his gaze, and stammered, "It makes some sense." As soon as she said this, the system notified him that the task was completed, and the rewards were very generous. Upon hearing this, Lin En secretly sighed in relief, his lips trembling slightly. It was finally done. But this was no time for celebration. Lin En stood there earnestly, advising the female ghost to cast aside her obsession and embrace her child. A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on the female ghost's face. She turned her head away, not daring to look at the adorable child before her. Seeing this, Lin En urged her, "Don't dally, quickly embrace her." With that, he directly tossed the blood baby towards the female ghost. She was slightly startled, but ultimately opened her arms forward and tightly embraced the blood baby. This was a feeling she had never experienced. Was this what it felt like to be a mother? The blood baby even sweetly kissed her cheek, filling her heart with warmth and joy, but also making her feel a little flustered. She should have been debating the issue, but instead she was now enjoying the sensation. Lin En watched the two silently for a long time before earnestly asking her how she felt. The female ghost hesitantly shook her head, shyly saying she wasn't quite used to it. Lin En understood this clearly. It was quite normal. The first time being a mother, one is bound to be flustered, just as one is at a loss during their first romance. Hearing this, the female ghost froze instantly, but quickly reacted. Her face had reverted to its cold expression, and holding the blood baby, she angrily scolded him for talking nonsense. "Don't think a few random words can change me. I live next door to you now. One day when I get interested in you, I'll come in at night and eat you." As soon as she said this, the blood baby in her arms suddenly sprang up and licked her face. This action softened her heart, and her cheeks flushed. The female ghost immediately took the blood baby and went home. Lin En still maintained his smile as he saw them off. He didn't forget to say they were welcome to come again. Only after the two had left the shop did Lin En let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into a chair. He was finally safe. Lin En recalled the female ghost's words, falling into contemplation, then muttered to himself, "I must quickly improve my combat abilities, otherwise I won't be so lucky if I encounter this situation again in the future." Moreover, that female ghost said she'd come back for me. I don't know when she might suddenly decide to actually come and dispose of me on the spot. However, at this moment I felt a bit more at ease because Shui Ju will return tonight, and then I'll be safe. Lin En composed himself and then opened the system space to check. Before, it had given him a special reward, a new skill called Charismatic Influence. When performing persuasion activities, it can increase the target's persuadability while also reducing their malice towards the user. Lin En unhesitatingly began to learn this skill. Immediately, the skill transformed into a long current and entered his body. Time slowly passed, and Lin En then boredly worked on schedule. Just then a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Lin En quickly walked over to open the door and check, but as soon as the door opened, a chilling aura swept in from outside, making him involuntarily shiver all over. He wore black armor with a mass of white hair casually cascading down his back, and his eyes shimmered with light. He was a black knight, and at this moment the light from the door couldn't illuminate Lin En's heart. At this moment he was utterly shocked. Clearly another fierce individual had arrived, and judging by his attire and description, he definitely belonged to a boss level. At this point the Black Knight uttered a hoarse voice, stating he needed a sufficiently powerful combat assistance potion. Saying this, he took out a large bag from his person, indicating that Lin Nen would be well compensated. Immediately, a task was issued to Lin Nen. This time he only needed to prepare the combat potion the Black Knight wanted. But would it be that easy? Lin Nen cautiously invited him in, displaying a professional smile and saying, "You've come to the right place. In this entire Spectre tunnel, only Shui Ju's pharmacy offers the highest grade potions." Hearing this, the Black Knight frowned, asking suspiciously, "Isn't this the only pharmacy within several hundred miles?" Lin Nen nodded without hesitation, stating proudly, "Because the potions I make are the best, those other shops had no choice but to close down." Lin Nen placed many potions on the table and pushed them towards the Black Knight, asking which kind he needed. "My shop has all kinds of potions guaranteed to satisfy you." As he spoke, he took out a blue bottle. "For example, this one is a bestseller. It can significantly boost attack power." The Black Knight glanced at the potion bottle in his hand, picked it up, sniffed it, then unhesitatingly drank it all in one gulp. However, nothing happened. The Black Knight roared in anger. "This potion had no effect on my combat ability." Lin Nen's panic level instantly increased by 10%. Lin Nen realized that this task carried inherent danger. If he couldn't produce a potion that satisfied him, the Black Knight would likely resort to force. He hurriedly said, "I have many more potions in my shop." A moment later, he took out a purple potion, handing it to the Black Knight to try again. "This potion is a Berserker potion, which can comprehensively enhance combat abilities while also putting the target into a berserk state." The Black Knight took the potion bottle and again drank it all in one gulp. His body immediately glowed red and faint blood-red threads appeared in his eyes. Lin Nen nodded in satisfaction. "It's effective, he'll definitely be pleased." But he celebrated too soon. The Black Knight casually threw away the potion bottle and said in a deep voice, "The effect is too weak. This potion is only useful for weak creatures. It has virtually no effect on me." His panic level rose again. Lin Nen quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment, let me look more carefully." He took out another potion, but the Black Knight still called it trash. Lin Nen continued searching, but every bottle he offered the Black Knight would disdain. His panic level instantly rose to 40%. Lin Nen frantically handed him a bottle, but it was expired. A few minutes later, Lin Nen grimly looked at the counter filled with empty bottles, then turned to the impatient Black Knight. "It seems your shop doesn't have the best potions. I don't want to waste any more time here." Lin Nen's heart immediately panicked. "It's over, he's going to make a move." The Black Knight's patience had reached its peak. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Nen hurriedly spoke to stop him. "I have one more potion in my shop which will absolutely meet your requirements, but I need a little time. The potion must be brewed on site." The Black Knight narrowed his eyes, looking at him, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Nen calmly said, "If you're still not satisfied, you can kill me on the spot." Hearing this, the Black Knight's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a long time without speaking, but the panic level decreased by 5%. Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, he gave Lin Nen half an hour to prepare it, stating that if he couldn't satisfy him, he gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Nen and said faintly, "If you fail, I will kill you immediately." Lin Nen nodded sincerely. He hurriedly opened the system to check. He had a critical hit potion that could significantly increase critical hit rate. Lin Nen rushed to the backyard, beginning to fumble for potion ingredients. Now it was a matter of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. He could only hope the system-rewarded recipe would satisfy him. Lin Nen then rushed into the warehouse to search for medicinal ingredients. Fortunately, he had acquired all the ingredients today. The most difficult to craft, the initial-grade biological tissue, had also been made last night for that headhunter. Although his potion-making level wasn't high, having learned by observation from Shui Ju over the years, his skills had improved a lot. With the materials prepared, Lin Nen went to the alchemy room. First, he ground the herbs into powder. Then he refined explosive fruit pulp and extracted mucus. Once done, he threw them into a large cauldron, vigorously stirring with a wooden stick. Thick, eerie, viscous bubbles quickly rose before him. Next was the addition of black falling wings and human-faced wolf spider fangs. The large cauldron of potion immediately turned purple again, bubbling and boiling, emitting terrifying skull shapes. Lin Nen stood impassively before the large cauldron, continuously stirring. The potion inside changed colors, constantly transforming. Time flew by, and he had successfully refined the critical hit potion. Along with the system prompt, his experience also increased. Lin Nen very quickly poured the potion into bottles, about 10 bottles. He brought them to the Black Knight, apologetically saying he had kept you waiting, and didn't forget to introduce it as his special critical hit potion. The Black Knight glanced at the simple potion bottles, then took them into his hands, toying with them. He asked faintly, "Are you sure these are the best potions this shop has?" He warned him. "You should think carefully, or I will deal with you." Lin Nen nodded earnestly. "You will be satisfied." Although he said so, he was extremely worried in his heart. Whether he could pass this trial depended on the potion's effect. The Black Knight stared intently at Lin Nen for a moment, then opened the wooden stopper on a potion bottle to inspect it. Immediately, a pungent odor wafted out from the potion bottle. The Black Knight couldn't help but be startled. This smell is too foul. But to his surprise, just by smelling this aura, he felt power continuously boiling within him. He quickly picked up the potion bottle, opened his mouth and drank the entire bottle in one gulp. Linen secretly waited for his body's reaction, his heart filled with anxiety. Almost instantly, the Black Knight immediately felt a surge of scorching energy violently rush into his body. He trembled as he looked at his hands, unable to resist standing up. He could clearly feel the power throughout his body roaring. It was like a wild, frenzied woman dancing before his body, making every cell in his body begin to vibrate. Seeing this scene, Linen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help but smile. It seemed the potion's effect was good. Just then the Black Knight's armor suddenly burst apart. He roared, then threw a series of punches into the air, causing the air to crackle. Astonished by his own strength, he gasped, then laughed triumphantly. "This potion is too strong. I've walked the hells for years and never encountered a potion that could boost combat power so drastically." He turned to look at Linen, his eyes gleaming, asking, "What kind of potion is this? I never imagined its effect would be so explosive." At this point, the panic level had also dropped by half. Linen cleared his throat, then displayed his professional smile. He gave a thumbs up and said, "This is my shop specialty, the critical hit potion. You deserve it." The Black Knight muttered the potion's name again, his gaze gradually becoming frenzied. "To think such a high-intensity potion exists in this godforsaken place. With the aid of this potion I will crush that demon hunter." Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew, making the Black Knight's white hair flutter, stopping only a moment later. But the sight before him made Linen freeze slightly. Because just a gust of wind had rendered him bald, Linen watched him intently. He didn't seem to notice, still marveling at his perfect muscles. At this moment Linan's eyes instantly became vacant, his finger trembling as he pointed at the Black Knight's head, stammering for a long time, unable to speak. Linen looked at the bald head before him, and a strange feeling arose within him. He realized the item's side effects had begun to manifest and blurted out, "It seems there are side effects." The bald man asked in surprise and confusion, "How can they appear when I don't feel anything?" His eyes were full of doubt. Linen looked at the bald man before him, his gaze not wavering, and then said, "You should touch your head." The bald man was very confused but still reached up to touch his head, a clear look of bewilderment on his face. When he didn't feel any abnormality, his hand trembled slightly. When he suddenly realized, his eyes widened and clear panic appeared on his face. His hand remained on his head, the empty sensation making his heart sink further. Stunned, he realized this change and turned to look at Linen in horror. Linen also trembled, not knowing what to say, able only to stand still, a clear look of confusion on his face, his eyes fixed on the bald man, seemingly trying to comprehend everything. The two stood silently, neither speaking. The air grew heavy and fraught with tension. The bald man rushed over, his hand tightly clutching Linan's neck, his face filled with anger and confusion. He stammered, threatening to kill Linen, but Linen just looked at him calmly and said, "Didn't you say you're not afraid of death? Why fear such a small side effect?" His cold voice made the bald man hesitate. He frantically yelled, his hand still tightly clutching Linan's neck, shouting, "What did you do to me? Why am I bald?" Linen merely shrugged lightly, replying, "While you are indeed bald, you've also become more powerful." There was no trace of fear in his eyes. The bald man thought to himself that this was merely a small price for new power, but the feelings of anger and confusion still couldn't be dispelled. He began to feel the changes in his body. He said angrily that he had always been a warrior who pursued power and didn't mind paying any price, but long flowing hair was an indispensable part of a Black Knight's aura. He asked, "Is this price worth it? Am I to sacrifice my image?" Regardless, this potion's effect was astonishing. It would double his strength after drinking it, making it absolutely top grade. But the feeling of losing his hair shocked him. The price paid was indeed too great. He still held Linan's collar tightly, his face furious, his eyes wide as if wanting to crush him. The bald man looked into a small mirror, staring at his reflection, and scoffed, "So what if I'm bald? Compared to power, that's nothing to mention." He could even see himself becoming more powerful. All he needed was power. These superficial things like appearance were mere vanity. The bald man looked at the mirror, pointing at his bald head, his tone filled with confusion and discomfort. He said he could tolerate being bald, but why did it violently shake and glow? He then asked Linen if he had ever seen anyone whose head constantly glowed and made a ding-ding-dong sound. Was this a side effect he wasn't aware of? Linen chuckled awkwardly, trying to remain calm, and said, "Please calm down first. Perhaps this is just one of the side effects I didn't anticipate. And isn't it shaking? Wouldn't adding some special effects highlight your uniqueness even more? This could make you even more special, couldn't it?" He frowned and sighed as if unsure how to handle the situation. Worry and confusion intertwined. He clutched his face, appearing helpless, his eyes filled with despair, then asked Linen, unable to maintain patience. He asked how much this potion cost, feeling as he asked that he was already deeply entrenched in an unsalvageable situation. Linen calmly replied, 1,000 skull coins, absolutely worth the price. The bald man frowned upon hearing this, and asked again about the quantity of potions. Linen unhesitatingly replied, "Including the bottle you already drank, there are a total of 10 bottles. He slammed his hand on the table and said in a deep voice that he would buy them all. Linen was surprised, his eyes wide, and asked in confusion, "Weren't you resisting because of the potion's side effects?" His voice was filled with curiosity, unable to comprehend this sudden decision. He reached out to Linen, startling him. Linan's gaze couldn't help but be wary. He took a small step back but remained calm. The bald man pointed to his head and angrily said, "I'm already like this. Am I still afraid of going bald again?" Then he ordered Linen to quickly pack them for him. "Otherwise I'll kill you." The light from the nearby lamp shone on his bald head, accentuating a blurred and peculiar sight. As he walked out, Linen stepped out to bid him farewell, saying he was welcome to come again. His voice remained polite yet sharp. After he had walked far away, Linen still stood at the doorway, softly saying to the distance, "If you want similar potions next time, I can give you a 1% discount." These words, like an inviting hint, flashed by. The scene switched to a battlefield ablaze with fire. In the chaotic space, one person stood steadily on horseback. It was the Black Knight. Another person jumped down from a horse, landing firmly on his feet, preparing to confront the Black Knight. The Black Knight opened his mouth and asked, "Has that guy arrived? I thought that guy had run away after losing, too scared to face me again." That guy confidently said, "Of course I'm here." Approaching the Black Knight, their gazes met in the smoke-filled air and both men smiled, their smiles cold and cruel at that moment. Only the sound of wind howling over the sea of fire remained, along with the glow of the flames reflecting on their faces. The two stood opposite each other on the tense battlefield. The air seemed to solidify at that decisive moment, the lingering glow of the setting sun illuminating their figures. The Black Knight drew his sword, which gleamed under the firelight, and then said, "Today it's either your death or mine." That guy showed no fear, his eyes confident and challenging. And he chuckled, saying, "The you from decades ago wasn't my match, and it's no different now. Did you rush here because you wanted to die by my blade? Then I'll grant your wish." The Black Knight opened the potion bottle cap, his gaze cold as he looked at his opponent, and then said, "Who wins and who loses is yet to be known." Saying this, he drank an entire bottle of potion, the liquid flowing down his throat with a hint of pungency. The change on his face was undeniable. A new power seemed to erupt within him, his eyes sharpened, filled with determination, and then he ordered his opponent to come forward. That guy frowned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and said, "What a powerful aura. Is that a divine potion?" He could clearly feel a significant change in the Black Knight's strength, as if his power had just ascended to a new level. He frowned, staring at the Black Knight, then gently shook his head and said, "No matter how many potions he takes, he won't be able to close the gap between him and me." He was well aware of his own strength, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge his opponent's determination and effort. Although he knew the Black Knight was trying to narrow the gap, he also became interested in this challenge and was happy to play along. Continuing to confront the arrogant opponent before him, he felt confused because just now the Black Knight's helmet had shimmered with a strange glistening light, as if something was emanating from within. It wasn't just light, it was accompanied by a peculiar sound, a sound effect he had never heard before. He stared intently at the Black Knight's helmet, the shimmering light making him unable to look away, constantly wondering what it was. He frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked at the Black Knight, sensing his thorough preparation. A sense of alert involuntarily rose within him. He believed the Black Knight had prepared some formidable hidden weapons to deal with him. These things could make the battle even more dangerous. The Black Knight looked coldly at his opponent, arrogance exuding from his every move. He never compared himself to his opponent in his heart because he was a Hell Knight, someone who never used underhanded tactics. Every word from the Black Knight was like a declaration, sharp and full of authority, leaving his opponent bewildered, feeling that all his preparations instantly became meaningless in the face of such a powerful aura. The Black Knight's opponent grew furious, his body trembling with rage. He couldn't help but speak, saying the Black Knight was still stubbornly claiming it was useless. But he had heard it. Something was indeed emanating from his helmet. That strange sound seemed to be drawing attention, and something unusual was clearly happening. The Black Knight felt helpless, his voice low and cold. He told his opponent he only needed to know it wasn't a hidden weapon. His opponent made various guesses, from magic bombs to 10 sacred scrolls, but eventually he understood it was the light of a magic crystal. Yet the Black Knight remained silent. The Black Knight was almost driven mad, asking his opponent if he was done asking questions. The Black Knight angrily said, "None of them." At this moment his opponent was astonished by the light emanating from his head. He furiously told his opponent, "This is the price I had to pay to defeat you. Although I've gone bald, I've grown stronger." His voice was full of indignation and arrogance, and the light reflected off his helmet illuminated his determined face, as if everything around him was overwhelmed by his aura. The Black Knight raised his sword, its blade shimmering with light, and declared that his power was fully charged, and this day next year would be his opponent's death anniversary. The dazzling light made it impossible for his opponent to open his eyes, preventing him from clearly seeing the Black Knight's movements, only feeling danger drawing near. The Black Knight charged forward, violently swinging his sword at his opponent. The sharp reflection of the sword gleamed in the air, poised to rip through space. At Lin An's residence, the moment the door opened, he was surprised by the uninvited guest. In the light of the open door, Lin An unconsciously greeted him, but his voice was full of confusion. Standing before him was the legendary demon hunter, Ogaritz, who was now covered in blood and barely standing upright. Lin An asked in surprise, "Only a few days have passed, how could Ogaritz be so severely injured?" Ogaritz angrily told him to stop talking nonsense and quickly heal him as fast as possible. He would pay double immediately. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Lin An's mission was to heal the demon hunter. The demon hunter recounted that he had encountered an opponent he had once defeated. That guy had never been a match for him before. But this time, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became unusually powerful, as if he had consumed some wicked potion. The demon hunter angrily described the guy's incredibly sharp critical strikes and incessant slashes, which left Lin An extremely confused the moment he heard the words critical strike. The demon hunter described the guy as a bald man, and whenever he prepared to attack, a frantic light would emanate from that bald head, making him almost impossible to hit. Clearly the guy had added some divine properties and strange elements to his weapon. Lin An, upon hearing bald man, also couldn't help but feel confused. The demon hunter angrily declared, "That damn bald guy must have drunk some kind of potion. If I ever find out who gave that guy that crappy medicine, I'll tear that person to shreds." Lin An, with his back to him, thought, "He's not talking about me, is he? Did that Black Knight buy the potion to deal with the demon hunter? Why does he suddenly feel like he himself has become so dangerous? Lin En thought. Fortunately, he didn't suspect me, otherwise I would have had to make a quick escape. Just then, the demon hunter let out a painful cry. Lin En turned around to face the demon hunter and then said, "These few bottles of high-grade recovery potion are 200 skeleton coins a bottle. No surgery needed. Drinking it will guarantee to make him feel invincible." The demon hunter took the potion bottles, his eyes filled with determination, and his hands trembled slightly as he opened the caps. After drinking it, the demon hunter felt the changes in his body. He recalled that he had drunk this same potion during his last fight with that bald man, and he felt his strength greatly increased. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be the same potion? The demon hunter charged forward and tightly grabbed Lin En's collar, his face etched with fury. He couldn't believe that Lin En, who had previously appeared so kind, was actually the one who supplied the potion to that bald man. Lin En looked flustered and hurriedly argued that he didn't understand that potion at all. He didn't know what that bald man drank. The demon hunter furiously roared at Lin En, unable to tolerate it any longer, asking how long he was going to keep playing dumb. Because he clearly remembered the bald guy drinking a bottle of potion during their decisive battle, and that bottle was identical to the ones on Lin En's table. He still didn't release Lin En's collar, his furious gaze making Lin En feel scared. He tremblingly asked if the person he was talking about was the Black Knight riding a warhorse. Lin En forced a dry laugh, trying to remain calm, and said that the guest had indeed visited his shop before to buy a bottle of potion. He continued to explain that the guest was very generous and directly brought 10,000 in revenue to his shop, hoping this statement would alleviate the demon hunter's doubts. After hearing this, the demon hunter's expression grew even more suspicious and he immediately asked, "Why 10,000? What kind of potion is that expensive?" Lin En saw an opportunity to make money and immediately beamed with a smile, unable to hide his excitement. Lin En seized the opportunity to promote the potions, saying that the shop had newly launched a critical strike potion that could make every strike lethal. This was an exclusive, legitimate export product, and he advised him to buy quickly while supplies lasted, adding that new customers could enjoy a discount. The demon hunter grew furious, gripping Lin En's collar with an icy glare and roared loudly, demanding that he stop promoting. Then he asked, "Why are you helping those dark creatures who harm humans?" Lin En calmly responded, asking the demon hunter not to be quick to judge because first, he had no idea the Black Knight intended to kill him. Lin En's gaze remained calm after hearing this. He took a deep breath and then slowly replied without a hint of panic, "Second, that guy came to his shop to buy things, and he was very generous. He had no reason to refuse to sell to him," he said, not forgetting to flash a slight smile. Finally, Lin En continued, his tone soft but meaningful. "If that guy can buy this potion to deal with the demon hunter, then couldn't the demon hunter use his methods to deal with him?" His words contained no trace of impatience, yet they sent the demon hunter into deep thought. The demon hunter was silent for a moment after hearing this, offering no response, but his mind was swirling with thoughts. He clearly knew Lin En was deliberately luring him, but thinking about dealing with that Black Knight, he had to admit he had no other choice. He finally firmly asked Lin En how much it cost, his voice somewhat tense. The decisiveness in his question indicated that he had accepted the fact that if he wanted to defeat the Black Knight, he would have to use something he was originally unwilling to accept. Lin En looked into the demon hunter's eyes, a slight upward curve of his lips, and then said that the unit price of this potion was 2,000 skeleton coins, but because they were of the same race and he was an old customer, he would give him a discount and sell it to him for only 1,600 skeleton coins, as if he were taking a loss. The moment he finished speaking, the demon hunter swiftly drew a pistol from his waist and placed it directly against Lin En's head, which immediately made Lin En feel bewildered. His face turned pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He said it wouldn't be impossible to kill Lin En and then rob his shop. His words carried a cold, threatening undertone. Lin En knelt down and gripped the pistol tightly, solemnly saying that they were kin, blood-bound. Their relationship was not just like parents, but a kinship flowing in their very blood. The demon hunter felt confused, not understanding what he was trying to do. Lin En put on a pitiful act, saying that because they were of the same race he had already given the demon hunter an 80% discount. He said he was truly heartbroken to hear that he wanted to kill him. After hearing this, the demon hunter's expression changed, and he finally said he wouldn't kill him anymore, and demanded Lin En release his hand. The demon hunter secretly thought, only one day has passed, yet this kid's abilities have noticeably improved. How could this guy survive so long in this dark world? The demon hunter furiously roared. Lin En, stop talking nonsense. He asked Lin En how many potions that bald guy bought, while also stating that money wasn't an issue for him. Lin En happily agreed and immediately prepared everything for the demon hunter, unable to hide his excitement at the nearing opportunity to make money. As Lin En gathered the potions, he said, all the critical strike potions plus the healing potions from earlier total 16,900 skeleton coins. Let's just round it up to 17,000. He can also pay with 17 black skeleton coins. After the transaction was complete, Lin En bowed in gratitude to the customer. The demon hunter then turned and left, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I always feel like this guy is ripping me off." Then the system notification sound rang out. "Ding, congratulations, you have completed the mission to heal the demon hunter." Lin En happily looked at the money in his hand, thinking to himself, I made so much money so easily. He suddenly realized something and immediately ran into the room. Oh right, doesn't this potion make people bald? I'll open a hair transplant service too, critical strike potion plus hair transplant service, money will just pour in. In the dim night, when night had fully descended, the knight, riding a jet-black warhorse, his eyes sharply fixed on the front, thought that the demon hunter must be severely wounded and couldn't have gone far. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. The Black Knight sat steadily in the saddle, his gaze piercing the darkness, thinking that the demon hunter must be nearby. His aura definitely couldn't escape him. In the silent space, this was a clear signal. He just needed a little more patience. The Black Knight jumped off his horse, his eyes cold, thinking that as long as he could kill that demon hunter, he could improve his combat ranking in the Dark World. This was a precious opportunity, one that had existed for centuries and was hard-won. He must not miss it. Just then, in the dim night, the Black Knight suddenly saw a figure staggering towards him. He held his breath slightly, thinking to himself, "Finally, I've found the demon hunter." As the demon hunter approached, a hint of confusion arose in the Black Knight's heart. As the demon hunter drew closer, the Black Knight noticed him glowing with light. A strange light, unlike that emitted by any weapon, which left him confused and unable to predict what would happen next. The Black Knight saw the demon hunter's bald head, and a familiar feeling surged within him, as if he had seen this before, a lingering sensation he couldn't clearly explain. As the demon hunter approached, the Black Knight roared furiously, his voice threatening and full of annoyance. The Black Knight angrily declared that they could now continue their unfinished battle. Seeing the demon hunter's bald head, the Black Knight wondered if he had also used the same potion as him. The demon hunter touched his head, then chuckled lightly, telling the Black Knight that he was bald but also stronger than before. He continued, telling the Black Knight not to think he was the only one who was bald, because he was bald too, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. He finally added, "You're just slightly inferior, that's all." The Black Knight confidently said that it seemed they were back to where they started, but his bald head was shinier than the demon hunter's. The demon hunter's face was visibly angry as he roared loudly, "My head is shinier." The light emanating from his bald forehead seemed to challenge the surrounding darkness. He didn't forget to emphasize that his baldness percentage was higher than the Black Knight's. The Black Knight stood firm, the light from his bald head reflected in the darkness, radiating confidence. He looked at the demon hunter's bald head, asserting that his head was not only shinier, but his baldness percentage far exceeded the others. Both confronted each other, their gazes sharp as knives without blinking, like bullets slicing through the air, foreshadowing a dangerous, tense showdown. Both charged at each other, their weapons clashing with a resounding boom, each strike flashing with dazzling light, as if the space itself erupted in the drama of the battle. The Black Knight roared furiously, unable to suppress his rage. He declared that even if the opponent was bald, he couldn't compare to his might, and even dared to steal his power. The demon hunter was equally furious and immediately retorted, responding with a challenging tone, stating that even if he was bald, he was not easily defeated. The battle between the Black Knight and the demon hunter grew fiercer, each attack carrying devastating power. Their curses echoed in the silent space like curses in a fierce battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved Potion Salesman. You have gained 200 base experience points by selling similar potions. With an income exceeding 20,000 skeleton coins, you have gained the achievement Permanent Commission. All attributes +1. You have gained a 1% commission on potion sales exceeding the set quota. Lin En quickly scanned the notification, smiling. It's always like this, all points go to physique. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to level 6. The system has unlocked a new feature, the Vision Realm. You can log in and view it at any time. What is this Vision Realm feature? Lin En wondered. The Vision Realm was born from the supreme will of the Dark World. It is an overlapping illusory realm, a mirror world that has stretched for tens of millions of years in the Dark World. Within the scope of the Dark World, any dark creature can use a special vision stone to have their consciousness enter the Vision Realm. You can exchange information with other creatures in the Vision Realm. After death, you will be forced to remain in the Vision Realm, unable to leave, but at the same time it won't cause significant damage to yourself. Lin En pondered, chin in hand, feeling that the description sounded like an consciousness-based world similar to the modern internet. It seemed he still lacked too much understanding of this dark world. I don't need to consume any vision stones to enter, right? Lin En asked the system, but the system prompted, Ding! The system has completed integration for you. Each login will only cost you 500 skeleton coins. The system will automatically connect you. Lin En's soul trembled upon hearing the login fee. 500 per login, that expensive. But he agreed to try it anyway. Forget it, I've earned a lot of money before, so I'll just try it. The moment he touched the system, the surrounding scene suddenly became peculiar. A green light enveloped his body. Then his body gradually dissipated. He was taken to a completely green world with glowing things around him like souls. He looked around in a daze. This was the Vision Realm. Ding! The system immediately prompted, Congratulations, host, you have successfully passed the Supreme Will's review and entered the Vision Realm. This is the 11th Abyssal Continent, Vision Realm Workshop Area 900. Please note that within the Vision Realm Workshop area the Supreme Will prevent any form of conflict. Upon hearing the name Supreme Will, Lin En vaguely thought that the Supreme Will seemed related to the massive eyeball above his head. Or was it the god of this dark world? It created the dark world, and it could even create such a large-scale consciousness communication space? He immediately asked the system, What's your relationship with that Supreme Will? I always feel like you're somewhat similar. The system displayed no relation. Then it prompted again. 1,000 skeleton coins. Lin En looked at his wrist where a mark had appeared. Forget it, this world is really vague and I can't figure it out in a short while. Let's first figure out what's in front of me. The notification informed him about the mark on his hand. You can now freely search for information using the fingerprint on your hand. Note, if not necessary, please do not reveal your coordinates and identity in the dark world, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Skeleton coins are the only convertible currency in the dark world. The system has automatically converted 1,000 skeleton coins to the vision realm. Lin En pointed at the mark on his wrist. Is this the operation panel for this system? It was much simpler than before. The system displayed his information. Lin En race, otherworld human, identity, none, resources, 1,000 skeleton coins, danger level minor. He looked at this place, thinking, it seems the concept here is also very similar to the universe, where information can be transmitted through consciousness, allowing one to instantly learn about information from various parts of this world. There was nothing in the vision realm, possibly due to different regional divisions. The system indicated this was Workshop Area 900, which should include the Wandering Souls Street area. The system suddenly displayed a single line of text, Blood Baby, Info T Mom. Following this, a notification appeared stating that as an intelligence agent, he would inform all spirits in Workshop Area 900 of the news. The fierce battle between the Demon Hunter and the Black Knight has restarted near Wandering Soul Street. Receiving intel cost 20 skeleton coins. It was as if Lin En was in hell, with wandering souls floating around emitting eerie sounds. He was very surprised, never expecting it to be like this. If this was a function within the vision realm, then real-time intelligence could become a fast sales channel. He then clicked the confirm button on the system, and another 20 skeleton coins were deducted. An expression of extreme surprise appeared on his face as he saw a very gloomy alley appear before him. He guessed this was Wandering Soul Street. He hadn't expected the visuals to be so immersive, and there seemed to be sounds of fighting nearby. He walked a few more steps and saw two beams of yellow and red light clashing fiercely. He immediately recognized them as the Demon Hunter and the Black Knight. Why were they fighting again? Lin En was puzzled. That was the Black Knight, ranked 171st on the Frenzied Hunt leaderboard, and the Demon Hunter, ranked 143rd. Oh my god, why did those two come to Wandering Soul Street again? The system displayed information hotly debated by netizens, with 2013 comments and 5,412 likes. Those two have always been mortal enemies. 2 years ago, they fought on Hellfire Plains. Wait, doesn't everyone think their appearance is a bit strange? They both seem to have gone bald, and why are their heads glowing? How odd. It's too strange. I came to watch the battle, but why can't my eyes leave the light on their heads? It's too bright, too bright. My titanium alloy eyes are burning. I don't know why they're bald, but they seem stronger than before. So impressive. Lin En read a few comments and couldn't help but wonder. What is this? Comments. It feels even more impressive than the videos I used to watch online. Could this dark world really keep up with the developments of the modern world? He began to have whimsical ideas. Wait, if I can promote my shop's name in this world, and also develop some industries, then whether it's selling medicine or providing medical aid in the future, wouldn't it be incredibly convenient? Then he was puzzled again. Since he could enter the vision realm, his teacher must be able to too. Why didn't his teacher use this method to promote business? He dismissed this thought and then pressed the mark on his hand. Forget it. These aren't important. Let's first understand the information exchange methods of this world. That way it'll be more beneficial for my own development. There's also a regional channel, just like an online game. He clicked on that icon and the notification panel popped up. Blood Baby. Dear uncles and aunts, have you seen my mom? If you have, please contact me. I will be greatly rewarded. Skeleton Demon, everyone be careful, don't go near her. Last time she ate one of my arms. If I hadn't run fast, she would have swallowed me whole. Everyone must be highly vigilant. Long-haired ghoul, dear neighbors, I solemnly warn everyone that the pharmacy in the alley is a scam shop. Last night I went there to buy a bottle of medicine. Guess what I saw? Horror intel. Long-haired ghoul. That perverted doctor was actually holding a chainsaw. It scared me so much I ran out of my shoes. As soon as he said this, the channel immediately became lively. Blood Baby. Yes, a very cunning shop, that doctor. He slit my throat yesterday and gouged out my eyes, and they still hurt now. Lin En finished reading these comments and immediately realized, is he talking about me, the perverted doctor? I can't believe they're slandering me. No, I must clarify this rumor as soon as possible, otherwise the shop's business will be difficult. Just then an avatar and the words "click to search" appeared on the screen, making him very curious. He clicked on it without hesitation to check, and the screen displayed a photo of a little girl with a wrinkled crying face. Netizens flooded the comment section, typing question marks. The evil spirit queen saw the photo and recognized it as her good friend. Everyone sighed in admiration. The evil spirit queen then explained, that kid said my daughter like this was truly good and beautiful, but I always felt like he turned my daughter into a ghoul because my other daughters are all like this too. Click to view image. Seeing this, the charred corpse ghoul also joined in. Your Majesty, when I went to that shop yesterday morning, I encountered that doctor. He seemed to be cosmetically altering a newborn ghoul in a very terrifying way. I wonder if it was your good friend. Other charred corpse ghouls also came out to join the fun. After reading, the evil spirit queen displayed a question mark, then private messaged the charred corpse ghoul. Explain clearly. Lin En meanwhile was bewildered. It's over. It's over. She knows everything now. He clicked the close system button, but a bolt of lightning struck his head. Lin En immediately realized something. He was startled and looked at the door with worry and confusion. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the door, muttering as he walked. It's over. I must close the door first, otherwise she'll... The moment he touched the door, a scrawny hand with sharp red fingernails reached in and blocked the door. The female ghoul peeked in and in a savage voice, friendly, asked him, "Dear boy, closing up so early today, are you perhaps afraid of something?" Lin saw the female ghoul, covered his face and thought helplessly, "It's over, she's really here, he found an excuse. "No, not at all, I just felt a bit unwell today, so I wanted to turn off the lights and rest early." Lin's sanity value -10, the female ghoul wouldn't let him off so easily. She walked forward and placed her hand on Lin's shoulder. "Is that so? That's such a pity. I was going to thank you for taking care of my daughter." The system immediately sent a reminder, "Ding, danger level 79%. Lin immediately retreated, putting some distance between himself and the female ghoul while preparing to draw his gun. "Not at all, it's what I should do. No thanks needed, but you." The demoness flew in front of Lin within seconds. "Don't be modest, you should truly accept this gratitude." Just then the system prompted, "Ding, side quest triggered, maintain life. Quest reward 200 skeleton coins, 200 base experience, special reward X1. A few seconds later it was as if something terrible had happened. Ding, danger level 81%. Ding, danger level 85%. The female ghoul pressed closer to Lin making him increasingly scared, his face covered in cold sweat. Ding, danger level 90%. Ding, danger level 95%. Just then an old woman's voice asked, "Young man, are you closing the door?" This made the female ghoul spin around abruptly. Her face then twisted and became ugly as she glared furiously at the old woman. The old woman's face was equally terrifying, covered in eerie runes. Seeing this, Lin felt as if he had found a life raft and immediately broke free from the female ghoul's encirclement, walking towards the old woman with a smile. "Yes, I'm a bit unwell, so I wanted to rest early. How was your harvest today?" The old woman also softly replied, "I'm old. No one wants to bother with this old bag of bones anymore. But the things you gave me today mean I don't have to pick up trash for several days. Hee." Lin immediately seized the opportunity after hearing this. "Say no more, I just collected some discarded items that you might be interested in. How about I get them for you now?" The old woman immediately brightened up. "Oh, thank you very much, young man." He then took out 2 neatly bundled locks of hair and handed them to the old woman. The system prompted, "Ding, you have given Scavenger Demon Hunter's long hair X1. Ding, you have given Scavenger Black Knight's white hair X1. Seeing the 2 locks of hair, the old woman said, "When I passed the alley entrance, those 2 outsiders were still fighting. The glare from their fight still makes this old woman's face hurt. Are those 2 bald heads from your place, Lin no longer concealed it after hearing this. "Yes, they are both my regular customers." The old woman praised him repeatedly after hearing this. "Amazing, truly amazing. I never imagined that the outsiders who've appeared recently in our Wandering Souls Street are all connected to you, young man. Truly a young talent, but this time this old woman have nothing to give you. You wouldn't mind if this old bag of bones rested her feet in your shop, would you?" Hearing this, Lin immediately happily agreed. "I'd be more than happy to, madam, please come in quickly." "Rest, it's fine to rest a bit longer." The female ghoul behind him, seeing this, frowned in anger, unable to speak. The old woman also responded, "Thank you very much then." "Young man," Lin sighed in relief as he helped the old woman. "Fortunately the old woman appeared in time, otherwise my little life would be gone. As long as this important figure is here, even her mother wouldn't dare to actively attack me." The female ghoul saw him attentively helping the old woman, and her expression became less displeased. The system prompted, "Ding, you have completed the mission. The blood-clad evil spirit's malice towards you has decreased. You have received rewards, 200 skeleton coins, 200 base experience, special reward. Skill book Curse Diagnosis X1. After the old woman walked in, she saw the female ghoul and curiously asked Lin, "Young man, who is this?" Lin introduced her to the old woman. "This is also one of my customers, a new neighbor who recently moved in, and she's a very friendly and beautiful young lady." The female ghoul felt it was not very convenient here, so she hinted, "If you have other things to do, then I won't disturb you. I've cooked a lot of delicious food tonight and wanted to invite you to my place at number 45. You won't refuse, will you?" The moment she finished speaking, she opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth and some wriggling things, looking terrifying. Lin immediately received a prompt. Ding, side quest triggered. Blood Feast. Mission 1, accept the blood-clad evil spirit's invitation and go as a guest. Mission 2, reject the blood-clad evil spirit's invitation and survive tonight. Quest reward 1000 skeleton coins. 100 base experience, special reward X1. After hearing the prompt, Lin could only force a dry laugh, sweating cold. "It's over." The female ghoul that turned and left. Lin even waved goodbye. "Welcome back next time." Then he sighed a long breath, thinking, "Phew, she's finally gone. Please don't come again next time." At this moment the old woman turned around and reminded him, "Young man, you need to be careful. You can provoke anything, just don't provoke vengeful spirits. Otherwise they'll constantly haunt you." Lin quickly responded, "Yes, thank you, madam. If you hadn't been here just now I would have been in danger." After hearing this, the old woman turned and waved her hand, saying, "No need to thank me. If it weren't for you last night, Wandering Soul Street would no longer exist." And she turned back and reminded him, "However, this old woman will only help you this once. What happens to you later has nothing to do with me." She said this as she turned and left. Lin also pondered after hearing this. "Yes, I was lucky to save my life this time. Next time I might not be so lucky." He checked his watch, hoping his teacher would return tonight, otherwise he'd really be in trouble. The night deepened and the street lights were about to go out. Lin was pacing back and forth frantically. "My teacher really isn't coming back tonight. What should I do? Night is about to fall," he pondered, chin in hand. Now he only had 2 choices, either stay in the shop and try to survive tonight, which carried a very high probability of being eaten by a monster if he wasn't as lucky as last night. He stared intently out the door. Of course, he could also choose to go to the woman in red's house as a guest, but that would likely end badly too. He closed his eyes, and despite his troubled heart, he tried to console himself. No, calm down, I must calm down. In any case, he opened his eyes, seemingly having found a solution. He pressed a round bead, deciding to first go to the vision realm to gather information. Lightning flashed, and as soon as he opened the information interface, he saw everyone greeting the evil spirit queen. Charred Corpse School, Great Queen, did you deal with that kid? The evil spirit queen replied, that kid was lucky. A scavenger of unknown strength just happened to pass by. His relationship with that old lady seemed unusual, so I didn't make a move. The skeleton demon immediately reported, are you talking about that old lady? Then you should be careful. She might be the earliest resident of our ghost alley. Many residents say she's the first-generation monster elder, and her strength is terrifying. The evil spirit queen confidently responded, interesting, but I'm not afraid of her if it comes to a fight. Tonight I've invited that kid to my home as a guest. If he comes, I'll make things interesting. The burnt corpse ghost immediately praised the queen to the skies. The skeleton demon, however, wondered, Queen, is he spying on this world? Is he watching our discussion right now? The evil spirit queen quickly retorted, impossible. That kid is very weak. He hasn't reached the point where he can enter this world, even if he were here. So what? I'm already quite displeased with him. Then the evil spirit queen announced, everyone, wait for my battle report tomorrow. Is that dog of a doctor here? Is he here? That bastard took care of my daughter. Is he here? If you are, come out now. Upon seeing these words, Lin immediately fell silent and closed sight. With a helpless and terrified expression, he thought, it's over. I have no choice but to attend this trap of a banquet, then. Lin immediately put on a stern face. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would take the initiative. It was just a banquet of doom. Did they dare to lay a hand on him? He tucked his gun into his waistband. He also stuffed a knife in and carried a bag of some kind in one hand. In his other hand, he held a lantern, and he strode out menacingly. Lin, and I won't surrender. He marched out the front door, but just as he stepped out of the safe zone, he suddenly stopped. Outside the door, it was like a storm, with many demons and monsters lying in wait. Lin An's heart was incredibly flustered. He was no longer as aggressive as he had been inside. He immediately opened his information panel to check. Lin An, level 6, race, human, strength 17, agility 18, intelligence 21, constitution 34. Skills, influence, increases persuasion chance, curse diagnosis can determine if a target is cursed during diagnosis. After reading, he felt frustrated. A combat scrub with a damaged body, few attribute points, and scarce skills. But he still decided to walk forward with his lantern. He couldn't confront them head-on, it was better to use his wits. After searching for a while, he finally saw the evil spirit queen's house. The house was dark and damp outside, like a witch's dwelling, appearing both eerie and peculiar. Lin stood at the entrance pondering for a moment and finally decided to push the door open. He politely called inside, Miss, I'm here. But he heard no response, no sound at all, so he had no choice but to walk in with his lantern. He walked and observed everything around him. He suddenly looked up and saw several massive iron chains interlinked, looking very bizarre yet comical. Then he turned to both sides and saw dim candles flickering nearby. He shone his light directly over, only to see many mummified corpses entangled in chains, hanging upside down from the ceiling, sending shivers down his spine. He widened his eyes, trying to calm himself. He reached out and poked one of the mummified corpses' head, saying confidently, not as handsome as me. He continued deeper, passing through the suspended corpses that blocked his way. Then he reached the end of the room and saw the evil spirit queen's portrait hanging on the wall. Below it was a table laden with food, with several candles lit. He approached the table filled with food. He looked around and asked, Miss, are you home? But the only reply was chilling silence. Then he placed the lantern on the table and sat down by the dining table to wait. Meanwhile, his every move was recorded on screen and live-streamed directly to the site forum, with 541 people currently watching. The evil spirit queen observed him, swirling her wine glass, and announced to the audience, everyone, the doctor is here. If you enjoy public executions, then just wait and watch. Lin sat at the table full of food, completely unaware. Bloody doll, I don't think this is a good idea. After all, he's also Blood Giant's apprentice. If we take his life now, Blood Giant will be terrifying when he returns. But the burnt corpse ghost thought the queen was still afraid of such things. HMPH, that Blood Giant is a perverted killer. His apprentice is just a mini perverted killer. And for a mere human to be so arrogant in our ghost alley, he should pay the price. Skeleton demon. Evil spirit queen, how do you plan to take his life? The female ghost revealed a ghastly grin. She thought, taking his life like that would be too easy, She had to shatter Lin An's mind and silently savor his terrified expression. Looking at her small daughter in the cradle, the female ghost made up her mind. She would repay Lin 100-fold, 1,000-fold for everything he had done to her daughter. Behind the female ghost were countless monsters. They were tiny like strings but had a single blue eye. The female ghost snapped her fingers and said, everyone, this is the scene specially arranged by the female ghost. Suddenly a monster moved to her palm. The monster's eye had transformed into a mouth full of sharp teeth. Grabbing the small monster, the female ghost squeezed hard, and the monster's blood splattered everywhere. She thought, just wait and see how Lin An goes to meet his maker, Meanwhile, Lin An was still unaware that danger was quietly approaching. He only felt very sleepy now. Suddenly, huge iron chains slowly moved, making a tremendous sound. Lin An didn't understand what was happening. He was already surrounded by chains. They swayed continuously. The chains pulled upwards, bringing countless skinless monsters with them. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Lin En forced a smile. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Behind Lin En there was also purple smoke and a clicking sound. He immediately turned to check what was happening. It really wasn't an illusion. Countless monsters were approaching him with hungry expressions. Only then did Lin En confirm that this was not an illusion. Those things had definitely moved just now. Feeling that the purple air was somewhat abnormal, Lin En hurriedly stood up to dodge. He sighed in relief and closed his eyes, but hearing a sound, Lin En immediately opened his eyes. A monster had appeared before him at some point. It turned out they only stopped moving when he looked at them. As soon as Lin En's gaze shifted even slightly, this group of old schemers would immediately rush forward and tear him apart. He thought, no, I can't blink, . But no matter how hard he tried, Lin En's eyes couldn't take it anymore. When he finally couldn't hold out, he closed his eyes. In less than a second, when Lin En opened his eyes, he was terrified by the sight before him. A monster had already reached him. It bared its sharp teeth. Lin En screamed in terror, I was just a hair's breadth away from meeting my maker. Seeing Lin En's agonizing state, surrounded by monsters, everyone felt excited. As expected of the bloodied queen, her method of instilling fear was too potent. If they were Lin En, they would probably be scared too. Others also agreed. So many skinless corpses of their own kind suddenly coming alive would give anyone the creeps. Another person chimed in. He's definitely too scared to blink now. If he blinked again, his neck would be instantly bitten off. Seeing the praising comments, the female ghost was very pleased. She smiled, this is just an appetizer. The main show is yet to come. But for some reason, the female ghost looked very surprised. Lin En reached his hand into one of the monster's mouths as if he was looking for something. There was a gold tooth in the monster's mouth. Lin En, without hesitation, used his hand to snap its tooth off. Despite being afraid, getting such a treasure was worth it. Seeing Lin En's action, everyone was speechless. They were at a loss for words. Lin En was delighted. I didn't expect you, kid, to have a gold tooth. He happily stuffed the trophy into his pocket, then patted the monster's shoulder, praising it. Those who had mocked him earlier were speechless. Bloody doll, what did you just throw out of that skinless corpse's mouth? Burnt corpse ghost. It looked like a gold tooth. In the human world, gold seems to be as precious as skeleton coins. And Lin En was now happy about his recent trophy. Bloody doll. So Lin En wasn't scared at all, queen. Impossible. She felt Lin En was just pretending to be calm. Skeleton demon. Everyone look, it's moving again. Lin En carefully bent down and walked past the monsters. He was annoyed with himself for not being able to blink. The skeleton demon wondered, is he planning to escape? Lin En gently walked past the monsters. From his observation, these mummified corpses looked very tough, but they were not without weaknesses. He pulled out his small knife. Everyone was watching the show, not understanding what Lin En intended to do next. He aimed at his target and immediately plunged the knife straight in. But the place he stabbed was unexpected. Lin En stabbed the knife into the monster's anus, causing the monster, though unable to move, to be so scared its eyes almost popped out. The queen saw Lin En's move and felt a chill. Then Lin En immediately pulled the knife out violently, and then kept stabbing that anus several more times. Burnt corpse ghost, he stabbed it. Finally, that ghost couldn't take it anymore, and it collapsed with ketchup splattering everywhere from its anus. Lin En meanwhile revealed a devilish smile. Skeleton demon, its anus was just trashed. After defeating one monster, Lin En, without hesitation, walked towards the monster from which he had pulled the tooth earlier. This monster didn't understand what Lin En wanted to do. Lin En stood behind the monster, happily raising his knife, aiming at his target. As expected, this monster's anus also couldn't escape Lin En's clutches. Everyone in the comments thought, not good, these puppets can't scare him at all. It seemed Lin En was getting more excited with each stab. Someone felt tormenting people was too much and they didn't want to see such a bloody scene anymore. Lin En happily turned around and asked the puppets behind him. Holding the knife, he asked, all right, who's next? The puppets felt scared, but they couldn't move now. Feeling like she was being made a laughing stock, a female ghost gritted her teeth in anger. She immediately lifted the restriction, allowing the puppets to rush forward and take Lin En's life. The monsters could move again, and they roared, charging straight towards Lin En. One even bared its sharp teeth at him. Lin En on his part didn't feel afraid. Instead, he was more interested than ever. He didn't wait for the monsters to get close to him, charging straight at them. With his agile body, Lin En continuously launched attacks on all the monsters. His moves were so fast that until Lin En moved behind them, the monsters remained motionless like statues, revealing their cute anuses. Suddenly they slowly collapsed, with ketchup splattering everywhere, each clutching its own anus. Seeing what she had painstakingly created so easily destroyed, the queen clutched her head, feeling extremely angry. Everyone in the comments kept asking, is this human kid that powerful? They've all been dealt with, and Lin En didn't seem scared at all. Some even started to fear Lin En, until someone yelled he's trying to escape. At this point, Lin En had reached the door. Lin En left behind the monsters' corpses, all with round, bulging rear ends, but their anuses had already been destroyed. Skeleton demon. What's going on? Did he really escape? Burnt corpse ghost. No way, he was so brave just now. Why is he scared now? Skeleton demon asked everyone to listen. What's that sound? The sound of the door opening made the burnt corpse ghost feel it sounded familiar, as if it had heard it somewhere before. Bloody doll told everyone to be quiet. The sound was getting closer. Lin En kicked open the wooden door. He pointed the knife inside and cursed, damn it, you dare to scare me. Tired of living, are you? Am I going to chop you all into pieces tonight and burn them for my darling? The ghosts, seeing Lin En's actions, all found it too terrifying. Every one of them was too scared to speak, only able to stare with wide eyes. Lin En held a chainsaw in his hand and he rushed towards the skinless monsters, cutting them into many pieces. The queen observed Lin An's actions through the mirror, speechless. Everyone else was also trembling, and Bloody Doll shrieked, "I can't watch anymore, it's too horrible. He's not even sparing the corpses." The long-haired ghost felt extreme fear. Yesterday's scene came back to its mind. The burnt corpse ghost was no exception. It clutched its head, terrified, thinking that Lin An was not an ordinary human at all. "Queen, you cannot deal with him using methods for ordinary people. He even saws humans in half. He's more terrifying than his teacher." Lin An was wiping the ketchup off his face when a system notification suddenly appeared, making him perplexed. "Bloody Doll, burnt corpse ghost, long-haired ghost's attitude towards you has reached extreme fear. You have gained a total of 450 experience points." Seeing this notification, Lin An didn't understand what was happening. Why were there suddenly so many experience points and those names? They used to be his clients, but they weren't here now. Lin An stood composed amidst the pile of monster corpses he had sliced into 100 pieces. He shrugged. "This feels strange, can't let everything be so messy." Lin An cleaned up the monster corpses, then mercilessly threw them out the window. Seeing everything settle down, Lin An happily took a bottle from his clothes. He carefully poured wine into a glass, then sat down and relaxed with a sip. After dealing with that pile of monsters, Lin An happily held his wine glass. He thought the wine was quite good, but contrary to his current mood, the ghosts were growing more and more scared. Bloody Doll. It thinks he must have practiced this for a long time, and seeing his methods of dismembering people just now, it believes this is the result of years of studying with his teacher. Long-haired ghost found he wasn't scared at all. Burnt corpse ghost also agreed with long-haired ghost, thinking it would be no easy task to make Lin An break down. The queen had another trick up her sleeve. She smiled and asked, "So what? Regardless, Lin An is just a weak human." She grabbed a one-eyed monster and pulled hard. If the skinless corpses couldn't deal with him, she'd need something stronger. Lin An meanwhile felt something strange, so he couldn't continue savoring the wine in his hand. He turned around, not understanding what trick they were up to now. At some point, an extremely eerie painting had appeared behind Lin An. The painting depicted an ancient woman with golden hair, green eyes, and a bizarre smile. Looking at the painting, Lin An found it really strange. Why would there be an oil painting from the human world here? He remained lost in his unanswerable questions, not noticing his surroundings. Something was gently and carefully approaching Lin An. Suddenly, the eyes in the painting moved and emitted light, drawing his attention to the moving eyes. Immediately after, a black hand rested on Lin An's shoulder. Startling him, Lin An turned around, wanting to see who was playing such childish tricks, but behind him was a ghost with no whites in its eyes, its mouth open as if to bite him. Its face was also stained with countless ketchup. But Lin An showed no fear or screamed. He stood like a log, staring at the ghost before him, leaving the ghost speechless. The comments kept pouring in. "Burnt corpse ghost. Indeed, these ethereal spirits are the most terrifying." Long-haired ghost also felt the same way. If it were her, she'd be scared to pee her pants. Skeleton demon wondered, "Long-haired ghost is also a ghost, why would it be afraid of its own kind?" Long-haired ghost retorted that when she was human, everyone was afraid of ghosts. The queen was very pleased in her heart. She thought Lin An must be too scared to move, right? Why wasn't he screaming for mercy, showing her his desperate expression to make her happy? But contrary to everyone's thoughts, Lin An spoke up to greet, "Hello, beautiful." The monsters were once again dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded, and the queen was no exception. Lin An took the ghost's hand. "I knows this is a horror show, right? You're an extra hired by that girl." He advised the monsters to stop wasting their energy and instead sit down and eat. Lin An gentlemanly pulled out a chair and invited the ghost to sit down, not noticing what was behind him. The ghost was wide-mouthed, its eyes red. He turned around, not understanding why it was like this, then raised his hand. Lin An, without hesitation, gave it a resounding slap that sent its head flying. He cursed, "Are you asking to die with your mouth open that wide?" Not only did this ghost open its mouth wide, but the other monsters witnessing this slap were also dumbfounded. After that slap, Lin An even stretched his arm. The monsters kept commenting, "Burnt corpse ghost, something feels wrong. Ghosts have no physical body. Why did his slap sound so loud?" Long-haired ghost added. "Can he even touch ghosts?" Skeleton demon affirmed. "There's definitely something wrong." While the ghost still didn't understand why it had been hit, Lin An had already walked to its head and picked it up. He held the disheveled head with dull, slightly open eyes in his hand. Lin An gently reattached the head to its body. He admonished, "Don't scare people casually. Isn't it better to be a quiet and graceful beauty?" The ghost asked him, "You can actually touch me?" Lin An picked up a test tube and said, "I'm a pharmacist myself. I've dealt with evil spirits for years. If I don't regularly drink potions that allow me to touch evil spirits, how can I perform surgery on you?" Receiving this answer, the ghost was speechless. It was completely at a loss for words. Lin An gentlemanly took the ghost's hand. "My name is Lin An. May I get to know you? Perhaps I haven't been treated so well in a long time." The ghost opened its mouth wide in surprise. This time, the comments section, as expected, exploded, with the ghost not understanding why things had taken such a strange turn. They thought Lin An was a pervert to be interested in even such an ugly female ghost. Another guy also thought Lin An really had issues. As for the queen, she was no longer romantic but frantically scratching her head. Damn, I forgot Lin An likes this. The uglier and more twisted, the more it suits his taste. I also admit Lin An's taste is really heavy. That ghost was still wide-mouthed, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Even this can't scare him. It felt it couldn't fail. It absolutely couldn't disappoint its mistress. The ghost used its trump card. It finally lifted its own skull cap and stuck out a long tongue, but reality gave it a harsh slap. Lin An watched it without saying anything. he began to reveal a perverted expression. This was indeed his type. Lin and enthusiastically chased the ghost. The ghost immediately ran desperately, telling him to stay away. After chasing for a while, Lin and also caught the ghost's hand. He smiled and said Lin and knew it wanted to scare him, but its skill wasn't good enough. He would teach it true terror. Lin and grabbed the ghost's hand and placed it on his chest. He asked, "You feel something beating?" The ghost asked fearfully, "What exactly do you want to do?" Lin said, "Didn't I already say? I want to teach you how to truly make someone feel fear." After speaking, he took the female ghost's hand. "Come a little further in, how about it? Did you feel anything?" Lin revealed an evil smile, then described, "Warm and there's blood flowing." That's right, the female ghost was holding his heart. The ghost felt it was not good at all. If this continued, what would happen? Lin ignored the system notifications about indices. He was currently concerned about the female ghost in front of him. Suddenly, Lin brought his face close to the other's face, scaring the ghost so much its eyes turned white. He whispered, "That's how it is, you must grasp the other person's heart bit by bit so that you have a target. So you can clearly feel the fear when the heart is tightly gripped." Lin ignored the female ghost's bewildered expression. He continued to explain, "Why must you make them see it with their own eyes? See your hand pulling out from their chest until the heart appears before them." At some point, a bright red, still beating heart was in the female ghost's hand. Seeing this heart, the female ghost was speechless. Perhaps it felt a bit dull, but did anyone notice the skirt turn from white to red? Several other ghosts felt the same. They thought this trick was boring. Even the queen, who was observing the situation, felt no different. Then Lin slowly continued speaking. At this point, the female ghost no longer looked scary. She felt a bit pitiful for Lin's prank. For the next step of this lesson, Lin suddenly shouted, pulling his hand back, startling the female ghost. Strangely, a human could scare these ghosts so much. Their queen was no exception. Bloody doll, burnt corpse ghost, bloodied evil spirit, and skeleton demon all had their SAN values heavily deducted. The monsters who witnessed it also screamed. They kept commenting, "I'm not playing anymore, I want to go home, mommy, someone scared me." Another guy kept saying, "I'm not watching, I'm not watching." Lin retracted his heart and then said to the female ghost, "Don't be afraid, this is the faceless demon's heart, not mine. I just kept it in my chest for convenience." The female ghost was also speechless. Lin gleefully gave a thumbs up. "How was it? It worked well, right?" Lin said. "That's how it should be." Female ghost, all you need to do is make the other person mentally tense and then create some scary sounds and visuals. That way their minds will be tense, and through these you can achieve an unexpected effect. Lin asked the female ghost if she had learned it. She lowered her head dejectedly. "I've failed to learn, I've failed to learn." She told him to stay away, then sobbed and cried. The system notified again. Bloody Doll's attitude towards you has changed from frightened to extremely broken. Gain 200 experience points. Skeleton Demon's unique personality trait, Brave, has been converted by you to Sensitive. You gain 300 experience points. Long-haired Ghost's unique attribute, Introverted, has been converted by you to Extremely Introverted. You gain 300 experience points. Lin thought it was really strange. Why were there suddenly so many experience points today? After careful observation, he found many familiar names. Lin wondered, Are they watching this as a reality show through sight? And in the comment section, various discussions had already exploded into chaos, with a group of people screaming in terror. The female ghost clenched her teeth tightly, her hands forming fists. She had originally wanted that kid to reveal his ugly true colors, but instead she had embarrassed herself. Perhaps she would have to take action personally. Thinking this, she immediately said that the live stream would end now, and she was going down to deal with him. Everyone should wait for her news tomorrow. Then she suddenly stood up, wanting to close the scrying mirror, but the sight before her made her scalp tingle. Lin had already discovered her secret. Her sharp teeth immediately clenched tightly, making a grinding sound. Inside the mirror, Lin was continuously examining the painting in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. The comments in the section once again jumped out. Everyone was in an uproar, demanding the female ghost eliminate Lin. She told everyone to wait for her good news and then quickly closed the observation mirror. Tentacles violently shot out from her body, and her body immediately melted into a puddle of bright red blood. The bright red blood quickly seeped into the floor and flowed down to the lower level. The female ghost walked along, cursing Lin as a bastard, saying she had endured him for a long time and today she would definitely make him die here. Soon, she arrived downstairs. The viscous bright red blood began to gather, transforming into the female ghost's body. She looked around, but Lin was nowhere to be seen, so she asked the ghost sitting on the floor. The ghost hurriedly pointed in a direction, its voice extremely flustered, saying he couldn't wait, so he went looking for you himself. He already opened the door and went to the backyard just now. Hearing this, the female ghost bit her lip hard, cursed, then transformed into a twisted evil spirit, roared a few times and charged towards the door. She quickly searched but couldn't find Lin and angrily shouted aloud, "Come out now." Just then she suddenly saw a figure flash past the window and her pupils immediately constricted. The female ghost angrily shouted, "You actually found my secret room." The female ghost immediately flew into a rage, raising her leg and running towards the secret room. Soon she arrived at the location, her eyes glinting with killing intent, telling Lin to go die. However, when she looked closely, she saw that he was holding the blood infant. In just an instant, the female ghost's face immediately turned grim. The female ghost flew into a rage, letting out a long cry, telling Lin to release her daughter. All the tentacles on her body immediately rushed towards him. Lin immediately regained his senses, his gaze falling upon the enraged woman, and he smiled calmly. "This doesn't seem like proper hospitality, does it? You said you'd invite me to dinner tonight, but downstairs all I got was a scare. I didn't eat anything, which is truly disheartening. Hearing this, the female ghost immediately revealed a cold smile, telling him to stop pretending to be kind in front of her. She already knew what he had done to the blood infant. Was he still trying to deceive her with those lies from this morning? He was the one who turned her daughter into a ghost, yet he talked about showing true goodness and beauty from the heart. She just wanted to tear his mouth off now. Linen knew that he absolutely couldn't indulge her in this matter, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he talked himself hoarse. He immediately spoke calmly. He didn't care what she knew, but he guaranteed that if he had any intention to deceive, she would surely be struck dead by lightning. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of lightning immediately streaked past the door, striking directly into the courtyard. The air instantly fell silent. Linen saw this scene and immediately broke into a cold sweat, laughing awkwardly. You saw it too, right? I don't know why the lightning struck but didn't hit me, so this is enough to prove my words are credible. The female ghost sneered at him, her expression as if to say she would quietly watch him perform. Seeing her expression, Linen sighed helplessly, admitting he had done it, but she had to understand that he had not the slightest ill intent. Furthermore, when the blood infant was just born, its dejected expression was too unreasonable. Not only did it fester, it even exploded. If he didn't make adjustments, what would happen when that pig-headed ghost returned? He could only transform it into this cute appearance. However, these words did not satisfy the female ghost. Her panic level immediately rose to 97%. Linen hastily raised his hands in surrender, helplessly saying, "There is indeed another reason." The female ghost narrowed her eyes at him, commanding, "Tell me." Linen closed his eyes tightly and said he was afraid of dying. He was afraid that after her daughter completely withered away, she would deal with him first. After all, this was an evil spirit. The female ghost snorted coldly at his words. This excuse is somewhat reasonable. Then she blinked, gesturing for him to continue. Linen looked up at her again, sighed, and said he wanted to try his craft to see if he could sculpt it into a more aesthetically pleasing form. The female ghost ground her teeth, making a creaking sound, and asked if he had any other reasons. Linen said somewhat unnaturally, "Also, I wanted to sculpt a cute baby girl and then develop a bond with her." The infant in his arms also cooperatively cooed sweetly twice, but the female ghost was as if petrified, frozen in place without a word. Linen saw this and immediately winked, signaling that he was just joking and shouldn't be taken seriously. The female ghost glared at him furiously, cursing that it wasn't funny at all, telling him to go die, and then immediately made a move. Seeing this, Linen hurriedly shouted for her to stop, claiming he had connections. As soon as he said this, the female ghost's tentacles immediately froze. The female ghost stared at him, bewildered. A second later, the female ghost finally spoke, asking what his connections were. Linen chuckled lightly, saying casually, "It's simple. You're a doctor and many patients have benefited from you and become your friends. If you were killed like this by her, your friends would be very angry and would definitely seek revenge on her." At this point, Linen raised an eyebrow and said arrogantly, "Like those two bald guys who are still locked in a life and death battle." As soon as he said this, the female ghost's eyes widened in horror. He meant that the ghost hunter and the Black Knight were his friends, but soon she laughed mockingly. Did he think she would believe him? No sooner had she spoken than Linen pulled out 2 pistols from his pocket, held them up to her, aimed at the ceiling, and said, "You don't have to believe me, but you'll definitely recognize this gun." The female ghost immediately recoiled, narrowing her eyes in confusion and asking, "Is that the ghost hunter's revolver?" She was very familiar with that ghost hunter. He never parted with his gun. Why was it in Linan's hands? Linen happily explained that because they were of the same race and the ghost hunter liked him very much, he gave him the gun for self-defense. If he encountered danger, he could just shoot and the ghost hunter would come to help. As he spoke, he pointed the gun at the female ghost again, a faint smile on his face. He's right outside the alley now. It wouldn't take long for him to run over at all. The ghost hunter, who was fighting outside, suddenly sneezed for reasons unknown. Linen, of course, didn't know either. He was still trying to deal with the female ghost. He took out a long strand of hair from his pocket and placed it on the back of his hand. The female ghost narrowed her eyes at the object, asking coldly, "What is that now?" Linan's lips curved slightly into a faint smile as he explained, "This is a token Uncle Black Knight left for me. It's the longest and roundest chest hair that stuck to him." The female ghost's face instantly went blank. "Chest hair, what's that now?" Linen slowly said, "When I was cutting Black Knight's hair today, he said my yin-tang brow area looked dark, indicating impending disaster. So he gave me this as an amulet against evil." Hearing this, the female ghost couldn't help but gape, her face filled with astonishment. Chest hair could ward off evil. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Linen continued, "If any evil spirit dares to harm me, Black Knight will be able to sense the chest hair. Think about it, Black Knight is very particular about his image. No one dares to shave his head clean, but I dared and I already did it. This is enough to prove the close relationship between us." Outside the alley, Black Knight also sneezed, looking completely bewildered. The female ghost was filled with shock at this moment, her eyes flickering wildly, hesitant because he was right. She had indeed interacted with Black Knight and the ghost hunter before. Both of them were extremely tough. Given their personalities, anyone who shaved their heads wouldn't survive. If that's the case, it would explain why Linen, despite being so weak, could still be alive now, so he had connections to rely on. Seeing her expression, Linen smugly raised an eyebrow. It seemed his words had managed to intimidate her. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was exceptionally witty, or he would have been done for. However, just then she suddenly spoke, saying he was lying to her. She looked at Linen with dark eyes. "The ghost hunter and the Black Knight have been sworn enemies for hundreds of years. An enemy's friend is also an enemy. and both of them are your friends." Linen was a little surprised after hearing the female ghost's words. Seeing his expression, the female ghost felt she had guessed correctly and said mockingly, "Were you exposed by her? Did you think she'd be so easy to fool?" However, Linen grinned and said, "She definitely wouldn't know this." The female ghost looked at him in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Linen went on, "They look like sworn enemies, but they're actually a pair of lovers who both love and kill each other." As soon as this was said, the female ghost immediately froze on the spot. She couldn't process the information Linen had just given her. Outside the alley, the ghost hunter and the Black Knight simultaneously sneezed in unison. The ghost hunter immediately pointed at Black Knight and said angrily, "He keeps sneezing, it must be because Black Knight is secretly cursing him." Hearing this, Black Knight immediately gritted his teeth, shot a glance at the ghost hunter, and coldly snorted, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. It was clearly the ghost hunter who was secretly insulting and cursing him, and he even said he would kill the ghost hunter today. Immediately after, the two bald men got into a brawl again. In the room, Linen sat back down in the chair, smiling as he raised his chin and said, "You don't even need to mention those two. The chainsaw maniac has sawed how many people with his chainsaw, and you're still his student. Do you think he'd stand by and do nothing?" He stretched his neck, loosened his collar, and then continued. "Also, the old woman in Ghost Alley is especially fond of me, treating me like her own grandson. If this grandson dies, she'll be very sad." The female ghost watched Linen babbling on, grinding her teeth, secretly cursing this guy for playing dumb in front of her. She felt an urge to beat him to death on the spot, but the people he just mentioned were not to be trifled with. Seeing her expression, he secretly felt smug again. Good, she was wavering. This would be the final blow. Thinking this, he smiled again, changed the subject, and then took out a translucent jade-like object from his pocket, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Look at this, what is it?" The female ghost's gaze immediately fell on the stone in his hand. Her expression immediately changed, as she indeed felt a primordial-level aura from the object. She couldn't help but be utterly horrified. Linan's lips curved slightly into an eerie smile. "This is a broken tooth from an abyss hunter." The female ghost immediately trembled all over, almost instinctively taking a step back. It was precisely these creatures that had devoured the entire ghost alley last night. The female ghost was also one of them, having barely managed to escape to this place. Moreover, even monarch-level powerhouses had to yield and retreat, yet he could make them drop broken teeth. Her terrified reaction greatly satisfied Linen. He toyed with the broken tooth in his hand, implying that she must know about this. Many living beings died around Ghost Alley last night, so guess why only Ghost Alley managed to escape this calamity? The female ghost stared at the object in his hand in shock, muttering in astonishment. "Why?" Linen smiled faintly, stood up, and with a very proud, raised eyebrow replied, "Because those hunters are all my friends. A powerful monarch once appeared in this dark world. Under his leadership, the people had plenty of food and clothing, and soldiers were countless. However, this proud monarch offended a primordial-level monster, attempting to subjugate it. So that monster killed all living beings in this territory in just one day. A once glorious kingdom was now reduced to piles of white bones. When the monarch's crown fell, it was also when a rule was born in this dark world: do not offend primordial-level monsters." The female ghost had already heard these stories, so her mind boomed and trembled at this moment. Yet the person in front of her told her that the abyss hunter was his friend. The few people he mentioned earlier she could handle, but becoming an enemy of this abyss hunter was absolutely impossible. They could use every means to hunt her down, and it would be useless even if she ran to the heavens. Linen looked at the female ghost's slightly pale face and said with a smile, "Although my strength is weak, my connections are actually very wide, and you? Why get angry with me? After all, we're neighbors. Neighbors should care for and help each other. You're also a beautiful, mature older sister." The female ghost gritted her teeth at his words. Here we go again. This scoundrel clearly wanted to take advantage of her but couldn't. She glanced at Linen and the blood infant in front of her, then screamed furiously, her tentacles thrashing thump-thump against the surrounding walls. But she didn't do anything to Linen. She seemed to be just venting her anger through screaming. This action left both Linen and the blood infant a little bewildered. After a while, once she calmed down, she finally spoke, saying that it was indeed, as he said, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and that they should get along well from now on. In truth, the female ghost considered this just a temporary measure. She swallowed her anger this time, waiting for an opportunity to strike and kill him again. Linen knew this was her delaying tactic, but it didn't matter. He happily said, "That's great." Then he brought up the events of that morning again. Although what he said was 1/3 false, it wasn't entirely deceitful. He indeed saw qualities in her that other evil spirits did not possess. The female ghost narrowed her eyes at him, as if wanting to ask if it was true, but her heart had already decided that he was going to deceive her again. Linen took a deep breath, calmly smiled, and said, "You really love beauty, don't you?" The female ghost was slightly taken aback, looking at him, not knowing how to answer. Linen stood up, looked around the room, and then with a faint smile began to speak. "Your room is very beautiful. Unlike those cold, disgusting rooms, your bedroom is clearly meticulously decorated." Hearing this, the female ghost shook her head in denial, saying she had just tidied it up casually. She gritted her teeth, calming herself, determined not to be deceived by him again. But Linen continued to point at the walls, bed, and chairs, exclaiming, "They give off a fresh, new feeling. This isn't something other evil spirits can do." Then he turned around and smiled, his gaze gently falling on a single lily in a simple vase by the windowsill, saying sincerely, "Especially this lily. This toxic plant is very difficult to survive in the dark world, yet under your care it has bloomed such beautiful flowers." The female ghost was a little surprised that Lin could recognize these things, but she still wanted to deny it, yet she stammered, unable to speak. Lin words successfully increased the capture progress by 50%. He revealed a triumphant smile, gradually falling into his rhythm again. Lin looked at the female ghost, a hint of playfulness in his eyes, then brought up an old topic, saying that she had once shown displeasure at her daughter's cute appearance as if it caused her unbearable irritation. The female ghost responded with a cold gaze. "So what?" Lin stood there, eyes gleaming, his voice flat but filled with curiosity. "Then let me ask you a question." Lin asked, his gaze fixed on the female ghost, his serious expression as if he wanted to delve into every detail. He mentioned the beautiful accessories on the little girl, asking what their significance was. Lin intently watched the little evil spirit wearing a brand new dress and bib, curiosity showing in his eyes. Then he said, "Is every item on the little girl freshly woven?" The female ghost paused slightly, her eyes showing a difficult expression as if she was trying to hide something. Lin immediately smiled, saying decisively, all right, stop denying it. I can see it. You actually think your daughter is very cute and want to hug and kiss her, right?" Hearing this, the female ghost's cheeks flushed slightly. Then she retorted angrily, telling him not to talk nonsense. Lin looked at the female ghost and said, "There's actually nothing wrong with that. Every mother wants to express her love for her daughter." Lin said that you are the same. Even as an evil spirit, human love still resides in your heart. I believe that even if you were in the human world, you would be a likable girl. When the female ghost heard the words human, she blinked in surprise, her eyes shimmering with disbelief, not understanding why Lin would evaluate her this way, a being already regarded as an evil spirit. The female ghost thought to herself, it seems she still can't forget her memories of being human in her previous life. If she hadn't died then, she would still be an ordinary girl in the world. The female ghost recalled her previous life. She would marry, have children, and live a happy life hand in hand with her beloved. But reality told her again and again that she was dead. She was now nothing more than an evil spirit with an ugly, twisted face, skin as waxen white as a corpse, crimson eyes filled with resentment, and sharp, layered, fragment-like teeth that horribly distorted her face as if she had just escaped from a terrible nightmare. She secretly thought that she could only accept her identity as an evil spirit, spreading distortion and hatred to every corner of this world, and her hope for humanity was buried deep in the darkest corners of her subconscious. The female ghost looked at Lin, thinking to herself that she never expected her secret, hidden for many years, to be discovered so easily by Lin. Lin looked at the female ghost, his face blank. In the silent space, a notification sound rang out. A mission concerning resolving the blood-clothed evil spirit's resentment, as if an order had been issued and could not be refused. Hearing this, Lin thought to himself, good, the persuasion just now worked, but to resolve her hostility he still needed to find a breakthrough. The female ghost sneered coldly, looking at Lin scornfully, saying, "How dare you speak such words with just your abilities?" She said he shouldn't think that being able to stabilize her daughter's form meant he was truly capable. She placed her hand on the shoulder of the little evil spirit, the blood infant, looking Lin directly in the eye with a cold gaze, stating definitively that her daughter was merely an immature form. The primordial evil spirit power within her had not yet fully formed, which was why he could modify it at will. As she spoke, her eyes gradually turned crimson, and her nails became sharp and long, revealing the form of a true demon, exuding an unmistakable pressure. She spoke in a cold voice, her crimson eyes fixed on Lin, emphasizing that what he saw was only a small fraction of the evil spirit form she could display. She gritted her teeth, her crimson eyes burning with fury, emphasizing that Lin might have never seen the true form of an evil spirit. She revealed her true form, transforming into a terrifying demon with disheveled long hair, one crimson eye, and a horrifying large mouth. In this powerful form, she looked directly at Lin, her voice ringing out like a challenge, asking him in return if he still dared to be so confident in his abilities. The little evil spirit, the blood infant, saw the terrifying sight, her face filled with fear, eyes welling up with tears, and then she burst into loud sobs, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably. The female ghost stared directly at Lin, her crimson eyes full of pain and resentment, her voice low and sounding like a curse. She said it was precisely pain and resentment that had turned her into what she was now. She asked Lin, "Do you really think that with just your small scalpel you can resolve everything?" Seeing the female ghost's current form, Lin couldn't help but feel scared, secretly thinking, what should I do? The power of this evil spirit's true form surpassed the limits of his comprehension. He tried to calm down and find a solution. Otherwise, with even the slightest mistake, she could kill him at any moment. Suddenly, Lin remembered the words of the curse. He knew that in this situation, the lightning source might be the key to dispelling the female ghost's power. Lin placed his hand on the female ghost's body, a gesture that surprised her, a hint of bewilderment showing in her eyes. Lin looked at the female ghost and told her, "Don't move." Lin said he would use his ability to remove curses, but only for a certain period. Lin seemed to realize he had done the right thing as he saw the female ghost body emit a faint glow. The light gradually enveloped her, as if she were restrained, unable to move or resist. She opened her mouth wide, countless eerie ghost shadows swirling around her, and piercing screams of pain erupted. In the end, only the figure of a delicate woman remained, with no trace of mutation. Lin En felt a clear change. In his hand were now several unclear objects. At this moment, a notification sound rang out. Curse removed successfully. Before Lin En now the female ghost had transformed into a bright and charming beautiful girl. With rosy cherry lips and sparkling vibrant eyes, her graceful figure lay before him with no trace of an evil spirit, only pure and delicate beauty. Lin En chuckled, looking at the female ghost, now a beautiful girl, and said he hadn't lied to her. The female ghost was surprised and couldn't believe her sudden transformation. The female ghost was incredulous, asking Lin En if he had really removed the curse from her body. Lin En replied, "What else? I'm a doctor, I never lie to my clients." Lin En brought the little evil spirit, the blood infant, before the female ghost. The little girl stood quietly beside them, her eyes filled with joyful light. The female ghost looked at the little girl, her eyes blank as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. The female ghost excitedly jumped up, her eyes filled with joy. She couldn't believe any of this, her happiness overflowed. Lin En, seeing this, was puzzled. Had the system really cleared it? But why did he feel she was even crazier than before? At this moment Lin En was pondering something while the little evil spirit, the blood infant, was joyfully jumping around. He wondered, she hadn't come out after half an hour, what was she up to? Also, was something wrong with this system? Why did it keep indicating increased favorability? It was already over 300. Suddenly, the female ghost appeared behind Lin En, her eyes glistening, a gentle smile on her face. She softly said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The female ghost was now wearing a light pink dress. Its hem gently swept the ground as she moved. Her eyes held a shy gaze and her hands were clasped lightly as if she wanted to conceal her bashfulness. She looked at Lin En and softly said, "I'm sorry, it took a while to change." Lin En was somewhat embarrassed by the girl's beauty, unable to believe this was the former female ghost. He could only nod and say it was fine, but in his heart, he wondered if she was truly the same person. The female ghost spoke gently to Lin En, her voice faint and full of regret, apologizing for her previous outrageous behavior which had left her bewildered. "I truly regret it and sincerely apologize to you." Lin En felt awkward, unsure how to respond to her sudden change. The female ghost continued, her voice full of surprise and admiration, saying she never expected Lin En to be able to remove the evil spirit curse from her body, something she previously thought was utterly impossible. Lin En chuckled, saying, it's all right. Shouldn't neighbors live in harmony and be understanding of each other?" In his heart, the little evil spirit, the blood infant, still looked on blankly, as if not fully understanding what he had just said. Lin En said seriously that he had actually only temporarily helped her remove the curse. It wasn't permanent. The curse removal would last for about 14 hours. After that time she would revert to her original form. The female ghost looked blankly, her eyes filled with doubt and worry. When she heard Lin En say it was only 14 hours, she hadn't expected the effect of the removal to be so short-lived. Lin En confirmed his words, which was like a blow to the female ghost, making her unable to believe her ears. Lin En explained that every day before the effect wore off, the female ghost could come to him for one more removal, which would allow her to maintain this state permanently. Hearing this, the female ghost was overjoyed, almost unable to believe her ears, happily asking if she could come to his shop every day. Lin En happily said she could come to his shop every day because they were neighbors, and he even offered her an 80% discount on the treatment fee. He felt very clever. Not only did he defuse the crisis, but he could also create a stable source of income. And the little evil spirit, the blood infant, also became happy. The female ghost happily asked if she still needed to pay after the discount, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin En extended his hand towards the female ghost, explaining that removing curses was very energy-consuming, and after all, it was a small business. So the first few times would be free for convenience among neighbors, but after that he would charge the discounted fee. He asked her if she wanted the service, confidently asserting that he could definitely earn this money back. The female ghost timidly asked for the specific price, her eyes filled with curiosity and worry, as if she dared not ask directly but couldn't help being curious about the fee Lin En proposed. Lin En was utterly astonished at this. He couldn't believe that a powerful female ghost would be broke. He was bewildered as to why this was the case. The female ghost gently replied that she really didn't need such things. Money was not something she needed in her life. The female ghost softly told Lin En that if she wanted something, she would simply devour the other party. Her words were soft, yet they left Lin En bewildered. His mind was still spinning with thoughts on how to solve this problem. Lin En gave a dry laugh, trying to appear relaxed, and said, "It's fine if you don't have money. You can exchange other things like body parts, medicinal herbs, or cursed items. Anything is fine as long as the price is reasonable." The female ghost immediately replied with a firm tone. No, she explained that what Lin En proposed was not what she needed. Her eyes looked at him meaningfully, making Lin En even more confused. She leaned her face close to Lin En and whispered, "Then how much do you think I'm worth?" At this moment the little evil spirit, the blood infant standing nearby, saw this scene and immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Lin En felt awkward, his cheeks flushed crimson, unsure how to respond to her words. The female ghost was now idly playing with her hair, her eyes hazy, her posture soft and alluring, making the surrounding atmosphere full of temptation. Taking advantage of this moment, the female ghost suddenly lunged at Lin En, startling him. His heart raced and a sense of panic and unease enveloped him. Lin En awkwardly extended his hand, trying to keep his distance from the female ghost. He softly said, asking her to respect herself. He dared not look her directly in the eye, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel worried about the tension in the air. Seeing this, the female ghost chuckled, her eyes full of amusement. She said that Linen used to call her sister, and she preferred him to call her that. Her voice was full of deeper meaning, openly revealing her pleasure. Linen felt awkward, his cheeks flushed red because of the female ghost's proximity. He quickly raised his hand, indicating refusal. His shop didn't accept payment in flesh. The female ghost still wouldn't leave, her eyes full of deeper meaning, showing interest, letting out a light chuckle. Her words made Linen even more awkward. Hearing this, he didn't know what to do, and the confusion on his face became more pronounced. At this point, he only wished everything would end quickly. Then the female ghost tilted her neck back, looking at Linen, revealing the curves of her body and her ample chest. She asked coquettishly, "Am I not worth enough like this?" Faced with this situation, Linen was utterly bewildered, not knowing what to do as he was only a teenager. He was in a completely different league from those old hands who had been in the romantic game for hundreds of years. He felt incredibly awkward. Linen felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. He tightly closed his eyes, his cheeks flushed crimson, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his lips trembling but unable to speak, a surge of confusion swirling in his heart. Linen was silent for a moment, trying to regain his composure. He gently pushed the female ghost's shoulders with both hands. This action bewildered the female ghost. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly did this. Linen felt awkward and ashamed. He confusedly pushed the female ghost back a little, his voice a bit stammering. He didn't know what to do and could only blurt out that he didn't know anything. These words made her even more bewildered. She looked at him with a strange and confused gaze, not understanding why he had such a reaction. Linen tightly closed his eyes, not daring to look directly at the female ghost's face. He felt incredibly awkward and confused, his heart pounding violently in his chest. And she stood there, questioning him in a not-so-happy tone. She asked him if he had ever been intimate with a girl, if he had ever kissed anyone. Those questions made him feel cornered, unsure how to answer. Linen was confused, not knowing what to say. The female ghost continued to question him aggressively. She asked if he had never had the chance to hold anyone's hand, if he had never even experienced such a simple gesture. Those questions made Linen feel insulted. Every word she spoke was like a heavy punch, striking his self-esteem. The female ghost rested her chin on her hand, her expression suddenly becoming contemplative. She thought to herself, "Oh, so that's it. He really hasn't experienced any of that." She gently caressed Linen's cheek, her eyes filled with provocation and amusement, then whispered into his ear, "Let me teach you little by little." Linen felt his cheeks burning hot, his limbs as if stiff. Faced with these words, he didn't know what to do. Confusion left him rooted to the spot, his face flushed beyond concealment. In the silent depths of the night, what everyone knew would happen between Linen and the female ghost did. The next day, Linen sat quietly on the bed, his eyes tightly closed as if immersed in unspeakable thoughts. He tightly clasped his hands, a hint of tension on his face, as if weighing something important. The female ghost was now standing behind Linen, adjusting the fishnet stockings on her legs, then softly said, "Remember to wait for me tomorrow night," because she still needed to go to his shop for treatment. Her voice was soft but full of certainty, as if she had already made up her mind. The female ghost gently pressed Linen's shoulder, a gesture with a hint of flirtatiousness, as if to exert pressure but also showing tenderness. She said that if Linen helped her remove the curse, she would teach him more powerful knowledge, things that would help him broaden his horizons. Linen felt his cheeks burning hot with embarrassment at this moment. He didn't know how to respond and could only say he would go back first. As soon as he finished speaking, Linen immediately dashed towards the door, his legs seeming to fly, his eyes filled with urgency and worry. He ran wildly, as if trying to escape a situation he didn't want to face. Seeing him like this, the female ghost stood with her arms crossed, a hint of amusement in her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. As if finding pleasure in Linen's panic, she said nothing, just calmly watched him run off. When she saw his embarrassed and hasty appearance, her sense of amusement became even more pronounced. At this moment, a system notification sound rang out, reporting that Linen had completed his mission. This prompt appeared on the screen, causing him to stop instantly. Linen rested his chin in his hand, brooding unhappily. How did I end up in this situation? How did I become a psychologically twisted person? How could I be so afraid of everything? It's as if everything is out of control. And being forced to use one's body as payment, it's simply unbearable. Linen was furious. His cheeks flushed crimson. Unable to control his emotions, he panted, telling himself that this was clearly his first time, yet it was cruelly taken away by some force, making him feel as if he had been lured into an inescapable situation. These feelings left him unable to comprehend, both angry and confused. Linen slumped into a chair, sighing exhaustedly, his gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling as if searching for answers to unspoken questions. Linen checked his physique system, realizing it had dropped quite a bit. He secretly thought, fortunately, I had put all my points into physique before, otherwise I might not have been able to handle it last night. He began to allocate all his attribute points to physique again, just as before, to ensure he could maintain health and resilience in difficult situations. Linen pondered the events of the past few days, then asked himself, it's already the third day and the teacher hasn't returned. I wonder what happened that's delaying his return. He couldn't help but feel worried and confused, wondering if something unexpectedly serious had occurred. Lin-An arrived at the city realm, a place overflowing with chaotic information. Lin-An opened the system and saw chat records between people. Information scrolled rapidly. Lin-An secretly thought, that woman is too careless. She blabs about everything, especially on the world network where information spreads faster than light. Lin En continued to scroll through the system screen, sighed and thought, never mind, I should prioritize my main tasks first, other matters can wait. The system notified Lin En that he had entered the regional channel's main interface, where tasks and event information within the region were regularly updated. He browsed the system, thinking that this regional channel seemed to correspond to Ghost Alley, so his teacher definitely wouldn't be here. However, he then thought that if messages from the World Channel were already posted here, then it wasn't possible to receive news about his teacher. When he clicked on the World Channel system, he was surprised to find that this channel required special permissions. This caught him off guard. He decided to try narrowing his search, hoping to find something, although he wasn't too sure about the results. After entering the system, Lin En quickly posted a query, asking for information about the Chainsaw Maniac from the Chainsaw Pharmacy in Ghost Alley. He hoped to get any information from knowledgeable individuals and also requested everyone's help, hoping to attract attention. Lin En finished posting. Secretly thinking that the setup of this city realm was very much like an online game, he asked himself if this higher dimensional will came from his own world. At this moment, many questions flooded Lin En's mind. He asked himself what connection there was between this world and his own. Was everything controlled by a single system? Just then, a notification about the contract realm popped up on Lin En's screen, piquing his curiosity. Lin En learned about the contract realm. Realizing it was a bridge connecting the dark world to other worlds, Lin En realized that beings from other worlds could forge contracts with beings from the dark world by sacrificing contractual items. Lin En realized that after signing a contract, creatures from the dark world could appear in other worlds using demon summoning methods, creating dangerous and mysterious connections. Hearing about connecting to other worlds and summoning demons, Lin En suddenly realized something important. He happily thought to himself, if this is the case, can't I use this method to return to my own world? No sooner had he thought this than the system immediately activated, teleporting him to the contract realm. As soon as Lin En finished listening to the system notification, his heart immediately sank. He realized that his current permissions were insufficient to activate the relevant functions. This disappointed him, as his dream of returning to his own world moved a little further away. Lin En sighed, muttering to himself, it seems to unlock all the functions of the city realm, I need to continuously upgrade my permissions. He understood that this matter could be put on hold for now. Currently, he needed to find other ways to enhance his strength and authority. Lin En saw the trading district and found it intriguing. He decided to teleport there, hoping to find something useful for himself. After the teleportation, Lin En entered a new world. The surrounding space was enveloped in darkness. Everything was immersed in a gloomy and cold atmosphere. There was a high-level weapon shop here, specializing in items such as the Blackmarsh Stone Great Shield, a pure black shield made from precious gems of the dark world suitable for humanoid creatures, making them resilient and difficult to defeat in battles where they withstand damage. Lin En walked into an area called Demon Eye Mechanist Shop, which specialized in providing limb regeneration services for creatures who had lost body parts. Additionally, various high-level magic energy cores were sold to enhance magical power. Lin En continued deeper into the trading district and stopped in front of a Cyclops slave emporium, where a fox-girl individual from the Violet world was displayed. She had fair skin and the ability to control others' minds. This individual could be trained and cultivated according to the buyer's needs. This offered a peculiar and mysterious attraction for those seeking power and mental control. Lin En thought to himself, sure enough, this place was just like the shops in the games he used to play. Everything seemed similar to the virtual world he knew. Was he in a game world again? He felt as if the high-level Will's true form was like a teenager addicted to games. Lin En thought to himself, even the functions were similar to a game. Just then, a notification sounded. New feature unlocked, teleport shop. He thought, since that's the case, why not try opening an online shop here? And then press the Create Shop button on the system. The system repeatedly prompted him, leaving him confused. He didn't understand why this was happening. He muttered Teleport Blood Giant Pharmacy in confusion. He didn't know why this prompt appeared, but it left him even more bewildered. At that moment, he stood in front of a castle, muttering to himself. Sure enough, Master had already set up the shop here. This feeling was strange, yet full of excitement. He pushed the door open and walked in, where a dazzling light forced him to squint. The surrounding space became blurred and filled with mystery. Suddenly, the notification sounded again. Unable to verify authorization. Please enter shop command. This left Lin En bewildered. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin En rested his chin in his hand, a thought about password setting commands emerging in his mind. This made him realize it was a factor he had never known before. Confusion and doubt flooded his mind, but he also felt some curiosity about this feature. The system prompted that it couldn't check authorization and requested the shop command. Lin En thought for a moment, decided to ignore it, and planned to randomly guess one based on his master's preferences. As Lin En tried to enter the command, the system prompted, incorrect command, access denied, which left him somewhat confused but not overly surprised. Clearly this was a strict system, not easily bypassed. He tried passwords like 200-year single kidney and cutest disciple, but none were successful. The system again prompted incorrect command, which annoyed Lin En. He hadn't expected opening a shop to be so difficult. Finally, he tried the password I love Lawless, and when the system prompted success, he couldn't help but laugh, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. His eyes sparkled with light from this success, and he felt immensely satisfied. Sure enough, he knew his master too well. Lin En walked and thought, unexpected, that the layout here was almost identical to reality, and even the items were exactly the same. It seemed this place was regularly maintained. Lin En looked at the system screen, thinking to himself, is this the main interface for this shop? Entry exit 500, maintenance 10.03, this is too expensive. Based on a real-world shop's income, it definitely couldn't afford this. Where did master get so much money? Lin En found the shop log section. When he saw the information, he thought to himself, these things are monster organs. Is this master's real source of income? He thought. No wonder master always came back from outings carrying several large bags and then went into the pharmacy's operating room. That was just a superficial excuse. Selling monster organs was master's true profession. Lin En was confused. The monsters in the shop log by their names alone sounded extremely powerful, yet master could easily kill them. This made him realize that master's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He couldn't help but wonder, if master can do this, just how strong is master? As he read the message in the shop log, he became even more confused. The content stated that on day 105, an old friend from the Demon Hunters Association came to see master, inviting master to the inverted tower to investigate some strange occurrences that had recently happened within the association. Master had left the Demon Hunters Association 10 years ago, and he hadn't expected that friend to come calling again. After reading it, Lin En thought that this message was written 3 days ago. It seemed this was the reason for master's departure. He couldn't help but feel curious and worried. Were the events at the Demon Hunters Association related to the changes in master's life? Lin En read the message again, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Inverted Tower, Demon Hunters Association. These words made him suddenly realize that master had once been a member of that organization. He hadn't expected master to have a past connected to such a mysterious organization. Lin En thought to himself that master had probably gone at the invitation of an old friend, which wasn't unusual, and he felt somewhat relieved because of this. Lin En thought for a while and decided to access the system to prepare to leave this world. Back in reality, Lin En thought, now that I know about this broader inter-realm market channel, the most important things are to make money, advertise, and increase visibility. He walked towards the door, thinking, to develop in the inter-realm market, I must have sufficiently good products. Lin En began to sit at his invention desk and ponder, believing that by drawing upon the unique recipes from the system rewards he could definitely open up the inter-realm market, and then use the rewards he obtained to continuously raise his authority within the inter-realm market. He held a test tube in his hand, thinking that one day he would reach the contract domain and then return to his original world. He stood with his arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with determination, his mind full of thoughts about the future. He felt as if everything was slowly fitting into place. The inter-realm market for Blood Giant Pharmacy, the opportunity to get rich was right before him, no longer distant. Having finished his thoughts, he decided to post an advertisement on the system, aiming to attract attention and build his brand. Everything was ready. Lin En sat down, hands clasped, his gaze fixed on the screen, thinking to himself, just waiting for customers to flock in now. Then Lin En stood up, looking at the screen, thinking to himself, just waiting for customers to flock in now. He looked at the screen and smiled faintly, thinking, everything is still going smoothly. This is just the beginning. With a little more advertising fees, customers will arrive soon. He paced back and forth, and although he waited for a long time, no one appeared. The feeling of waiting began to make him a little confused, wondering if he had done something wrong. 3 hours later, Lin En sat on the ground and sighed deeply, a sense of frustration from being ignored washing over him. He stood up angrily, cursing loudly. He had spent 5,000 skull coins 5 times in a row, yet he hadn't seen a single person. Lin En felt cornered and roared in frustration. Determined to show everyone his advertising methods, he began to throw himself back into work, clenching his fists and focusing, not letting disappointment take over, determined not to give up no matter how many difficulties he faced. On the advertisement screen, a sensually dressed girl appeared with a confident smile. She was introducing Lin En's shop. She lightly tapped her fingers, pointing to her chest, making it impossible for viewers to take their eyes off the screen, igniting their curiosity and desire to explore the shop. When viewers clicked the advertisement, a notification popped up on the screen with a shockingly strong promotional slogan. Macho Brand Critical Hit Potion, a must-have for men, reach heaven, strong as a bulldozer. This created an exaggerated image of male power. He smiled faintly, confidently, thinking to himself, this is just the first move, there are many more tricks to try. He continuously registered new users, and the numbers on the screen kept rising. Every click was a step in his plan. He smiled confidently, satisfied with the results, and then said in a self-assured tone, done for the day. As he unleashed this move into the inter-realm market, the surrounding space began to tremble. The screen lit up. Icons and text rapidly flew past, and everything seemed to be inverted, producing an intense light effect that foreshadowed impending changes. Creatures in the inter-realm market swayed, their bodies as if struck by an unseen force. Space became chaotic and everything grew blurred and unstable. Notifications rang out continuously, each accompanied by a large number of people applying to join Lin En's shop. The number of registrations continued to increase, stirring up a surging wave in the inter-realm market, making the surrounding space even noisier, sweeping through like a storm. A customer looked towards Lin En's shop with a skeptical tone, asking if the shop truly sold the miraculous potion mentioned in the promotional material. At the same time, a second customer also spoke up, asking if drinking the potion would make them incredibly mighty, to the point that even a queen couldn't withstand them. Customers stood at the doorway. The first eagerly asked if they could immediately buy 10 bottles of critical hit potion, while the second, equally anxious, requested 50 bottles to try its effects, not forgetting to ask if the recommended by a new demon eye hunter claim was real. Seeing this scene, Lin couldn't help but think, the people here are truly naive. He felt a little embarrassed, but then he smiled, thinking to himself, since they've come knocking, this money has to be earned. The crowd became noisy. One person shouted loudly, "Get out of my way, I was here first." Another followed, saying, "Boss, give me a bottle." Chaos could be clearly heard from the clamor as customers vied for every bottle of potion. Someone even asked, "Boss, do you accept payment with one's body? I could come to the shop as a succubus, it'd be quite good." Lin watched this scene, scratching his head, thinking to himself, what a headache. Lin smiled, his eyes full of amusement. He pondered, looking at the boisterous crowd before him, asking himself how to handle the situation. The crowd outside pushed and shoved each other. Someone loudly declared their intention to buy all remaining bottles at 4,000 skull coins each. Hearing this, Lin's lips curved into a smile as he announced that the small shop currently had only 30 bottles of critical hit potion left, 10 of which had already been reserved by loyal customers. One fellow heard this, turned to his rival, and retorted in a provocative tone, "Are you the only one who can spend money?" He emphatically bid 5,000 skull coins per bottle, claiming he would buy all 30 bottles to try them out. If the effects were as expected, he promised to double his support for Lin's business. The crowd competed with each other, shouting out bids, each person naming a higher number. One called 5,000, another sneered and raised it to 6,000. Then came cries of 7,000, 7,500. The deafening shouts filled the small shop space with noise. Lin looked at the noisy, scrambling crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips, and calmly said, "Everyone should restrain yourselves and shop rationally. Don't squander freely. Earning money isn't easy," he emphasized. "Those who want to buy can pay over here, or direct transfer is also fine." Lin sat amidst piles of money, a look of triumph in his eyes. He muttered to himself, my conscience won't let me. To think I'm using such despicable methods to sell." Then he thought, but I'm not really deceiving consumers. The critical hit potion can indeed increase combat power. It's just that this kind of combat power is somewhat different from what consumers perceive as combat power. Suddenly he remembered he still had a task to go back and prepare hair growth potions. Thinking of this, he pressed the red button on his wrist. He said firmly, "This time I must sell it cheaply. I can't deceive honest consumers anymore." Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of soldiers stood under a gloomy sky. The space was silent, with only a gentle breeze rustling through withered leaves. Low-hanging clouds in the sky emitted a faint light, making the air feel heavier and gloomier. The captain stood at the front, his face stern, eyes cold, seemingly able to see through everything. He looked at the void ahead, where sporadic red dots flickered, like the dangerous and tense gaze of waiting enemies. A subordinate reported solemnly, "Captain, the auxiliary items from the royal court have been delivered." The subordinate continued to report, "In addition to healing potions and strength potions, there are also 5 bottles of critical hit potion urgently purchased by the royal court. It is said that this critical hit potion can double the user's combat power." The captain picked up a potion bottle, asking skeptically about possible side effects. The subordinate could only reply that they were unsure about that question. Suddenly, a group of red-eyed monsters charged towards them, showing no signs of slowing down. The captain and his subordinates stared blankly at the monsters suddenly rushing towards them. Before they could even react, the monsters grew fiercer, baring their sharp teeth, and pounced towards them with astonishing speed, making the surrounding atmosphere tense. The captain readied his weapon, his eyes cold, and loudly commanded the squad to prepare their defenses, every agile movement demonstrating his resolve against danger. The soldiers charged forward with determination, their footsteps and the clang of weapons echoing through the space. Everyone was ready to face the impending challenge. Seeing the critical situation, the captain thought, the number of bugs is simply too great. He clearly knew that with their current forces they couldn't possibly stop them. He frowned, thinking he could only force his way through to kill the queen bug, but his current strength wasn't enough, so he had to risk it. Saying this, he picked up the red potion bottle and unhesitatingly drank it all, immediately feeling a rush of heat surging through his body, power rising little by little. After drinking it, he felt his body change, his strength noticeably increasing, as if every cell within him had awakened, ready for battle. He let out a shout, his voice echoing in the air, demonstrating his newfound determination and power. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, devoid of any fear. The soldiers were all surprised to hear the captain's shout. They exchanged glances, clearly sensing the change in the air. The tension doubled. The captain's bald head gleamed with a fiery light, muscles bulging beneath his skin, and his eyes were crimson like fire, filled with killing intent and determination. He smiled confidently, feeling the surge of power within him. Knowing that he was now much stronger, his subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe the captain's transformation. His hair was gone, leaving only a gleaming bald head and bulging muscles. Everyone stared blankly at each other. No one dared believe what was happening before their eyes. All their gazes were focused on the captain, who had now completely changed. At this moment, the captain stood ramrod straight, posing confidently, showing off his powerfully bulging muscles in his new form, his crimson eyes exuding authority, astonishing everyone. His subordinates stared blankly at each other, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The captain was now bald, muscular, and red-eyed, presenting a powerful and unique appearance. The captain, weapon in hand, his eyes filled with determination, commanded his subordinates to charge forward, creating a powerful aura. The clang of weapons rang out, and the surrounding space seemed to be compressed. The monsters on the other side were not to be outdone. They charged fiercely, their red eyes and sharp teeth glinting in the dim light, forming a chaotic and tense picture. The captain charged forward, his body splitting into multiple phantoms, each rushing in a different direction, forming a continuous assault that threw the monsters into a panic. The captain's clones quickly appeared in various places, standing steadily, ready to attack the monsters at any moment. A strangely featured female reporter was broadcasting the news. Recently, peculiar incidents had occurred in various areas of the city of Sin, all related to baldness. Here are the detailed reports related to these incidents. 10-year-old watermelon-haired boy overthrows Blood Clan. Breaking news. A 10-year-old boy of the Blood Fiend race in the city of Sin suddenly shaved his head bald. At the same time, his strength greatly increased and he killed 15 tentacle demons in a trial, breaking the Blood Clan's century-old record. Breaking news. A unicorn demon clan fleet was rescued after encountering danger in the Sea of Oblivion. The reason was that a first mate's head suddenly emitted high-frequency light, mistaken for a lighthouse by passing ships, successfully guiding them to their location. Breaking news. A werewolf in the city of Sin was besieged by the Blood Clan. After transforming into a werewolf and shedding his clothes, he suddenly went bald and grew fur. His strength greatly increased, and he killed over a dozen vampires in one go, successfully escaping the pursuit. Lin was currently manufacturing products. He mumbled as he worked. Add 1 milliliter of compound Zinluo liquid, 1 demon lizard tail, and 1 gram of night bat guano. A series of notifications sounded, indicating that his reputation had significantly increased in the city of Sin, the Dark Elf Royal Court, and the Succubus Legion. Suddenly he frowned. A sudden feeling of discomfort forced him to stop what he was doing, asking himself what was happening. He muttered to himself that after mixing it thoroughly, he still needed to add a bit of Hunter's dental calculus to complete it. Notifications continued to sound. He had just gained alchemy experience, leveling up to intermediate alchemy, while his intelligence also increased, and he gained a significant amount of basic experience. After completing it, he picked up the product, his eyes gleaming with pride. He thought to himself, "I'll make a huge profit this time." Flesh Regeneration Potion was a high-level potion, capable of rapidly healing external injuries and also assisting in limb regeneration. However, some minor side effects might occur when used. Suddenly a knock came from outside the door. Lin turned his head, curiosity in his eyes. Lin walked towards the door, each step cautious as if something unusual was waiting. Lin opened the door and the light from outside streamed in, surprising him. His eyes widened when he saw the unexpected sight before him. Before him was a girl with a serious expression, eagerly asking if a surgery could be performed. Seeing a customer, Lin cordially invited her to sit down for an examination. It was a black butterfly fairy who had lost an arm. She was somewhat hesitant and moved slowly. Blushing, she shyly explained that her arm had been eaten by a monster and she needed treatment now, otherwise she would die. Besides being shy, she was also worried. Her injuries were severe and she had painstakingly found this pharmacy, unsure if he could treat her. After recognizing the information, the system immediately issued the quest Limb Regeneration, with a reward of 200 skull coins, 200 basic experience points, and a 4-tier special reward. Lin learned of the Black Butterfly Fairy's concerns. He reassured her, "Please don't worry. Our Blood Giant Pharmacy is the best pharmacy within a 100-mile radius of Wandering Souls Alley. Forget about just an arm, even if you were burned to ashes we could save you." The Black Butterfly Fairy felt much more at ease after hearing this, but the girl was also a little mischievous. She asked Lin, "You wouldn't drug me, then tie me up, hide me in a corner of the room and do something awful, would you?" Lin almost choked upon hearing this, and the two found themselves in an awkward situation, their eyes meeting. Lin straightened his face and corrected her. "Of course I wouldn't do anything like that." The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately brightened up and said with some relief, "That's good." Suddenly the system prompted, "Gained Black Butterfly Fairy Affinity plus 10. Lin was surprised. "What's going on? Affinity increased just like that?" Seeing this situation, Lin decided to get to the bottom of it. "Why exactly did you ask such a strange question?" The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately became annoyed. "When we came to this world, the elders specifically warned us that the creatures here are very bad. Many companions were deceived by bad people, even treated as playthings, so we must be vigilant and guard against being tricked." After speaking, the Black Butterfly Fairy softly asked again, "So are you a liar?" Lin corrected her again. "Of course not." Only then did the Black Butterfly Fairy let out a sigh of relief. Ding, trust level increased by another 10 points. After gaining trust, the Black Butterfly Fairy lightheartedly began to drink again, letting Lin do whatever he was doing. Lin shook his head. "Didn't your elder warn you to be vigilant? You believed me after just 2 or 3 sentences, and yet you're supposed to guard against being tricked? You're practically screaming easily fooled with your entire being." Lin continued to wipe the wound as he asked, "You just said your race is migrating. Do you not originally belong to this world?" The Black Butterfly Fairy replied, "The elder said that such confidential matters cannot be revealed to unfriendly creatures to prevent investigation." Then she asked Lin again, "Are you an unfriendly creature?" Lin answered affirmatively. He was very friendly, and so the Black Butterfly Fairy believed him again. If he was a friendly creature, telling him wouldn't matter. Actually, they were migrating and intended to settle in the mountains north of the Hellfire Plains. There was enough water and food there for their clan to multiply, making it a very good place. The Black Butterfly Fairy, tipsy, truly spilled everything. If bad people heard this, their entire clan would probably be doomed. Linen looked at her helplessly. This must be one of their clan's warriors. Hearing this, the Black Butterfly Fairy immediately introduced herself. I am the powerful chief knight of the fairy race and also the first great knight of the fairy race to pass the trials. You may call me Lady Yue. The sword I wield is the direction our clan advances. I am the pioneer of the fairy race, the pathfinder of great territories, the one who sees light through the dark world, the vanguard of ultra-long-distance migration. Great Lady Yue, I shall lead my clan towards a bright future. Linen looked blankly as the Black Butterfly Fairy boasted about her achievements. He didn't care much, simply saying, "Your wound is bleeding again, please sit down quickly." The Black Butterfly Fairy knew she had spoken out of turn and quickly apologized, saying she couldn't control herself. Linen thought to himself, "This fairy is not only easily fooled but also has a screw loose. It's a miracle she's alive now." Linen then asked, "The place you're heading, isn't it north of the Hellfire Plains? How did you end up in Wandering Souls Alley, which is in the south?" The Black Butterfly Fairy became confused again. She told Linen not to say strange things. As a vanguard, she had always walked north and never deviated from the direction. Hearing this, Linen asked her, "Where is north?" The Black Butterfly Fairy boldly pointed. Only then did Linen say impatiently, "That's south." The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately panicked upon hearing this. The Black Butterfly Fairy remained very certain. "Impossible. I am the vanguard. I couldn't possibly have taken the wrong direction. We've already walked 2,000 miles and my intuition tells me I'm on the right path." Linen asked in confusion, "Have you always relied on intuition for directions?" The Black Butterfly Fairy still replied optimistically, "What else? Our clan has always done it this way." He then asked, "How far is the place you're migrating to from your original territory?" The Black Butterfly Fairy replied, 500 miles. "But you just said you've already walked 2,000 miles." The Black Butterfly Fairy still replied naively, "That's right. Then why for a journey of 500 miles have you walked 2,000 miles and still haven't arrived?" Linen questioned her, and only then did the Black Butterfly Fairy realize that something was wrong with her journey. Linen was speechless. She had traveled 2,000 miles from home and still hadn't realized she was going the wrong way. With a brain like that, it's a miracle she's alive. It's an insult to this world. Linen was utterly exasperated and decided to open a drawer to get something out. He took out a compass, priced at 200 skull coins, calling it a friendship price. With it, she wouldn't get lost anymore. The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately asked curiously, "What is this?" Linen kindly explained, "It's a compass. This mysterious instrument can help you tell directions. I usually sell it for 1,000. She then asked how to use it. Linen simply explained, "If the compass points south, it means you are currently standing in the south." The Black Butterfly Fairy found it truly amazing and immediately agreed to buy the compass. The system issued another notification. The Black Butterfly Fairy's trust level increased by another 30 points. Linen felt a little uneasy after the transaction, considering himself a businessman lacking in ethics. The system notified again, "Host achieved 100-fold profit accomplishment. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 basic points." Linen patted the Black Butterfly Fairy on the shoulder, reminding her as a friend, "Those who say they aren't bad people aren't necessarily good people. Those who say they won't take advantage of you might not actually refrain from doing so. Don't casually eat things given by others and don't casually turn your back on others. And never casually follow others home. Only then can you ensure a stable life." The Black Butterfly Fairy merely scratched her head, smiling shyly, thanking him for his sincere words, but she didn't remember any of it. Linen was helpless. No amount of reminding was useful. Although she was prone to being fooled, if she had survived this long, she must have had her own means of self-preservation. He began to be curious about the Black Butterfly Fairy's wound on her hand. She immediately explained that it was bitten by a giant. It was a monster far stronger than them, and she was no match for it. If she, this knight, hadn't dodged in time, it wouldn't have just been her arm bitten off but her entire head gone. Linen was stunned after hearing this. "Forget it. To prevent infection, please clean the wound." He told her to take off her jacket. The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately refused. "This knight will never take off my armor." Linen explained that she had to take it off for the anesthetic injection, because cleaning the wound would be very painful. The Black Butterfly Fairy still refused. She believed anesthetic would affect a knight's reflexes, and a little pain was nothing at all. Linen needed to confirm if she was sure. The Black Butterfly Fairy was 100% certain. He began to act. She was the second person brave enough to be so defiant in front of him. In the treatment room, Linen began his work with the Black Butterfly Fairy's hands and feet firmly bound to each corner of the operating bed. Her posture was somewhat awkward. The Black Butterfly Fairy, blushing, said shyly, "You can start any time. I'm already a fish on the chopping block now." Linen, with an evil glint in his eye, said, "If you can't stand it, scream, but whatever you do, don't bite your tongue." "I'm starting now." The Black Butterfly Fairy remained confident. Her pain resistance was full. She wouldn't. Before she could finish, Linen had already begun operating directly on her bloody wound. After enduring this heavenly strike, the Black Butterfly Fairy's face began to turn pale and then purple, and she finally couldn't help but scream, "It hurts. Why does your knife hurt so many times more than others? Did you use something strange on me to make it hurt more?" Linen said helplessly. "This is just the first cut, and it's the lightest one." Linen eventually still advised her to take an anesthetic. The Black Butterfly Fairy's face was twisted in pain. Her pain resistance was high, and she confidently believed that knights possessed the quality of endurance, so she wouldn't take anesthetic. Hearing this, Linen without mercy struck again, and blood splattered. The Black Butterfly Fairy still screamed miserably. "So painful, you used too much force," Linen sternly said. "Didn't you say your pain resistance was full? Don't move around. If you keep moving, I'll hit other places." The Black Butterfly Fairy sobbed. "Although my resistance is full, every cut breaks through the limit, causing unbearable pain." So the treatment continued, with only the fairy's heart-wrenching screams. "I'm going to tear apart. I'm really going to tear apart. I'm breaking." Linen warned her not to make such strange noises. "I've only made a few cuts." The fairy continued to scream. "Help, help, my body feels like it's being ripped apart. I don't want to do this anymore, it's too painful to bear." The Black Butterfly Fairy immediately struggled to resist. This girl was really troublesome. Linen decided to stuff a circular test tube into her mouth to prevent her from screaming further. He told her, "Bite down hard, just a little longer, it'll be done soon, hold on, hold on." And so the system kept prompting, and Linen continuously performed his knife work while the fairy could only lie there and endure because she could no longer scream. Finally it was done. The system notified that Linan's knife skills had reached intermediate level during the recent treatment. He would receive 300 basic experience points. After the shock of this treatment, the Black Butterfly Fairy was in too much pain to move. Linen finally removed the obstruction from her mouth. A notification showed that the wound treatment was complete, and they could proceed to the next step. Her handcuffs were removed and the Black Butterfly Fairy woke up in a haze. She muttered to herself, "It was like a dream, I almost broke." Linen immediately stated that this was a normal reaction. The Black Butterfly Fairy confidently believed Linen was the man who had caused her such pain. Linen was surprised that he was the first person audacious enough to shove something so rough into her mouth. He immediately explained that he had done it out of concern that she might bite her tongue. Unexpectedly, the Black Butterfly Fairy's face flushed. Linen had left a deep impression on her, and she would definitely not forget him. The Black Butterfly Fairy's favorability increased by another 30 points. This surprised Linen. This could also increase favorability. What kind of constitution did this girl have? The wounds were treated. Next was limb regeneration. Linen reminded her that the procedure wouldn't be cheap. Did she bring enough money? Looking at the fairy, he couldn't be bothered to tempt her further. He'd give her a small discount for this surgery. The Black Butterfly Fairy remained confident, stating that she had brought all her clan's funds with her before setting out. So it was time for her to laboriously pull out money again. She began taking a money pouch from her chest. After she pulled it out, her chest immediately became flat, leaving Linen dumbfounded. Was it fake? The Black Butterfly Fairy also seemed a bit embarrassed, but she immediately regained her confidence and pulled out a handful of gold. These were all genuine Black Furnace coins. Linen was triumphant. She had a large bag of Black Furnace coins which could be exchanged for at least hundreds of thousands of skull coins. The Black Butterfly Fairy retorted, asking if that was enough. Linan's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. This was more than enough. This fairy exuded an aura of gentleness, foolishness, wealth, and gullibility. She alone possessed all the characteristics of a human susceptible to being deceived. It would be an act against heaven not to trick her. Linen told her to sit still, and he would restore her severed limb. Linen took out a tube of blue potion, explaining that it was a flesh regeneration potion he had developed. "Give it a try." He remembered the system mentioning that this potion had a slight side effect. She could indeed try it out, but the Black Butterfly Fairy declared definitively that this potion would have no effect on her. With that, she acted. She quickly opened the tube and drank it immediately, to Linan's surprise and anticipation. But as expected, nothing happened. The fairy explained that her constitution was very special. She had a strong rejection to all kinds of potions, so whether it was poison or healing potions, they had no effect on her. Linan's potion was no exception. Linen was displeased. "If you're resistant to medicine, why did you come to my shop?" The fairy thought she was just trying her luck, hoping a limb might grow back. Linen realized this was a rare opportunity to test a potion, but he had encountered someone with drug immunity. No wonder she had so many weaknesses yet was still alive. Linen was angry at the failure. This is a formula given to him by the system. It must be different from other potions. He realized that if his potion worked on immune individuals, its value would increase. After thinking, he used the fairy for a potion experiment, telling her to trust him that this time the potion would work, and if not, he wouldn't charge. The Black Butterfly Fairy didn't seem to care much. "Just try it if you want." Linen began trying to pour the potion onto her severed arm. The potion's effect exceeded Linan's expectations. The arm began to show some reaction, and he immediately said excitedly, "It's working." The Black Butterfly Fairy also looked curiously at her arm. But ultimately, those reactions quickly dissipated. She sighed. It seemed this potion was useless as well. Her constitution is too special. If it doesn't work, I hope to install another suitable prosthetic limb for her. However, something unexpected happened. The reactions on the Black Butterfly Fairy's arm continued to be active. Lumps of granulation tissue began to grow, as if completing an assembly project, the fairy said happily. Linan's potion is finally working. It's amazing. The process was still progressing rapidly. And Linen also felt excited. It seems to be very fast. It looks like her constitution didn't affect the potion's effectiveness, the Black Butterfly Fairy exclaimed. "It's healed as expected of the man who left such a deep impression on me." His abilities are too strong, Lin An reminded her not to develop feelings for him so easily. This warning seemed a bit late as the system immediately notified her that her favorability had increased by 50 points. Putting that aside, Lin An asked her how she felt so he could record it. The Black Butterfly Fairy replied, "It feels a bit numb, itchy, a bit painful, and it's not just my arm, other places are numb too." He continued to ask and she replied, "It feels very comfortable, my arm is growing, and it feels like I have an extra pair of hands, it's very strange." Lin An was confused upon hearing this. What did she mean by an extra pair of hands? Suddenly a strange tentacle like an octopus's appeared behind the Black Butterfly Fairy. It swayed and stood upright. The system prompted, "San -10, then the tentacle touched the Black Butterfly Fairy's face. This made her mistakenly think the doctor was licking her face, and she felt that even though he was powerful, he shouldn't touch her body casually. Not yet realizing the situation, the fairy kept telling Lin An to stop. He began to clarify and told her to open her eyes and look. The Black Butterfly Fairy was puzzled. Who was licking her just now? Seeing the long swaying tentacle on her body, she seemed to turn to stone. Then a scream echoed through the small space. Seeing a strange tentacle growing from her body, the Black Butterfly Fairy screamed in terror. She fell to the ground crying out for help. "Help, why is a strange tentacle growing on my body?" Lin An told her to stop moving. "I'll help you." The Black Butterfly Fairy's san value decreased by another 10. Lin An helped her up. The Black Butterfly Fairy kept crying for help. "That tentacle is about to go inside." Lin An asked, "Go inside?" "Go where?" The Black Butterfly Fairy felt it was extending into a strange place, and her san value kept dropping. After some struggle, Lin An finally grabbed the tentacle and excitedly held it up. After the Black Butterfly Fairy clearly saw the tentacle growing from her body, she kept screaming, "It's growing from my body, it's growing from my shoulder again." Lin An told her to calm down and stop screaming. His head was going numb. Lin An placed the tentacle on the table, raised the knife in his hand, and then told the Black Butterfly Fairy to bear with it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin An immediately brought the knife down, cutting the tentacle into 2 pieces with one stroke. The Black Butterfly Fairy screamed in pain, her face looking completely blank. Both of them walked forward together to examine the tentacle. Unexpectedly, even after being severed, it was still wriggling. The Black Butterfly Fairy saw the tentacle still moving. It was even lunging towards her. This caused her san value to decrease by another 20 points. As soon as the tentacle fell at Lin An's feet, it immediately exploded, startling him. Both Lin An and the Black Butterfly Fairy were startled by the explosion. The tentacle was blown into pieces and stopped moving. The Black Butterfly Fairy turned her head and asked Lin An confusedly, "What's going on? Why did a tentacle grow on my shoulder?" Lin An explained, "Don't worry, it's just a slight side effect of the potion, it's normal." Upon hearing the word normal, the Black Butterfly Fairy became angry. "What do you mean normal? What kind of potion makes people grow strange tentacles like this?" The Black Butterfly Fairy added, "Tentacles are barely acceptable. What if something even stranger grows?" She thought this wasn't a regeneration potion at all, but clearly a mutation potion. Lin An told her not to be nervous. The rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Although the Black Butterfly Fairy was rich, a little mutation now and then wasn't a big problem. Lin An pointed at the Black Butterfly Fairy's arm and said, "And hasn't her arm grown a lot already? With a bit more potion her arm might recover completely." The Black Butterfly Fairy was a bit embarrassed. "Do we have to continue?" But she genuinely found it terrifying. Lin An placed a hand on the Black Butterfly Fairy's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, no matter what grows this time, I'll chop it off for you with one slash." Lin An was confident in his words. She should trust him. Doesn't she want her arm to recover completely? Seeing Lin An's determined attitude and her own pitiful arm, the Black Butterfly Fairy, despite being terrified, decided to try one last time. Lin An reassured her, telling her to leave it to him. Then Lin An immediately took out the potion bottle and poured it onto the Black Butterfly Fairy's arm. The potion seemed to have an effect, but then a side effect appeared. Another tentacle grew into a tail on the Black Butterfly Fairy's back. She signaled Lin An, "I grew a strange tail, quickly cut it off." Lin An immediately stepped forward and unhesitatingly chopped off the tentacle. Next, the Black Butterfly Fairy felt it again. This time they grew inside her armor, and they were sticky tentacles. She yelled at Lin An, "Cut them off, cut them off." Lin An quickly replied that it was no problem, and he continuously swung his knife chopping off the tentacles. Next, a pair of beautiful wings grew on the Black Butterfly Fairy's back. She said happily, These wings, they look beautiful, I can keep them." However, the sound of a knife rang out, and the beautiful wings the Black Butterfly Fairy adored fell off. She was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. The Black Butterfly Fairy angrily turned her head and cursed Lin An. She had guaranteed they could be kept. Why did Lin An have to cut off such beautiful wings? Lin An replied awkwardly. Perhaps it was because he chopped them off out of habit. After continuously chopping off tentacles for over 10 minutes, the Black Butterfly Fairy's arm was completely restored. The system notified, "Congratulations, Lin An, for completing the quest Limb Regeneration. You have gained 200 skull coins and 200 experience points." Lin An helped the Black Butterfly Fairy sit up. He asked her with concern, "How do you feel now?" The Black Butterfly Fairy felt very strange. She felt many unknown things growing on her body. Lin An packed up the tentacles and reassured her that those things had all been chopped off by him, and she should just regard them as hallucinations. This treatment was perfect. He praised the Black Butterfly Fairy's excellent performance. She asked doubtfully, "The potion costs money, but cutting off those strange things shouldn't, right?" Lin An examined the Black Butterfly Fairy's body. "Of course not. Where did the sun rise from today? Lin actually isn't charging. Not only that, he even gave these things to the Black Butterfly Fairy as souvenirs. The Black Butterfly Fairy sat up and thanked Lin, asking if she could leave now. Lin happily reminded her, "Of course you can. Remember to give my shop a good review. You'll even get a discount next time." Suddenly, Lin called the Black Butterfly Fairy back, startling her. The Black Butterfly Fairy turned around dejectedly and asked, "What's wrong?" Perhaps she was afraid of needing more treatment. It turned out Lin had remembered that he hadn't controlled anything during the last application of the potion. He wondered if the Black Butterfly Fairy still felt any mutations on her body now. The Black Butterfly Fairy touched her body. There was nothing unusual. Perhaps there were no more. But her chest felt a bit strange. Lin pondered, then decided it was fine. "Never mind, it's nothing then." He happily bid farewell to the Black Butterfly Fairy. "It seems this potion doesn't cause mutation every time. Thank you for your cooperation. See you next time." The Black Butterfly Fairy retreated step by step, walking out of the house. She really didn't want to come here again after the Black Butterfly Fairy left. Lin sat at his desk, deep in thought. This potion test was very successful. Next, he would sell it online. Suddenly, he felt something under the table. Lin was startled because he clearly remembered he had already cleaned up. He was startled upon seeing the object. Isn't this that strange prosthetic breast the Black Butterfly Fairy was wearing? No, it's the money pouch. He remembered that it had been there during the surgery. She had forgotten to take it. He felt a bit strange. Lin recalled the scene of the Black Butterfly Fairy touching her chest earlier. Wait, the money pouch is here but her chest. After thinking for a while, Lin understood. The potion had ultimately mutated her body, turning the fake into real. He hurriedly picked up the money pouch and chased after her. Damn it, if the Black Butterfly Fairy can't get money next time, he must stop her and then cut off that extra part. But when he opened the door, there was no one in sight. The Black Butterfly Fairy had already left. Lin felt disappointed. As a doctor, committing such a basic mistake was a grave dereliction of duty. He could only find a way to contact the Black Butterfly Fairy's territory to apologize and make amends. Lin returned inside, holding the soul lamp. Seeing that it was getting late and the soul lamp was about to go out, Lin felt it was time to close the shop. Suddenly he felt very unwell. Lin didn't understand why he was coughing violently and continuously. Not only that, but he was also coughing up blood. Lin quickly wiped his mouth, his intuition telling him something was wrong. The blood he coughed up was like a puddle on the floor, but strangely it was wriggling and moving. After some effort they actually formed words. "Danger, leave immediately." Lin was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The system notified, "Congratulations Lin, you have successfully triggered the Night of Blood quest and introduced a new quest. Try to survive until tomorrow morning. Quest rewards include 2,000 skull coins, 2,000 experience points, special reward X1, special achievement X1. The words formed by Lin's blood were like a warning. "Danger, leave immediately." Lin found the handwriting familiar. It was his teacher's. His teacher had used some kind of spell to send him a warning. Without hesitation he began packing his belongings, preparing to leave. He took a bottle of red potion, the faceless demon's heart, and the demon hunter's gun. He also didn't forget the knife he usually carried and the soul lamp. Lin cautiously poked his head out the door. He felt that the rewards for this quest were even more generous than when the root monster appeared. This indicated that the danger tonight far surpassed that night's. Outside, many red eyes were constantly watching him. This time, Lin's teacher had personally sent him a warning, proving that danger was imminent and possibly right beside him. Without further hesitation, Lin jumped out the window. Staying here would also likely lead to misfortune. It was better to first stay a night at the blood-clothed spirit's house, in the dark night. Under the blood-red moonlight and the gaze of thousands of eyes, Lin hurriedly dashed through the night with his prepared items. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed directly at Lin's face. He was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. The wandering spirits began to burn before Lin's eyes. System emergency warning. Your danger level has reached 100%. Warning, warning. Lin felt afraid after hearing the system notification. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. Lin immediately dropped everything and ran straight home. He ran headlong, trying to escape the danger, but strangely a gust of wind kept chasing Lin. He ran into the house and slammed the door shut. Lin leaned against the door, panting, "Damn it, I can't leave now." This danger came too quickly, and it seemed to be specifically targeting him. Since he couldn't escape and the soul lamp in Lin's hand had already extinguished, knowing he couldn't get rid of this danger, he decided that self-preservation was his only option left. Lin hurriedly looked for tools. He reinforced the door, ensuring its security, and didn't forget to deadbolt it and add another lock from the inside. Despite such rigorous protection, Lin still felt something dangerous approaching. In just a moment, the door was smashed to pieces, and a cloud of red smoke entered the room. Lin hid behind the wall and heard very heavy footsteps. Inside the room, potion bottles were being smashed, and the system constantly warned that Lin's HP was being deducted endlessly. Knowing those sounds came from his precious items, Lin frowned and growled, "Damn it, it's smashing all the potions in the shop. That's all money. My most precious wealth is all gone just like that." Seeing his beloved potions continuously being smashed, Lin thought, "No, this won't do. If this continues, even if it doesn't take my life, it will cause me to die of heartache. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to find a way to actively break free." Lin ordered the system, "Quickly remove the blood-clothed spirit's spell cleansing effect and transfer it to the demon hunter's gun." A blue light shone in Lin's hand. It was moving to the gun in his other hand. It turned out everything was part of his plan. If he did this, the blood-clothed spirit would return to its original form. When she discovered the anomaly, she would immediately come looking for Lin-En. Now all he had to do was resist until she arrived. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Lin-En anxiously waited for the moment to act. The footsteps were getting closer to him. Lin-En also noticed this. Footsteps this close, that monster is already here. Lin-En wondered, had they been discovered when they activated their abilities just now? The footsteps grew closer. Lin-En aimed the gun at the door and pulled the trigger. After gaining the spirit's power, the gun seemed invincible. As for Lin-En, he was sweating profusely all over. But for some reason, although the footsteps were approaching, they suddenly turned in another direction. Lin-En was so frightened he didn't dare to breathe. Hearing the footsteps recede, Lin-En cautiously leaned his ear to discern the situation. Is it gone? It seems to have gone to the backyard. Suddenly a blood-red hand reached out from somewhere. The hand didn't come from the door but from Lin-En's chest. He was panic-stricken, not understanding what was happening. Lin-En was both shocked and terrified. He didn't understand why it came from the side. Immediately after, the hand disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on Lin-En's chest. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood nonstop. A red vortex appeared on the wall. It was distorting the wall. Lin-En didn't understand why blood kept gushing out of his body. Although he had stopped coughing, his face had turned pale, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin-En's eyes became dull, and his face was covered in sweat. He struggled to see what was entering. Under Lin-En's gaze, the door slowly opened, and a murderous aura entered the room. Lin-En struggled to stand firm, preparing to face the monster, but with his current strength he didn't know how long he could hold on. In Lin-En's eyes a cloud of red mist pervaded, and a grotesquely shaped shadow was approaching, a monster whose body seemed pieced together with an unknown number of eyes and countless strange tentacles. It looked like a pile of minced meat. It entered the room and saw Lin-En kneeling on the ground. The system displayed the monster's information. This monster was meticulously crafted by the Demon Association. It was one of the Hanging Tower's top-tier flesh machines. Its appearance would bring slaughter and destruction. This was the ultimate weapon specifically created by the Demon Association to hunt down rebels. It could devour everything, and one must never look directly into its eyes. Lin-En felt something at his feet. When he looked down, the monster had already wrapped its tentacles around his thigh. The tips of the tentacles glowed, growing sharp points that then viciously pierced into Lin-En's leg. They were like they were sucking his blood. Lin-En felt pain. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Lin-En didn't expect this monster to be gnawing on his flesh and blood. The monster stared at Lin-En as if at a plump prey. Identification: human. Quality: low. Devour priority: high. Recommendation: do not devour. Initiate cleanup. Lightning appeared on the tentacles on Lin-En's leg. They seemed to want to penetrate deeper into his body. For some reason, the monster's tentacles suddenly exploded, and Lin-En was also considerably affected. It turned out Lin-En had retrieved his gun and fired a shot at it. He felt pain from the wounds inflicted by the monster. Lin-En struggled to stay conscious to deal with this multi-tentacled bloodthirsty monster. That monster was truly terrifying. Its eyes also had mouths with many sharp teeth. Observing that Lin-En had lost mobility, it began a physical purge. The tentacles flew towards Lin-En as if to tear him to pieces. Lin-En's face was pale. He still didn't know how to deal with them. For some reason, Lin-En's heart twitched. At the critical moment before the tentacles touched his body, Lin-En fired a bullet at the monster. The bullet flew directly into its enormous eye. In pain, the monster roared and bellowed, smashing the room in agony. Lin-En used this opportunity to quickly drape a piece of cloth over himself for disguise. The monster used its tentacles to probe its surroundings. It was looking for Lin-En, but it searched and searched yet couldn't find a trace of him. It searched for him with its eyes, but the result was the same. It exclaimed, "Error. Information undergoing secondary identification. Target possesses extremely strong camouflage. Adjusting species. Biohuman undergoing advanced biological modification. Devour priority. High. Recommendation. Rapid kill." It was unknown how much time had passed. After the previous encounter, Lin-En had managed to escape in time, evading the high-level monster. Currently, Lin-En had managed to hide in time, but he remained vigilant despite his wounds aching. The system prompted Blood Demon Robe. When used, it can conceal one's aura and allow one to pass through solid objects like a ghost. Furthermore, intangible and formless spirits always become the deepest fears in people's hearts. Therefore, the abyssal monster created this cloak to allow its wearer to exist like an intangible and formless spirit. But one must also be careful. When worn, the user also loses a portion of their attacking ability. In the dark room, only the faint glow of candlelight remained. Lin-En leaned against an oil drum, painfully clutching his wounds, breathing roughly. Gasping for air, Lin-En felt that this time he had been too careless and underestimated his opponent too much. He should have thought that a monster of this level could easily find his location. Fortunately, this cloak helped him escape successfully. Because the past few days had been quite peaceful, he had forgotten that he was in a world where he could meet the King of Hell at any moment. As prey, if he lacked vigilance, he would end up in this situation. Lin-En looked down at the wound the monster had left on his leg. The wound continued to ache and was still steaming. For some reason, he picked up something sharp and fiercely stabbed into it. In the cellar, Lin-En was gasping for air. The system kept issuing warnings. It was only then that Lin-En, in a panic, discovered this was a side effect of the flesh regeneration potion. At this moment, many huge tentacles began to grow from his back, but this wasn't over. The mutation process was still continuing. An evil spirit's eye appeared on his neck, connected to his optic nerves, capable of cutting through all obstacles and detecting the aura of evil spirits. Lin diligently used the evil spirit's eye to search for the monster's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the monster was moving slowly. Its hundreds of eyes on its body focused on searching for Lin-An's trace. Immediately after, it suddenly saw a blurry figure moving up the stairs. It quickly recognized the shadow as Lin-An and unhesitatingly attacked him. Huge tentacles, accompanied by sharp spikes, continuously lashed out. In just the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted here, sending stone fragments flying and filling the air with smoke and dust. But when the smoke and dust cleared, only the monster was left alone on the ground. As for Lin-An, he used the tentacles on his back to cling to the ceiling and was also cloaked in invisibility. He successfully hid to one side of the monster. At this moment, he revealed a triumphant smile. This monster is dead. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly opened fire on the monster. In just an instant, a series of gunshots rang out and bullet sparks continuously appeared on the monster's body. Almost instantly, Lin-An saw the monster's body become sluggish. He immediately grew excited. It's working. This holy bullet has an extremely strong counter effect. He must quickly eliminate it while he has the chance. Lin-An immediately drew his bone flaying knife, but at that moment he suddenly saw bullets emerging from the bullet holes on the monster's body, and a sense of crisis immediately struck him. Lin-An's expression turned serious. This isn't good. He hurriedly put on another layer of the cloak, unhesitatingly attempting to pass through the wall. But it was too late. The monster's hollow eyes had already fixed on his face. Lin-An let out a painful cry. The skin on his face, fixed by its gaze, immediately began to dissolve. Lin-An agonizingly knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth in endurance. Then he turned and vanished beneath the ground. Immediately after, he poured the flesh regeneration potion onto his face. The green liquid slowly seeped into his skin, and in just the blink of an eye the wound healed. Lin-An sighed in relief. It's truly powerful. He had originally intended to take a gamble with these decent items, but after all, he was only level 9 and couldn't bridge the gap in strength. Just by doing this, the monster must surely be close to catching up. Now, confronting it directly would only lead to death. It's better to follow the 36 stratagems and retreat as the best plan. Without a second thought, he immediately tried to phase through the wall to leave. But at that moment his expression suddenly changed. It had actually blocked his aura. Immediately after, a terrifying aura swept in from behind, horrifying Lin-An. Almost instinctively, Lin-An suddenly leapt to the side in an instant. A giant hand, like a phantom, immediately pierced through the ground, brushed past his face, leaving a small wound. Lin-An frowned, looking at the giant hand before him. It was precisely the arm that had pierced his heart earlier. He bit his lip hard. This cloak could make him intangible and formless like an evil spirit. Why can it still hurt him? While he was still thinking, the sharp giant hand struck again. Lin-An rolled backward to dodge, then quickly burrowed underground. However, the giant hand didn't let him go and immediately burrowed underground as well. Lin-An's expression turned grim at this sight. Even hiding underground is useless. How is this monster finding him? Lin-An was forced into a desperate situation. He bit his lip hard. He had to fight for it. He quickly opened the cap of the flesh regeneration potion bottle and poured it onto his hand. Immediately, his body underwent a secondary mutation. An evil spirit's eye appeared on the back of his neck. It was a dual pupil. Lin-An squinted, looking at the monster chasing him. Instantly, his pupils contracted sharply. Because this monster also had an evil spirit's eye, that's why it could hurt him. Moreover, there were many evil spirits' eyes beneath the ground, firmly locking onto Lin-An. Lin-An muttered unwillingly. So it had me locked on all along. No wonder I couldn't escape. He bit his lip hard. In cloak mode he couldn't attack, but the giant hand could, which put him at a great disadvantage. Lin-An's eyes darted around as he thought. Then he looked at the pharmacy again and unhesitatingly used his tentacles to propel himself into the shop. Now he can only rely on that. Soon, Lin-An entered the shop. He quickly threw off the cloak, then ran into the room and opened a cabinet, searching for potions. But at that very moment, the giant hand had already rushed in from behind, attacking Lin-An. At that moment, Lin-An suddenly narrowed his eyes. He immediately raised his hand and pulled out a boning knife. The sharp blade gleamed instantly with a whoosh as he slashed towards the gigantic hand. Immediately after, Lin-An poured the potion in front of the giant hand, and his muscles instantly bulged with power. He gripped the knife tightly, pinning the giant hand, and blood stained the floor. Only then did Lin-An breathe a sigh of relief. It worked, the evil spirit manifestation potion. Immediately after, he reached into the cabinet again, pulling out another bottle of potion. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave. Meanwhile, the giant hand suddenly began to writhe, attempting to escape. Seeing this, he scoffed, "Just die quietly." He quickly pinned the giant hand on the ground with his foot. Without hesitation, Lin-An gripped the knife with all his might, ready to stab. At the same time, a tentacle appeared behind him, piercing his body, gripping his spine, and blood dripped onto the floor. The eye on the back of Lin-An's head trembled slightly. This arm was very familiar. It belonged to the succubus named Yue. She said her hand was bitten off by a giant. Could that giant be this monster in front of him? In other words, the monster that was devouring her arm also had potent resistance to potions, so the manifestation potion failed. How could its effect be so short? What to do? He couldn't run, couldn't hide, and even the potion was useless. Was he really going to die here? But just then, the arm had already pierced his spine, and he couldn't help but roar, throwing his head back. Lin En bit his lip hard. He couldn't give up. He still had one last chance, but the arm showed no mercy to his spine. Instantly, it yanked out his vertebrae. All the blood in his body immediately converged on those tentacles. Lin En seized the opportunity to break free from the arm's grasp. Then he spun around fiercely, his eyes fixed menacingly on the monster. Lin En reached into his embrace, pulling out his trump card from his chest. What he pulled out was a still beating heart. It was called the Heart of the Sleepless Demon, capable of connecting with a designated target's heart. The monster's image immediately flashed in Lin En's mind. The evil spirit's eyes were fixed on it, and he fiercely shouted, "Unleash!" In an instant his 5 fingers immediately plunged into the heart of the sleepless demon, and black liquid profusely flowed out as if countless evil spirits were wildly roaring within the heart. Almost at the same moment the giant monster's body suddenly stiffened in place. The eyeballs on its body immediately contracted as well, as if its core had suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. In just a moment a series of evil spirits shrieked and rushed towards the monster. Its body was continuously damaged and it couldn't move, unable to attack at all. Seeing this, Lin En couldn't help but rejoice. It worked. Just then a system notification suddenly popped up. Main heart struck by unknown effect. Divine resistance form disabled. Evil spirit perception disabled. Binding spell weakened, Lin En shouted excitedly. Finally, success. However, human faces continuously appeared on the monster's body, as if something wanted to break out. The system also popped up a warning. It began emergency repairs, and the countdown continuously ticked down. Lin En's body was paralyzed, his nerves damaged, but in the end, gritting his teeth, he still couldn't kill it. But at this moment it was in a weakened state. Seizing this opportunity he would act, but just then his heart suddenly began to pound violently. Lin En frowned in alarm. This was the side effect of using the cursed heart. It was frantically absorbing his blood. Lin En weakly fell to his knees. He had already lost too much blood. Coupled with his spinal injury, he couldn't take another step. Immediately after, he took out another bottle of potion, uncapped it, and drank it directly. He could only fight one more time. It didn't matter what he turned into. The potion quickly took effect, continuously repairing Lin En's bodily injuries. He gritted his teeth. His body had already undergone a 3rd-level mutation, and a tentacle suddenly protruded from his eye. The heart of the sleepless demon also mutated, but only with 31% control. Lin En bit his lip hard, able to only give his all again. And at that moment the heart and tentacles suddenly began to fight each other, the impact too great for Lin En to bear, causing him to collapse to the ground again. He bit his lip hard. Such a sight could indeed only appear in this dark world. But fortunately, they kept each other in check, allowing the regeneration potion to rapidly restore his body. Time flew and the final countdown seconds arrived. Lin En gripped the knife in his hand. There was still a little time left. Still enough. A few seconds later, core repair was complete, beginning to take over body tissues and adjust the target's threat level. Immediately after, it began its hunt. At this moment, the monster's pupils also glowed red, its gaze falling on the ceiling. In just an instant, a beam of energy shot towards where Lin En had stood, causing cracks to appear in the ceiling. But Lin En's figure was no longer there. He had already lifted his feet and run before its attack. The system popped up another notification. Target has entered evil spirit state. Evil spirit vision activated. Target locked. But Lin En knew his body hadn't recovered yet. His brain and heart were still battling each other. That monster could catch up here at any moment. This time it was truly over. On a distant street, a melodious song suddenly echoed. Lin En suddenly looked up and saw a woman in an elegant red dress, holding the hand of a sweet little girl while her other hand held a bloody severed head. An extreme contrast. It was no one else but the female ghost and the blood infant. As soon as the female ghost saw Lin En, she teased, "Isn't this that rascal from the pharmacy? Where are you running off to in such a panic?" The female ghost scrutinized Lin En, then couldn't help but comment that his appearance today was very peculiar. "Are you engaging in some strange artistic performance?" Lin En panted heavily, wiped the blood from his face and said with a smile, "You could say that." He then asked, "Why haven't you come looking for me?" The female ghost gracefully held the blood infant in her arms, touched her crimson lips with a finger and spoke eerily. "Impatient already? Are you reminiscing about yesterday's tenderness?" Lin En shook his head, denying. "No," the female ghost chuckled, saying she was just joking. She had found a restoration charm, but she was out then. After all, her daughter was growing up, and as a mother, she had to personally buy things for her. The blood infant twitched its ears, held a straw, and took a sip from the head it was holding, leaving Lin En speechless with horror upon seeing it. The female ghost sized Lin En up and down, then smiled again and said, "But looking at you, you must be in some kind of trouble. Do you need help?" Lin En struggled to avert his gaze, put on a serious expression and sighed. "I'm being hunted by a monster. If you help me kill it, I'll waive 5 months of your orders." Hearing this, the female ghost chuckled softly. "Only that, I'm not interested." Lin En looked at her earnestly, his eyes serious, and sincerely said, "Then 10 months or even a lifetime." The female ghost maintained her smile, made no move, and remained uninterested. Just then, the system's danger alarm blared, horrifying Lin En. Lin En rubbed his temples and sincerely spoke, "Then name your price. Whatever conditions you have, just say them." Hearing this, the female ghost immediately smiled brightly, raising her eyebrows arrogantly. "You said it yourself, so beg me. Kneel before me, lick my toes, tell me you're willing to submit to me, and I'll help you." Lin En couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Was she toying with him? But the female ghost very surely said she wasn't in the mood for teasing at the moment. Lin En looked at her firm gaze, somewhat speechless, and the air immediately fell into an eerie silence. After a while, he patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, I'm leaving first. If I'm still alive, see you next time. With that, he brushed past the female ghost and left. The female ghost watched his retreating figure, then immediately scoffed. This guy is truly— No sooner had she spoken than her tentacles suddenly appeared, tightly wrapping around Lin-En and pulling him back. Lin-En hadn't expected her to pull him back in this way. Caught off guard, he directly collided into her embrace, and the female ghost smiled at him, saying, "How cute, I didn't expect you to have such backbone. I like men who are tough at crucial moments like this, it just makes my maternal instincts gush forth." Lin-En ignored the soft sensation before him, looked at her in confusion and asked what she wanted to do. She snorted, then pouted and said, "Of course I'm helping you." No sooner had she spoken than a series of tentacles appeared from behind her, forming a circle that surrounded them both. Almost at the same time, the gigantic flesh golem also appeared not far away. Lin-En watched this scene in astonishment, remaining silent for a long time. The female ghost smiled as she handed the little blood infant in her arms to Lin-En, then gracefully stepped towards the flesh golem, a smile still on her lips. Just then, the flesh golem's eyes suddenly opened, looking at Lin-En. He immediately ran away with the blood infant, and the two quickly hid in a safe place. Immediately after, he quickly told the female ghost all the information he knew, warning her to be careful. Its hands could pass through solid objects to attack. Where it looked would be corroded, and poisons had no effect. It could even recover from severe injuries. The female ghost showed no panic after hearing this. The smile on her face grew even more sickly. Her body instantly appeared beside the flesh golem, continuously attacking it with her sharp claws. However, every wound the female ghost inflicted on it healed at a visible speed. Lin-En's eyes immediately became eager. The female ghost is too fast, faster than last night. Is this the female ghost battle stance? So cool. The female ghost continuously fought the flesh golem with her sharp claws. Meanwhile, Lin-En cheered and encouraged from outside, at one moment praising her coolness and perfectly sharp nails, at another saying her tentacles were too captivating, praising everything he could. No sooner had he spoken than the female ghost's favorability towards him increased again, but the flesh golem's threat level also rose. The system quickly initiated secondary countermeasures. It seemed that due to Lin-En's excessive noise, the flesh golem had already noticed him. Its gaze swept over, causing Lin-En to frown in alarm, and then the black-purple beam of light shot from its eye directly at Lin-En. He hastily dodged, holding the blood infant in his arms, muttering inwardly, "Seriously, the female ghost has hacked it to pieces and it's still paying attention to me. How much does it love him?" Without another word, Lin-En immediately grabbed the blood infant and suddenly changed direction, running. But just then, the female ghost appeared behind him, spewing out lesser evil spirits to attack the flesh golem. With a bang, a cloud of smoke billowed in the air. A voice from inside the flesh golem's body sounded again. "Target priority. Target 1, continue high priority devouring and hunting command." In just an instant, the flesh golem's arms, like a chaotic dance of demons, frantically rushed towards Lin-En. It completely ignored the female ghost, but the female ghost didn't give it a chance to harm Lin-En either. She elongated her body, then curled into a cocoon, tightly wrapping and protecting Lin-En and the blood infant inside. Just then, a gigantic hand burst from underground, rapidly rushing towards Lin-En. Almost at that moment, the female ghost also began to act. Her long neck wrapped around the flesh golem's tentacles, tightly restraining it, preventing it from moving. Not only that, but she also gnawed at the flesh golem's body. The female ghost displayed a deathly smile. "That monster is going to die again." In an instant, a series of sharp claws pierced the monster's body. This fatal blow from the female ghost caused the flesh golem to shatter explosively. Pieces of it fell to the ground like viscous pearls. Lin-En thought it was dealt with and happily stepped over them. However, just then they began to grow, transforming into countless eyeballs. Its target was still Lin-En. He suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on the swirling eyeballs on the ground. His heart instantly startled. The female ghost also saw these things, instantly flying into the air to evade the ground eyeballs' attacks. The female ghost pierced down with her sharp claws from the air, causing them to explode, but a significant portion of the eyeballs still escaped, rapidly surging towards Lin-En. Lin-En saw this scene and immediately cursed in exasperation. "Are you kidding me? It's like this and it's still messing with me. How persistent is it?" Lin-En suddenly stopped, turned around and gritted his teeth. It seemed there was no escape. He pulled out his demon-hunting pistol from his embrace, aimed at the surging group of eyeballs and fired. A series of gunshots rang out. A good number of eyeballs were shattered by him, but this pistol could only fire tick shots at a time and required reloading, making it useless except for looking cool. Lin-En thought it over and decided to hell with it. He took out a bottle of blue potion and drank it all in one gulp. It didn't matter if he turned into a monster to survive. In just an instant his body mutated. A gigantic hand grew from his back, just like the flesh golem's. Tentacles frantically grew again from within Lin-En's body, only they were much cuter compared to the female ghost tentacles. Lin-En suddenly turned around, and those tentacles, holding a knife in one and a gun in another, continuously attacked the surging eyeballs. Every bullet precisely hit the eyeballs below. System notifications popped up one after another, indicating his combat experience had increased. Lin-En smiled smugly, but just then an incredible sight occurred. The blood infant in Lin-En's arms suddenly grabbed the eyeballs on the ground and smoothly swallowed them. The female ghost above saw Lin-En fighting and smiled. "So you've become brave," she said, raising her eyebrows proudly. "Dealing with small fries isn't a problem for you." Hearing this, the female ghost revealed a grim smile again, then spoke, "The small fries are yours. The flesh golem's main body is mine. The two then split up and the female ghost instantly changed direction to attack the flesh golem. Its tentacles were continuously severed by her, and mangled flesh splattered everywhere. The flesh golem also retaliated without showing weakness, yet it couldn't keep up with the female ghost's attack speed. Just then, the female ghost suddenly shouted, "Found it! The flesh golem's core. As long as we break it, the flesh golem will turn into a pile of mangled flesh." However, just then the monster's core suddenly opened its eyes. Immediately after, its entire body was enveloped in a beam of energy. A voice then emanated from within its body. Analysis of target 2 complete. Countermeasures being established. Counter evil spirit aggregate method activated. Counter evil spirit spell method activated. The female ghost heard these sounds and was immediately stunned. In an instant, the female ghost already sensed an indescribable danger. The flesh golem's tentacles rapidly attacked her. It coiled around the female ghost body, tightly wrapping her within. Linen saw this from below and couldn't help but panic, anxiously asking how she was. Just as he looked on in shock, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him, rushing straight to the ground, causing him to turn his head sharply. As the flash gradually dissipated, the female ghost's blurry afterimage also appeared. She smiled at him. "You truly care about me." Linen ignored her words, gritting his teeth and saying, "What's with those monsters inside your body?" The female ghost calmly explained that she finally understood why it had let her go before. It was adapting and collecting combat data, then devouring and assimilating her. The black giant hands inside the female ghost body continuously writhed, trying to crush her remaining soul, and sick maniacal laughter echoed from within. Indeed, it was very difficult to deal with. Linen rushed forward eagerly. He was truly worried about the female ghost. Just then, something suddenly appeared in front of Linen, causing him to recoil in alarm. It was a gigantic bloody eyeball, surrounded by tentacles blocking his path. The system immediately blared a danger level alert. Linen bit his lip hard. He had also noticed that the female ghost's tentacles were being assimilated by the monster. Meanwhile, the voice inside the flesh golem's body sounded again, changing its target to Linen. The gigantic tentacle rushed towards Linen with a roar, launching a fierce attack. But just as the tentacle was about to land on his body, two identical tentacles suddenly shot out from the ground, immediately wrapping tightly around the attacking tentacle. Linen immediately shouted with joy, "You're not dead, you're just fighting the monster's main body." A voice from within the monster's main body sounded, telling him to leave quickly. But in the next moment, the tentacle controlled by the female ghost heavily struck Linan's body. He was thus sent flying by the tentacle, landing on the dark road. Linen looked up into the distance, his brows tightly furrowed, surprised that even the female ghost was no match for the flesh golem. What should he do now? Even if he went, he couldn't help and might even lose his life. Should he go find help first and seek revenge later? But he quickly shook his head, rejecting the idea. She was in danger because of him. If he abandoned her now, he would be a coward. After long deliberation, Linen turned and paced back and forth, his mind racing. He had to find a way to save the female ghost. Just then, Linen suddenly stopped, something coming to mind. The blood den's pet. That's right, he still had it. He quickly ran towards the basement outside the pharmacy. He opened the door without hesitation and shouted, "Little darling." The moment he opened the basement door, a pungent stench assailed him. However, no sound came from below. Linen gritted his teeth and shouted down. He knew it hated him because he fed it expired medicine every day. But this wasn't the time to be angry. A monster had set its sights on the pharmacy and he needed its help, otherwise neither of them would escape. After Linen spoke, he waited for its reply, but for a long time there was no sound. He shouted loudly again, "Did you hear me?" He even threw stones down. Immediately, a rustling sound came from below, and a gigantic figure coiled its way up from beneath to the basement doorway. Linen stared blankly at what was before him. This was Little Darling? Little Darling was a disembodied tongue of unknown origin, raised by the blood den for reasons unknown. Little Darling stared intently at Linen, then suddenly made some incomprehensible sounds, but for some reason Linen understood. It was clearly cursing him, and he immediately cursed back in anger. And so the man and the monster bickered there, and Little Darling's favorability towards him decreased accordingly. Just as the two were arguing, a huge explosion suddenly rang out in the distance, startling both of them and silencing them at the same time. Only then did Linen remember that the female ghost was still in danger over there. He immediately changed his tone and said, "Now is not the time to argue. We must unite and find a way to deal with that monster." Little Darling stared at him intently, hesitating for a long time before making a rustling sound. Linen frowned after hearing this, then promised that if it helped him, he would give it 2 months' supply of high-grade medicine. At these words, Little Darling's favorability towards Linen immediately increased. But not by much. The important thing was that it agreed. On the female ghost side, the flesh golem's process of devouring her had advanced to 55%. On the ground, only indistinct blood and a cocoon-like circular object remained. Time waited for no one. Linen and Little Darling appeared on the street in just 5 short seconds. Linen sat on Little Darling's back and shouted loudly, "Female ghost, don't panic, I'm here to save you." At that moment, hundreds of tentacles suddenly burst from underground, blocking Linan's path. With Little Darling's help, he was much more confident. He held the knife in his hand and urged it to charge forward quickly. However, Little Darling suddenly turned around, attempting to flee, leaving Linan flustered. Lin En looked at it displeased. Why are you running before even fighting? Come back now, however. Little Darling continued to run, clearly unwilling to fight. Realizing this, he hastily changed the terms from 2 months' supply to 3 months' supply of top-grade potions. At these words, Little Darling reluctantly agreed to stay, then began to attack the tentacles. Little Darling licked the tentacle with the tip of its tongue, and in just an instant the tentacle was corroded by the liquid secreted from its tongue. Lin En saw this scene and immediately shouted excitedly, "Amazing, well done." But Little Darling was not pleased at all, and its favorability towards him decreased again. Just then, tentacles suddenly appeared from behind, attacking, but as soon as they appeared, Little Darling disgustedly licked them, turning them into a pile of mangled flesh. Lin En was getting closer and closer to where the female ghost was being devoured. Little Darling was also within the flesh golem's line of sight. It was beginning to analyze Little Darling's combat. In an instant, Lin En suddenly saw tentacles burst from underground with densely packed blood vessels forming an obstructive wall. Immediately, those tentacles, moving with unimaginable speed, passed by Lin En, surrounding Little Darling from all sides. Lin En watched in horror as Little Darling was entangled by those blood vessels. It struggled to break free but failed. Lin En couldn't just stand by. He immediately jumped off Little Darling's body. Now only he could save the evil spirit queen. He absolutely couldn't be afraid. He surged forward. He strode towards the monster's gigantic pupil where the monster's tentacles were trying to surround it. He quickly took out his invisibility cloak and put it on to avoid being discovered by the flesh golem. Lin En bit his lip hard, extended his hand from the air, reaching towards the central pupil, and finally touched them. He passed through the gigantic pupil without hindrance. With the blood fiend cloak protecting him beneath, his phantom form immediately merged into the interior of the giant cocoon sac. Lin En's face was grim with fierce determination. He circled around, quickly searching for traces of the evil spirit queen. Just then, his gaze fell on an arm extending not far away. He found her. Immediately, Lin En rushed forward, took the evil spirit queen's hand, and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." But when he pulled up her body, her lower half and one arm had been completely corroded, and a portion of her face was already deformed. Lin En was both surprised and frightened by the sight. He immediately took out a potion and poured it onto the evil spirit queen's lower half, allowing her to rapidly recover. At this moment, several of the flesh golem's senses had already detected Lin En within its body. Then it spoke. "Separating. Target 2 has been devoured, switching high priority target to Target 1. Subsequently, this flesh golem controlled several tentacles to attack Lin En. Lin En looked at the tentacles, somewhat surprised and afraid. Then, with one hand supporting the evil spirit queen, he reached into his pocket with the other to take something out. It was grudge spirit hair. He placed the grudge spirit hair onto Little Darling's tongue, and the hair wrapped around Little Darling's tongue. He commanded Little Darling to act outside, saying, "Now, Little Darling, pull hard." Lin En held the other end of the rope, clutching the evil spirit queen, whose body was gradually recovering and becoming whole, and was almost at the monster's eye gate. Lin En stared intently at the exit, urging faster, just a little more. But how could the monster let him escape so easily? It notified its other several parts. Phantom reflex activated, devour transformation process initiated. Consequently, Lin En's grudge spirit hair was severed by this flesh golem monster. He looked at the severed rope, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He thought angrily, "Damn it, just a little more." At that moment, the monster's muscles began to squeeze, burying Lin En entirely. He struggled to reach out for the largest eye, which was also the exit, but was immediately devoured by the monster. He and the evil spirit queen fell together into a pitch-black space. He pondered helplessly. Even after giving his all, he was ultimately devoured by this world. He had barely survived until now, and had even met companions worth cherishing. Was his life to be cut short just as it began? If I'm destined to not escape the fate of death, then before I die, I'll take one down with me. With that, Lin En revealed a confident smile and flipped off the flesh golem. Then he crushed the potion bottle, letting the glass shards cut his hand and draw blood. He raised his hand, letting the blood flow into his mouth. Immediately after, Lin En's entire body emitted an aura of light. The system reported to Lin En, "Ding, your body is mutating. Warning, warning. Mutation, level 6 mutation, level 9 mutation." By this time, the evil spirit queen had fully recovered her body. She slowly opened her eyes, groggily saying, "Is this Lin En?" The evil spirit queen's eyes were filled with extreme surprise. It seemed Lin En had mutated to the point where she could barely recognize him. The monster also received a warning. Encountered mutation turbulence, initiating highest level structural analysis, activating emergency full suppression, target analysis successful, initiating target countermeasures. Now Lin En had also turned into a flesh blob monster, just like the flesh golem. He also possessed gigantic eyes and protruding faces. The monster's warning appeared again. Target mutated, data analysis failed, initiating secondary analysis. Secondary analysis successful, initiating countermeasures. Warning, analysis failed. Unable to analyze chaotic information, target performance ratio exceeds devouring core analysis range. Kill, destroy. Lin En also received a warning, affected by flesh golem losing control. Warning, external flesh severely disturbed, mutation spreading. Body undergoing level 9 mutation. Body undergoing level 9 mutation. Lin En's form had mutated into a flesh blob with a giant elongated tentacle growing from it. on which many human head-like forms shrieked as if trying to break free. At this time the evil spirit queen still hovered beside Linen, but he had already sent her to Little Darling's side, continuing the fight. The evil spirit queen held her head, pondering, what exactly is that thing? At this point the unidentifiable human faces on Linan's mutated body had transformed into his own face. With a fierce strike, Linan ripped the monster's eyes into two halves. The detached tentacle part turned into a blood clot and solidified, then gradually transformed into Linan's head. Both the evil spirit queen and Little Darling were terrified upon seeing this. Little Darling's sanity -50 and the evil spirit queen's -40. Seeing Linan grow stronger, the monster continuously activated biological extermination 3 times. The blood clot became a wrinkled mass, then suddenly transformed into an extremely fierce, scorching red dragon. It directly spewed flames to attack Linan. The mutated faces within him shrieked in panic. He rapidly retreated, dodging the flames. The Flesh Golem system reported, Targets 1 and 2 are exterminating unknown mutated entities. Warning, unknown mutated entities 3, 4, and 5 are about to break out. Biological extermination, exterminate. Immediately after, the monster was violently struck in its strongest eye by one of Linan's tentacles. Only then did the evil spirit queen gradually recognize that this mutated entity before her was Linan. She activated her evil spirit vision in surprise. How can this be? Linan's body is completely invisible. It has become a twisted, chaotic calamity exterminating flesh blob. Linan had now become the calamity exterminator. Here, the monster had been backed to pieces by Linan. It reported information to its internal system again. Warning, unstoppable biological extermination failed. Initiating emergency flesh combination. Activating emergency backup plan. Host being devoured, severe life loss, body undergoing level 9 mutation, mutation failed, mutated lifeform, warning. Body undergoing special mutation, detection result unknown, unknown mutated entity showing self-awareness, uncontrollable, uncontrollable. Suddenly a ray of light flashed, startling the ghost woman. The light was dazzling. It blinded the ghost woman, making her unable to see anything. She had to raise a hand to shield her eyes, squinting to try and observe. It turned out the light was emanating from the monster's largest eye. That eye ripped open as if something was about to emerge. The system issued a warning. An unanalyzable special variant has appeared. Emergency acceleration of the fusion process. Target exhibits strong hostility. Target exhibits strong devouring desire. Flesh regeneration is limited. Warning, target has begun devouring the evil spirit. Anti-death effect invalid. Flesh regeneration invalid. Biological kill invalid. Target is rapidly growing stronger. Body damage level 2%, 21%, 26%. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The ghost woman anxiously ran towards the mass of flesh, shouting, Linan, can you hear me? Only a burst of laughter answered her. Ha ha, hee hee. Hearing the sound, the ghost woman murmured to herself in surprise, is that Linan's voice? Why does it sound so similar to my evil spirit form? The mass of flesh continued to emit only hey 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 laughter. The ghost woman speculated, could it be that the part of her evil spirit that Linan had taken earlier had merged with Mie? At this moment the twisted, deformed mass of flesh trembled, then it emitted plumes of crimson smoke and transformed into a gigantic eye covered in bulging veins. The system immediately issued a warning, body has lost all efficacy, body damage level 88%, warning, target has begun devouring the core, target has begun devouring. Sizzle, 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 blood-clad evil spirit sanity -10, blood-clad evil spirit sanity -10. That eye was no longer moving. The ghost woman screamed in utter shock. The puppet is dead. Suddenly an arm pierced through the eye. Seeing the hand appear, the ghost woman was dumbfounded, unable to speak. The scene shifts to a dark castle. A massive explosion had just occurred here. Inside the castle, a certain machine began to emit strange tentacles. A notification appeared. Warning, Flesh Puppet Type 3's body destruction level has reached 98%, completely losing connection efficacy. Upon seeing this, a subordinate stepped forward and said to his master, Master, Flesh Puppet Type 3, which we dispatched to hunt Shueju and others, has lost contact. The backlash ripple burned down Flesh Puppet Type 3's control base. Hearing this, the master slammed his palm on the table in a fit of rage. What kind of joke is this? Flesh Puppet Type 3 is the highest grade hunter of my Fiend Association besides root level and monarch level beings. Who in this dark world is its match? Indeed, those rebels who refused to submit to the association were all formidable, but most of them died by Flesh Puppet Type 3's hand. It's impossible for Shueju's strength to defeat it. The master then looked at a test tube above in which a person was confined. He thought to himself, Shueju, he continued. I know him. The first-generation puppet back then was primarily formed by him and 4 other members, leading a 5-person association, but the current flesh puppets have surpassed that era. He doesn't have the ability to kill my perfect creation. He ordered his subordinates. The connection coordinates for Flesh Puppet Type 3 have been severed. Simultaneously, dispatch a hunting team. Flesh Puppet Type 4, Form 3, proceed there for emergency reconnaissance. You must obtain the most accurate intelligence. His subordinates immediately replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the ghost woman was holding Linan's hand, trying to pull him out of the puppet. Linan, are you all right? However, when she pulled him out, he remained unconscious. The ghost woman shook him, but there was no reaction. She hoisted him onto her shoulder and carried him back. She looked at Lin and feeling puzzled. He didn't have a single injury on him. What on earth happened? Never mind, let's just get back first. The two were almost at the ghost woman's home. Just as the ghost woman was carrying Lin back, his hand suddenly twitched as if something was there. A strange red tentacle began to grow from the center of Lin An's palm, then rapidly drilled into Lin An's body. A moment later, Lin An gradually woke up. The system notified him, "Ding, congratulations on completing the mission and surviving the Blood Knight phase. You have received Skull Coins X2, Experience X 5000. You have received a special reward, Flesh Mutation Function. Ding, your level has reached 10, Class Change Quest unlocked. Excess experience is temporarily stored and will be returned after class change." Lin An opened his eyes and sat up. He rubbed his eyes and said to the system, "It's morning." Open the status panel. However, when he saw his surroundings, he was shocked. He jumped out of bed, looking around with a bewildered expression. "Is this her room? How did I get here? Where's the monster? Wasn't I swallowed by it?" Just then, the ghost woman entered, carrying food. "Lin An, you're awake," Lin An anxiously retorted. "And are you still alive?" The ghost woman immediately grabbed his collar. She pulled Lin An closer and asked, "How are you? How are you? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Then she hugged Lin An. "It's already the second day. You probably don't remember anything, do you? I'll tell you slowly." Lin An's expression was a little stiff, and he retorted, "What time is it now?" After hearing the ghost woman explain everything, Lin An asked in confusion. "So the monster died and a large number of malignant creatures formed inside it, decomposing it from within?" Hearing this, the ghost woman pretended not to know who killed the puppet. "That's right. After that, I pulled you out of the puppet's body." She secretly thought, to be able to kill such a powerful monster, this is definitely not something an ordinary person could do. "Lin An, you make me, your sister, find you more and more interesting." Meanwhile, Lin An also fell into deep thought. He had overused the flesh proliferation potion, causing his body to mutate out of control. After that, while unconscious, his own mutant form decomposed the monster. But how did his body fully recover? And where did that monster come from in the first place, and why did it want to kill me? Thinking this, he asked the ghost woman where the monster's corpse was. She replied, "I brought it back to the backyard. Such a powerful creation, I believe it must be hiding some secrets." Lin An then asked the ghost woman to take him to see it. He secretly thought, "If I'm not mistaken, all these things are related to Master. Perhaps I can find clues from that monster." The ghost woman and Lin An went together to the backyard, walking up to the monster's corpse. Seeing the monster's corpse, Lin An stepped forward to examine it, asking, "Did I bite this?" The ghost woman immediately replied, "That possibility can't be ruled out. At that time, your mutation was terrifying. You scared me out of my wits." Hearing this, Lin An thought, "If that's truly the case, my mutant power must still be there. I look normal, but perhaps my body has already undergone some stable mutation." At the same time, Lin An's back activated and extended many other tentacles. The system reported character information to Lin An. Lin An, level 10, awaiting class change. Race, mutated human, strength 22, agility 23, intelligence 26, constitution 51, allocation points 4. Description: the mad mutated apprentice of the blood-dwelling pharmacy, proficient in craftsmanship and able to contend with all gigantic monsters while also possessing excellent communication skills. Though unable to change his profiteering nature, he exhibits fine qualities and commendable fighting spirit in times of crisis. Seeing this, Lin An thought in confusion, "Let me confirm first." Then he read the system notification. The system immediately provided a quest prompt, "Ding, your starting quest, body reaction. Quest rewards, Skull Coins X 1000, Experience X 500, a legendary reward." Quest description: due to the excessive use of flesh proliferation potion in a special environment, the host body has mixed with puppet blood, resulting in a special malignant mutation. Quest objective: within half a day, identify the body mutation and find a way to control it. Quest failure: the mutation will completely alter the host. Do not violate the process. Lin An was both surprised and angry. "I asked you where the mutation occurred and you give me a quest instead. Why don't you just tell me directly where the mutation happened?" The system reported to him again, "Ding, dear host, please check yourself." Hearing this, Lin An gnashed his teeth in anger. He furiously punched the system's notification panel. The system reported to Lin An again, "Ding, host, please do not perform malicious actions against the system without cause. The system believes it has overly supported the host. Please explore on your own." Hearing this, Lin An became even more furious, cursing the system's entire ancestry. Lin An's strange behavior left the ghost woman puzzled. He turned to her and said, "Sorry, I have something urgent to deal with. Let's meet again next time." Then he left the ghost woman there and ran straight ahead. But realizing he had run too fast and forgotten something, he immediately ran back. He hoisted the monster's flesh mass onto his shoulder and waved goodbye to the ghost woman. "I'll take these useless flesh bits back to refine some medicine. See you." The ghost woman stood there blankly, not understanding what he intended to do. The scene shifted to Lin An's house. He began to light a lamp, then carried it as he descended the stairs. He arrived at the basement of the library, rummaging for a certain book. "I remember Master had many books detailing methods for treating mutations, the etiology of malignant mutant cells, 100 mutated curses caused by radiation leading to bodily distortion, Laurie's mutation novels and her yarn stories, 35 practical operation manuals for taming the mother of evil spirits." After reading all the necessary information, Lin An closed the book while contemplating. "That's about it. The mutation within my body can be summarized into 4 main points. First, the mutation in my body is still latent. Due to some special reasons, it cannot self-recover or be eliminated in its early stages. Second, the mutation is uncontrollable and may possess its own actions and will. He recalled when he was swallowed by the monster, strange tentacles extended from his back. Third, when the flesh puppet was hollowed out, it must have been my body's mutation at work, not me. Fourth, while I was unconscious, the system already over-assisted me. At this moment, Linen read the system's notification panel. System skill list, infection field, curse diagnosis, flesh mutation function. Skill details, flesh mutation function. Quality, special. Description: an ability gained after undergoing violent flesh recombination and dramatic mutation, allowing the host to freely control their own secondary recombination and rebirth. The ability is determined by the host's constitution points. Seeing this, Lin-An thought, this is the new skill I acquired last night. It seems I can only rely on it. Lin-An's body radiated a dazzling light, emanating from every cell, creating a wondrous sight in the silent space. He furrowed his brow, sensing the intense changes within him. His body turned crimson, every line of his bones was clearly visible, and his face was contorted as if from his internal organs to every cell he was being reshaped. He felt his strength continuously growing as if he had become an invincible being. A surging power coursed through him, like a roaring waterfall, bringing a sense of rebirth and infinite potential. Back to reality, he immediately thought, no, now is not the time to think about such strange things. I must find a way to suppress the mutant. An incredibly powerful force flowed through his body, like a fierce torrent of energy. Lin-En thought, if the flesh puppet was eaten by the mutant, where would such a large amount of flesh be stored? With my small body, it's impossible to store that much flesh. What's more, I haven't felt anything unusual. Therefore, the presence of the mutant must have affected my body's functions. Lin-En turned and looked at the potion bottle, thinking, make my body like the mutant, able to easily absorb flesh and make the flesh inside it multiply. If the mutant can affect my body's functions, then conversely, my body can also affect it. He stood there looking at the potion bottle, pondering what might happen, the possibilities it brought, and his future decisions. Lin-En immediately took action. As soon as he held the potion bottle, he unhesitatingly pulled off the cap. He drank it all in one gulp, everything done swiftly and decisively. After drinking, he fell to his knees, clutching his chest with both hands, his body trembling as he mumbled to himself, confirming that this thing truly brought power. At this moment, Lin-An's face changed drastically. He opened his mouth wide and his breath was blue. He said, "Mutant, how does it taste? This is definitely the last insecticide I replicated from my memories before transmigration. It will surely make you wish for death, to live worse than die. If you know fear, then get out of my body." He raised both hands and said, "Damn it, I can't believe there's no reaction at all." Immediately, he sprinted furiously, saying, "All right, you just wait." He violently pushed open the door and with a loud bang he rushed out, his face filled with rage. With fury in his eyes, he opened the caps of all the potion bottles on the table. As the caps were opened, blue smoke rose, forming grotesque faces. Lin-En furiously overturned the table, scattering the potion bottles. "Do you feel comfortable? Let me tell you, this little pain is nothing to me. If you can't stand it, then get out of my body honestly." But there seemed to be no reaction, which infuriated Lin-En. He was burning with rage, his eyes blazing, and he roared, "You're forcing my hand." Lin-En held the book in his hand. He threw those eyes into the cauldron, then poured a purple liquid into the potion bottle he was preparing. He felt a surge of excitement within him. Then he began to boil the mixture, meticulously observing every change. Suddenly, a notification sounded. He had successfully refined a level 1 potent plague poison, a significant achievement in his research journey. His eyes lit up when he saw the wine bottle. He said the poison was ready, and he would get something else to drink along with it for a good time. At the same time, he mentioned the bottle of wine his master had hidden for many years. Then he opened the caps of both the wine bottle and the poison bottle, saying, "A gulp of poison, a gulp of wine, living like an immortal." He poured the poison into his mouth, and immediately, a notification sounded. "You have been poisoned." Then he poured the wine into his mouth again, and the next notification stated, "You have consumed a recovery potion." He continued to pour the wine into his mouth, and the notification appeared again. "You have consumed a recovery potion. Your health has been temporarily restored." However, he incessantly poured the poison into his mouth again, and a notification sounded. "The virus is eroding your internal organs. Within 15 minutes you will die after various diseases manifest." At this moment a thick purple smoke enveloped Lin-En. He sat in the chair, his face contorted in pain, eyes narrowed to slits. He said, "Itching, burning, high fever, chills." If it were an ordinary person, they would have been tormented to the point of breaking apart 10 times over. He stared at the clock, his gaze tense, then said, "Now it's a battle of willpower. Endure for 20 minutes first. If that ghostly thing still doesn't leave my body, I'll add another 20 minutes. Then he immediately started the timer, beginning the first round. After waiting 20 minutes, Lin-En felt enraged because there was no reaction within him. He furiously poured the potion into his mouth, his face filled with rage. Just then, a notification sounded. "Lin-En has taken the antidote. The toxins in his body have disappeared." Then he furiously smashed the potion bottle to the ground, sending glass shards flying. Afterward, he reached into the material basket. He held the material in his hand, a playful smile in his eyes. Then he placed the item into the cauldron, watching intently. Once done, he poured the concoction into several glass bottles. He held a pink potion bottle in his hand and immediately drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he looked up at the sky, feeling a surge of power within him. He reached out and grabbed the cauldron, his face smeared with dirt, holding another material, and said, No, I have to start over. Then he sat on the chair, scratching his head in thought. With a tense expression, Linen repeatedly tried, becoming more persistent each time, until he sat back in the chair, his head tilted back in exhaustion, his hands hanging limp, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as if searching for something. Then he suddenly jumped up, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. He said, "I have to do it again." Linen held something dark in his hand, a tense look in his eyes. At the same time, a notification sounded. Its fear of you is continuously increasing. Linen lay on the floor, utterly exhausted, his body tired and stiff, unable to continue. He held the potion bottle in his hand, and a notification sounded. Its fear of you +10. The grotesque hand trembled, exhausted but still flickering with willpower, as if telling itself, "I can still do it." He opened the potion bottle cap and a notification sounded. Its fear of you continues to increase. He pretended to raise the potion bottle to his mouth, a defiant look in his eyes as if to show he had already drunk it all. "Now drink as much as you want." Notifications continued to sound, indicating that its fear of you was steadily climbing. The grotesque hand twitched violently, making a panicked sound. "The potion spilled. The potion spilled. Is this guy a lunatic? To get rid of me, he's willing to self-destruct. I can't take it anymore. Antidote? I need an antidote." The grotesque hand opened the potion bottle cap. The sound like a sharp blade. It held a purple potion bottle, the light emanating from the bottle reflecting a mysterious purple, with soft light bouncing off the glass surface. The grotesque hand saw Linen unhesitatingly pour the purple potion into his mouth, immediately screaming and angrily asking, "Have you merged with the poison?" Saying this, it continuously poured 2 bottles of blue potion into its mouth, its grotesque mouth constantly absorbing it, thinking to itself, "I can't lose. If I lose, it's over." Meanwhile, Linen also continuously drank the purple potion, each sip like a grueling battle. Half an hour later, the grotesque hand had collapsed, empty potion bottles scattered around it. It trembled, its voice filled with despair. "No more, I've reached my limit. It's both poison and antidote. This feeling of dying and coming back to life is too intense." The grotesque hand saw Linen struggling and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he can't drink anymore. Hearing this, Linen said he still wanted to drink the potion because it was really delicious. This terrified the grotesque hand. Notifications continuously sounded, its fear of you steadily climbing as if a threat was becoming increasingly clear before its eyes. Saying this, Linen reached for the potion bottle, his gaze unwavering. The grotesque hand couldn't help but tremble, thinking to itself, "This guy has even lost his memory, yet he still dares to drink it. Poison isn't wine, how can he drink it down without a care in the world?" Linen demanded that the grotesque hand release him so he could drink the potion, but it tightly gripped the pillar, stiff and unwilling to let go. Linen's hand trembled as he strained to reach the poison bottle, his fingertips almost touching it, yet still a short distance away, his eyes filled with tension and determination. Finally, Linen grasped the poison bottle, his trembling hand clutching it tightly as if fearing he might lose it at any moment. At this moment, the grotesque hand also scrambled towards the table where many potion bottles lay scattered. Its movements were both hurried and resolute. It cautiously climbed onto the tabletop, slowly and firmly approaching the potion bottles. It began to open the potion bottle caps. Soft clicks sounded as the caps were twisted open. The air around seemed to grow tense, foreshadowing the impending changes. Then it poured the potion into the grotesque mouth on its palm. The sound of liquid flowing was clearly audible, like an inevitable fading away. At this point, Linen knelt on the ground, completely exhausted, while the grotesque hand lay on the table in the room. The room was now littered with empty potion bottles, with only faint traces of liquid vaguely appearing in the space. Linen clutched his head, his gaze blurred as he stared ahead, murmuring about the mutant, wondering if his medicine had been enough to expel it from his body. He furrowed his brow, trying to delve into his hazy memories, clearly sensing that a part of his body had automatically expelled something earlier, but he couldn't recall what it was. Just then, the mutant made a sound, immediately drawing his full attention. The low sound gradually turned into faint, indistinct mumbling. Broken words emerged from the mutant's mouth as if it was struggling to utter, saved syllable by syllable. The mutant had now transformed into a malformed entity with an evil self-attribute, exuding a dark and dangerous aura. Linen stood silently, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the mutant before him as if searching for answers to everything that had just happened. Linen's sanity gradually decreased, his gaze blurred, as if he was caught in a chaotic, inescapable whirlpool of thoughts. The mutant opened its mouth, intending to devour him. He grabbed his left wrist to stop it, then remembered. Indeed, his left hand had mutated. It was the one that had been pulling him, preventing him from drinking the potion. Linen heard the mutant roar furiously. "You pervert, just die by yourself. Why do you want to drag me down with you?" Linen responded in surprise. "Nonsense, everything will be fine as long as you leave my body." He gritted his teeth, desperately clutching his left hand to restrain the mutant, then gasped, "This thing is too strong, I have to find a way to stop it." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then shouted aloud, demanding to activate the flesh destruction skill. He opened his eyes, observing the mutant's reaction, waiting to see if it was affected by the recently activated skill. The mutant suddenly cackled, its voice full of mockery. It said it couldn't believe he still wanted to control it, and even thought that a despicable fellow like him was the one who should be controlled. Hearing this, Linen was utterly enraged. His eyes darkened, and a current of fury coursed through his entire body. Linen angrily challenged the mutant, stating he would see this through to the end, to see who could eliminate whom. The mutant mocked him, telling him not to think it wouldn't dare do anything just because it resided in his body. It continued to call him a kid unworthy of being controlled. Lin An's face creased, his voice devoid of weakness, filled with decisiveness. He stared directly at the grotesque hand approaching him. Without a trace of fear, and even with full defiance, he firmly stated there was no reason to be afraid of that hand. No matter how terrifying it was, the mutant extended its long tongue, attacking Lin An, while its voice filled with rage, challenging Lin An. "Do you dare touch me?" It simultaneously commanded him to take the attack, as if waiting for a stronger reaction from Lin An. Immediately, Lin An gritted his teeth and fiercely bit down on the mutant's long tongue. This bite made the mutant cry out in pain. The tongue writhed in Lin An's mouth, its violent reaction unavoidable. Lin An still bit down tightly on the grotesque tongue, walking forward while clenching his teeth, causing the mutant's tongue even more pain, yet it couldn't break free from his control. Lin An approached the knife, his teeth still clenched on the mutant's tongue, not letting it escape. Lin An raised the knife, staring intently at the mutant, and said, "If this continues, I'll use my right hand from now on. Now you must die." Lin An raised the knife. Seeing this, the mutant smirked, challenging Lin An to harm it. Lin An placed the knife on his right wrist where the mutant was and said with a resolute voice, "I will definitely chop you into pieces and then soak you in a potion bottle as a specimen." The mutant immediately challenged back, "Go ahead and try." Lin An said he would give the mutant a chance. As long as it voluntarily left his body, he would spare its life. As he spoke, he sharpened his knife. The mutant responded with a provocative tone, saying that it should be the one to say that. As long as Lin An obediently let it eat his brain, it would let him go. The sound of sharpening filled the air, which became unprecedentedly tense. Each grind was like a sharp, dangerous warning. Lin An said it seemed there could be no more negotiations between them. Just then, the mutant replied with a cold voice, claiming that no one wanted to negotiate with him, and it furiously intended to kill him. Outside the window, the sharpening sound was sharp and rhythmic, like waves cutting through the air, making the space even more tense. Suddenly, Lin An felt the knife in his hand being flung away. He couldn't control it. This sense of being out of control made him feel dizzy and panicked. At this point, the mutant gained the upper hand. Its eyes filled with disdain, saying, "You're finished." Using its control, the mutant manipulated Lin An's left arm, forcing him to point the knife tip at his own buttocks. Lin An struggled and writhed on the floor, clenching his hands, trying to control his left arm, which was being manipulated by the mutant. But it scoffed and said he should give up. "Because no matter how hard you try, you cannot fight against me." At this moment, Lin An's gaze suddenly fell on a nearby potion bottle. He secretly thought, of course there was still some of that insecticide left from the backyard earlier. That potion bottle was super enhanced DDVP. Lin An knew that stuff could help him change the current situation. Lin An's left arm, controlled by the mutant, suddenly pointed the knife directly at his eye, and the mutant coldly declared, "You cannot expect to kill me by drinking medicine, Lin An. You will never achieve that goal." Lin An activated a skill. Two small arms suddenly grew from his face. They rapidly extended, and he let out a soft chuckle, his eyes filled with confidence and defiance. Lin An's two small hands quickly opened the potion bottle cap, each finger moving skillfully. As the cap was twisted open, a wisp of smoke emerged from within, highlighting the potion's danger. The mutant saw Lin An open the potion bottle and immediately shrieked in terror, filled with panic. Lin An swiftly poured the potion into the mutant's mouth, giving it no time to react. Its throat choked, rendering it speechless. The mutant was frantic, struggling to breathe in short, rapid gasps. It shrieked that the potion had completely filled its body and it could no longer control itself. Lin An lay back with a sigh of relief, a feeling of ease spreading throughout his body. It was finally over. The tense standoff had passed. An unexpected notification sounded. "You have gained an abnormal status, insecticide poisoning, but only mild." Lin An tried to regain his composure. The lingering sensation of insecticide in his body made him extremely uncomfortable, and he tried to vomit all the insecticide out. Lin An realized he had poisoned himself, feeling confused because he and the mutant were fundamentally the same body. He covered his mouth, his heart racing, and a sense of fear arose. The mutant mocked Lin An, its voice full of jest, saying he was too foolish to poison himself. "Now you'll suffer the same consequences as me." The monster in the cellar was sound asleep, but a slight movement woke it up. It smelled a liquid that glowed blue. Out of curiosity, the monster unhesitatingly tasted the liquid. The little one's favorability towards Lin An -20. Another sound caught its attention. When it looked up at the cellar lid, it couldn't believe that the blue liquid was actually Lin An's vomit. The giant monster froze. Lin An held the knife with his mutated hands. That arm seemed to be displeased. It unhesitatingly plunged the knife straight into Lin An's back. Immediately after, Lin An and his monster hand vomited profusely together. His face looked very haggard and that hand kept trembling. It said it would take Lin An's life. It couldn't believe he dared to poison himself with such a terrifying insecticide. It would definitely get revenge. The little one's fury towards Lin An +10. The little one vomited as it said, "Once I'm done puking, wretch, then I'll take your life, wretch." Lin An didn't care. He just kept vomiting in response. The little one's fury towards Lin An +20. Body completely exhausted. Lin An proposed a truce. "Let me recover a bit, then I'll chop you up." The little one agreed. It also had no appetite for Lin An right now. It would eat him later. Lin An lay back, sighing in relief. He was trying to lie down and regain his strength. The little one was also doing the same. Lin An, with a tired expression, proposed, "How about we two coexist peacefully for now?" The little one gave an okay sign with its finger. It seemed like a good suggestion. Lin An thought foolishly, "Actually, there's no point in continuing to fight. Two consciousnesses in one body, it's acceptable if you think about it closely. The little one also agreed with his view, as it would only result in mutual destruction in the end, so peaceful coexistence was the best solution. Lin An and the little one lay happily on the ground, both smiling foolishly like children. But did everyone think things could be resolved so simply? Both Lin An and the little one were planning to ambush each other. As expected, they pounced on each other again, biting and tearing ferociously. Lin An immediately realized it was trying to ambush him. Fortunately, his reactions were quick enough. He himself hadn't expected Little Darling to be so fierce. Little Darling, however, believed that Lin An was clearly trying to chop it down while it wasn't prepared, and that he was the vicious one. It lunged to take Lin An's life. Suddenly the doorbell rang, and a customer walked in. "Is anyone here? I need treatment." The system prompted Lin An to trigger a quest. Diagnose illness. Rewards include 200 bone coins, 100 express, and 1 special reward. Seeing the customer, Lin An hurried inside, but the two still didn't stop fighting. If it weren't for the customer, he would have chopped it up by now. Little Darling's mouth was just as fierce. It cursed him as a brutal fellow, saying if he wanted to chop it, it would chop him first. They were almost at the door, yet Lin An and Little Darling's battle still hadn't ceased. He told the customer to wait a moment, he would be right there. This customer looked truly unique. He had a hulking physique but the head of a goat. System introduction. This is a goat-headed monster belonging to an alien creature race. Chaotic neutral, level 60, combat power 9, powerful close combat abilities. These are alien creatures that roam the dark world. They believe themselves to be descendants of goats, but most people consider this a forced association because without a doubt they are no different from creatures like pig-headed demons or dog-headed monsters in this world. Lin An opened the door, happily welcoming the customer to the giant blood pharmacy. The customer's expression showed that he was at a loss for words upon seeing Lin An. Even after the customer had entered, Lin An and Little Darling continued to clash, their blades ringing. He turned his face to welcome the guest, but the goat-headed monster seemed bewildered. He looked utterly confused. Lin An smiled and introduced himself as an employee here. "Since the boss is out, I'm the boss now. What does the customer need?" Just seeing Lin An's expression, the goat-headed monster's sanity had already dropped by 1. The goat-headed monster stammered fearfully, "You're a stranger. What you mean is you seem to be a bit ill. I heard the residents here are very simple and honest. I happened to be passing by, so I wanted to see if I could find a doctor." Despite still fighting Little Darling, Lin An confidently received the customer. He thought, "Then you've come to the right place. I'm the only pharmacy within 100 miles, so don't worry. No matter what illness you have, I guarantee the medicine will cure it." He then turned his head to scold Little Darling. "Can it calm down for a bit? Can't you see there's a customer?" But Little Darling had no intention of letting Lin An off. It lunged at him without a word. He impatiently tried to deal with it, getting more energetic the more we fight. We take this, but for an outsider like the goat-headed monster, seeing Lin An talking to himself raised a hint of doubt. Something seemed off. No, this pharmacy feels different from a normal one." The goat-headed monster trembled as he walked towards the door, trying to find a way to escape. Boss, you seem very busy. Maybe I should come back another day." No sooner had the goat-headed monster finished speaking than a knife flew straight towards him. It landed right between the goat-headed monster's 2 horns. With a little more force, he might have already logged off. The goat-headed monster was so scared that tears streamed down his face, sanity dropped by 10. Lin An walked over and removed the knife, the goat-headed monster trembling with fear. He kept apologizing to Lin An, but Lin An's fight with Little Darling was not yet over. Lin An turned around. "Sorry, I wasn't careful with my aim. Hope I didn't scare you?" The goat-headed monster's face was contorted. Although he kept saying, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine," he secretly thought, "What do you mean careful with your aim? You clearly saw I was leaving and just threw it at me, didn't you?" He wondered when their fight would end. It had already terrified this customer. Lin An invited the goat-headed monster into the consultation room, telling him not to be afraid. The goat-headed monster reluctantly walked into the room. All right. Inside the consultation room, everything was in disarray. Tables and chairs smashed, medicine bottles rolling on the floor. Seeing this sight, the goat-headed monster panicked. "Good heavens, why is this shop broken everywhere? Did a gang war just happen here?" With his hands busy, Lin An used his foot to pull over a chair, gesturing for the customer to sit. He explained, "The shop is undergoing renovation recently, so it looks a bit dilapidated right now, but rest assured I can guarantee you a very pleasant experience." Looking at the chop marks on the table, the goat-headed monster immediately understood. "Renovation? Who are you fooling? These scratches clearly look like they're from a fight." The clanging sound of 2 blades colliding frightened the customer. The goat-headed monster was on tenterhooks, feeling that this boss had been strangely hacking away by himself ever since he entered. He thought, is he a madman? Is it going to be my turn to be chopped next? Isn't he afraid of getting implicated? He swallowed. "No, I can't stay here. I must find a way out." The goat-headed monster stood up and asked Lin An, Excuse me, can I go out for a stroll? I feel like stepping in with my left foot first was a bit rude." Lin An smiled eerily. "Is that so? Weren't you planning on getting treated at my shop?" The goat-headed monster stammered. "If it's necessary," Lin An cheerfully said. "Of course it's fine because the customer is God and God has the right to choose." Don't you agree? The goat-headed monster looked at Lin An fearfully. Yes, the customer is God. Hee. Suddenly Lin An's face turned into that of a terrifying demon. He raised his knife and charged, wanting to chop little darling down and send it straight to the king of hell. This time the goat-headed monster was utterly terrified. He clutched his pale face, screaming loudly, unable to close his mouth. He thought, this is a shady establishment, a black shop indeed. If I dare go out he might chop me a few times. The system prompted. Goat-headed monster's sanity decreased by 10. Perhaps his fear had reached its peak. The goat-headed monster's eyes darted left and right and he was drenched in sweat. His jaw was clenched shut. Too terrifying. This shop owner is too vicious. He even chops at customers. Is this Ghost Alley? I feel the local customs here are truly simple and honest. Oh my God, the goat-headed monster, fearful yet daring, asked Lin An. Why are you fighting with 2 knives? Are you practicing some powerful combat technique? Lin An turned his head, surprised. Combat technique? His face was filled with murderous intent. No, I just simply want to chop off my left hand. The goat-headed monster asked him why he was still fighting little darling. Lin An replied, I can't explain the current situation too clearly to you. You just need to know that this arm is not a good thing. It eats people. The goat-headed monster was surprised. The left hand eats people, he replied. Yes, just now it wanted to eat me too. If Lin An doesn't control it, it might not even spare the goat-headed monster. Lin An reassured his customer. Of course, rest assured, with me here, the left hand eating people won't happen. The goat-headed monster was confused. Really, does a left hand really eat people? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? In fact, are you trying to find an opportunity to take my life, me, a stranger? Even if the goat-headed monster's intelligence was low, Lin An couldn't insult him like this. The goat-headed monster's tremor level increased by 20, and he still tried to find a way to escape. I must come up with an excuse to escape this pharmacy now, he said to Lin An. Boss, you look very busy. I'll come back in a while. Lin An did not lower his guard, happily replying. No need, I'll diagnose the goat-headed monster right now. This greatly surprised the goat-headed monster. Because his hands were busy, Lin An opened the medical toolbox with his foot, and out flew hammers, scissors, and sharp objects. Lin An said to the goat-headed monster, please sit down, I'm looking for the stethoscope. How strange, I distinctly remember putting it here. But seeing those dangerous items, the goat-headed monster was so scared he wanted to sneak away. He clearly wants to find a lethal weapon to send me to the king of hell. I'd better run first. The door was right there and the goat-headed monster blurted out, haha, goodbye. Suddenly Lin An said loudly, trying to run, letting you hide. Do you think you can escape? This made the goat-headed monster freeze in place. The goat-headed monster's sanity dropped by 10. He slowly turned around fearfully, explaining, I wasn't running, just standing up to stretch a bit. But when he turned around, the goat-headed monster saw Lin An still engrossed in fighting his own left hand. He showed a pained smile. The goat-headed monster thought, this is a final warning. What's more, he even has an assistant now. At this point, the goat-headed monster finally took out his own weapon. He said furiously, damn it, threatening me again and again. I'm no pushover, I'll get close to Lin An first. Then, taking Lin An by surprise, he decided to strike first. The goat-headed monster walked towards Lin An with his weapon. He raised his knife intending to send Lin An to the king of hell with one slash. Immediately after, Lin An's blade grazed the top of his head. He was engrossed in cursing little darling, telling it to behave. Do you believe I'll chop you up right now? After the blade grazed him just now, the goat-headed monster's sanity directly dropped by 30 points. He stood motionless, afraid to move, and from behind him came a sound like something being stabbed into something. Lin An found the stethoscope, then cheerfully turned around to report to his customer. He saw the customer trembling, hands behind his back, face looking as if he was about to cry. Lin An asked him, what's wrong? The goat-headed monster stammered, and nothing. Lin An happily said, then let's begin now. Perhaps out of extreme fear, when the goat-headed monster put away his weapon, he accidentally stabbed the knife between his 2 butt cheeks. The goat-headed monster cried, stating he would obey. Lin An invited the goat-headed monster to sit down for the examination. He put on the stethoscope to diagnose the patient. But his right hand still didn't forget to grab the other arm and push it down. The goat-headed monster felt afraid when he saw Lin An's expression. Doctor, have you found something bad? He was worried if Lin An was thinking about how to take his life. Should I mince him or just roast him? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. He begged him to spare him. My flesh isn't tasty at all. Lin An took off the stethoscope. According to Lin An's diagnosis, the goat-headed monster's heart was unstable. Were you frightened recently? The goat-headed monster admitted he was indeed a bit scared just now, thinking, what fright did I get? Don't you know? Lin An observed the goat-headed monster's face. He saw his glabella was dark, eyes dull, and lips purple. These are signs of poisoning. The goat-headed monster was very surprised. Poisoning, is it serious? But this really isn't a haggard face due to poisoning, Lin An explained. If you're poisoned and then get scared, causing your blood circulation to speed up, it will endanger your life, the goat-headed monster said. No way. Because the real reason is that a knife got stabbed in my butt. He was holding his butt in terrible pain. Lin An asked seriously, goat-headed monster, have you been to a place with dense miasma before? The goat-headed monster admitted he had indeed been to a swamp once. Were you attacked by anything there? The goat-headed monster recalled, I wasn't attacked, I was just simply scratched by the vines there. I bandaged it a bit and didn't think much of it. Lin An was activating diagnostic assistance. Special creature man-faced vine has been recorded in the database. Vines, Lin An's left hand seemed to have no intention of giving up. It really wanted to take his life. Fortunately, Lin An blocked the previous attack in time. Still trying to ambush me? Then Lin turned around and stated his diagnosis. He believed the goat-headed monster wasn't scratched by ordinary vines but by a man-faced vine. He didn't know what a man-faced vine was, Lin explained. It's an extremely poisonous underground plant that grows in damp, cold places, usually lurking underground and waiting for an opportunity to attack passing creatures. However, the man-faced vine has a long incubation period and is usually not fatal. The goat-headed monster hadn't expected it to be so serious. He trembled and asked, "Then what usually happens?" Lin advised. "First, avoid fright, avoid a rapid heartbeat. You must keep a calm mind and prevent high blood pressure." But his hands were still fighting. The goat-headed monster understood. He placed his hand on his heart. "I see. Calm, just calm." But just a few seconds later, the goat-headed monster was startled again by Lin's left hand. He personally witnessed that hand grow enormous and swallow Lin whole, causing him to repeatedly exclaim, "Oh my God!" And the goat-headed monster's sanity dropped by 20. Lin fought nonchalantly with his left hand but still didn't forget to explain to the customer. Secondly, if the toxin has already spread, your entire body will emit a strange fragrance. At this point, it's very easy to attract the devouring desires of evil creatures. He was about to enter the mouth of his left hand. "Fortunately, my pharmacy is very safe. There are no evil creatures." But Lin seemed to have forgotten what he was fighting. Lin turned around and saw his godlike customer kneeling on the ground, trembling. The system continuously prompted. Goat-headed monster's fear increased by 100. Lin's arm grew larger and larger. He forced a smile and explained, "Thirdly, if evil creatures are attracted, you must immediately treat it with bloodletting. Even a minute's delay could be life-threatening." The left hand's tongue was continuously licking the goat-headed monster. Lin seemed to have remembered the method incorrectly. He said to the goat-headed monster, "Wait, I made a mistake. You should drink water and recovery potions to inhibit toxin concentration. Bloodletting is a quick way out. It shouldn't be used." Before Lin could finish, the goat-headed monster quickly pulled out the knife stuck in his butt. Blood continuously gushed out. Lin was stunned. He only managed to blurt out one word, "Ah!" The goat-headed monster fell silent. Lin's arm, smelling the blood, seemed to gain strength and roared. Lin's expression was grim. The goat-headed monster slowly turned his eyes to look at his wound. Lin's left hand became increasingly violent. The goat-headed monster cried out in pain, "Damn it, you said it too early." His eyes were wide with pain, looking extremely distressed. Lin asked his customer, "Why are you so hasty? I hadn't even finished speaking and you're already rushing to self-release?" The goat-headed monster held his butt. He hadn't intended to self-release. He had only said half of what he meant, so of course he was anxious. More and more blood was coming from his butt, terrifying the goat-headed monster, who hastily shouted at Lin, "Stop the bleeding, quickly help me stop the bleeding. My chrysanthemum is going to spray." Lin immediately kicked the goat-headed monster's butt. "Don't rush, I'll block it for you right away." The goat-headed monster screamed in pain. Lin's method of stopping the bleeding was truly painful to witness. Lin had stuffed a shoe into the goat-headed monster's butt to prevent blood from spurting out. He knelt on the ground pleading, "Please, Lin, let me go. I don't want treatment here anymore." The goat-headed monster's collapse index increased by 20. Lin showed a lewd expression. "Sorry, goat-headed monster. I hope you don't give up on treatment, and if you can't get treated here, where else would you go? I'm the only pharmacy within several hundred miles and the toxins in your body are about to act up." The goat-headed monster jumped up holding his butt and angrily pointed at Lin. He accused Lin of deceiving him. "With so many villages and towns recently, it's unbelievable that you're the only pharmacy. Those bottles containing monster body parts look truly terrifying." Lin explained, "There used to be, but now those shop owners have become samples in our shop." The goat-headed monster looked at those jars containing monster body parts. He was too scared to speak. Perhaps he was afraid he would end up like those shop owners. The goat-headed monster knelt down and pleaded again, "Spare me, I have elderly parents aged 80 above and a 2-year-old child below. I don't want to meet the king of hell. If I'm gone, what about my family?" Lin conjured his enormous arm with a long tongue to comfort the goat-headed monster. He said, "Don't cry, confidently leave everything to me. As a doctor, I will ensure you walk out of this door healthy." But the goat-headed monster was terrified by this method of comfort. He groaned, "Don't come closer." Lin turned and walked towards the workbench, not forgetting to retract his strange arm. It looked like Lin was looking for medicine. He knew the man-faced vine's poison wasn't very strong. In a sense, it could be considered a chronic poison. He picked up a bottle of yellow medicine, poured it into a blue one, and knew that as long as the right medicine was found to neutralize it, it could be easily cleared. After mixing the potions, he obtained a green liquid. Lin picked up a syringe and drew the liquid from the bottle. "Now I'll give the goat-headed monster an injection. Although it won't instantly cure him, it will definitely make him full of vigor." Lin turned around, holding a syringe as thick as a thigh. The goat-headed monster saw the syringe and felt no relief whatsoever. His eyes bulged and tears streamed out. "Wait, such a huge syringe, how do you plan to inject it?" "My veins will burst," he comforted the goat-headed monster. "Don't worry, it's not injected into the blood vessel." Lin showed a lewd smile and told him, "It's injected into the chrysanthemum." At this point, the goat-headed monster was truly terrified, but he knew escape was impossible now. His face was covered in sweat. Lin walked behind the goat-headed monster and gently pulled the shoe out of his chrysanthemum. Perhaps it had been stuffed in very tightly, making removal difficult. The system prompted. Goat-headed monster's fear of Lin increased by 20. An earth-shattering scream erupted from Lin's pharmacy. Nearby animals were also affected and flew away. It turned out Lin was just scaring him. It wasn't injected into his chrysanthemum but into the goat-headed monster's plump buttocks. Lin An asked, "How do you feel now? Is the effect very good?" "What I just injected into you is a special medicine for treating man-faced vine, developed by my teacher." The goat-headed monster turned around and checked his wound, thinking, "Indeed, although my butt hurts a bit, the previous feelings of weakness and dizziness have greatly lessened, and the strange scent emanating from my body is slowly fading." Watching Lin An continue to fight his left hand, the goat-headed monster felt he had wronged him before. Could this not be a shady shop but a real pharmacy? Was everything before just a misunderstanding on my part? The goat-headed monster held his butt and directly asked Lin An, "Are you perhaps trying to cure me first and then chop me into pieces like those shop owners?" Lin An continued to struggle with little darling, but he still didn't forget to care for his customer. "How could that be? Our giant blood pharmacy has always followed the principle of the customer is God. As long as you have money, let alone chopping you into pieces, you can chop me into pieces." Hearing Lin An say this, the goat-headed monster finally lowered his guard. He sighed in relief. "Phew, I feel much better hearing that," the system prompted. Lin An's comfort express increased by 2. The goat-headed monster's spirit was soothed, and Lin An successfully developed into a reassuring doctor. Just then, the goat-headed monster suddenly scratched his head. "Oh right, what if I don't have money?" Hearing this, Lin An immediately switched to a less friendly mode. Lin An turned his face, showing an expression that wanted the goat-headed monster's life. He raised his knife. "No money?" This expression successfully scared the goat-headed monster. He bit his hand tightly in fear and put a large pile of money on the table. Yes, absolutely. Not only do I have some, I have a lot." The goat-headed monster's sanity dropped by 2. Lin An immediately smiled when he saw the money. He rubbed his head. "You scared me to death. Customer, please don't joke around so casually. I thought you were here for free medicine." He had already thought about which parts of the goat-headed monster's body he would take. His heart thumped wildly. The goat-headed monster was still pale. "Is that so?" He forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." The goat-headed monster's blood pressure increased by 2. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. Let's not talk about it. I feel your medicine works quite well. Just a few minutes and I already feel the toxins in my body being cleared." Lin An happily counted the shimmering gold coins. "Of course, my teacher used to cultivate this toxin on a large scale, so he's very clear about its toxicity. It's safe to say that my shop is the only one in the entire Dark Night that has a special medicine for treating man-faced vine." The goat-headed monster thought, "Then if someone far from here gets poisoned by this, it'll be troublesome." Lin An reassured him, saying that aside from their place this toxin didn't exist elsewhere. The goat-headed monster fearfully clutched his butt. He pondered, feeling that something was off. "Is the man-faced vine a specialty product here? I always feel there's some special logical connection hidden within this." Lin An had finished counting the money, but it seemed there was still a bit missing, and his face darkened. "Customer, I've calculated it. The total is 2,100 copper coins. You just gave me 1,700 copper coins, so you still owe 400. The goat-headed monster anxiously rummaged through his money pouch. "I have 300 here, still short 100. Let me look." The goat-headed monster unfastened his pants, frantically searching. 100, still short 100. But reality hit him hard. The goat-headed monster didn't have enough money. He stood motionless in fear, trembling. He was sweating profusely with anxiety, eyes dizzy, and the goat-headed monster stammered, "And nothing left." Lin An revealed a grim reaper's smile, looking at his customer benevolently. "Not enough money? It's fine." He placed a contract on the table. The goat-headed monster was truly very worried. Lin An grinned. "We also accept body parts as payment here. Please take a look." Goat-headed monster exchange list. Kidney 1,000 copper coins each. Eyeball 20 copper coins each. Arm 250 copper coins. Little ding 50 copper coins per centimeter. Lin An told the goat-headed monster to quickly see which body part he would use to pay. He had already sharpened his knives, ready for business. Lin An suggested he leave an eyeball. "You can redeem it once you've earned enough money." The goat-headed monster trembled, unable to speak. He fearfully raised his hands, wanting Lin An to calm down. "Wait, I still have some things here that can be used as collateral. Please take a look." The goat-headed monster placed an unknown object on the table. "This is something I picked up outside a few days ago. It looks like some kind of part. I felt sure it would come in handy, so I kept it. This is a fragment of a mithril skull. A rare material. System additional information. High-strength skull fragment, a special material made of mithril. This mithril is forged using a special process, very precious, often used by members of the Demonian Association to create powerful biological weapons." Lin An seemed interested upon hearing the words Demonian Association. He examined the fragment, then asked, "Where did you pick this up?" The goat-headed monster answered honestly, "In a mine pit about 100 kilometers west of here." The goat-headed monster opened his bag. There were many more fragments inside. "When I went there, it seemed like a battle had just occurred. I didn't dare to stay long, so I just picked up some parts and ran off." The goat-headed monster was puzzled. "I wonder if these can be used to pay off the debt. How could Lin An let go of such good items?" He raised his hand, signaling okay. Of course. The system congratulated Lin An on completing the quest. He received 200 bone coins, 100 base express, and a special reward. Severed Finger Radiation Beam. The Severed Finger Radiation Beam is an unknown creature that grows extra limbs after being exposed to radiation. Consuming it causes the body to produce a large amount of radiation in a short time. After paying the medical fee, the goat-headed monster immediately ran off without looking back. "Great, then goodbye." Lin An still didn't understand why the goat-headed monster was so scared. Lin En looked at his left hand, mumbling Demonian Association biological weapons to himself. These words reminded him of the rotting flesh monster. Lin En woke up his left hand, which had been sleeping with its tongue out. It was startled awake. Lin En seriously proposed, "We too must temporarily cease hostilities. There's urgent business to attend to now." No sooner had he spoken than little darling grew large and swallowed Lin En's head in one gulp. It thought Lin En would retaliate as usual this time. But no, Lin En stood completely still. Perhaps he knew this hand wouldn't harm him. Little darling spit out Lin En's head, then shrank. Lin En was drenched in little darling's saliva. It wondered why he didn't fight back. Lin En explained, "I drank too much insecticide earlier, which affected my judgment. Now that I've calmed down, I think I understand." It didn't know what he understood. Lin En confidently asserted, "You don't dare eat me." Little darling continued to flash its sharp teeth. "Oh really, this daddy will eat you now indeed," just as Lin En said. Little darling continuously provoked him with its tongue. Lin En remained motionless, as he was already tired of this trick. It however thought, "What, scared now? If I just move my teeth his head will be gone. It's still not too late to beg for mercy. If he's more sincere, maybe I can let him go." Contrary to little darling's expectations, Lin En yawned tiredly and said sleepily, "Are you done? If you're going to eat, eat. Stop waving your tongue in front of me." Little darling retracted its tongue and asked him, "Kid, are you really not afraid of me eating you?" Lin En answered with one eye open and one closed, "What's there to be afraid of? When I drank poison before, it also reacted. It will also react if it eats me. Similarly, if it eats my head, it certainly won't survive either." Ultimately, Lin En had discovered the connection between them. He probed little darling, "Actually, we're in this together, aren't we?" Perhaps this was the truth. Little darling, having its thoughts exposed, remained silent. Little darling gnashed its teeth, arguing, "No, I'm just afraid there will be a bad reaction to myself after biting off your head, but that doesn't mean I won't eat you." Lin En happily teased it. He pointed at his own head with a playful attitude, "Then eat quickly here." As Lin En expected, little darling didn't dare do anything to him. He smugly thought all his ideas were correct. "See, even if I gave it the chance, it's useless. If it doesn't dare to eat me, why don't we both cease hostilities?" System notification. Lin En's quest. Body's reaction, current completion progress 50%. You have made the anomalous power doubt its own existence after killing you by using a large amount of insecticide. However, the mutant still harbors strong hostility towards you. Triggered quest stage 2. Quest time. Disarm. Quest objective. During the process of coexisting with the mutant, do not let the mutant discover the truth. That even if you die, it will be fine. Lin En was shocked after reading this new notification. All his judgments were wrong. He stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Wait, does this mean even if something happens to me, it can still survive? What kind of joke is this? If it had bitten down just now, wouldn't I have died for nothing? Lin En's sanity dropped by 10. Little darling saw Lin En's abnormal expression. It asked him, "What's wrong?" He tried hard to stay calm, not letting it know the truth. Although Lin En was very nervous, he still had to remain calm. "Let's just stop fighting, the two of us. If we truly fight, it'll be one body, two lives. It wouldn't want to bring about its own destruction, right? People would die laughing if word got out." Lin En's acting was truly superb. As expected, little darling was fooled. It felt Lin En made sense. "Then I'll let you live a bit longer." Lin En didn't delay, returning to serious matters. He picked up the parts left by the goat-headed monster. The monster that came last night was a creation of the Demonian Association, and his teacher had once been a member of that organization. Looking at the mess before him, although Lin En didn't know what had happened based on yesterday's experience, your teacher and the Demon Association have a deep-seated conflict. That flesh golem yesterday was actually here to exterminate your sect, but it couldn't find your teacher and came after you instead. Lin En paced around the room, looking at the fragment. The Demon Association's influence had actually infiltrated this place. After successfully eliminating the golem last night, the Demon Association likely already knows what happened here. Little Baby was furious because Lin En dared to steal its credit. It was clearly Little Baby, not Lin En, who took the golem's life. Lin En voiced his suspicions, full of doubt. If his prediction was true, they would face another crisis in the next 2 days, a second wave. Little Baby was very angry. What did this have to do with it? Seeing his left hand so unfeeling, Lin En was momentarily speechless. Lin En tried to reason with it kindly. It shouldn't think it could stay out of it. Now they were in the same boat. If anything happened to Lin En, it would suffer the same fate. Little Baby fell silent. Lin En was right. Comfort experience points +2. He had to admit Lin En's acting skills were truly superb. He soothed it, trying to calm it down. After all, it was a part of him and the hand he used the most. Their relationship should naturally be very close. Little Baby, however, thought that Lin En was just afraid of an early demise, which was why he needed its help. Under Lin En's onslaught of sweet talk, Little Baby held up 2 fingers indicating its agreement. It could help, but on one condition. It had to be allowed to eat its fill when the time came, and Lin En wouldn't get any, and no drinking insecticide. The cooperation was only for these 2 days. Seeing his scheme succeed, Lin En's face lit up with delight. He readily agreed to all the conditions Little Baby proposed. Lin En rummaged through the remains of the flesh golem as if searching for something. He thought, "This is ridiculous. Where were his gun and boning knife? They must have been left on that monster during last night's battle." Seeing Little Baby sleeping soundly, he thought, "Most likely my gun and knife were swallowed by it, or should I check?" Lin En gently pried open Little Baby's mouth and slowly extended the demon hand inside. Fortunately, Little Baby was sleeping too soundly to notice Lin En putting his hand in its mouth. Lin En gently delved deeper into its throat. It was too deep. At first he thought it would lead into his own arm, but from the current situation that didn't seem to be the case. It turned out that while it appeared to be inside his own body, it possessed its own unique and special internal structure. After an unknown period he finally reached little baby's stomach. This sensation, it seemed all the monster's tissues had been devoured and stored here. He found his knife and gun. Lin and emerged with the knife, gun, and fragmented tissues. System prompt: you obtained a piece of fragmented tissue. You obtained a piece of rotten flesh tissue. You obtained a demon hunter gun. You obtained blood giant's boning knife. In such a short time the fragmented tissue had already rotted. Lin quickly inspected the gun. Great, not a single bit of damage, as expected of a legendary item. Lin thought little baby's belly must contain many more good things, and a few mischievous thoughts immediately sprang to mind. This guy's belly has quite a few treasures. Why not take this opportunity to get a bit more? No sooner said than done. Lin manipulated his other hands, preparing to act. Before little baby woke up, the arms gently burrowed into its mouth. Little baby was sleeping so soundly it didn't react no matter how much it was disturbed. Indeed, just as Lin had thought, the hands brought out quite a few items. Excellent, excellent, so much in stock. System prompt: you obtained a focus eye. You obtained a damaged dragon breath hand. You obtained a piece of ghost hair. Perhaps these items made him too happy as Lin accidentally woke little baby up. It felt that something wasn't right. Lin fired a shot into the air, and the arms quickly retracted. Little baby coughed violently and screamed like a maiden who had been subjected to something outrageous. Little baby immediately gave Lin 2 big slaps, cursing him as shameless, perverted, and vulgar, then bit Lin without hesitation. Fearing for his life, he quickly explained, "Wait, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Host HP damaged." System prompt: Lin angrily said, "It actually bit me? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Quick, what do you mean by this?" Little baby flipped Lin the middle finger, pointing at him and asking what he meant. It hadn't even asked him yet what he meant by shoving all sorts of strange things into my mouth. "Wanna fight, huh?" Lin pointed to the pile of items next to them and explained that he just wanted to retrieve some good items that it had swallowed last night, and he needed them to fight against the Demon Association later. He had no intention of doing anything to it. Why was it getting so agitated? Suddenly, little baby's stomach rumbled as if it was hungry. Lin and it were both speechless. Angrily, it snatched up a knife and pounced on Lin, saying no wonder its stomach felt so empty. Lin had apparently emptied it, and now it would take Lin's life. He couldn't believe Lin dared to snatch food from its mouth. The two of them started wrestling again. Lin said, "So you're not going to listen to me, huh? Fine, I'll go all the way with you then." Suddenly, Lin's expression froze. A system prompt appeared: new mission, Restless Night. Special mission objective: kill all hunters. Rewards include 1 legendary special item and 1 legendary skill blueprint. About the night mission in Wandering Souls Alley. Night falls silent and still. After last night's battle for survival, a new crisis is approaching. Mysterious and eerie hunters are coming, tracking by sound like hounds. Be sure to hide well. Upon receiving the prompt, Lin immediately covered little baby's mouth to prevent it from making noise. Little baby asked what he was doing now. Lin said sternly, "Be quiet." He sensed their arrival. The outside of the pharmacy was already surrounded by giant monsters. The flame in the soul lamp was still burning brightly, but for some unknown reason it suddenly extinguished. The monsters outside seemed to have been waiting for this moment. They roared and then quickly rushed towards Lin's location. They had bizarre appearances, looking like spiders. A closer look would reveal human faces on their abdomens and purple eyes on their backs. Suddenly the monster felt something was wrong. Immediately it exploded into hundreds of fragments. System analysis: the flesh golem's death was caused by internal gnawing and disintegration. Information transmission complete. Danger level A. Further inspection can be performed. Little baby observed the monsters outside. Because its stomach was empty, it looked at them greedily. Such big meaty legs, they must taste good. Lin, however, was worried. Now's not the time to think about taste, is it? There are 3 of them in total, they'll be tough to deal with. Lin loaded his gun and then discussed tactics with little baby. A direct confrontation would definitely put them at a disadvantage. The best plan was to ambush them and kill them one by one. Lin gave little baby a name, Evil Hand. He said that because it was very agile it should quickly climb onto the door frame and wait. Once someone came in it should attack. Evil Hand got angry. "Don't call me that name." Lin thought their relationship was quite good, but Evil Hand was truly adorable, muttering warnings that if Lin called it that again it would eat him. But it still obediently followed Lin's instructions. Lin, meanwhile, hid by the wall. Once in position, Evil Hand notified Lin. Lin saw that everything was under control. The monster's footsteps grew closer. Lin remained silent, not daring to make a sound, sitting still and waiting for its arrival. A grating scratching sound came from behind the door. Creak, creak. Lin was fully focused, not blinking. Evil Hand also remained motionless. Finally the door opened and an eerie purple current of air surged into the room. The time was right. Lin gave the command, "Now!" The black arm and Evil Hand immediately rushed forward. Evil Hand pounced on the person, stepping through the doorway with lightning speed. Lin saw that Evil Hand had already subdued the opponent. He felt great, telling it to hold on and let him give it a few more shots. The opponent struggled relentlessly, roaring for help. Lin kept feeling that something was off. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Upon closer inspection he realized it was an acquaintance. If Lin hadn't stopped it in time, Evil Hand would have already completely swallowed these 2 people. "Stop, stop, it's one of us." Readers should probably be able to guess who these 2 people are by now. System prompt: Bloody Gown Ghoul sanity -10, Blood Infant sanity -10. Bloody Gown Ghoul sat there dazed, feeling as if she was experiencing a terrible nightmare. She kept shaking her head, trying to clear her mind. Lin En, meanwhile, didn't understand why she was here. Of course it was because she was worried about him during the day he had rushed out the door and hadn't come to find her by nightfall. She was worried Lin En would encounter monsters again, just like last night. Lin En heard this and secretly wondered, does Bloody Gown Ghoul really care about me? I thought she was just lusting after my body. Does she truly love me? Bloody Gown Ghoul suddenly stood up and walked closer to Lin En. She asked him, who was that thing that almost ate me just now? Lin En happily introduced it, saying that was the thing he had mutated last night, and it was what had eaten the monster. Because it was Lin En's left hand, he named it Evil Hand. Evil Hand absolutely hated that name. Its favorability towards Lin En continued to drop. Lin En tightly gripped Evil Hand, no longer being polite. The golem's accomplices from yesterday have arrived. It's very dangerous here now. No sooner had he spoken than a mysterious, dazzling, and enigmatic green light suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin En and Bloody Gown Ghoul were both surprised by this sudden appearance and both began to raise their guard. Speak of the devil, Lin and Bloody Gown Ghoul and Blood Infant all assumed a combat stance. The little girl, Blood Infant, couldn't help but feel curious when she saw the evil hand on Lin En's left arm. Blood Infant walked forward and began to lick Lin En's left hand. This caused Blood Infant's favorability towards Lin En's left hand to increase slightly. Evil Hand happily licked the little girl's face too. Blood Infant happily licked Evil Hand back and the favorability continued to rise, after which Evil Hand licked Blood Infant's face again. You two, stop going back and forth. Finally, Lin En had to speak up to stop them. Stop licking, the enemies are coming. They had already confirmed the target location and started scanning to search for the target. Now they were doomed, Lin En thought to himself. Since they're scanning like this, hiding is useless now. After some careful consideration, he finally made his decision, one he believed to be absolutely certain. Lin En quickly leapt to the ground. As soon as his feet landed, he drew his gun from his waist, gripping the handle tightly, ready to face any impending danger. He concentrated intensely, aiming precisely in the direction of the enemy. His movements were skilled and masterful. They were caught off guard, easily struck by Lin En's bullets and then exploded. Under Lin En's attack they finally revealed themselves, with no need to hide anymore. This time more golems had arrived. They unanimously locked onto their target, confirming its identity. Type 3 Flesh Golem, highest danger level. Kill. Under the golem's fierce attack, Evil Hand cried out, "Danger!" It pulled Lin En aside, not forgetting to scold him. "Do you want to die or something?" Only now did Lin En begin to assess this golem. It was a Type 120 hunter, a mechanical aggregate creature with extremely fast combat speed and powerful healing abilities. It was a high-level devouring tool of the Demon Association Solus, and thus immune to mental and curse attacks. This golem was incredibly fast, several times quicker than the spider monster Lin En had encountered last time. Evil Hand told Lin En, "Since you're so powerful, go for it." This golem attacked from the left, dodged from the right. Evil Hand couldn't even catch it. Lin En ignored it. He told Evil Hand to come over and quickly eat them. As he spoke, he raised his left hand. But this group of spider monsters was too fast, closing in on Lin En in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Bloody Gown Ghoul appeared in time and saved Lin En's life. Bloody Gown Ghoul told Lin En to leave the two she was responsible for to her first. Lin En heard this and unceremoniously agreed. Then, Lin En on his side would handle the remaining one. It appeared behind Lin En, but Evil Hand had already loudly reported its presence. Taking advantage of its knife being stuck in the ground, Lin En ordered Evil Hand to charge at it. Evil Hand quickly grabbed the target, gnashing its teeth as it held the spider monster tightly. Seeing that the attacking target was an unknown creature, the spider monster executed its orders and moved to kill Evil Hand. Then a terrifying tornado appeared, throwing Evil Hand far away. Lin En calmly dodged the scattered debris caused by the tornado. He continuously fired at the spider monster while directing Evil Hand. Gunshots rang out nonstop, and Lin En's gun proficiency increased accordingly. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt high, directing Evil Hand to charge at the spider monster. Evil Hand's series of fierce attacks and Lin En's gunshots landed squarely on the spider monster. Meanwhile, in the golem's observation room, the situation began to grow tense. The Demon Realm Vice President asked his subordinate if they had contacted the three hunters to scout Wandering Souls Alley. The robot reported that a signal had been established. The Demon Realm Vice President, "We can take over control of those three hunters at any time." Hearing this, he immediately requested a visual feed connection. He wanted first-hand intelligence from Wandering Souls Alley. Bloody Gown Ghoul's image suddenly appeared on the screen, repeatedly muttering "kill" in her mouth. The Demon Realm Vice President was also surprised by her appearance. He hadn't expected her to be there. Bloody Gown Ghoul was quite a renowned figure. She always killed based on her whims, making her unpredictable. Moreover, once she entered combat, she would fight to the death, making her a madwoman many powerful individuals dared not provoke. But even if it was her, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill a Type 3 flesh golem. Were there others there? Indeed, the screen now cut to Lin En's image. He couldn't believe Lin En was there. It was impossible. What's more, the gun in Lin En's hand was not just an ordinary gun but a special firearm created by demon hunters, capable of compelling Bloody Gown Ghoul to fight for him. He was also holding that demon hunter shotgun, which he never let go of. He felt that this seemingly frail Lin En actually had some skill. He thought to himself, "In the past few days, over a dozen core elders in the association have either been killed or absorbed. It was precisely to retrieve the Colossus tissue fragments that they had distributed and kept. According to the sensing between the Colossus tissue fragments, one piece was stored in Blood Giant's Wandering Souls Alley. So he personally dispatched a flesh golem to Wandering Souls Alley, only for it to vanish without a trace. As the direct leader of this operation, if it failed, he would bear full responsibility. Thus he ordered everyone to prepare for neural synchronization. This time he was determined not to allow any mistakes, not even the smallest oversight. Neural synchronization process began. Hunter 3's neural source synchronization successful. Connection activating. Meanwhile, Linen was also warned that danger was escalating. This time he had to perform an emergency mission. He had to survive, and there were extremely enticing rewards. Linen had already begun to sense that something was wrong. A vague yet strong feeling, foreboding that something bad was about to happen. He put away his gun, told Evil Hand to be careful, and moved slightly away from the spider monster. The spider monster suddenly seemed to be activated by a terrifying unseen force, its body erupting with a powerful and dreadful energy flow. High temperature transformation, strong heat attribute. Its entire body exuded a terrifying combat intent. It easily severed Evil Hand's tongue with a single slash. Evil Hand was in terrible pain. It blamed Linen for not warning it earlier, but it was its slow reaction. Fortunately, it could still recover. Caught off guard, the spider monster had already swiftly swung its sharp blade towards Linen. This time, Evil Hand reacted quickly and in time, helping him dodge this fatal blow. Evil Hand furiously attacked the monster non-stop. Damn it, it dared to sever its tongue, now it will sever it back. After observing the situation, Linen had noticed that the spider monster's attack movements had changed. It felt completely different from the cold machine it was before. It was steady and calm. Every swing was incredibly fluid, like a master swordsman. Looking at Evil Hand, it was completely hacking away haphazardly, but fortunately its immense strength miraculously worked in its favor. Evil Hand then loudly shouted at Linen, "Don't just stand there watching, help me." Then both sides began to fight fiercely. Linen continuously fired his gun at the spider monster, while Evil Hand hacked wildly. The situation gradually worsened. Linen told Evil Hand to quickly show its strength and kill that flesh golem. "Weren't you brave yesterday?" Evil Hand refused. "Yesterday it devoured from the inside, now it's from the outside. Even if it wanted to eat that spider monster, its mouth would get many cuts." Linen promised, "I'm a doctor. If the spider monster tears Evil Hand, I'll stitch it up." No opportunity, then Linen would create an opportunity for Evil Hand. Then Linen, disregarding the pain, gouged out one of his own eyes. A mechanical sound rang out, signaling that his HP was being damaged, but he paid no attention. Linen placed his eye into an empty bottle and then tightly capped it. Immediately after, he shoved the spider monster's eye into his recently gouged out eye socket. Linen has connected to a new organ. Autophagic eye's level is too high, greatly reducing control over Linen's limbs. Evil Hand couldn't believe it. Was Linen insane? He actually fused with that monster's eye. After Linen completed the painful action, he immediately covered the side where he had lost an eye with his hand. His gaze became cold and resolute, and he ordered Evil Hand to quickly move aside. Linen's entire body suddenly radiated powerful energy, as if a latent power had been completely unleashed. Gaze curse activated. Dazzling light shot from Linen's hand, attacking relentlessly. Like continuous sharp lightning bolts, constantly firing at the giant spider monster. That attack triggered a fierce explosion, roaring like world-shaking thunder, shaking the surrounding space violently. At the same time, a brilliant burst of light erupted, scattering intensely like a massive energy orb. Over here, the Demon Realm Vice President couldn't believe Linen could use the focus eye, he thought. Even if that flesh golem wasn't killed by Linen, he's certainly not unrelated to it. He gritted his teeth, determined to kill Linen. He controlled the spider monster, which began to relentlessly attack Linen. However, despite the monster's fury, Linen remained absolutely calm. The spider monster's attacks were easily blocked by Linen. Seizing the moment when the spider monster wasn't paying attention, he ordered Evil Hand to quickly attack it. Evil Hand quickly charged forward. It opened its mouth wide and extended its terrifying tongue towards the spider monster. Horrible thwip 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 sounds continuously echoed through the space. The spider monster hadn't realized anything yet. It was still focused on attacking Linen. In this situation, the eye Linen had just fused with suddenly glowed. This terrified the monster. Its eyes widened, something bad was about to happen. Linen was actually able to lock down the spider monster so easily. The monster began to roar. Its body was melting and disintegrating over a large area. Its spikes squirmed incessantly, and the monster's face gradually melted. Suddenly, its body emitted a green light. This was precisely an emergency activation of powerful wound healing effects, an emergency counter curse. Linen took out something covered with a white cloth. Want to regenerate health? He wouldn't let it be that easy. Beneath the white cloth was precisely the dragon breath hand. This was a forbidden form of a flesh golem. Its body was a powerful weapon capable of obliterating creatures, a combination of a giant dragon's head. Blazing dragon flames had an extremely strong purifying effect on dark creatures. The dragon's head, imbued with resentment, would pour endless hatred upon the enemy before it. The melting monster felt terror when it saw the dragon breath hand. That was a Type 3 golem. Linen connected his body to the dragon breath hand. A connecting force flowed into the item, eradicating the mutation. System warning, body overload. The dragon breath hand's eyes opened, revealing a swirling vortex of dragon breath flames within. A massive explosion occurred inside Linen's clinic, and fierce flames engulfed the area around the room. As expected, the monster was engulfed by the flames and couldn't escape. The outdoor scenery was also not spared from the flames. Trees and grass were burning fiercely. After that last wave of attack, another location was also affected. Warning, Hunter 3's chip destroyed, neural source connection automatically severed. Soldiers rushed over. Lord Demon Realm, are you alright? Half of his face had already begun to flicker erratically. Lord Demon Realm was furious. Linen actually dared to use my weapon against me. How dare he do that? Enraged, he vented his fury on others. The soldiers cautiously reported, trembling, that it seemed they had underestimated Linen. They had thought merely guarding against his gun would be enough. But unexpectedly, he also possessed a monstrously strong right hand and the ability to assimilate biological weapons. Lord Demon Realm pondered, no, Linen could not possibly be an ordinary human. Perhaps he's a new type of bioweapon personally developed by Blood Giant. Believing his idea was correct, he smiled, as expected of a high-ranking researcher of the Colossus in the Association. Lord Demon Realm thought Blood Giant had won a round against him, but this failure would only make him more excited. Another soldier ran in, hurriedly reporting, Lord Demon Realm Hunters 1 and 2 have been destroyed by Bloody Gown Ghoul. He told the soldier to disregard it. Tomorrow he would personally lead flesh golems to test them. Have you found Blood Giant yet? The soldier reported that other hunters were tracking him. From the current information received, it shows that Blood Giant has likely already reached the Golem courtyard. Blood Giant and the Golem Lady there have a very close relationship. Hearing Golem Lady, Lord Demon Realm felt excited. Golem Lady, now this gets interesting. The female ghost was still inside the house. The flames had already consumed this place. She didn't flee, she just stood quietly in place, observing everything around her. Lin-An walked in from a distance, coughing violently, choked by the smoke. The female ghost saw him and immediately rushed out. She ran to Lin-An's side and supported him. His complexion was not good at all now. Lin-An, what's wrong? Lin-An looked up at the female ghost. One of his eyes was gone and a black liquid flowed from his eye socket. I'm fine. Lin-An placed an eyeball into his eye socket. Bloody Gown Ghoul's sanity -5. It seemed difficult to put the eyeball back into the socket. Lin-An couldn't get it back in place. He picked up the bottle and poured the remaining liquid into his eye. Lin-An turned around to ask the female ghost, it's all sorted. How are things on your end? You're not hurt, are you? Hearing Lin-An's concern for her, the female ghost's face flushed like a shy maiden. The female ghost looked at Lin-An thinking, I didn't expect this guy to actually care about me. He's getting cuter and cuter. In this romantic scene, Evil Hand suddenly appeared, inserting itself between the two and said, tastes good. Evil Hand walked around and found 2 more big meals waiting for it. Oh, there are 2 more big meals, let's start. The female ghost and Lin-An both froze. This guy is really a glutton. System prompt. Lin-An has completed the mission. Restless Night rewards include 1,000 skeleton coins, base express plus 1,000. Completed exclusive mission, kill 3 hunters, obtained legendary special item, random diagnosis skill. Completed mission, survive, rewards include base express plus 1,000, 1,000 skeleton coins, special item, Night Devil Blade. Then quietly listened to the system prompts. The descriptions included items and mission blueprints. Night Doctor Home Visit Mission. They are doctors who traverse the night. A group of compassionate surgical specialists. Their goal is to make all patients smile happily. They are dedicated to helping all creatures eliminate diseases, so when you encounter them, it's best to have some illness, otherwise they'll be unhappy. Random diagnosis skill. They're definitely sick probably. They can't possibly be without ailments. More or less, something can always be diagnosed. Night Devil Blade. This is a reliable surgical knife. Although it's half a meter long and better suited for chopping people, it's definitely fine for performing surgery on others too, because its blade always demonstrates precision in delicate surgeries. Legend has it that at night it becomes incredibly sharp. Lin-An thought to himself, the system has unveiled the detailed information for the reward items. He hadn't expected them to be high-quality special items. He'd hit the jackpot this time. Suddenly Lin-An sensed something. He grinned foolishly at the female ghost, and his express was also enough to level him up to 10. He could try a new profession later. The female ghost didn't understand Lin-An's smile. She asked suspiciously, the mechanical aggregate creatures and flesh golems are all from the Demon Association. Why did you offend them? Lin-An coughed. This wave was probably just a complex reconnaissance. There might be bigger trouble later. The female ghost folded her arms and smiled. She thought Lin-An rarely left Wandering Souls Alley. So why would he offend such an organization? Had he accidentally killed someone while treating them, thus incurring this enmity? Lin-An said he didn't know. It might be related to his teacher Blood Giant, but he couldn't contact his teacher now either. He wasn't very clear on the specifics. Everything was settled and the two began to head home separately. There shouldn't be any more enemies today. Better to go back and rest early. There might be another tough battle tomorrow. The female ghost also agreed. She told Lin-An to contact her immediately if anything happened. But neither of them knew that someone was standing in the distance observing their every move. This person had a pair of red eyes and looked very sinister. Lin-An lay in bed, resting after the fierce battle. He recalled the scene of confronting the spider monster. That's right, the one fighting him was an internal member of the Demon Association. That guy was dangerous and wouldn't let things go easily. Lin-An closed his eyes. He wanted the system to take him into the vision realm to contact his teacher. Teacher, please answer. A purple light seemed to tear through the silent space. Lin-An entered the vision realm. In the sky, a red eye illuminated the entire area with its red light. He checked the previously sent system articles. There were no messages. Was Blood Giant not here? Zone information share. High-intensity monster invasion reoccurred in Wandering Souls Alley last night. Invaders are suspected to be top-tier bioweapons of the Demon Association. Residents of Wandering Souls Alley are advised to suspend all outdoor activities to prevent unforeseen incidents. Zone information share. Intelligence is being updated and tracked. The battle in Wandering Souls Alley is concluded. Participants appear to include the renowned Queen Bloody Gown Ghoul. Additionally, the identity of another participant seems to be Blood Giant's pharmacy apprentice, a minor celebrity in Wandering Souls Alley. Linen was surprised that a notification appeared so quickly. No way, intelligence was leaked in the vision realm so fast. He tapped the screen with his finger as if opening a video. He hadn't expected that the video of his battle with the spider monster had already been published. Everyone kept discussing him, saying he was truly terrifying. Handsome, truly terrifying strength. 30 skeleton coins deducted. Lin-En stroked his chin in confusion. There's a video. Were there other people on the street at that time? He recalled the previous Demon Hunter battle scene. There was also a video of those two bald guys fighting. Perhaps the cameraman was the same person. Now, the video already had 3,000 views. Lin-En was very happy. Watching the video cost 30 skeleton coins, and with 3,000 viewers, that meant 90,000 to him. This was CP and a high-profit industry. He suddenly remembered, wait, does this world also have an industry specializing in information sharing? His hand continuously swiped across the screen. Perhaps there's information about my teacher in that industry. As long as I find the video publisher, I can find my teacher. Lin-En immediately sought out intelligence personnel. Found it. System teleportation. System is teleporting, please wait a moment. Pink light appeared and Lin-En had moved to an unfamiliar room. In front of him was a soul lamp. The soul lamp still illuminated the room. After receiving the proposal, the information broker appeared before him. From a swirl of black mist, he cupped his hands and said, "What would the esteemed guest like to inquire about?" Lin-En asked for his identity. "Are you the information sharer?" "That's right." The other party replied that he was information agent number 24 from Sector 900. His face was covered in sharp barbs, and his three eyes observed Lin-En's every move like three surveillance cameras. He could provide Lin-En with all valuable information within this area, but of course the price wouldn't be cheap. "Speaking of which, this place seems a bit desolate," the information broker replied. "This is an independent space I applied for from the ether view. Every guest entering my establishment is transferred to a private booth. Currently I am simultaneously serving 754 other guests in different booths." Lin-En smiled and said, "I see." He wanted to purchase some information to see if he had relevant sources. The information broker gestured with his hand and said, "Please ask." Lin-En began to ask his questions. His first question, he wanted to know the exact location of the Blood Giant. As soon as he finished speaking, the candle in front of Lin-En suddenly flared up, burning brightly. The information broker informed Lin-En of the price for the requested information, 50 Darkforge coins. Hearing such a large sum, Lin-En jumped out of his chair in shock. His eyes widened like saucers. "What?" The information broker explained that the target's intelligence had been upgraded to A grade a day ago. The information was surging by 50 times, and he wasn't the only one inquiring about the target's coordinates. Lin-En hadn't expected someone else was also looking for the master, just like him. Could it be someone from the Demonic Human Association? It seemed the master's situation was very dangerous now. Lin-En immediately moved to his second question. How can one quickly contact a specific creature from a long distance? The information broker explained that the pricing varied depending on the method, with the cheapest being 100 skull coins and the most expensive being 100,000 Darkforge coins. He could choose the specific standard. Lin-En unhesitatingly chose the cheapest package, and 100 skull coins were immediately deducted. The information broker's largest eye flickered, then he nodded and said, "Payment received, providing your answer." The way to quickly contact a certain creature from a long distance is through the ether view. The ether view is a mirror world that overlaps with the dark world. Because it possesses transmission capabilities, you can communicate with creatures logged into the ether view within this world in certain areas. At this point, the information broker stopped. Lin-En waited for him to continue with more details. After what seemed like a long wait, Lin-En grew impatient, and then the information broker said he had finished answering. "Thank you for your patronage." Lin-En angrily slammed the table and pointed at his face. "That's all for 100 coins. If I could contact them through the ether view, why would I need to ask you?" the information broker said. "This is the lowest grade information. It's only worth this amount." But the situation was urgent, so Lin-En gritted his teeth and paid a large sum again, saying, "So cheap things aren't good, right?" It was still the same question, priced at 1 Darkforge coin, and the system immediately deducted 1,000 skull coins. As soon as the money was received, the information broker immediately became active. "Payment received, providing your answer." You can hire a contract messenger to deliver messages for you over long distances. The delivery speed varies depending on the contract messenger's price. We also offer messenger rental services here. You can choose any messenger from our selection. He handed him a piece of paper. The list contained 4 types of messengers: Doomfall, Tamed Hellhound, Void Death Apothecary Beast, and Floating Earth Tortoise King. Lin-En thoughtfully read through the list. He felt the Floating Earth Tortoise King seemed more reliable. He chose it. The information broker immediately made a reservation for him. Currently there are 5 available Tortoise King messengers, with a 0% accident rate and a speed of 1 meter per hour. Lin-En thought he had misheard. Wait, 1 meter per hour, the information broker affirmed. That's right, because it's a specially improved breed, its speed increases tenfold every year. The tortoise king you selected holds our establishment speed record. No other tortoise has managed to break it yet. Like a bolt from the blue, Lin En scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Oh my god, I can't believe 1,000 coins just vanished like that. I feel like I've stepped into a shady business. Lin En calmed down, crossed his arms and pondered. He was still striving to find the master's whereabouts. Is there anyone more reliable here? The information broker happily replied. Currently, only these 4 types of messengers are available. We are accelerating the training of more messenger breeds. If you're not satisfied, you can wait a while and come back later. This time Lin En was truly speechless. His face crumpled like a waterlogged bun and he couldn't utter a single word. He questioned the information broker skeptically. The tortoise king is safe but slow. The information broker stared at him with wide eyes. That's right, Lin En continued, asking with an expressive face. The void beast is fast but prone to sudden death. This time the information broker truly panicked. His 3 eyes shifted to the side. That's right. But unexpectedly, Lin En raised 2 fingers. 2 of each messenger, please. I need them urgently. With the god of wealth at his door, the information broker's eyes shone like diamonds. One moment, a red eye appeared on the paper making a sound. The information broker successfully made the reservation. Now we need your address in the dark world. They will deliver the goods to Lin En as soon as possible. Since these are contractual creatures, transactions cannot be conducted in the ether view. He handed Lin En a mask and a bone pen. Lin En was still a bit suspicious, but the information broker calmly said, Don't worry, they won't disclose your information. You can fill it out with confidence. He said no problem verbally, but didn't believe it at all in his heart, and casually filled in an address very close to a bonfire. The paper immediately emitted a green light. 2 void death apothecary beasts and 2 floating earth tortoise kings were calculating the cost for him. The total rental fee was currently 2,600 skull coins, with immediate dispatch upon payment. Lin En asked him, Didn't I already give you 1,000 just now? The information broker replied. That was the information consultation fee. This is the messenger rental fee. They need to be accounted for separately. Lin En was so furious he couldn't speak. Flames surged within him, his hair stood on end, making him look like a low-budget Sun Wukong. He had really been ripped off. I definitely got played by this store, he thought, but no matter how angry he was, he still had to pay them 2,600 skull coins. Upon receiving the money, the information broker bowed and bade farewell. Payment received. The contract scrolls are expected to reach you within 2 hours. Thank you for your patronage. Lin En closed his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself lying in bed, his left hand beside him still snoring soundly. It was sleeping, dead to the world, mouth agape. Lin En sat up and redressed. After all that had happened, it was still asleep. If it weren't truly useful, he'd genuinely want to send it to heaven with one stab. The night was pitch black. Lin En moved his steps and arrived at a dilapidated abandoned house. It looked very worn, inhabited by spider webs and strange creatures, accompanied by eerie creaking sounds. Lin En went to the back of the house, carefully passing through a gap. Finally, Lin En also chose a place to sit. This spot is good. Let them deliver the goods here now. He felt it would be boring to just wait, so he checked the items the system had gifted him last night. First was the Night Demon Blade. Lin En immediately picked up the knife. It was enveloped in red electric light. This was a sturdy surgical knife. Although half a meter long, making it more suitable for chopping people, it was also fine for helping people perform surgery, because the precision of knife work is always reflected in delicate surgeries, and he heard it become sharper at night. Looking at the enormous knife in his hand, Lin En was utterly bewildered. He didn't understand why this thing would be a surgical knife. He might accidentally chop the patient during surgery, but he also liked this knife. Lin En felt it was still better suited for taking lives, and keeping it for self-defense was best. Next, he began to inspect other items, including the Night Doctor Profession Quest Map and the Random Diagnosis Spell. The Night Doctor Profession Quest Map. They are doctors in the darkness, a group of compassionate surgical specialists. Their goal is to make all patients wear happy smiles. They are committed to helping all creatures rid themselves of disease, so when you meet them, it's best to have some illness or they will be unhappy. Random Diagnosis Spell. Definitely sick. He can't be well, something must be diagnosed. Lin En carefully looked at the 2 books. The Night Doctor Profession Quest book should be a profession change item. As for this Random Diagnosis Spell, he felt it was more suited for mischievous rogue doctors, not him. Lin En unhesitatingly discarded the book, but then something immediately caught his attention, instantly. The Sanctification Scroll transformed into a beam of light and directly merged into Lin En's body. This was how he learned the special skill, Random Pathogenesis. Hearing the system prompt, Lin En couldn't help but gasp. Being able to cause illness in a target, this ability was a bit unethical. But bestowing illness and then curing it, wasn't that endless wealth? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. But his subconscious was split into 2 opinions. One, representing kindness, said he shouldn't do it. The other, representing evil, told him that money would be countless. Just then, Lin En glanced at his fair palm and the system immediately popped up a notification. Touch for diagnosis, passive, then inflicts illness on the target. Indigestion, fear of pesticides, narcolepsy. Really quite a few illnesses. This skill was too strong. He could detect all illnesses just by looking. This passive ability was simply a divine skill for a doctor. Immediately after, a hint of hesitation flashed in Lin En's eyes. How about trying the active skill on it? But he quickly shook his head. No, that would be too unethical. No matter what, it's been his loyal companion for years. Using it as a test subject, his conscience wouldn't allow it. Even though it had cursed him, beaten him, and even tried to eat him many times before. He recalled those scenes, and after a while, his eyes lit up. Lin looked at his left hand with an evil grin, telling it to quickly accept its punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at his left hand. In just an instant, it immediately felt nauseous and dizzy. It wondered if it had eaten something that upset its stomach. The system popped up another notification. Lin has randomly diagnosed the target with morning sickness. As soon as this was said, Lin was immediately too surprised to speak, and his left hand couldn't hold it in either, immediately beginning to vomit liquid. Lin immediately burst into triumphant laughter. Now you know how powerful your master is, don't you? Dare to provoke me next time and see if I don't finish you off. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Lin also suddenly felt an uncontrollable sourness rising in his throat. He quickly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. Was he experiencing morning sickness too? It was only then that he remembered his senses were linked to his left hand. He had truly reaped what he sowed. By this time, Lin's left hand had stopped vomiting. Lin then took out a bottle of potion and handed it to it, not forgetting to sternly remind it. I told you to eat less, but you didn't listen. Now you're sick again. Drink this potion and rest well. The left hand continued to vomit, ceaselessly expelling liquid. But it snorted coldly, enduring the nausea, and said, "You want to bribe me? Don't dream about it. I'll eat you if I get the chance." Lin didn't let it speak further, immediately pouring the potion into its mouth. As a result, its favorability also increased. He snorted and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Drink it quickly. I still feel nauseous myself." After doing everything, Lin closed his eyes to rest. Time flowed quickly like this. And just a moment later, Lin suddenly heard movement outside. He quickly opened his eyes, vigilantly concealing his presence. Outside there were creaking sounds, and the door rattled. Just then, Lin gazed downwards and saw a 2-meter-tall, gaunt, ghastly figure walk in from outside. A hoarse voice, like damaged vocal cords, resounded, "He's here to deliver a package to you." Lin's expression flickered, then he jumped down from the beam, calmly walked to the door and looked up at the gaunt, ghastly figure before him. The ghastly figure lowered its head, looked at him, and asked if he was Mr. Songmu. Lin nodded gently, confirming it was him, then presented the fake identity provided by the information broker. However, the ghastly figure was cautious, leaning its nose close to his face to sniff before confirming that his identity was fine. With its stiff, pale arm, it removed a joint from its head and retrieved a carefully packaged wooden box from within. It handed the wooden box to Lin and asked him to sign for it. Lin quickly opened it. Inside were 4 smaller boxes, and next to them a card. The card neatly read, "Product Card." The information broker thanked him for his patronage and didn't forget to instruct him on its use. The ghastly figure took a quill pen from its body and handed it to Lin. He thought for a moment, then reached out and took the pen. Lin accidentally touched the ghastly figure's fingertip. He immediately felt an indescribable chill spread throughout his body, making him tremble. But at the same time, a prompt immediately sounded in his ear, detecting the ghastly figure's illnesses: rheumatism, cold toxin invasion, abdominal periostitis. Lin trembled slightly, then looked up, gazing at the ghastly figure. Seeing his prolonged inaction, the ghastly figure urged, "Please sign quickly, I need to report back." Lin extended his hand, looked at him seriously, and asked, "Have you recently experienced abdominal bloating and pain, and a feeling of coldness throughout your body? Also, do your knee joints feel cold and cramp when you walk, and do you feel an urge to cry when you look in a mirror?" The ghastly figure was immediately stunned by these words. How does Songmu know all this? That's right, in recent months he had indeed felt very uncomfortable all over his body, and various parts of his body felt subtly wrong. He didn't know why Lin would know, so he looked at him warily and asked what he wanted. He quickly retreated, thinking, could I have encountered a stalker? Seeing the ghastly figure's expression, Lin calmly looked at him and said he wouldn't live much longer. At these words, the ghastly figure immediately looked at him in surprise. He smiled and slowly said, "Don't be afraid. You must have realized by now that I am a very professional doctor. I saw your illness with just a glance. Your problem is very serious. Without timely treatment, you could be paralyzed at best or die at worst." The ghastly figure looked at Lin hesitantly, carefully asking if he could save him. He chuckled softly and said indifferently, "Of course, we are fated. I will do everything in my power to treat you." As he spoke, he revealed a satisfied smile, then led the way to the Blood Giant pharmacy, introducing it. "This is my pharmacy. The prices aren't expensive." A few minutes later, the two entered the pharmacy. The gaunt, ghastly figure sat blankly in a chair, watching Lin dressed in a white coat, busy on the side. On second thought, wasn't he here to deliver a package? How did it suddenly turn into a doctor's visit? But Lin could diagnose all his illnesses with a single glance. Perhaps he was a divine physician. He hadn't expected a mere delivery person like himself to encounter such an opportunity. While he was still thinking, Lin had already walked over and told him to quickly lift his leg. Although hard to understand, he obediently placed his foot on the chair in front of him. But Lin suddenly took out a small hammer and without a word tapped it on his knee. In just an instant, the ghastly figure immediately cried out in pain, and its mental stability also decreased. Lin looked at him sternly and asked if it hurt. He trembled, biting his lip hard, and said, "It hurts dozens of times more than before." Lin wasn't flustered by this. He calmly said, "Pain is good. The root of the illness is here. I could tell with one glance it's rheumatism caused by cold toxins. If it continues, you won't be able to get out of bed eventually." The ghastly figure looked at him tremblingly and hesitantly said, But it didn't hurt this much before, it only hurt when you just tapped it. Lin En narrowed his eyes looking at him, and asked if he had hit hard. The ghastly figure again hesitated, shaking its head and saying it wasn't hard. Lin En raised an eyebrow and said, "If it hurts this much from a light tap, it means it has already penetrated deep into your bones." The ghastly figure trembled slightly and hastily asked, "It can't be that serious, can it?" Lin En heard this and slapped the table, making the ghastly figure shiver all over. He took a deep breath and said, "This is absurd. Do you know how many patients have sealed their own doom by clinging to false hope? Do you know what kind of pain it is once illness erodes the body?" The ghastly figure fell silent upon hearing this. Lin En continued, "Perhaps at first you wouldn't feel it, like a sword swinging around inside you." The ghastly figure trembled more and more, fear flickering in its eyes. Seeing this reaction, Lin En gleefully continued his threats. "Then it will hurt more and more, like a knife cutting into flesh. Each cut, like a bomb, will feel like it's about to explode with just a touch." Lin En's threats successfully terrified the ghastly figure. It stammered, "Treat it now, I don't want to hear any more, I'm too scared." A few minutes later, Lin En handed the ghastly figure a wooden box and told him it contained special plasters, one piece 3 times a day. He also wrote him a prescription and gave him the medicine. This was medicine for rheumatic pain. These 2 caddies of herbs were to be boiled and consumed once a day. Drink it for 7 consecutive days. There's also a box of nutritional supplements. Your bones look weak, so you must take these daily. Then Lin En also gave him digestive aids. The ghastly figure received a series of medicines, looking somewhat surprised. He frowned looking at him, and asked if he was taking a bit too much medicine. Lin En snorted coldly. "How could it be too much? This is just medicine for your rheumatism. I haven't even told you about your other illnesses yet." The ghastly figure looked at him tremblingly and asked, "There's more?" Lin En sat down, pushed the previous medicine aside, and then looked at him seriously, saying, "Have you been feeling cold frequently these past few days? And this coldness, does it spread from inside out from your abdomen to your whole body?" The ghastly figure looked at him in horror. He even saw that. Lin En raised an eyebrow, looking at him, and slowly said, "Based on my preliminary diagnosis, you've likely been afflicted by a cold toxin, and it's malignant. This symptom has even led to a malignant tumor in your stomach." The ghastly figure couldn't believe what he was saying. Lin En sneered, then drew the night demon blade and calmly said, "Whether you have it or not, we'll know once we cut you open and see." 10 minutes later in the operating room, the ghastly figure lay trembling on the table, watching Lin En sharpen his knife, hesitantly saying, "Is that really a surgical knife you're holding? It looks a bit big." Lin En chuckled softly and calmly said, "Rest assured, I am very professional. The bigger the surgical knife, the better." As soon as he finished speaking, the knife in his hand immediately lifted. "I'm about to begin." Just as the knife was about to strike, the ghastly figure immediately raised a hand to stop it. Lin En's movements instantly paused. He frowned, looked at him, and asked, "What's wrong?" The ghastly figure hesitated for a long while, then asked again, "Don't you need anesthetic?" At these words, Lin En was suddenly startled, but he quickly recovered, letting out a dry laugh. "I almost forgot again. I'll go give you the injection now." Upon hearing this, he immediately trembled. Why did he have to tell the patient about the anesthetic? Isn't that normal procedure? Lin En ignored him and quickly went to look for anesthetic. The ghastly figure grew even more nervous seeing this. He looked like he didn't even know where the anesthetic was. He retracted his previous words. He's definitely no divine physician. After a while, Lin En finally found the anesthetic. The ghastly figure finally let out a sigh of relief, but the next second Lin En plunged him into despair again. The medicine's expired. The ghastly figure looked at him fearfully, a hint of nervousness rising in its heart. He turned to look at him, smilingly suggesting, "How about you just bear with it?" The ghastly figure unhesitatingly shook its head and refused. "Absolutely not. My knees already hurt unbearably before. Without anesthetic, I'll die." Lin En frowned in thought, and after a while spoke again. "There's another method of anesthesia." He wondered if he would be willing, and asked what method it was. Lin En looked at him seriously and said, "Physical anesthesia." The ghastly figure looked at him confused, as if he had never heard of such a method. While he was still doubting, Lin En had already picked up a chair and slammed it violently onto the ghastly figure's back of the head. The ghastly figure immediately fainted before it could react. Lin En then picked up his surgical knife ready to plunge it in. He looked at him with a sinister smile. "Sleep, sleep, and you'll be fine when you wake up," and so the surgery proceeded. Half an hour later, Lin En had almost completely removed the ghastly figure's ailments. He quickly turned off the surgical light. The ghastly figure tremblingly stood up, its face filled with emptiness. It walked out leaning on a cane and frowned suspiciously at its body, which was covered in bandages. Lin En chuckled, looking at him, and said, "The tumor has been completely removed. There's still a bit of toxin that needs conditioning. This is a new medicine I've prepared. Take it on time and you'll fully recover in a month." The ghastly figure took the medicine he handed over with trembling hands. Then it thanked him. He chuckled and said, "No need, it's what I should do. Also, the treatment fee is 3,000 skull coins. Will you pay in cash or mortgage something?" Hearing the latter half of the sentence, the ghastly figure immediately trembled with fear, took out money, and placed it on the table for Lin En. Then he took out the paper that needed signing and handed it to him. He quickly took it, ready to sign. But he suddenly discovered there were only 3 pieces of wood left inside. The system immediately sounded a prompt in his ear, detecting the target's illnesses: congenital paralysis, permanent hat, intermittent dissolution of limbs, parasitic malignant toxins. Lin En was stunned after hearing this. How did the passive skill suddenly trigger? He frowned and observed and discovered something next to him. He quickly picked it up, he frowned and muttered, "This is really hair, but why is there hair here?" The ghastly figure watched his actions and asked doubtfully, "Is something wrong?" He shook his head and said, "No, but I ask you, has this package passed through anyone else's hands?" The ghastly figure unhesitatingly shook its head, "Absolutely not. I deliver one-on-one and I package them myself. No one could have touched it." Hearing this, Lin En frowned in thought. After a moment he revealed a malicious smile. "So it's that information broker. It seems he's suffering from a strange illness. No wonder he's permanently stationed in the Etherview doing information work." Thinking this, he nodded even more happily, then picked up the quill pen and began to sign. Lin En also left some messages for the information broker. It was roughly that he had discovered the information broker's illness, and if he wanted treatment he should come to him. He had scammed him out of several thousand before, so this time he should thank him. Lin En handed the letter to the ghastly figure and instructed him to deliver it to his master. The ghastly figure opened the letter and read it, then frowned. "He's going to treat my master, I'm not mistaken, am I? He diagnosed an illness from a single strand of hair. Is he about to rocket to ascension?" But he quickly turned and walked out. "He's meddling too much. If I say any more, Lin En might even figure out _my_ illnesses." Lin En smiled as he watched him leave, not forgetting to tell him to come again next time. The ghastly figure wouldn't dare to come again. As soon as it stepped out the door it sprinted away, vanishing in an instant. Lin En didn't procrastinate any further. It was time to get down to business. He quickly opened the wooden box and looked inside. Without a word, Lin En immediately picked up a quill pen and ink, sat at the counter and quickly wrote a letter. This was the first letter written to Xiao Xiao. After finishing writing he wrapped the letter around the scroll. After all, among the people he knew it was the most powerful, perhaps it could help him and the blood giant. As he spoke he bit his finger and blood immediately flowed out. He unhesitatingly dripped the fresh blood onto the scroll on the table. The blood immediately flowed along the spell formations within. The spell was thus activated. A dazzling light slowly appeared and the air vibrated again. Lin En frowned heavily, looking forward. The scroll had disappeared, but when the light vanished a creature also appeared. An 80-level void death apothecary beast. It roared twice, looking at Lin En. There was also another creature, shaped much like a dinosaur. It was the floating earth tortoise king. Lin En was surprised by the appearance of the two strange spirit beasts and he asked them if they were the messengers sent to deliver his letter. The void death apothecary beast said nothing, just roared once to confirm, but the floating earth tortoise king seemed to want to say something. It slowly said word by word, "I am your." After Lin En heard this, the space fell silent and his thoughts drifted off slightly. Realizing it had slipped up, the floating earth tortoise king quickly corrected itself. "Is Lin En's messenger." Lin En finally let out a sigh of relief after hearing that. It almost choked him. Lin En then handed the task to the floating earth tortoise king. He had heard their master say that they could locate the target by their scent and deliver messages. The floating earth tortoise king, still in its slow manner, confirmed, "Yes, every word takes 2 minutes." Lin En was exasperated by this situation and continued to instruct it. "Tell it to Xiao Xiao. Tell it to remember this scent and make sure to deliver the letter for me as soon as possible." The floating earth tortoise king agreed, gripped the letter tightly in its mouth and turned to put it away. Every movement was like a slow-motion replay, as if fearing the surrounding flames would burn the letter before it was delivered. Lin En quickly snatched it back, stuffed it directly into the mailbox and then helped the floating earth tortoise king close the lid. Without another word, the floating earth tortoise king set off, also stating that it was leaving immediately and wouldn't stay. Lin En wished it a slow journey. After dealing with the floating earth tortoise king, Lin En turned to the void death apothecary beast. He told it that it also had a task, and that he knew its average speed was the fastest among their messenger kind. Before he could finish, the void death apothecary beast suddenly vanished from its spot and immediately reappeared. To Lin En's surprise, it held a yellow object in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a meteorite fragment. He then asked the void death apothecary beast if it had just made a trip to the void, and it happily confirmed. Having earned praise, Lin En commended it for being extremely fast, truly worthy of being the fastest messenger. The void death apothecary beast happily stuck out its tongue because it was praised, but then came a scolding. "Damn it, your bones are all cracked. Did you even watch where you were flying? If you went out and killed yourself before my letter was delivered, wouldn't I have to buy you a coffin first?" Lin En was exasperated. No, none of these guys were reliable. Then a sudden idea struck him. He had to combine these two guys now. Just as he was about to set off, the Void Devourer hadn't even moved, and the Earth-covering Turtle King had already departed but hadn't even left the doorway when Lin En grabbed them both. Immediately, a swift operation unfolded, aiming to merge these two messenger beasts. Lin En smiled triumphantly. It was finally done. A creature, a hybrid of the Void Devourer and the Earth-covering Turtle King, appeared, named the Void Devourer Ghost. To explain his purpose, Lin En believed this would allow him to control both the Void Devourer's speed and the Earth-covering Turtle King's defense simultaneously. Although the turtle's shell would affect the Void Devourer's speed, at least there was no need to worry about being run over on the road. Subsequently, Lin En began reassigning tasks. Turtle, you're responsible for protecting the location and the letter. Next is the dog. Its job is to deliver the turtle to the recipient. He believed these two combined beasts would surely become the new trend in the messenger world. It was still the more agile dog that ordered the two beasts to depart. The journey began with the turtle still mumbling, slower, slower. Linen returned to his work. He still had to write a letter to his teacher. The letter's content clearly stated, "Your disciple Lin-An is not doing well. My head is bleeding. Although I received your warning earlier, those people were simply too strong. Those vicious guys smashed my shop. Though I won't live much longer, I still remember your teachings to guard the shop well. This messenger was hired with my last bit of strength and money. Although I don't know if it will be successfully delivered." Your disciple still wanted to say this. Lin-An reread his deeply emotional, tear-jerking letter and couldn't help but shed tears. He praised his own writing, saying it even moved himself when he read it. His teacher would surely come to save him upon seeing this letter, so he pulled out another trick. Summoning more messenger beasts, power shifted and two more beasts appeared, a dog and a turtle. Truly a foolproof duo. The dog introduced itself as the Void Devourer's messenger, while the slow turtle hadn't even had a chance to speak. Lin-An intervened again, immediately grabbing both beasts and combining them. Thus they were once again to endure the same fate in inexplicable helplessness. He proceeded to hand the letter to them. The familiar scene reappeared. The dog hurried along while the turtle pleaded, "Slower, slower." After they left, Lin-An felt a slight sadness. Now there's no time to watch. In the gloomy and terrifying netherworld territory, thousands of monsters were kneeling, waiting to worship. Each one had a ferocious, chilling face. The moment had arrived. The monsters knelt, prostrating themselves before the being seated high above Brother Tai. "Brother, your acceptance of my humble invitation to gather here truly overwhelms me with gratitude and joy. Today, no matter what, I must raise a toast to you." That holy family member, whose face occupied most of his body and whose lower half consisted of long, octopus-like tentacles, was waiting for the demon servants to bring out food after listening to his brother-in-law's toast. Plates of meat were sequentially poured into a large cup filled with blood soup. The brother-in-law volunteered to drink first as a gesture of respect. "Please, everyone, help yourselves." After saying this, he heartily drained the cup. It was as if he hadn't enjoyed himself this much in a long time. Next was his daughter. She also quickly finished the small amount of liquid in her cup. Her subsequent actions were a confident smile and eyes sparkling with excitement. Her teeth were as white as bright lights, illuminating the entire room. The demon servants had to cover their eyes because the light was too dazzling. The uncle praised his niece. "I didn't expect my niece to be even more radiant and captivating than before." The mother, with a somewhat wild gaze and expression, recounted that her daughter had found a doctor. That doctor made her daughter very happy, but strangely her eyes were very fierce. Her somewhat unsightly expression frightened the demons. The brother-in-law kindly asked his sister-in-law if his elder brother's, her husband's, condition had improved. So the sister-in-law looked at her husband and explained that he was unwilling, that his decapitation back then was caused by malice and a curse forcing him to live in this dark world. After speaking, she began to laugh hysterically. So he always cursed, "Kill, kill," as if deliberately provoking her husband. This in turn enraged the fierce man next to her. He believed he hadn't lost. That malicious woman, she was the one who brought the curse, but his wife was no pushover either. She mocked, "You useless deity, you can't beat others. You only take out your anger on your own woman, and then you laugh mockingly." A small internal family war erupted, and the powerful forces made the demons bow their heads and take cover. He then added, "If it weren't for the curse, you'd just be a pile of dry bones now. Just a lunatic." He flew into a rage, began destroying things with his tentacles, causing rocks to fall everywhere in chaos. His face was furious and his eyes turned completely black. Seeing her husband enraged to madness, the wife thought he was losing his mind again. Just a lunatic. The brother-in-law below began to soothe them. "Big brother, sister-in-law, niece, please feel at ease staying here for the next few days. I will provide fresh and delicious blood food hospitality for you every day." No sooner had he spoken than the mischievous niece grabbed a skinny demon servant and lifted it up to play with, treating it like food about to be processed. She demanded that a mirror be brought. The group below immediately obeyed, carrying a large mirror twice their height. The demon servant suspended in midair was tasked with holding the mirror for the young lady to look into. The little girl excitedly gazed at her dazzlingly white teeth. The thoughtful uncle knew his niece loved her teeth very much. If his niece liked him, he could capture that dentist and make him every day. He suddenly sensed a disturbance, immediately became alert and prepared for battle, asking who the assassin was that dared to stealthily intrude upon his territory. It turned out to be Lin-An's Void Devourer turtle. He couldn't understand what kind of monster this was. The brother-in-law leisurely sat down in a chair. The sister-in-law noticed something amiss and asked, "What's going on?" It turned out the Void Devourer turtle had been shrunken. The brother-in-law then stated it was a void messenger, possibly his, so he would check it first. He took the letter from the medicine turtle's shell, read the words "UU" on the page and realized it wasn't for him. This letter was addressed to someone named Xiao Xiao. He angrily shouted, "Who the hell is Xiao Xiao? Get your ass out here." The demon servants, however, didn't know who that was and could only stand there watching. Then the playful niece spoke up, "I am Xiao Xiao." This surprised the uncle somewhat. He then turned and asked, "You're Xiao Xiao." The little girl confirmed it was true. As the mother was stunned to hear her daughter's name, he asked his sister-in-law, "Did you give her this name?" Of course she knew nothing. How could her daughter have a name? But the little girl Xiao Xiao didn't deny it, reconfirming that she was Xiao Xiao, smiling and showing off her white teeth. Seeing how cute the little girl was, her mother didn't ask further, just saying, "You like this name, don't you, alright? From now on you'll be Xiao Xiao." But this puzzled the brother-in-law. Xiao Xiao, giving a root-level monster a pet name? Who exactly wrote this letter? He continued reading, a bit hesitant. Niece, this letter of yours is a bit... The mother, seeing that someone had sent her daughter a letter, was also curious about who wrote it. The sender's name in the letter was Lin En. Who was this? Vaguely hearing the name sound familiar, Xiao Xiao immediately ordered it to be read, for it could make his niece so expectant. It seemed cool, and he knew it was hard to refuse, so he agreed to read it. But when he looked at the content again, the brother-in-law hesitated once more. Did he really have to read this? But Xiao Xiao's anticipation had reached its peak, with stars sparkling in her eyes. All right, he'll read it then. The family of three focused intently on the letter's content, which began a bit sentimentally. Dear Xiao Xiao, should I really keep reading? So the three monster family all focused their attention on the letter's content. The brother-in-law had no choice but to continue reading. Remember, I am your dentist. Do you still remember me? Not long ago, you became our establishment's first lifetime member, for which I feel immensely honored and delighted. He continued reading, reaching some cringeworthy parts. This uncle found it truly difficult to keep going. The letter stated that Xiao Xiao was very friendly and cute. He couldn't finish his sentence, but it seemed this family wouldn't let him stop. Their gazes were still serious and expectant. He had no choice but to continue reading, and the content was truly disgusting. Xiao Xiao is very friendly and cute. Ever since you left, I've been restless day and night, my mind filled with you, unable to savor my food or sleep peacefully, losing several kilograms. Even the demon servants perceived the letter's nauseating sentimentality and couldn't help but feel their skin crawl. Xiao Xiao was very happy upon hearing this. She had also just lost 2 kilograms. Looking at his innocent niece, the person in the letter actually hadn't lost weight at all. He was teasing the child. No, he couldn't read any further. The consequences were unimaginable. He really couldn't read anymore. No sooner had he snapped out of his thoughts than the doting uncle's intention was interrupted by his parents' command for him to continue reading. So he tremblingly continued to read. This reminds me of the beautiful nights we spent together. The parents heard the taboo phrase, nights spent together. He panicked. I didn't say it. The letter clearly says so. Xiao Xiao recalled a bit, her face also full of happiness. That night was indeed good. Keep reading. The two parents, upon hearing this, immediately froze. With such a happy expression, they wondered what their daughter had done. So both of them were even more eager to hear the rest of the content. The brother-in-law could only obey, because it's truly difficult to suppress the longing for her in my heart. After much thought, I decided to write her a letter today. Someone actually wrote such a cringeworthy love letter to my niece, and I have to read it aloud. Damn it, and in front of her parents no less. Are you trying to kill me? So he desperately finished reading. Because I feel such longing. If I stop writing to you, I won't be able to live. At this moment it seemed to have reached its peak. Both parents started destroying things frantically. Can't live. You are the bright moon in my heart, truly impossible to dispel. This strike was fatal. Bright moon? Only now did the demon servants truly feel they couldn't live. They were beaten black and blue. The brother-in-law desperately continued reading. So I would like to invite you to meet at Ghost Alley. And that was the end. The letter abruptly ended, much to everyone's astonishment. Only Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, her eyes as bright as spring flowers. He misses me so much, and there's good food too. She immediately snatched the letter from her uncle's hand. Xiao Xiao's going. Daddy, Mommy, let's go. Your daughter wants to eat good food, the demon exclaimed in surprise. What kind of dimensional joke is this? In front of an ancient god of root level, someone actually tricked away their daughter with a love letter. Who exactly is this Linen? Too strong, truly too cool. Hearing the demon say this, both the elder brother and sister-in-law stared at him angrily. He trembled in fear for a moment, then burst out laughing and said, he thinks the niece is old enough now, so she should. Before he could finish, the elder brother roared in fury. The demon froze in terror, while the elder sister-in-law gently comforted the elder brother. But the elder brother was uncontrollable with rage at this moment. He turned and rushed, wanting to leave quickly. The elder sister-in-law grabbed his body in time, stopping him. However, he was still very angry, ordering his sister-in-law to get lost and not block him. So he struck fiercely. A blow so heavy it seemed it would disfigure. The house also collapsed with it, leaving a mess. And in the castle on this side, nightfall enveloped the entire space. Rows of spider monsters were released one by one. They were preparing to launch their third assault, and Hunter Team 21 was in position, awaiting the attack order. The assault order had been received and confirmed. Their attack began. They fiercely advanced towards the villa, brimming with fighting spirit. They quickly scaled the wall, penetrating deep into the villa. They discovered the remains of Hunter Team 137, advising against recovery. The priority order was to swiftly pass through the courtyard and kill the blood giant. However, suddenly a colossal root-like object swiftly coiled around the monsters. Rows of sharp spikes sequentially pierced the monsters that were fiercely attacking the peak position. Wave after wave of attacks, a series of explosions occurred. However, a few monsters still tried to escape through other paths, but they were ultimately caught. Some lucky monsters successfully escaped. They had broken through to the third zone, 500 meters from the target. In the thick smoke, a woman wielding a great axe and wearing a long dress suddenly appeared. She had a valiant posture, utterly fearless, with a beautiful face and a sensual figure. This was precisely He Zanyu's doll. The monsters rushed towards her, beginning to analyze, confirming her identity and checking their information database. She was the courtyard's doll master number 7. Zanyu's threat level was high. They had to urgently deploy all their forces to kill her. However, Zanyu merely stood there, radiating a terrifying power. This force sent several monsters flying, leaving them covered in blood, But the monsters still didn't give up. They tried to attack Zan Yu, approaching her with sharp fangs and grotesque faces. Their skin was almost pressed against her face, but Zan Yu showed no fear whatsoever. She stood there calmly, still able to effortlessly eliminate any monster that came near her. Their bodies were restricted, unable to break through the encirclement. Their entire bodies were bound. Zan Yu closed her eyes. She raised her hand high and made an extremely gentle motion. This motion caused the monsters' bodies to be constricted even tighter. They were squeezed, their bodies tearing apart, blood splattering everywhere. Zan Yu continued to make other gentle motions. All the monsters were powerless against her, only able to blink and watch as she completed one motion after another. Zan Yu spun them around in the air. They rotated like tops, and at such high speeds their bodies completely shattered, blood raining down. Zan Yu stood there, her head bowed, commanding the last living monster to bow to her. She slowly approached it. The monster was terrified, its body trembling incessantly. With just a light touch from Zan Yu, its eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Zan Yu revealed a gentle yet sinister smile. With just one basic move, Zan Yu eliminated the last monster. She reported, "All Northgate invaders cleared, time taken 59 seconds, a new record." Other parties also began to report. Southern sector also completely cleared, time taken 3 minutes 51 seconds, a new record. West cleared but minor injuries. Parts need replacement. The urban area is still dealing with intruders. They began discussing why Zan Yu was so efficient. Did Madam's engineering technician replace her with new parts, or did she replace new parts herself? She had now widened the gap with her other sisters, and one of them retorted, "Zan Yu is a cleanup type doll, so her speed is natural." Suddenly, a strange streak of light appeared in the sky, catching Zan Yu's attention. A monster appeared, barking like a dog, but its form was extremely bizarre. It descended from the sky. Its reason for being here was to deliver a letter. Inside the doll control room, a very unsettling clanging sound began to echo. The clanging continued incessantly, and one doll was smashed to smithereens. Bloodsaw raised his saw, intending to continue sawing the doll, but Zan Yu had already appeared behind him. She asked him, "Are you still busy?" Then she stepped forward and handed him the letter she had just received. Bloodsaw stopped his actions, turned his head, and asked Zan Yu who sent the letter. Zan Yu slowly raised her teacup. "My daughters found it in the courtyard. It was delivered by a void messenger." Then she took a sip of tea and continued to ask, "The sender's name is Lin En. Do you know him?" Bloodsaw was very surprised when he heard the name Lin En. "Why would Lin En send me a letter?" Zan Yu continued to press for who Lin En was. It turned out Lin En was the child Bloodsaw had adopted. Saying this, he took the letter from Zan Yu's hand and calmly and slowly took it out of the outer envelope. Although he had sent Lin En a warning letter before, he hadn't expected Lin En to actually survive. After reading for a while, Bloodsaw discovered it was a will, so he furiously slammed the letter onto the ground and cursed loudly, "Damn it!" Zan Yu of the Demon-Human Association understood nothing. She calmly sat there waiting for Bloodsaw to explain. Bloodsaw spoke, thanking her for taking him in for the past 2 days, but said he had to leave today. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely repay Zan Yu. After saying all this, he turned his head, lowered his face, and moved away step by step, but Zan Yu stopped him. A series of fine threads wrapped around his body, making him unable to break free. He looked at Zan Yu, his eyes full of doubt, not understanding why she was doing this. Zan Yu explained, "There are hunters everywhere outside, and your injuries haven't fully healed yet. I can't let you go out and die like this." Bloodsaw shook his head and refused. "Rather than sitting here waiting to die, it's better to fight it out. Demon-Human Association, I, Bloodsaw, will surely make you pay for your blood debts." Zan Yu found it strange. Bloodsaw was usually taciturn, so why had he suddenly become so irritable? She thought carefully, guessing it was likely related to the letter that had just arrived. Thinking of this, she picked up the letter from the ground and slowly read its content carefully. What terrible content was it that even changed Zan Yu's expression? In the letter, Lin En wrote in anguish, "I can't go on, I'm dying. My body is bleeding continuously. My brains are spilling out. My body is about to crack open. I won't live much longer, but I still remember your parting words, teacher. Lin En didn't look after the shop well and disappointed you, teacher, but even at death's door he still couldn't stop thinking about whether you were still alive. A teacher for a day. A father for life. Next year on this day, Lin En begs teacher to light 3 sticks of incense for me. I am dying, but I still miss you very much, which is why I sent you this letter." After reading the letter, Bloodsaw was filled with self-reproach. "It's my fault as a teacher. I should have taken you to a safe place first. Demon-Human Association, today you killed my disciple. Tomorrow I shall destroy you. I, Bloodsaw, will not rest until you are vanquished." Zan Yu told him to calm down first. Even if he went out now, it wouldn't solve anything, and she felt there was something wrong with the letter. Bloodsaw retorted, "That's my disciple's handwriting. It can't be faked. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own foolish son's handwriting?" Zan Yu angrily said, "Don't let the letter's content cloud your mind. Have you ever seen someone on the verge of death whose every sentence is full of emotion and contains so many ellipses?" Bloodsaw finally calmed down, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Zan Yu continued, "Someone whose body is about to crack open yet writes you this tearful article. Use your brain." Bloodsaw fell into contemplation. He felt that what Zan Yu said seemed to make sense. Only then did Bloodsaw slowly calm down, turning his head slowly to look at her. Zan Yu, without hesitation, lightly tapped him on the head. Under Bloodsaw's extremely pitiable gaze, Zan Yu slowly analyzed the letter. After carefully looking at the drawing of a tongue sticking out, she understood. She smiled and gazed at Bloodsaw. Bloodsaw remained bewildered and too sad to understand what was happening. Zhan Yu explained that his disciple was just teasing him. He was actually fine. If Bloodsaw still didn't believe her, he could take this to verify. Bloodsaw didn't know what she handed him, but he still held out his hand and took it. Zhan Yu would go with him to the marketplace realm to inquire and find out the truth. A moment later, the two of them appeared in World Square number 900. This World Square corresponded to Ghost Alley. Zhan Yu could guarantee that Linen was still safe, but Bloodsaw still felt something had happened to him. Zhan Yu, exasperated, slapped her head and said he was a hopeless fool, telling him to check the regional channel himself. Bloodsaw slowly and cautiously entered the regional channel to check the situation. Many terrifying creatures appeared outside Ghost Alley. They were root-level creatures. Bloodsaw was greatly surprised, not understanding what had happened. The Demon-Human Association hadn't come. Instead, something far more terrifying had arrived, and it was in Ghost Alley. Below there was a strange box. After Bloodsaw clicked on it, the entire scene of Ghost Alley immediately appeared before him. Bloodsaw clutched his head tightly, staring at the screen, calling out, "My disciple!" Zhan Yu also hadn't expected this situation. Bloodsaw had already said something happened to Linen, but she was still wasting time talking to him. He stopped talking to her, quickly vanished, and began to rescue his disciple. "Linen, hold on, Bloodsaw will come back to collect your corpse." Linen was currently sound asleep in bed. He had no idea something strange had appeared in the room. It gently touched his face. This disturbed Linan's sleep, making him very uncomfortable. He sat up, pointed his gun directly at the strange creature, warning it not to disturb him. Then, without hesitation, he fired a shot, precisely hitting the target, even though he hadn't opened his eyes. After doing all this, Linen lay back down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The system prompted that he had hit a wisp of hair from the root-level hunter Xiao Xiao, gaining 10 experience points, earning the Super Brave Me achievement, and a series of other achievements. Only then did Linen wake up from his drowsiness, sitting up abruptly. He approached the window, happily reconfirming if the person outside was Xiao Xiao. It was indeed Xiao Xiao. There was still a bullet mark on her forehead from Linan's shot. Linan approached the little girl, removed the bullet, and apologized incessantly. He didn't mean to. Xiao Xiao, however, was very happy. She felt being suddenly shot in the face was a welcoming ceremony. Linan also didn't want the little girl to overthink it, so he told her to just consider it that way. Then he gently placed a band-aid over the wound he had caused Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao suddenly laughed. She showed her teeth and asked Linen if her teeth were shiny, adding that she hadn't eaten for several days to maintain them. Linen gave a thumbs up. "They're indeed very well maintained, but not eating is not good. Come to my backyard, I'll check them for you, and then we'll eat something delicious." Xiao Xiao happily agreed upon hearing this. She was truly a cute little girl. On the other side of the hill, a group of people were observing Bloodsaw's pharmacy with telescopes. They were Xiao Xiao's family, and they had followed her here because of Linan's previous letter. They wanted to see how Linan would treat Xiao Xiao. The one-horned ghost king glared at Xiao Xiao's father, asking if he had seen Linen. However, before he could answer, Xiao Xiao's mother smilingly praised Linen as a handsome person, just a bit short. As soon as she said this, the telescope in Xiao Xiao's father's hand immediately fell to the ground. His action surprised Xiao Xiao's mother. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's father's eyes were filled with hatred, and he fiercely roared, "Such a puny race, daring to take liberties like a human! I'll make Linen take liberties!" As he spoke, his tentacles furiously pounded the ground incessantly, severely damaging the surrounding terrain, and he vowed to eradicate Linen. Fortunately, the one-horned ghost king stopped him in time, struggling to hold him and continuously persuading, "Calm down, they're just chatting, and what's wrong with being a bit short? Weren't you short back then too?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's father's anger finally subsided somewhat. He snatched the telescope with his tentacles, then snorted coldly and cursed disdainfully, "That Linen, how dare he do anything to my daughter?" After saying this, he continued to watch, but just then, Xiao Xiao and Linan had already walked into the pharmacy, and he couldn't see them anymore, even if he wanted to. His rage flared up again, and he fiercely shouted, "They went inside, that damned house is blocking the view, I can't see them anymore." Enraged, he furiously slapped the nearby mountain peak with his tentacles, startling everyone behind him. He fiercely shouted again, "Linen took my daughter into the house, you dare!" The one-horned ghost king once again urged him not to get agitated. If he couldn't see, he could listen. They weren't here for a fight, they were here to gather information so they couldn't act. Finally, Xiao Xiao's father took a few gasps, clenching his teeth fiercely. He turned to the one-horned ghost king and said, "Bring me the listening device." The one-horned ghost king quickly obeyed and handed it to him. He put it on without hesitation, listening to the sounds coming from the pharmacy. Soon, they received sounds from the direction of the pharmacy. Xiao Xiao's questioning voice rang out, "Do we really have to do this?" Linen reassured her. "Don't worry, it's a full-service package, everything's been thoroughly considered." But Xiao Xiao was still very hesitant, saying, "It's very deep in there, poking around would feel strange." Xiao Xiao's father on the other side of the hill grew increasingly grim-faced the more he listened, because he only heard sounds but saw no visuals. The conversation between Linen and Xiao Xiao was simply too suggestive, making his thoughts drift in another direction. Xiao Xiao's mother saw he was about to get angry and quickly tried to soothe him. "It's not what he's thinking, calm down." Xiao Xiao's father took another deep breath and continued to listen to the sounds from over there. Xiao Xiao told Linen to start, and Linen then reminded her to be prepared to take a deep breath, as everyone has a first time. And just then, Xiao Xiao's loud cries suddenly came through the headphones, mixed with sobs, accusing the doctor of lying and saying things like, "It hurts so much it's all the way inside." This made Xiao Xiao's parents' faces turn pale with fright. By the time they reacted, Xiao Xiao's father was already in a furious rage, relentlessly lashing the mountain with his tentacles. His rage was almost uncontrollable, and the mountain was directly destroyed by him. The one-horned Ghost King quickly stepped forward to stop him, otherwise the area would surely be completely ruined. Xiao Xiao's father struggled and roared fiercely. "Don't anyone stop me, let me go kill Lin An. That bastard actually tricked my daughter into doing such vile things." Xiao Xiao's mother hastily interjected. "It might just be a misunderstanding, their daughter doesn't have a physical body." As soon as she said this, Xiao Xiao's father also felt it made sense. He picked up the listening device again and continued to monitor the movements inside the pharmacy. Lin An and Xiao Xiao's voices reached his ears again. Xiao Xiao no longer felt pain. Lin An then said something was still stuck inside, telling her not to move for now and letting him take a careful look. Xiao Xiao quickly asked, "Will it be a bother for you?" Lin An said, "No problem, I'll go get a light. It's too deep to see clearly." This conversation falling into the ears of that group was truly inappropriate. The one-horned Ghost King showed a knowing smile. "This is truly intense." Inside the pharmacy it was just an extremely ordinary examination. Xiao Xiao lay nearby and Lin An climbed high on a ladder, holding a lamp to shine into Xiao Xiao's huge ear. Before long, Lin An saw a large spherical mass of earwax completely blocking her ear. He quickly shouted, "Found it!" It was indeed blocked. Immediately after, he slowly descended the ladder and found some tools. After completing all preparations, he climbed back up, grasped Xiao Xiao's oracle and prepared to begin working. Just before that, he was worried Xiao Xiao might be scared, so he comforted her. "Don't worry, I have special ear cleaning solution, a quick brush and it'll be fine." Without another word, Lin An picked up the brush, then poured the special solution into Xiao Xiao's ear. Lin An smiled at her and asked, "How does it feel? Is it very deep?" Xiao Xiao shook her head, smiling, and said it felt very comfortable. He gave a satisfied thumbs up, then sped up. The brush in his hand continuously rubbed inside Xiao Xiao's ear canal. Lin An was cleaning the mucus from her ear, making Xiao Xiao increasingly comfortable. After a while, Lin An gave a vigorous scrub and the mucus inside flowed out continuously. Only then did he jump down from Xiao Xiao's ear. He raised an eyebrow and asked if Xiao Xiao's hearing was clearer now. She nodded, smiling, and said she could hear much more clearly than before, also praising him for being amazing. Lin An revealed a confident smile, the corner of his mouth curving as he said, "This is just the beginning. Other areas also need good care to be healthy." Xiao Xiao didn't resist upon hearing this, and seeing this, Lin An began. On the other side of the hill, the one-horned Ghost King and his group were still monitoring the sounds coming from the pharmacy, their expressions subtly strange. Lin An was merely performing oral hygiene for Xiao Xiao. She continuously made comfortable sounds, but to their ears they became shameful, suggestive noises. Everyone with the Unicom Ghost King was dumbfounded. Lin An, naturally unaware of their observation, was meticulously applying skincare to Xiao Xiao, all the while explaining its beautifying effects. Upon hearing this, the Unicom Ghost King's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin An continued to lather facial cleanser onto Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's parents, enduring this, watched their faces drain from green to white. Xiao Xiao's mother sighed helplessly. Her daughter was all grown up. The Unicom Ghost King couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin An is truly amazing." As Lin An was busy, he suddenly received a system notification. The Unicom Ghost King was unconvinced by him. He looked around in confusion. Just then, at the soul-wandering alley port, a man in black slowly emerged from the black mist. This was the demon realm. He narrowed his eyes, strange mechanical structures pulsating on his face. Behind him, two massive flesh puppets appeared, their enormous pupils fixated on soul-wandering alley. Spider-bodied hunters also emerged, a dense and nauseating sight. The demon realm led them for a while, finally reaching soul-wandering alley. He showed a malicious grin, hoping Lin An would flee, otherwise much of the fun would be lost. Once he captured Lin An, he would take him to the lab, study the peculiarities of his mouth, and use him to create even more powerful biological weapons. He laughed triumphantly, declaring it Lin An's great honor to be dealt with by him. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Cave pharmacy, a system notification suddenly popped up. The mission startled Lin An. This time the task was to return to a coffin. Upon hearing this, Lin An frowned. "It's finally here, isn't it?" Speaking of which, this mission was a bit excessive. They had even prepared a coffin for him, as if they thought he wouldn't survive. Fortunately, Lin An had already thought of a countermeasure and had sent letters to Xiao Xiao and the Blood Cave in advance. Although his master couldn't make it back in time, having Xiao Xiao here made him feel much more at ease. At this point, Lin An turned again and looked seriously at Xiao Xiao, asking if it was hungry. Hearing about food, Xiao Xiao happily asked, "Is there something to eat?" Lin An gave a serious thumbs up and smiled, saying, "I've ordered fast food delivery. The biggest portion imaginable, guaranteed to fill you up." Outside the pharmacy in soul-wandering alley, the demon realm emerged from the black mist, two flesh puppets behind him. He suddenly extended his hand and his footsteps halted. The demon realm narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the young man standing on the other side. He was dressed in a suit, a faint smile on his face, his eyes strange, standing calmly. That person was Lin An. He smiled, bowed towards the demon realm and greeted them very politely. He even welcomed them to the place. The demon realm narrowed his eyes, looking at him, and said coldly, "You knew they were coming. Commendable courage, not running away." Lin An looked at him calmly, smiling indifferently. "Same here. Knowing I'm here, didn't you still dare to come?" At the same time, a notification had already been issued above the city realm. In addition to root-level beings, a large number of high-level puppets had appeared in Soul-Wandering Alley. The newcomers are high-level creations of the Demon Association. come and see. As soon as this notification was released, it attracted many evil spirits to gather and watch, curious about what was happening. Images of the demon realm quickly appeared above the city realm, and many people began to discuss excitedly. Even images of Lin En greeting the demon realm were displayed. On the other side, the Unicom Ghost King on the hillside, seeing this scene through his telescope, couldn't help but remark, "It seems like biological weapons from the Demon Association, quite a large scale, and they're coming for Lin En." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's mother immediately became nervous, thinking Lin En would be in danger. In contrast, Xiao Xiao's father was delighted, believing it would be even better if Lin En were killed. However, after observing, the Unicom Ghost King noticed something was off. Lin En seemed to know they were coming, so he was waiting for them in advance. At this point, something occurred to him. Could Lin En have tricked Xiao Xiao into coming here to deal with the Demon Association? Were those people the delicious food he mentioned? He immediately picked up his telescope to observe and indeed saw Xiao Xiao hiding to the side. He raised an eyebrow and sighed, just as he thought. In Soul-Wandering Alley, the demon realm narrowed his eyes at Lin En, deciding to test if Lin En already knew he was coming. Lin En calmly nodded and explained, "Anyway, the assassins you sent before were all killed by me. Unless you back down, you'd come." The demon realm showed a cold smile and snorted, "It seems Lin En is also extremely brave. If you knew they were coming, shouldn't you have hidden? Do you think Lin En is certain of victory?" Lin En shook his head at that. The demon realm sneered again and continued, "Then it's strange. If you have no chance of winning, why are you still here?" At this moment, the danger level had risen to 100%. Lin En already felt the killing intent directed at him, but he still slowly looked up at the demon realm and said meaningfully, "Nothing special, you're just putting on an act." Upon hearing this, the demon realm froze instantly, mouth agape as if wanting to say something. But for a moment he found he truly didn't know what to say. In the city realm, everyone initially discussed fervently but eventually fell into an eerie silence because of Lin En's words. No one expected him to say such a thing to the demon realm. A moment later, the demon realm clenched his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth and cursing Lin En for daring to put on airs in front of him. Lin En was deliberately provoking him. "There must be a scheme." Lin En chuckled lightly and said calmly, "My teacher once told me that if you're faced with a sure-win situation and still hesitate, overthinking things, that's truly beneath you. If you hold 3 bombs and 2 jokers, you can take them out one by one to toy with your opponent, otherwise how can you be worthy of such a good hand?" At this point, Lin En suddenly showed a strange smile, looking at the demon realm, his tone full of provocation. "How can you face the parents who raised you?" Lin En's words directly infuriated the demon realm. He glared fiercely at Lin En, wanting to retort but unable to speak. Inside the city realm, everyone who saw this scene between Lin En and the demon realm was immediately stunned. A moment later, someone finally spoke, exclaiming, "Isn't he seeking death? He's too arrogant." At this moment, Lin En put on an impatient demeanor, yawned widely and smacked his lips, saying it was too boring. "You brought so many people but aren't doing anything. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep." The more Lin En spoke like this, the more impressed the people in the city realm became, but the demon realm grew even more furious. He cursed through clenched teeth, "What a brave soul, daring to toy with me card by card. You don't know what's good for you." He was the vice president of the Demon Association. How could he allow Lin En to humiliate him like this? He immediately ordered the flesh puppets behind him to activate their highest level killing mode, initiating war. He intended to crush Lin En into a pool of bloody mud. As soon as he finished speaking, the flesh puppets began to move, their gruesome gazes fixed on Lin En. Countless arms hissed and crawled up along their internal flesh, thus activating their slaughter form. In an instant, the flesh puppets with extreme speed directly surrounded him, countless arms erupting from their bodies and lunging towards Lin En. Seeing this, the demon realm roared coldly, "Do you think putting on airs will save your life? The third form of the flesh puppet is the best war weapon in this world. Whether it's a blood-clad evil spirit or a monarch-level being, it will kill them all. Even a root-level monster is nothing." He finished speaking and then laughed triumphantly. But just as the demon realm finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly echoed through Soul-Wandering Alley. Immediately after, a massive head charged from a distance, flattening the flesh puppet below it. The mashed flesh and blood pulp beneath that head immediately splattered everywhere. Even the eyeballs were flung onto the ground, rolling in a circle before stopping at the demon realm's feet. Seeing this, he was instantly too shocked to speak. The thing that caused this anomaly was none other than Xiao Xiao in its eyes. These flesh puppets were excellent food. It was enjoying its grand feast. Who just said, "What if a root-level being comes?" Well now, a root-level monster has truly arrived. Lin En stood beside Xiao Xiao, picked his ear and raised an eyebrow, asking the demon realm what he had just said, claiming he hadn't heard clearly. Immediately, inside the city realm, when Xiao Xiao appeared, another uproar erupted. They recognized it as the root-level hunter from before, realizing it was summoned by Lin En. Their fear of Lin En thus continued to grow. Xiao Xiao was continuously devouring the tentacles at this moment, licking its lips and saying excitedly, "Is this fast food? There's a lot of meat." Lin En chuckled lightly and told it not to worry, no one would snatch them away. They were all its. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao happily focused its gaze on the group of flesh puppets. As for the demon realm, he trembled incessantly, his mind buzzing. Why is a root-level monster here? He retreated backward repeatedly in horror. Lin En slowly stepped forward, picked up 2 of the flesh puppets' eyeballs and toyed with them in his hand. He gave the demon realm a deep look and finally spoke after a long pause. "If I truly had no preparations whatsoever, how could I be standing here unharmed in front of them?" He rubbed the 2 eyeballs in his hand as if he had found something interesting. He genuinely said, "They say it's 2 kings and 3 tigers, and he still isn't running. Is he underestimating them?" Xiao Xiao was impatient, continuously wolfing down the hunters. They had no ability to resist anymore. Xiao Xiao was the highest level root tier. They couldn't devour it. Their chances of defeating Xiao Xiao were 0%, and their chances of successful consumption were also 0%. So they advised an immediate retreat. Lord Demon Realm witnessed Xiao Xiao's power. Both surprised and panicked, he quickly ordered all hunters to retreat swiftly, or he would likely be the next to be eaten. The hunters were still standing there, unable to move, while their Lord Demon Realm had already made a clean getaway. After a moment they too fled in fear, their eyes cautiously glancing back at the situation behind them. Linen pointed at Xiao Xiao and told it to eat as much as it wanted. If it wasn't full yet, he would take it to their lair to continue eating. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, its eyes sparkling, its expression ravenous. And it nodded in agreement. Then it swiftly charged towards the group of desperately fleeing hunters. They appeared incredibly tiny next to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao effortlessly grabbed a whole group of them with its tentacles. They let out extremely mournful screams. Under the terrified gaze of the hunters, Xiao Xiao paid no attention whatsoever. It triumphantly placed the hunters into its mouth with ease, devouring one hunter in a single bite. Xiao Xiao thoroughly enjoyed this dish. It had the aroma of meat and the chewiness of metal. It was delicious. Xiao Xiao continued to eat the hunters. Every time it ate one, its favorability towards Linen increased by a point. Meanwhile, in Soul Wandering Alley, people finally dared to confirm that Xiao Xiao was indeed summoned by Linen. They never expected to witness a root-level monster feeding in person during their lifetime. Xiao Xiao ate those hunters as easily as one would eat baby chicks. Upon hearing eating baby chicks, everyone suddenly realized something. Earlier 3 hunters had devoured many creatures in their area. They also remembered many alleys being completely cleared out, yet only their Soul Wandering Alley remained unharmed. Everyone was speculating, could their survival be Lin An's doing? On this side, Xiao Xiao was still enjoying its grand feast with relish, but Lin An was not entirely satisfied. These hunters kept running, absolutely unwilling to wait patiently to be eaten. After speaking, Xiao Xiao tightly wrapped its tentacles around Lin An and placed him on its head. It commanded him to hold on tight, then began to accelerate rapidly. Xiao Xiao leaped up, startling Lin An as well. With that single descent, Xiao Xiao easily flattened countless hunters. This time, Xiao Xiao no longer ate them one by one, but 3 at a time. Just like that, it ate 3 on the east side of the street, 2 on the west side, and easily took care of another one in that corner. The people of Soul Wandering Alley were observing the situation and were very surprised that Xiao Xiao actually allowed Lin An to ride on its back. What kind of relationship did these two have? It was definitely not a simple one. Before everyone could calm down, another unexpected thing happened. A root knight was born. A legend had appeared, like a world-famous queen letting a country boy ride on her head. Lin An triggered an epic achievement, Root Knight. He gained 1,000 basic experience points. This was an epic achievement unobtainable in the early stages. With an acquisition difficulty equivalent to Root Lasher, Lin An was flustered by Xiao Xiao's speed. The achievement is impressive, system, but that's enough. What's a Root Knight? Xiao Xiao and I are friends. Isn't it perfectly normal for a friend to let me ride? How did I become a knight? Those hunters even tried to attack Xiao Xiao from above. Fortunately, Lin An spotted them in time and quickly pulled out his gun to shoot them. Xiao Xiao was still slowly enjoying its grand feast at this moment. It chewed on the hunters with great relish, seemingly unable to get enough. Lin An, holding his gun, told Xiao Xiao, "Eat your fill. I'll hold them still for you." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao became even happier and grinned, showing its neat teeth. Lin An was now like a true root knight, continuously shooting at the hunters. Lin An hit one hunter after another. His firearm mastery points continuously increased as well. Suddenly, in this perilous situation, a couple was found canoodling. Their romantic scene was quickly disrupted by the fleeing hunters. Lin An meanwhile continued to fire his gun while Xiao Xiao bounced around making thump-thump sounds. One of Xiao Xiao's leaps flattened the person who had just been canoodling, leaving them lying flat on the ground. Lin An smiled happily and asked Xiao Xiao if it had eaten enough of the hunters. But Xiao Xiao was like a bottomless pit. It still didn't feel full, so Lin An led Xiao Xiao to chase after the large Lord Demon Realm. Lord Demon Realm was still desperately fleeing, not even daring to look back as he ran. He muttered repeatedly, "What kind of joke is this? What kind of dimensional joke is this?" The Demon Realm's fear of Lin An continuously increased, rising by 10 points here and there. In less than 10 minutes, more than half of those hunters were gone. Why would a root level being come to this soul-wandering alley? Lord Demon Realm tried hard to establish contact with the association, and after a while he successfully connected with them. The one he connected with was the association's 5th body. They obeyed his orders. He shouted loudly, "Quick, don't delay, locate my position now and activate the void jump device." Before he could finish speaking, Lin An quickly shot him in the head. Xiao Xiao also stepped forward and wrapped its tentacles around Lord Demon Realm's body. It threw him against the wall with immense force, showing no mercy. He touched his face. The iron mask had been shattered by Lin An's shot. Lin An and Xiao Xiao were already close to him. Lord Demon Realm was trembling uncontrollably at this point. He thought to himself, "This is it, I'm done for." As a result, the association's 5th body reported again that they had located his position and activated the hyperspace device according to his orders. But how could Lord Demon Realm have finished speaking? They didn't understand, kept yelling, "Hello, hello," but received no response. Lin An discovered Lord Demon Realm's escape device. He held it in his hand, observing it with interest. Lord Demon Realm was fuming. He wasn't running away, he was just calling for reinforcements. Soon his main forces would arrive. If Lin An knew what was good for him, he'd run. Lin An heard this and showed no fear. He stared at him unblinkingly. The device suddenly notified that Lord Demon Realm's position had been located. He could withdraw at any time, making him want to shrink in shame due to the boast he had just made. Lin An told Xiao Xiao that this fast food wasn't enough for it, so he would order some more. He used his flesh mutation to mimic Lord Demon Realm's voice, issuing instructions. Requesting backup, I need a large number of troops to encircle the target. I repeat, pinpoint my coordinates, requesting army support. Lord Demon Realm couldn't believe Lin An was capable of such a thing. He yelled, "Damn it, what are you doing?" His side still didn't realize they were being deceived and quickly executed the instructions. Hunter squads immediately entered the jump range. The order was issued to summon vice commanders. The Demon Association president is in danger. Requesting army support. Activate the World Seed Unit. Activate the Scavenger Unit. Activate the Bio Puppet Unit. Initiate Void Jump Device for assembly. Lord Demon Realm anxiously shouted at the device, telling his people not to come. It wasn't me talking to them just now. If they come, they'll be eaten. It was too late. Squads of hunters were already rushing to his aid. From the numerous winged hunters swooping down to the hunter ants, they seemed to be landing as well. These were probably the strongest ones. They were even equipped with golden armor. Seeing these hunters, Xiao Xiao again thought of fragrant shrimp. Countless food rained down from the sky, making Xiao Xiao overjoyed, its mouth wide open with intense craving. Those eye-like monsters jumping down also made Xiao Xiao imagine hot meatball soup. Plenty of food for Xiao Xiao to choose from at will was now landing. Lin An ordered Xiao Xiao to quickly go and eat them. Lin An smiled triumphantly. This was practically Xiao Xiao's buffet. Xiao Xiao's tentacles were now all very busy. Each tentacle had to hold food. It devoured one hunter after another with great relish. The food variety was immense. In just a moment it killed 10 mechanical bugs, 6 scavengers, and 10 bio-puppets. On the other side, the Demon Association reported that they had dispatched everything remaining in the association. Lin An continued to impersonate Lord Demon Realm, saying he would reward them upon a victorious return. They, still completely unaware, happily responded, "It is our greatest honor to serve you. Our loyalty to you is witnessed by heaven and earth." Hearing this, Lin An asked if they could send more troops, and they immediately agreed without hesitation. Thus, countless hunters appeared once again, becoming Xiao Xiao's food. They were deceived so miserably that even combat forces from other regions arrived at Soul Wandering Alley. Lin An continued to feign praise, even saying they would receive promotions and commendations upon returning. They were delighted to hear this, and decided to serve Lord Demon Realm forever. Lin An told them the commendations could be discussed later. For now, they needed to remain vigilant. Because their current enemy is very cunning, they might invade communication systems and try to deceive them. So you must have excellent discernment, understand? They confidently replied that they'd been in this business for decades without a single misstep. Lin An then pretended to tell them to be more careful with everything and not make any mistakes. The real Lord Demon Realm was dumbfounded at this point. He had let hordes of hunters walk straight into a trap. It was simply indescribable. He began to beg Lin An not to send any more troops. His entire stock of forces was about to be depleted. If he found out which guy was dispatching the troops, he would tear him to pieces. A hunter suddenly approached, giving him an idea. He grabbed its tail, preventing it from flying elsewhere, then quickly inserted the device into its body to communicate. He ordered no more jump transmissions because someone was impersonating him. Lord Demon Realm continued. The orders they just received were fake. He repeated, telling them not to send any more people. They exchanged glances. Recalling Lin An's words, these idiots actually believed that this real Lord Demon Realm was the fake one, even praising him for being able to imitate Lord Demon Realm's voice. If they weren't so smart, they almost would have been tricked. The real Lord Demon Realm was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He never expected he had nurtured such a group of idiots. He yelled, "I am their vice president, I am the Demon Realm, my identification number is 0352372. They scoffed that he could even steal an identification number and still dared to ask to see their superior. They didn't want to waste any more words on him. They had recently downloaded a compilation of racial slurs and obscenities from various races. Now it came in handy. So they used it on this true Lord Demon Realm. Lord Demon Realm was so infuriated by these idiots and the racial slurs that he nearly spat blood. He stared intently at Xiao Xiao and Lin An, who were triumphantly eating meat, vowing eternal enmity. Lin An thus triggered a special achievement, subduing the enemy without battle, gaining 200 basic experience points by using special means to cause the mental breakdown of a key figure in the enemy faction. Over at the Demon Association there was a commotion. Emergency order. Combat personnel from Sector 3, please quickly assemble at the Void Jump Zone. Combat personnel from Sector 5 and Sector 6, please quickly assemble. Their superior, who had been waiting, was awakened by the noise. He flew into a rage. What's happening? Why are so many troops being mobilized? Whose order is this? Everyone saw their superior's anger and knelt down in fear. Reporting President, they are acting on the orders of Vice President Demon Realm. He is facing a great threat and requires urgent military assistance. Upon hearing this, the president wondered what kind of great threat the vice president was facing. He used the device to ask the Demon Realm what was going on with this large-scale troop mobilization, demanding a reasonable explanation. Lin En saw such a forceful tone, especially directed at the vice president. Could this be the leader of the Demon Association? Thinking this, he swallowed hard, preparing to mimic the Demon Realm's voice. Report, I've encountered a big problem here. Once I resolve this situation, I will report to you immediately. After speaking, Lin En calmly and proudly awaited the Demon Association leader's response, but for a long time there was no answer, which made him a little flustered. It turned out their leader had already recognized that Lin En was impersonating the Demon Vice President. Lin En had already dismantled his communication device. At the Demon Manor, crimson lightning seemed to tear the sky, signaling that fury had reached its peak. That was the demon leader's wrath. Useless, he wasted so many of my troops and was played for a fool. He's completely disgraced our Demon Association. He ordered the liaison officer from this operation to be thrown into the flesh gears so everyone could see the consequence of foolishness. That subordinate jumped in fright and immediately complied. The demon leader added, Demon Realm has most likely encountered trouble. Although he's insignificant to me, he's not someone who can be easily killed by just anyone. It seems I'm quite interested in Lin En. How intriguing. Let's see who this being truly is. With the control from within the manor, the bee monsters truly stopped their activity. They stiffly hovered in midair. Why have these guys stopped? Lin En realized something. He guessed that the final boss had personally made a move. Because of this, his courage also grew a little. Lin En friendly waved at the mobile cameras, puzzling the boss. How could Demon Realm die at the hands of a human boy? Impossible. No matter how weak Demon Realm is, it couldn't be. Looking down, the demon leader was surprised by the appearance of a root-level monster. Why is a root-level being here, and why is it being ridden by a human? Feeling somewhat unwilling due to the already decided defeat, the demon leader believed Lin En was using the root-level being to deal with him. But alas, you found an immature root-level being. It's not an insurmountable presence. So the boss, filled with hatred, sought methods to eliminate that _human boy _. If he could obtain a root-level creature, he would immediately use it as power. A series of chain reactions erupted, a roar tearing through space. The demon leader ordered his subordinates to unseal his second body and initiate the jump. The subordinate was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. The second body. Was he trying to prove his subordinate's guess was correct? The demon leader personally went to meet Lin En. Returning to the outside space, Lin En still eagerly asked Xiao Xiao if it was full. The little one playfully replied that it was probably full but still wanted more tasty food. No need to rush because the main course is almost here. Instantly, a massive red light descended from the sky. Just one leg shattered the ground, crushing a giant bee monster with a single stomp. A roar echoed in the night. It was the hunter god puppet, a flesh construct and one of the demon realm's high-level creations. The boss formally appeared through its second form. It was many times larger than Xiao Xiao below, and the difference compared to Lin En was like heaven and earth. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. The system continuously notified him to flee immediately. The danger level had soared to 100%. Is this the boss of the Demon Association? It's truly massive, but Xiao Xiao was innocent and only looked forward to the delicious food before it. Lin En immediately told it to quickly get away from the immediate danger. But this fierce boss was very impulsive. It immediately launched an attack directly at Xiao Xiao, sending it tumbling to the ground. Xiao Xiao's parents, seeing all this from afar, immediately became surprised and panicked, worrying for their daughter. The blurry smoke from the aftershocks made everything difficult to see clearly. Lin En immediately asked about Xiao Xiao's condition. It was already angry. The food actually dared to hit me? Suddenly, one of its pearly white teeth fell out right from the middle socket. To Xiao Xiao's astonishment, the tooth rolled away and didn't come back, so Lin En and Xiao Xiao both froze in place, facing the situation that had just occurred. Looking at the tooth embedded in the ground, having lost its beloved tooth, Xiao Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, and so tears truly gushed out like a spring. It cried, complaining that its beloved tooth was gone. Lin En stood beside it, comforting, "It's okay, teeth will grow back, I'll help you fix it then." But Xiao Xiao continued to cry. "The wind's getting into my mouth, it's so empty, for me no teeth is like not wearing clothes." Xiao Xiao's parents heard the crying and rushed over, ignoring the dissuasion of the little brother-in-law. "Big brother, big sister, please calm down." The response was sharp eyes and a fierce voice. "Calm down about what? Our daughter was bullied for no reason and you tell me to calm down." Husband and wife in unison. "Old man, you don't need to be told what to do, but of course it still needs to be said." The husband replied, "Kill." Simple. So the parent squad charged in. On this side, Xiao Xiao continued to cry stubbornly. Lin En continued to comfort, "Don't cry anymore. I'll make you an even better fake tooth." Seeing this, the demon boss relaxed its power and scoffed. So root-level beings are nothing special after all. It then audaciously declared that today would be Lin En's demise. This doctor began to get angry. The esteemed leader of the Demon Association bullying a child. How shameless. Lin En decided to make a move with his battle gun. The demon boss thought it had misheard. "This tiny human actually wants to teach me a lesson," it continued to mock. "As a mere human, you relied on a root-level being to defeat Demon Realm, and now you consider yourself invincible, fool." In the demon lord's view, Lin En was merely blustering by challenging him with the toys in his hand. Lin En, who hadn't dared to do anything before, now trembled with rage. Finally he fired a shot, and the bullet pierced straight through the demon lord's head. However, even as he continuously fired without holding back, it seemed to be of no avail. In the observation room, the demon lord's monster subordinates were very curious about the battle. They thought Lin En had truly gone mad. That creature clearly wasn't easy to deal with. Judging by their previous encounter, even an origin-level creature was no match for that colossal being. Back on the battlefield, after taking a few bullets that felt like mosquito bites, the demon lord burst into laughter. He mocked Lin An for actually daring to strike. Didn't he know the power gap between them? A slight smile played on Lin An's lips as if he had a plan all along. He certainly knew, but meddling in a situation that was already being handled by the expert, the doctor, somehow felt uncomfortable in his heart, no matter how he looked at it. Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, felt even more aggrieved and cried mournfully again, and so her affection increased by 10 points. In Xiao Xiao's heart, Lin An was someone she could rely on and seek refuge with. The origin-level creature's affection for Lin An had reached the level of trust. Having reached this milestone, he was now considered family by the origin-level being. Lin An gave a thumbs up, indicating he was very reliable. "All right, stop crying. I'm here for you," he comforted Xiao Xiao. So the little girl stopped crying, reluctantly agreeing. The monsters in the observation room stirred again. What is this, a weak human protecting an origin-level powerhouse? Is he trying to look cool before he dies? His mentality is truly good, but it makes no difference whether he's here or not. The monsters chattered. The demon lord burst into laughter after hearing these weak words. Interesting, truly interesting. Are you trying to increase an origin-level creature's affection for you? You're truly skilled at winning people over. This is indeed a prerequisite for you to leave here alive. The Lord praised Lin An. He began to boast, his body possessed power surpassing that of a monarch. If unleashed to its full extent, even true origin-level creatures would be nothing. And that fellow behind you has just crossed the threshold into the quasi-origin level. He's no match for him at all. Lin An retorted immediately upon hearing this. If he says he's good at winning hearts, does that mean he doesn't think he can call a few more friends? The Lord countered. Then can you call a few more powerful origin-level creatures? Thinking Lin An wouldn't dare, he pressed his advantage and taunted him further, releasing a series of mini-monsters. Just then, Xiao Xiao's origin-level parents arrived in time, and a powerful force roared forth like a shattered galaxy. Amidst their conversation, the true origin-level creatures had at some unknown point appeared behind the Lord, causing him to freeze. Lin An, triumphant, said, "Aren't they here now?" Xiao Xiao's origin-level parents had arrived, ready to deal with the one who made their daughter cry. The monsters inside had another good show to watch. Isn't that the family of 3 who ate everything in the vicinity? It's them, those 2 hunters. Absolutely no mistake. What a joke, how could a human associate with such a terrifying family? Only now did the demon lord truly feel fear. True origin-level creatures, and 2 of them at once. The system kept prompting that the heart-eating demon's fear value continued to increase. The president of the Demon Association stood between the 2 true origin-level creatures, appearing exceptionally small. No, has this kid been blessed by the heavens, playing a game of summoning gods and ghosts here? Only someone with an incredibly strong will could pull off something this outrageous, right? When Xiao Xiao saw her parents, she was immediately ecstatic. It was then that the demon lord realized he had messed with the wrong people. Lin An, triumphant, knew he would ultimately have to make a move. Everything was within his expectations. In a flashback, Lin An recalled the scavenger once saying that there were 3 origin-level creatures around Ghostworld-Underworld who had eaten everything. Xiao Xiao was the smallest of them, and he had already guessed that the other 2 were Xiao Xiao's parents. When Xiao Xiao came to his shop to buy medicine, he kept wondering if her parents would follow out of worry, and indeed he discovered the forms of the little girl's parents. Her parents cared so much about their daughter, only for someone to hit her right in front of them. Now there's a good show to watch. The mother spoke first. The demon lord was tightly bound. She said he had been very arrogant just now, even slapping her daughter. The previously fierce lord immediately became small and trembled as he defended himself. No, that was just a misunderstanding earlier. His fear value dropped by another 40 points. Then the father spoke. Are you very strong? Is an origin-level creature nothing? Again his mouth got him into trouble, and the lord defended himself. That was just something I said casually. But provoking their daughter was the biggest mistake. It was he who slapped their daughter just now. Standing between the 2 colossal creatures, the demon lord kept explaining. That slap, it was actually an accidental control of a bee-like monster, the lord continued. Actually, it's just a traditional custom for our demon association to express joy and goodwill. The harder the hit, the more affection it shows. In reality, it's a cultural difference. With that, he twisted off the head of that poor bee-like monster as if to add credibility to his words. But this seemed insufficient to appease their anger. The lord trembled, though somewhat powerless. It's referring to the bee monster's body was still shaking, clearly in pain. Before he could finish speaking, he took the mother's first attack. Happy are you? Then let me make you feel pain. Immediately followed by the father's attack. Tradition is it? Then let me express my feelings to you. And so a series of consecutive slaps. Damn it, do you know how much psychological harm that slap caused my precious daughter? Beat him up first. Then eat him, then beat him until he learns his lesson. The full extent of the melee was witnessed by the witches of Ghostworld-Underworld. How terrifying is this, the power of an origin-level being? Indeed, every dog has its day. That giant was clearly so arrogant just a moment ago. After taking a series of continuous slaps, the demon lord struggled up, angry and weak. Damn it, you're going too far. Do you think I can't beat you? But the truth was, he really couldn't win. Immediately another blow came flying. This time he was smashed and pinned to the ground like a pile of food. Does he still want to fight back now? Continuous pounding sounds echoed everywhere. And the bones need to be crushed a bit more, otherwise they'll be hard to chew later. the couple relentlessly used the Titan's Hand technique, a move far superior to ordinary ones in the Dark World, unleashing it amidst furious and chaotic consciousness. How small and pathetic the Demon Lord was now. He could only endure, Lin and watched this scene, finding it incredibly formidable. According to the system, the two of them came from a higher dimensional world. So, conversely, for the Dark World, their entire family were gods. Realizing this, Lin turned to look at Xiao Xiao. The little girl very happily showed him her cute demeanor. Of course, with such a lovely daughter, the two elders would certainly be very. While saying they were very friendly, the current situation showed they were indeed not pleased. With a fatal blow, the two origin-level creatures ferociously bit the Demon Lord, completely destroying him. His human form clone dead, the Demon Lord returned to the lab in a pathetic state. Due to the extreme pain, he had to smash through the test tube to get out. The surrounding attendants gathered to ask. One fellow asked, "President, what happened? Your body is still undergoing transformation. Why didn't you let your subordinate finish speaking?" The Lord issued the highest order to the entire association. Everyone was to stop what they were doing, activate the zero-level defense protocol, and immediately initiate the evasion plan. Immediately transfer all parts of the Colossus. Upon hearing of Zero Protocol, the soldiers panicked. How did it come to this? But the Lord had made up his mind and ordered immediate action. And so the entire base went into action. On a night with a bright moon and sparse stars, the space was tranquil and cold. Only the sound of light wind rustling through leaves could be heard. The night sky was pitch black, with only moonlight illuminating the ground, casting everything in a hazy glow. The bloodthirsty maniac's every step was heavy and angry, each footfall seemingly trampling the ground, emitting roaring sounds. He moved through the silent space, his heavy footsteps seemingly ripping apart the silence. He walked hurriedly, his tone anxious and worried, constantly muttering to Lin to wait for him, that he would arrive immediately. Suddenly a beep-beep sound echoed through the silent space. That sharp sound broke the tranquility, making everything tense. The beeping caught his attention, and his eyes immediately flashed with a wary light. The girl asked what happened. He, referring to the bloodthirsty maniac, kept thinking and asked about the activation of Zero Protocol in a worried tone. His face filled with doubt and fear. Upon hearing of Zero Protocol, the girl's face turned blank and her eyes widened with worry. The bloodthirsty maniac continued to recall the past, explaining that when the Demon Association was first established, he and the then senior members had introduced an emergency signal source. The bloodthirsty maniac further explained that when the association faced a catastrophic threat, the emergency signal source would issue a warning to everyone to respond to the danger and protect the association's survival. To do this, they decided to activate Zero Protocol. The girl, her face filled with suspicion and worry, immediately retorted, "According to the bloodthirsty maniac, has the Demon Association been attacked?" The tension in her question couldn't conceal her concern for the current situation. The bloodthirsty maniac replied, his voice lowering, affirming, "Indeed so, this is a devastating situation, something truly no one dared to imagine." The girl folded her arms, her gaze full of curiosity and sharpness. She asked back with interest, "Who has the ability to dare attack the Demon Association's headquarters?" The bloodthirsty maniac's voice was full of worry. He admitted he wasn't clear on the specifics, only knowing they had to speed up. He emphasized that on the way to Ghostworld Alley, there was a fork in the road leading to the inverted tower, which could be the key to the answer. The bloodthirsty maniac continued to ponder. He said that if they could get there quickly, they might have a chance to witness the entire event. In another space, a bearded, fierce-looking man was asking for the location of the scoundrel he was looking for. His voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. A woman beside him responded with a scowl. She mentioned that Guy dared to slap her daughter, her words revealing clear anger, and emphasized that he would absolutely not be allowed to escape once the matter was handled. While the two were still glaring at each other, a child with a human head and an octopus body with linen on its head crawled over and let out a cry, breaking the silent atmosphere. The woman hugged the child, saying, "Daughter, Mom's here, Mom's got you, you've suffered." The child asked, "Is Mommy here?" Linen stood precariously on the child's head as if about to fall off. She held the child and said, "Mom and Dad were worried, afraid our daughter might be tricked by that scoundrel, so they secretly came." As she spoke, she extended her long tongue and licked the child's face. The child said, "I wasn't tricked and I ate a lot." Linen trembled, thinking to himself, "That scoundrel just now wasn't talking about me, was he?" The bearded man and the woman now turned around, glaring at Linen, their eyes filled with fury. Linen trembled, quickly waving his hand and saying, "Although I used Xiao Xiao, I'm Xiao Xiao's good friend and personal dentist, so the two elders shouldn't mind, right?" When he saw their murderous gaze fixed on him, Linen thought, "This is bad. Why does he feel as if these two are about to kill him immediately?" Linen thought, "He understands. These two don't know him and they're wary of him. He just needs to tell them honestly." He introduced himself. "I'm Xiao Xiao's dentist and nurse. My surname is Lin. I live at 55 Ghostworld Alley. I'm 17, unmarried, own a house, both parents deceased, have some savings. Please guide me, uncle and auntie." The two looked at him, their eyes still wide. They remained silent, making Linen tremble as nervousness slowly built up. The man's eyes widened and he asked back suspiciously, "Some savings, own a house, both parents deceased." At the same time, a notification sound rang, and the danger level immediately increased to 99.99%, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Linen trembled, thinking, "He's explained it so clearly." Why is the hostility still increasing? The tension continued to rise. Every passing second made him feel more uneasy. The man leaned close to Lin Yin, emitting a foul odor from his mouth that made him feel suffocated. He only wished he could vomit everything in his mouth, but he had to hold it back, powerless. The woman spoke. "He tricked my precious daughter into coming here with just one letter." She, referring to herself, was very angry because someone dared to use her daughter. The two continuously wrapped around Lin Yan's slender body, making his body tremble, and he secretly worried, unsure if they liked him or truly wanted to kill him. At this moment, Lin Yan seemed unable to control himself. He trembled, his eyes wide open, a feeling of fear and worry spreading throughout his body. He stood powerlessly in place, unable to escape the two's entanglement. As the system kept prompting congratulations, Lin Yan felt uneasy, wondering when the system was sending these chaotic achievements amidst the confusion. The little girl Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke, saying that riding on her head was very comfortable for Lin Yan. This made Lin Yan turn pale with shock, and he hastily stopped the little girl, not wanting her words to make the situation even more tense. The man's eyes widened, then he said to Lin Yan, "Just wait, I'll talk to you after I've handled my daughter's matter. Then we'll talk privately." Lin Yan quickly agreed to his suggestion, but thought to himself, "It's over, he misunderstood, I'm dead." The two's eyes widened as they glanced at their daughter Xiao Xiao and Lin Yan. The man said, "My daughter isn't full yet, so I'm taking her for a big meal now." A roaring sound erupted. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake was about to destroy everything around them, plunging the entire space into chaos. Zero response plan initiated, fully activating. Zero protocol was fully activated, and the highest defense mechanism was engaged. The ground trembled violently. Waves of tremors spread as if to tear everything apart. Thunder rumbled, tearing through the air. The sky above glowed a terrifying red, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. Experimental Colossus 012 unfolded. Red light burst from its eyes, metal joints creaked, preparing to enter emergency combat mode. The ground trembled violently. The master's wife and the bloodthirsty maniac looked up at the crimson sky, their eyes filled with wariness. The bloodthirsty maniac frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the crimson sky. He snorted coldly, his hands clenched, his face clearly showing unease, thinking to himself, "The heart-eating demon actually dared to activate Zero Protocol?" The master's wife looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment as she saw a colossal form gradually appearing in the crimson light. That massive body seemed to overwhelm the entire space. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty maniac asked the master's wife what giant thing she was marveling at. The master's wife said she was just marveling at how enormous it was, and didn't forget to ask what it was. The bloodthirsty maniac replied, "That is the Demon Association's greatest achievement, and their first-generation war machine constructed based on the Colossus." He continued, "It almost combines the high technology of several generations of our Demon Association, and its materials are not from our dark world, but from the technology of another scientific civilization." The master's wife was confused when she heard another scientific civilization. The bloodthirsty maniac explained that, as is well known, the Demon Association is a large organization specializing in the study of machinery and flesh modification. He said that through hundreds of years of effort, their technology had reached the pinnacle of the dark world. And this also meant their technology could no longer break through further. Fortunately, they discovered the remnants of a colossus from a higher world deep underground. A perfect fusion of flesh and machinery, showcasing a more advanced civilization and technology. At that time, excavated information showed that the power of the Colossus in its complete form even far surpassed Origin-level beings. Successive members of the association were extremely eager to uncover the Colossus's secrets, and even had plans to rebuild it. However, later, due to a terrifying discovery, this plan was prohibited by the former president, who ordered the soldiers to hurry. The ground trembled, footsteps sounded steadily, and the wind blew violently through their area. The bloodthirsty maniac continued, saying that after that, all parts of the Colossus were kept by the elders who led the project, and the Colossus project was thus halted. He said that after that scoundrel, the heart-eating demon, ascended, he abolished all orders of the former president, and the bloodthirsty maniac said he had always wanted to restart that terrible project. The master's wife, with folded arms, asked, "How is the combat power of this experimental Colossus? Can it compare to the true Colossus?" The bloodthirsty maniac said, "Completely incomparable, but it certainly applied some of the Colossus's theories during its creation, if only talking about destructive power." He then emphasized, "It can rival an Origin-level being." At this moment in the control room, a subordinate reported, "Zero Protocol has launched perfectly, all data running normally." After speaking, he glanced at the president as if awaiting approval. The president observed for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good, very good." Just then, the door suddenly opened, and another person burst in furiously, pushing others aside and shouting loudly, "Get out of the way," he roared, asking the president, "What on earth happened? Why activate Colossus 012? The president briefly replied, "We've been targeted by 3 Origin-level creatures." The man's face turned ashen, his astonishment obvious. 3 Origin-level creatures were beyond imagination. Someone nearby angrily said, "I don't know who dared to provoke them. They must be insane." The president coldly admitted it was he who did it, making the atmosphere in the room heavy. The 2 subordinates were stunned speechless. Then the president roared loudly, "Stop standing around, immediately transfer all research data from the tower." The 2 subordinates dared not delay and quickly left the room. The president continued, saying that while he had confidence in 012, one must always leave a way out. Even if they couldn't win, they had to buy time for the data transfer. Just then, another subordinate reported, "A Colossus life form is rapidly approaching." Upon hearing this, the president's expression turned serious and he gnashed his teeth, saying, "They're here." Outside, the wind howled, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The sky was pitch black, as if signaling the arrival of danger. At this moment, Monster Xiao Xiao carried Lin En and flew to the scene. Upon seeing this, the bloodthirsty maniac felt anxious and uneasy. He, referring to the bloodthirsty maniac, said, "They're insane. How could they provoke such monsters?" Upon hearing this, the master's wife coldly replied, "If the association is destroyed, won't you be safe?" The bloodthirsty maniac gnashed his teeth and said, "The damned heart-eating demon is the problem. I don't want the entire association to be buried with him." But when he saw Monster Xiao Xiao appear with Lin En, he said with even more worry, "This hunter is still small. It probably isn't a threat to the Colossus." Suddenly, he saw Xiao Xiao's monster mother also appear and couldn't help but be startled. Her appearance made him tremble with fear. He said blankly, "Another monster has arrived and this one is an adult." But the bloodthirsty maniac also said that even so, the experimental Colossus could still cope. At least it could buy time for the association's data transfer. Monster Xiao Xiao's family was reunited because her monster father also appeared. The bloodthirsty maniac watched this scene, worried to the extreme. He clenched his teeth, fear welling up in his heart, for he understood that the association's fate was on the brink. The master's wife, after observing carefully with a magnifying glass, asked the bloodthirsty maniac what he thought of the demon association's chances of winning. The bloodthirsty maniac replied, "No need to look, the association is finished, so they need to get to Ghost Roam Alley as quickly as possible." The master's wife said, "Wait, something's not right. There seems to be a person riding on that hunter's head." Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty maniac was startled and turned his head. He hurriedly snatched the magnifying glass from the master's wife's hand, startling her. The bloodthirsty maniac observed with the magnifying glass, jokingly saying, "Oh my heavens, what mouse dares ride on a cat's head?" As he observed carefully, he suddenly discovered there was indeed a person on the monster's head. He, referring to the bloodthirsty maniac, said, "There really is a person sitting on an origin-level being's head." Then he suddenly recognized it was his disciple Lin En. Having said that, he opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging. At this moment, Lin En was happily riding on Xiao Xiao's back, laughing. Then he suddenly puffed up his cheeks, eyes wide, revealing a look of discomfort. Then he spat out a puddle of deformed blood. The bloodthirsty maniac said blankly, "Is that Lin En, my student, riding on the hunter's head?" Lin En, seeing the bloodthirsty maniac, said, "Teacher is still here and very close." He shouted loudly, "Teacher, I'm still alive. Are you dead? When are you coming back to the shop? Your disciple is very scared alone." Xiao Xiao's family of three heard this, feeling both bewildered and angry. Then they landed, their powerful force shaking the ground. The bloodthirsty maniac stammered, "The one riding on Monster Xiao Xiao's head is actually my disciple Lin En." When he, referring to Lin En, heard the system prompt, he felt very bewildered. Xiao Xiao, seeing this scene, asked, "Is Lin En's teacher here?" Lin En replied blankly, "Probably." He frowned, thinking, "Why are achievements popping up randomly? When did I scare the teacher?" Xiao Xiao's monster mother nicked her lips and said, "We're here." Lin En asked blankly, "What is that?" Then he opened his mouth wide in surprise as if he had discovered something. Lin En grinned, eyes rolling upwards, because he had already created his first miracle. Lin En gained a new system function, image analysis. So he touched the image on the screen, wanting to see what effect it had. As long as he touched the image, the system would automatically check and help him store the information on the Wonders page. Not only that, he also additionally gained 10 attribute points. Lin En had not expected that simply by observing creatures in the dark world he could gain so many rewards. After interacting with the system, he, Lin En, was certain that if he worked hard to store more encyclopedia information, he would gain more corresponding attribute point rewards. Thinking of Xiao Xiao, Lin En suddenly had an interesting idea. He touched Xiao Xiao's image and added it to the origin-level Hunter Codex, receiving 6 free attribute points rewarded by the system. Not only Xiao Xiao, Lin En also thought of her parents. He touched Xiao Xiao's father's image and added it to the origin-level Hunter Codex, receiving 20 free attribute points. And Xiao Xiao's mother was added to the origin-level Hunter Codex, receiving 15 free attribute points. This made Lin En very happy. He couldn't conceal his joy. All his happiness was evident on his face. As he rejoiced, a slight tremor came from somewhere unknown, making Lin En observe in surprise. It turned out the experimental Colossus had fully activated into combat form, its target locked, initiating anti-origin level mode. Colossus 012 initiated Colossus Blueprint Full Mode. Phase 1, Energy Transmission complete. Phase 2, Hunt Initiation complete. The system kept emitting warning sounds. Lin En triggered a special emergency mission. The mission objective was to run to the barren land in the shortest time possible. The flesh and blood tissue was extracted from origin remnants, combined with precision alloy and demon energy bones from the Colossus structure. It mimicked the abyssal disintegration of bone dragons, used the heart of a large lava golem as an energy source, and possessed the self-healing ability of a blood demon aggregate. Curses from ancient god descendants served as precise structural connections. The Demon Association president roared triumphantly, "What makes you think you can fight me? Go die!" With that, Colossus 012 activated. Moving its muzzle towards Lin En and his companions, the enormous muzzle was like a fortress, continuously firing at them. This firing caused intense tremors and smoke permeated the entire sky. Witnessing all this, the Demon Association president laughed heartily. "It's effective. Colossus 12's energy source comes from the original Colossus. Even origin-level beings cannot stop it." However, never in his wildest dreams did he expect this situation to occur. Xiao Xiao's family of 3 remained completely unharmed. Not only that, they even felt more comfortable all over. Xiao Xiao found the attack a bit painful, but she still liked it. To return the Demon Association president's gift, Xiao Xiao's father also decided to give him a massage. With great momentum, Xiao Xiao's father began to approach the Demon Association president and his group. Each step was as light and agile as if equipped with an engine. Before long, he approached the Demon Association president's inverted tower. He leaped high, ready to let them experience the first form of Titan massage technique. Sparks seemed to shoot from his eyes as he prepared to make them taste the flying dragon into the sea. Next came countless tentacles, continuously and fiercely slapping them. This move was called Octopus Back Slap. Those colossi were already sprawled on the ground, unable to resist. But Xiao Xiao's father did not let go easily. He continued to use Poison Dragon drilling well, as well as Mandarin ducks playing in water. Lotus root threads still connected, directly attacking the yellow dragon, and a series of other moves. This made Lin An's eyes widen in astonishment as well. Are these origin-level moves? They are truly unique. Xiao Xiao, meanwhile, was especially excited. She even asked Lin An, "Is my daddy awesome?" Lin An didn't answer. He thought to himself. He had thought he would witness a battle of the century, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing defeat. Xiao Xiao's family was truly too strong. System message: current mission cancelled. Lin An triggered a new mission: clear the battlefield. This mission was simply to take valuable things from the Colossus's wreckage. How could it be this simple? Logically, there should be a boss-level character for Lin An to deal with at this point. And the boss might not be inside this Colossus. Lin An fell into thought, not noticing a crack beginning to appear on his face. That crack seemed to be opening a third eye for him. This eye, growing on his cheek, could help him see far away. He discovered a hidden deep pit over there. Yet above that hidden deep pit was precisely where the Demon Association was hiding. Lin An brightened. He had finally found the Demon Association's big boss. Meanwhile, the Demon Association president, having witnessed Xiao Xiao's father's terrifying power, was almost as if he had been immobilized by a spell. The inverted tower's current damage level is increasing. It's estimated that the main body of the inverted tower will lose effectiveness within 5 minutes. The demons began to panic. Their association's strongest weapon couldn't even resist for 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to provoke origin-level creatures. The Demon Association president angrily slammed the control panel. He roared, "What are you panicking about? You few, take the data. As long as the data isn't lost, we can rebuild." He ordered immediate preparation of evacuation equipment and all association personnel of level 2 and above to prepare for retreat. They obeyed the president's instructions. However, before they could do anything, an alarm sounded from outside the headquarters. Powerful curse source detected approaching, initiating full defense system, preparing to stop. This urgent notification surprised the Demon Association president. Before he could understand what was happening, it turned out Lin An and Xiao Xiao had already arrived at the Demon Association's headquarters. The Demon Association quickly activated its equipment, and a series of offensive weapons were aimed at Lin An and Xiao Xiao. Lin An had already spotted the observation equipment. He stared at it for a moment without the slightest fear. He even greeted them. The Demon Association president was furious. It was all Lin An's fault, otherwise they wouldn't have provoked 3 origin-level monsters, and now he even dared to set his sights on their headquarters. Damn him, he completely disregarded him. He ordered the defense system to be activated immediately, targeting Lin An and hitting him hard. System message: the heart-eating demon's killing intent towards Lin An continues to increase. Lin An found it even more interesting. He told Xiao Xiao to charge ahead, leaving everything else to him. Their target was that scoundrel who slapped Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao no longer hesitated and quickly rushed forward. Xiao Xiao flew very fast, unable to hide her excitement at the imminent feast on her face. Lin An meanwhile kept urging Zuo Zuo, "Stop pretending to be asleep, it's time to get to work." Zuo Zuo was trying hard to look like a normal left hand, not because it was afraid of anything but simply following the will of Zuo Zuo's heart, believing it was sleeping soundly. Lin An still kept urging, "We're about to fight the boss, are you playing dead here? Are you perhaps cowardly?" Zuo Zuo was provoked and immediately woke up. It wasn't cowardly at all. It feared nothing under heaven, and didn't know how to write the word cowardly. Xiao Xiao, hearing Zuo Zuo's voice, said to Lin An in surprise that she heard talking. Zuo Zuo saw Xiao Xiao feeling afraid but pretending. Zuo Zuo adamantly refused to admit it was afraid of origin-level creatures. However, the system notification betrayed it. Its fear level towards Xiao Xiao rose by 10 points, then another 10 points. So Lin An threatened it, asking if it had ever heard of cold-tossed left hand. It was crispy and delicious. Then he continued, "Cold-tossed left hand is Xiao Xiao's favorite dish." Zuo Zuo knew Lin An was threatening it. Not only did its fear level towards Xiao Xiao increase, but its fear level towards Lin An also rose. Yet Lin An still feigned innocence as if he could never threaten Zuo Zuo. It had been with him for 17 years, how could he do something so atrocious? Zuo Zuo thought he had a point. No matter what, they were one. Before it could relax, Lin An continued, "Anyway, it needs to be blanched first and add some mustard powder or something." This time, Zuo Zuo's fear of Lin An was even higher than before. Finally, it asked him what he wanted. Linen said, "Obedient children get candy, disobedient children get medicine," then smiled sinisterly at Zuozo. "Zuozo, do you want to be an obedient child or a disobedient one?" Zuozo was so scared it broke out in a cold sweat, but it still tried to bargain, asking Linen if it could choose neither. Linen didn't answer directly. He turned to Xiao Xiao and told her that he was going to treat her to cold-tossed left hand tomorrow. Zuozo shrieked in terror, "I'll eat candy, I'll be an obedient child, don't eat me." So Linen unwrapped a piece of candy, told it to open its mouth and put it inside. Linen told it to follow him from now on. He would have meat to eat, and it would definitely have bones to gnaw on. Finally, Zuozo showed signs of submission, and the mutation of his left hand had made good initial progress. He told the system to quickly add all the previously acquired attribute points to his constitution. Thunder rumbled as if tearing the sky itself apart. Linen, Zuozo, and Xiao Xiao entered a state of battle readiness, aggressively pushing into the headquarters. Suddenly, the system introduced Linen again, calling him the clever human apprentice of Blood Giant Pharmacy, a pervert skilled at deceiving young girls, and someone who seemed to be increasingly addicted to the pleasure of leeching off others. Linen was furious and told the system to stop immediately. If he weren't busy right now, he would scold it for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Xiao moved swiftly, with nothing able to impede her steps. Before long, they stormed into the Black Demon Organization's headquarters. The moment they entered, beams of laser light shone on Linen, surprising him somewhat. Before he could react, he realized the Black Demons had already equipped themselves with weapons to shoot him. Rows of bullets continuously shot out, flying towards them in dense volleys. However, every bullet that flew their way was blocked entirely by Xiao Xiao's tentacles. Linen sat safely on Xiao Xiao's head, protected by her and Zuozo. Linen even praised Zuozo, asking if it could already change forms at will. Zuozo scolded him for talking nonsense and told him to quickly deal with those turrets as they were hurting it badly. Only then did Linen stand up and begin fighting, shooting at the turrets. Before long, the turrets were completely destroyed, with only a few remaining. Linen ordered Xiao Xiao to continue charging forward while he kept shooting the remaining turrets. After eliminating all the turrets, Linen lightly blew on the gun barrel. It was simple. He effortlessly dealt with all the turrets completely unscathed. Linen triggered the bullseye achievement and gained 200 experience points. In the distance, terrifying blood-red eyes observed Linen, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest and calmly continued to advance towards them. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was even more excited because those hunters rushed at her like moths to a flame, bringing themselves as food. At this moment, they still appeared terrifying, opening their disgusting mouths. They locked onto Xiao Xiao and Linen, ready to execute their highest command, but Xiao Xiao successfully prevented them from doing so, leaving both of them unharmed. Linen pulled out his special item. They actually dared to play with fire in front of him. They must be tired of living. Linen's item activated, and it too opened its terrifying mouth. A stream of flame with terrifying power shot out from this item. Linen's flesh reshaping ability also increased accordingly. The hunters were terrified. Their damage level reached 41%, and their armor became useless. They prepared to activate high-temperature resistance mode and switched to close combat type. But how could Linen let them easily escape? It was already too late. He charged towards the hunters at an incredibly fast speed and smashed a powerful blow onto one of them. It was quickly killed by him. Base experience increased by 500. After killing one hunter, Linen ordered Zuozo to eat quickly. It unhesitatingly bared its sharp teeth. Soon it successfully bit down firmly on the hunter and put it into its mouth. Zuozo devouring a hunter also helped increase Linen's friendship experience. Not only that, Zuozo also began to transform into another form. It targeted the hunters and began continuously slashing and killing. Linen was surprised again. Zuozo could even transform into a sword. Zuozo proudly said, "It's not just a sword. As long as I'm fed enough, I can transform into anything for Linen." Upon hearing this, Linen began to think greedily. If it could transform into anything, could it also transform into money? If he had the chance, he definitely had to dig deep into Zuozo's potential and expand its abilities. Seeing its food being eaten by Zuozo, Xiao Xiao's favorability towards Zuozo began to drop. Zuozo saw this and became scared, telling Xiao Xiao that all the food was hers and it wasn't stealing. Lin ordered Xiao Xiao, telling her they were going somewhere else now. Xiao Xiao, still chewing on the hunter in her mouth with relish, agreed. The Black Demon leader observed this and was furious. How dared they treat his place like a buffet? A subordinate nervously reported to him that all data had been transferred and the teleportation jump was ready. The Black Demon leader's anger somewhat subsided upon hearing this. He said, "Let Linen and them eat their fill." However, to him, this was Linen and his companion's last meal. He ordered the headquarters self-destruct mechanism to be activated with a 10-minute countdown, and for all personnel to evacuate. Hearing the notification, all Black Demon personnel evacuated in unison, each hoping to escape. They clamored to get to the main hall for the jump teleport, but how could such a short amount of time be enough for evacuation? The Black Demon leader appeared. He asked if the jump teleport location was set. The subordinate reported that everything was ready and they could depart at any moment. Good. The Black Demon leader commanded them to quickly open the teleportation. He said they should just wait and see, wait for the day the Colossus would be born in his hands. On that day, those 3 root-tier creatures and Linen would all pay for what they did today. While he was still gloating, a strange phenomenon occurred, greatly surprising him. He broke out in a worried, cold sweat, asking what was going on. It seemed the function was overloaded, and his subordinate would check immediately. Damn it, the energy supply room was destroyed by a root-tier monster, and the self-destruct timer was still counting down. 6 minutes, then 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Time quickly slipped away. The Demon Association leader was in a panic, anxiously scratching his head. Damn it, we're finished. In this chaotic situation, Xiao Xiao's figure appeared from afar. He froze, stunned by her appearance, too late to take any precautions. Lin An finally found the big boss. He triggered a quest, kill the Demon Association president with Xiao Xiao's power. The Black Demon president was surprised. He couldn't believe Lin An had found him so quickly and easily. Lin An smiled helplessly, holding his gun. It was because the president activated the self-destruct mechanism, forcing Lin An to take a shortcut. Although time was a bit tight, with only a few minutes left, killing him was still more than enough for Lin An. The Black Demon leader chuckled. All right, with a root-tier assistant, it's indeed easy to eliminate me. But Lin An, you've overlooked one thing. What thing? Lin An didn't understand. Then the president unleashed his full power. The thing Lin An overlooked was that killing him would also be as easy as turning one's hand over. He opened his mouth and roared at Lin An, who swiftly shielded his body to dodge. Lin An didn't expect him to use a mental attack skill to kill him. Lin An began to fall into a state of complete mental control by him. Calls began to echo around him. Boss, quickly pull yourself together. Lin An was immersed in the Black Demon leader's mental control state, and his body suddenly turned into a black viscous substance. Then those black viscous substances transformed into human faces with eerie smiles. Countless small Lin Ans appeared like this, but their faces were dull, lifeless, and their eyes sunken. Then countless octopus tentacles emerged from the mouths of the small Lin Ans, their teeth incredibly sharp. The countless small Lin Ans opened their mouths and cried out wah 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 at the Black Demon leader. The Black Demon leader staggered, stammering as he asked if Lin An also knew. Lin An finally recovered to a normal mental state. He coldly raised his gun and aimed at the Black Demon leader. He continuously fired his gun, shooting at the Black Demon leader. Being under mental control, the president was unable to dodge any attacks. Then his head was simply severed horizontally by a tentacle falling from his neck. Lin An seemed not to have completely shaken off his influence. His head ached violently, his body trembled, and his hand turned back into that disgusting black slime beast. After a while it returned to normal. That was terrifying. It was his own left arm, so Lin An worriedly asked if Zuozo was okay. Fortunately, Zuozo was fine, just a bit overly exhausted. Xiao Xiao walked towards Lin An, licking him and asking if his injury hurt. Lin An let her continue licking, happily replying, I'm fine, luckily I have your Zuozo. Hearing that Zuozo saved Lin An, Xiao Xiao immediately went to Zuozo, wanting to lick it, but it cried out loudly for Lin An to save it quickly. Xiao Xiao wrapped her tentacles tightly around the Black Demon president's head, confused, and asked if he was dead. Lin An was silent. He guessed he definitely wasn't dead. After all, he was the president. How could he die so quickly? Zuozo immediately denied it. Impossible. How can he not be dead when his head's gone? Lin An didn't answer. He naturally assumed he wasn't dead. The system quest hadn't prompted him yet. The president was also skilled at controlling minds and consciousness, so Lin An guessed he had transferred his consciousness elsewhere before dying. If the Black Demon leader couldn't deal with him the first time, he shouldn't even think about a second chance. Just then, a body suddenly appeared in that red secret room. After it appeared, the glass chamber instantly shattered, glass fragments flying everywhere. The Black Demon leader was still alive. Flesh is frail, machinery ascends. Xiao Xiao and Lin An were still searching all over the headquarters. Despite only 4 minutes remaining until the headquarters self-destructed, they had searched everywhere but still couldn't find him. The place was too big and he didn't know where he was hiding. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's head was struck by a powerful physical force. The punch sent her sliding far across the ground and she looked very pained. However, Xiao Xiao was a root-tier creature after all. She easily stood up as if feeling no pain. Lin An worriedly asked if Xiao Xiao was okay. She calmly said she was fine. Something just touched her. Lin An didn't expect the Black Demon president hadn't left yet. That was good. It saved him the trouble of having to look for him everywhere. The Black Demon appeared in a different form, declaring he would personally bury Lin An and his companions alive. Lin An flexed his wrists after hearing this. It's not certain who will bury whom. After the big boss finished speaking, Lin An pointed directly at his face and ordered Xiao Xiao to quickly beat him to death. Xiao Xiao then began attacking him with all her tentacles. Anyone who dared to bully Lin An would be beaten to death by her. But the Black Demon president's new body suddenly became incredibly fast. He dodged all of Xiao Xiao's attacks, then brought his hands together, creating a red fireball. He coldly threw the terrifying fireball at Xiao Xiao. Zuozo said he was performing a mental attack again, but this time it was stronger and it couldn't counter it. Lin An heard this and said through gritted teeth, Tell Zuozo not to worry. He already has a plan. Then he leaned close to Xiao Xiao's mouth, told her to open wide, and then he drilled into Xiao Xiao's mouth to avoid the attack. Lin An was triumphant. The same tricks wouldn't work on him, so he told the president to use new ones. The president was furious at being challenged. Fine, he said. I will satisfy Lin An as he wishes. He charged towards Xiao Xiao like a lightning-fast Superman, moving faster than ever before. Xiao Xiao saw this and pressed her lips tightly together, protecting Lin An inside, while she calmly engaged the black demon leader. Clanging sounds continuously echoed. The self-destruct timer was still counting down. If they dragged this on, even if Xiao Xiao won, they wouldn't be able to get out. They had to finish this quickly. The system asked Lin An if the active effect of the random diagnosis report had detected the target activating. Outside, Xiao Xiao and the Demon Association leader were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the Demon Association leader's vision began to blur. He could no longer attack and could only use his sword blades to block Xiao Xiao's attacks. He resisted with all his might. But the tentacles were several times larger than his two swords, and his body began to be diagnosed with brain parasites, cerebral thrombosis, cerebral sclerosis, amnesia, and schizophrenia. He couldn't accept it. His body was perfect. He couldn't be sick. There must be a mistake somewhere. Then he glanced at Xiao Xiao's open mouth and saw Lin An. As if he suddenly sobered up a bit, Lin An showed a very bizarre and terrifying smile, staring fixedly at him. Only then did he realize angrily it must be Lin An. He must have tampered with him. While he was still excited about what he had discovered, Xiao Xiao had already swung her tentacles at him. He had no time to react. His body fell and dirt and rocks shattered. He fell, forming a large crater-like hole in the ground. He was unwilling, still unable to believe he had lost to a human. Lin An coldly approached him and said, "You believe in machinery, but my random diagnosis art determines its effect based on the target's constitution. The worse the constitution, the better the effect. If he had retained his original powerful body, then Lin An couldn't have done anything, but he chose mechanical ascension, transferring his brain into a mechanical body. Unfortunately, even if the body was stronger, it couldn't change the fact that the human brain is weak." With very little time left on the self-destruct countdown, Lin An told him to leave quickly. He climbed onto Xiao Xiao's head again, letting her carry him as he prepared to leave. The Black Demon President still hadn't given up. He struggled to stand up, continuously shouting, "Kill, kill!" Lin An continued to control his mind. Like a madman, he began playing a game by himself and laughing to himself, then continuously waved his arms, flapping like a bird trying to fly. By then, Lin An had already left the headquarters, having completed the mission to kill the Demon Association president. Not only that, he also completed an over-the-top mission, leaving him with a complete corpse. The self-destruct sequence finally activated after the 10-minute countdown. The Demon Association's headquarters exploded. Lin An thanked Xiao Xiao, telling her she had worked hard for a long time, so she should rest now. Lin An and Xiao Xiao stood there, witnessing the headquarters explosion. She agreed to his request. Lin An checked the system to see what good skills he would gain this time. He gained a special skill that could reproduce a target state at a certain point in time for a short period. Truly amazing in the future. If he encountered any powerful boss, he would turn them into a sperm. He could do whatever he wanted. He'd be invincible. While Lin An was still happy with his perverted thoughts, the system continued to notify him that it couldn't change the opponent's strength. Then wouldn't it just be a super invincible sperm? What's the use of this skill? As he was immersed in thought, Xiao Xiao's father and mother appeared beside them. Xiao Xiao's mother brought her face closer and asked Lin An and Xiao Xiao where they had been. Xiao Xiao eagerly interjected, saying she had just dealt with the bad guys. Upon hearing this, her mother happily hugged her, continuously praising her for being amazing. Lin An meanwhile was extremely nervous. Xiao Xiao's father heard her mother say that and remarked that she only cared about fighting him for the Colossus, never worried. Then the two began to argue. Xiao Xiao's mother said he didn't eat less either, while Xiao Xiao happily cheered them on from the side. Lin An mused that this family's way of getting along was truly harmonious. As he was watching the show, a body suddenly appeared beside Xiao Xiao. It was the alloy body of the Heart Devourer. It had exploded. Seeing this, Lin An walked closer to the body to observe it more carefully. He drew his sword and stabbed the head of this alloy body, but it was unharmed. So he asked Xiao Xiao to help him, to hit this body so he could see the Heart Devourer's head. Xiao Xiao's father was furious to hear him plead with Xiao Xiao. "You dare to order my daughter around now? I haven't agreed to this marriage yet." Lin An denied it in fear. "I just wanted to ask your daughter for help." Then he suddenly caught the key point of Xiao Xiao's father's words. "Marriage," Lin An shouted, tears streaming down his face. "What marriage? How come I knew nothing about it?" Xiao Xiao's mother tightly wrapped her tentacles around Lin An and said, "Stop pretending. You and my daughter are already like this, so intimate." Xiao Xiao's father then glared at him again. With bloodshot eyes he questioned, "Are you two dating?" Lin An hastily shook his head in denial. "No, you've misunderstood." However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Xiao's mother threw him to the ground. She then spoke fiercely, "I'll help you open your head, but what was that you said about misunderstanding just now? I didn't hear clearly." Her aura was extremely fierce, making Lin An retreat in fear, quickly waving his hands and saying, "No misunderstanding, just keep thanking." And upon hearing this, the head witch god finally smiled enthusiastically, saying, "No need to thank me. We're almost family, so why be polite?" After saying that, she immediately extended a tentacle, pried open that guy's skull, and his brain fell out. Xiao Xiao's father snorted coldly from the side, looking indifferent. "Consider yourself lucky." But Xiao Xiao was very happy. Lin An and she were becoming family. Of course she was happy. Regardless of whether the family of three was having fun, Lin An walked to the Heart Devourer and picked up its brain. The system immediately popped up a notification. "You have obtained Mecha Insect God, 5 free attribute points, and the Heart Devourer blueprint. However, its current perfection level is only 13%, but that's not bad." Lin quickly put it in a box. He had to take it back and give it to Blood Giant. He would definitely love this gift, and on a distant mountain peak, Puppet Lady witnessed the entire process. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected Blood Giant's apprentice to be so outstanding, capable of establishing good relations with a root-tier family. Clearly he was stronger than that old pervert. She wondered if Blood Giant understood social niceties. If it weren't for her and her daughter being burdened by a bloodline curse, she wouldn't be good to him. Puppet Lady then looked at Blood Giant lying motionless on the ground, then looked at Lin in the distance, falling into deep thought. Perhaps this apprentice could replace his master. Originally she wanted Blood Giant to help her daughter lift the curse, but now with Lin it wouldn't be a problem. As long as she tricked him into the manner to properly cultivate his feelings for her daughter, by then, they wouldn't need to be bound by this puppet anymore. Thinking this, Puppet Lady revealed a smug smile. It's decided. Then she turned her gaze to Blood Giant beside her and snorted coldly. Get lost, trash. Meanwhile, within the city's borders, intelligence personnel had quickly released the news that Xiao Xiao's family of 3 root-tier powerhouses had annihilated the Demon Association's headquarters. Afterwards, he also circulated images of this battle. Upon seeing this, the blood-clothed fiend spirit was surprised. The Demon Association was actually wiped out by hunters, and Lin was the creature he was riding also a hunter. That meant there was indeed movement outside the window last night when she was sleeping. So Lin really wiped out the Demon Association. Thinking this, the female ghost couldn't help but feel envy. Single-handedly on one mount, he slayed powerful enemies. He was too cool. She really wanted to do some intimate things with him right away. A few hours later, on Lin's side, he was continuously picking up items. This time he gained a lot of things: precision gears, damaged mechanical structures, and transferred eyeballs. After an hour of picking, Lin finally finished. Xiao Xiao also helped a lot from the side. She looked at him happily and said with a smile, "All the materials are packed." He smiled back at her, promising to use these things to strengthen her teeth. But just then, the head witch god suddenly walked up from behind, patted Lin's shoulder with a tentacle, and asked, "Are you done? Can I have a private word with you?" He immediately swallowed nervously, hesitatingly saying, "Xiao Xiao will be unhappy. Why not call her too?" Hearing this, she looked at Xiao Xiao and asked her if she minded if she had a private word with Lin. Lin could only pray that Xiao Xiao would say no, allowing him to escape this ordeal. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Xiao innocently expressed her joy. She even asked if she wanted to raise ginger. If so, she would share it with her. Upon hearing this, the head witch god immediately and unhesitatingly took Lin away. She wanted to find another place to talk. After a while, the two arrived at an open space. Xiao Xiao's mother had been staring intently at Lin and not saying a word, plunging him into crisis, his body trembling non-stop. He didn't know what to do. She had been watching him for over 20 minutes. What exactly did she want? Did she want him to speak first? But what should he say? What if he said the wrong thing? Wouldn't he be dead? Lin thought for a long time but still had no countermeasure. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly. He had no choice but to deploy his persuasion tactics. Thinking this, he took a deep breath and cautiously said, "Xiao Xiao's mother, I'm sorry." She just said, "Oh," when she heard him, not saying anything else, as if waiting for him to explain. He directly admitted that when he wrote to Xiao Xiao, he did want to use her against the Demon Association to help himself, but he could swear he had no ill intentions. The first time he saw Xiao Xiao, he felt she was very kind and cute, and he only wanted to be her friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's mother's eyes immediately lit up. "So you really like my daughter?" Her favorability towards Lin increased because of this. He seriously held up 3 fingers and said, "Of course I like her very much. Are you kidding? If you said you didn't like her, do you think she'd kill you on the spot?" He dared not joke with his life. The head witch god narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin for a moment, then asked, "You don't care that my daughter only has one head and you don't even know what they are?" She thought he was playing with her. In an instant, the danger level had already risen to 99.9%. Lin was scared. Upon hearing the system notification, he hastily spoke up to deny that her words were wrong. "What are races? What's important about forms? What's good about beauty or ugliness? What's important is being able to see the true heart hidden beneath the other's exterior. After all, external beauty is all the same. An interesting soul is 1 in a million. True love never looks at appearance, but at whether a brilliant flame can ignite between souls. Besides, Xiao Xiao doesn't care that he is a small human, so why would he care what race she is?" Lin's words continuously changed the head witch god's mood. She stared blankly at him, suddenly feeling that he would make a good son-in-law, but on closer thought something felt off, yet she couldn't pinpoint what it was. The head witch god slowly composed her expression, looking at Lin seriously. She temporarily believed he was sincere, but she wanted to know if he had the ability to take good care of Xiao Xiao and make her happy. Hearing this, Lin extremely confidently told her to rest assured. "I am a professional in this regard. Not to mention Xiao Xiao, even you, I can help you anytime." What Lin was talking about here was beauty treatments, but when it reached the head witch god's ears, it turned into a different meaning. In an instant, her cheeks had already turned red, but he didn't notice, still firmly saying he could guarantee to satisfy her and send her away content, a smile blooming at the corner of his mouth. The moment these words came out, the head witch god immediately wrapped her tentacles tightly around Lin's body. He stared blankly at this scene pulled in front of her before he could even prepare. She glared at him, saying through gritted teeth, "You dare to tease me? You're really bold, daring to provoke even me." Lin quickly shook his head. When did he ever tease her? But she believed he didn't dare to admit it, asking him what he meant by saying he would let her experience personal service just now. Lin quickly said he just wanted her to take care of her dental hygiene. Otherwise, what did she think it was? In an instant the air fell into an eerie silence. The head witch god was too embarrassed to speak. Finally, embarrassed into anger, she flung Lin into the air, making him spin once. Xiao Xiao, seeing this scene, suddenly showed an excited smile. The doctor is flying. A few minutes later, Lin flipped several times in the air and finally landed. Though his face was a bit green at this point, he staggered to his feet but couldn't stand steadily and fell to his knees. Lin dizzily vomited nonstop. Only after he regained consciousness did he wonder why the head witch god had thrown him out. The head witch god avoided his gaze and casually said that he should speak fewer words that could easily lead to misunderstandings in the future. Also, consider this a test for you. Lin immediately felt an urge to curse upon hearing this. What kind of test is this? If she didn't agree, she should just say so. Why play with him like this? Just then, the head witch god suddenly closed her eyes and said she agreed. This stunned Lin into a daze. He didn't understand what was happening. She took a deep breath and put on the stern demeanor of an elder and said, "Although you are unreliable, my daughter likes you very much. Now you can date Xiao Xiao, but to marry her you still need her father's approval." Lin's mind went blank upon hearing this. What did she just say? And what did marriage mean again? He quickly explained. Actually, there's no need to rush. Xiao Xiao and I are still in the purely platonic friend stage. We haven't done anything inappropriate. The moment these words came out, the head witch god immediately got angry, glaring at him and asking, "What do you mean purely platonic friends?" Immediately after, she pulled out a hearing aid and handed it to him, telling him to listen to the good things he and Xiao Xiao had done. Lin took it suspiciously. He hadn't done anything right. However, just then, extremely ambiguous sounds suddenly came from it. It went in, "Don't touch randomly." Indeed, if one only listened without seeing, it would make one think of embarrassing things. Lin's face instantly went from green to pale at this moment. He finally understood why they would say that if he weren't the party involved, he would also think something bad was happening. The head witch god looked at Lin's expression and snorted coldly, asking if he still wanted to deny it. Lin sighed helplessly, looking at the head witch god, and hesitantly asked if she would believe him if he said he was just cleaning Xiao Xiao's ears at the time. Of course, the head witch god didn't believe him. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him, waiting for him to continue explaining. Lin found it truly difficult to speak. No matter what he said now, she wouldn't believe him. Actually, the head witch god felt it would be fine if he admitted it. She wasn't that conservative anyway. But Lin kept denying it, firmly saying that he couldn't let others doubt his character. "And I definitely can't ruin little one's innocence." After he finished speaking, he turned to little one, looking at her with expectant eyes. He wanted to ask her something, and she had to answer truthfully. Little one nodded in agreement immediately upon hearing this. He directly asked little one to say what he had invited her to do in the backyard that day. As long as she said it, he could clear his name. Lin looked at her with hopeful eyes, thinking that saying this would clarify everything. But little one disappointed him. Her words were even more misleading. She said he did something extremely comfortable. Lin instantly froze on the spot. Great, the word innocence had completely flown away now. Little one recalled that day, her eyes sparkling as she described how Lin was very dedicated and took care of every single spot. Lin was afraid she would make things worse, so he hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. "Stop talking, I think I'm doomed." He forgot that little one didn't even know what ear-picking was and could only describe it with such misleading words. Just then, the witch goddess covered his mouth with a tentacle. She wanted to hear little one continue speaking, not wanting to hear him argue. Little one opened her large mouth and continued. Lots of white liquid was squeezed in, and after it was done, my whole body felt clear and refreshed. Lin's face instantly alternated between green and pale. He cursed inwardly. How did such a simple thing get so twisted when it came out of little one's mouth? The witch goddess raised an eyebrow, looked at little one, and then asked if she liked Lin. She nodded without hesitation. Of course she liked him. She then asked little one if she wanted to like him even more. Little one looked at her with sparkling eyes. She didn't understand what liking more meant. The witch goddess explained, "Like getting married, just like your parents." Lin, the subject of this conversation, was tightly covered by the witch goddess and couldn't say a word. He really didn't want to marry little one. In little one's mind, getting married meant playing with Lin every day, and the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Immediately after, she excitedly and without hesitation said she wanted to marry him. Hearing this, the witch goddess instantly brightened. "It's decided then." Lin, on the other hand, was very unhappy. She was coercing an ignorant child into an arranged marriage. Was his reputation for wisdom and foresight truly coming to an end here? Of course no one heeded his objection. The witch goddess held little one in her arms, her eyes already moist. Little one asked why she was crying, and she just shook her head, saying she was deeply moved. As soon as she said this, little one also started crying with her. And so the two embraced and cried bitterly, completely oblivious to Lin's extreme discomfort. Meanwhile, little one's father walked over from a distance. Seeing his wife and daughter crying, he frowned and said, "What's going on? Has no one asked for my opinion?" No one would dare object when his wife makes the decision. The witch goddess ignored him and gently poked little one's tentacle with her own. Instantly, a strange bubble appeared from that small hole. Little one frowned, looking at it, and asked, "What is that?" The witch goddess slowly explained, This is a tradition of the Tayton race. If two people like each other, they can first sign an equal contract, and signing the contract means that the two have officially become partners. Little One nodded immediately upon hearing this, walked up to Linen and asked if he was willing to sign a contract with her. Before he could answer, the witch goddess had already spoken first. Of course he agreed, and then she used a tentacle to push his head down repeatedly. Linen wanted to cry but had no tears. This was a forced marriage, clearly coercion. The witch goddess paid him no mind and placed the contract between the two. From then on they had a contract. Linen had no other choice but to swallow his tears, then walked straight to Little One, closed his eyes and touched her forehead with his hand. Linen successfully signed a soul contract with Little One. After completing the soul contract with Little One, Linen began to grow stronger than ever before. An invisible bond connected them. A mark also began to appear on Linen's forehead. The system prompted that he had achieved an epic-level accomplishment. Tayton Lover. When a Tayton of the same or opposite sex signs a soul contract, it means you've also embarked on the path of intimacy. Linen returned to reality. Even though this child-deceiving method had rewarded him with a bunch of items, he still couldn't be happy. Little One, on the other hand, was incredibly excited. "So this is what marriage is like?" she said, rubbing the mark on her forehead. Her mother, also very happy, explained that this wasn't quite marriage yet, but the mark was a kind of seal technique that could help the two of them understand each other better. Love needs time to be proven. Only after both parties understand each other and still love each other can they get married. Of course, if it's not suitable, the mark can also be erased. Immediately after, her mother cast a sharp gaze at Linen. "That includes you too." He was of course startled by that look. Was she threatening him? Little One, overjoyed, pulled Linen around in circles. She and Dr. Lin would definitely get along well. Immediately after, she left her parents where they were and followed her heart's desire. Little One and Linen then asked to go out and play alone. Her mother readily permitted it, but her father was very displeased about being mercilessly ignored. It's unclear where the two went, but Linen was seen sitting there blankly. Little One kindly asked Linen if he was unhappy. Linen spoke his mind. He was indeed unhappy. He suddenly had to sign a contract without even a chance to speak. Little One immediately felt apologetic. She kept apologizing to Linen, thinking he also wanted to play with her. But Linen denied it, saying it wasn't about that, and it wasn't that he didn't want to play with her, but that marriage was a sacred thing. Marriage is about spending a lifetime with someone, and it requires a long time to build feelings, so it cannot be joked about. However, Little One found it hard to understand. Linen understood, as she was still too young, but Little One immediately refuted this. She was already 305 years old. Linen suddenly thought of something. 305 years old? Wait a minute. The system had previously said that 3,000 years ago they fell from a higher world, and their heads were severed then, and they were cursed. Linen suddenly realized something. He thought Little One must have had a body before. Back home the situation had devolved into chaos. The father was furious because his wife had allowed Little One to sign a soul contract with a stranger without consulting him at all. However, his wife believed that as long as their daughter liked it, it was fine. The two began to argue. The father asked if she was joking. "This child is only 5 years old," his wife immediately corrected him, saying she was already 305 years old. "How long do you want this child to be lonely?" The past was brought up and his wife accused him. Because he lost the war, their daughter's head was severed. Fragmented memories surfaced, plunging the father back into hatred. He became even more deranged. War, all lost, all dead. His wife, meanwhile, was still trying to talk sense into her husband. "You good for nothing. Snap out of it. Do you want to ruin Little One's happiness?" Consumed by rage, he completely erupted. Little One must be protected at all costs. "Kill him, kill that doctor." Back with Linen and Little One, she seemed very interested in recovering her body. He continued to explain. "Little One really did have a body before. Perhaps I can help her successfully restore her original form, but I don't know if she's willing to let me try." Hearing about such a novel thing, Little One happily agreed. Linen gestured to her, telling her to close her eyes tightly. She obediently complied. The system prompted Linen is activating the skill Recall the Past. "Please set the time range for reappearance." Linen confirmed 3,000 years ago, the moment before she was decapitated. The system prompted again. Process successfully set. Analyzing target's repulsion towards host. Linen moved closer to Little One, who was waiting with her eyes closed for the moment of physicalization. Linen began to cast his spell for this poor child. Nearby, Little One's father was furiously charging over. Next to him was his wife, trying hard to dissuade him. They saw the spellcasting process on their daughter from a distance. It was simply incredible. Little One's mother was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Before their eyes was Little One with a complete body. "Mommy, Daddy, look, I have a body. I'm a very cute little girl." Linen himself was surprised by what Little One looked like with a complete body. Was this Little One from 3,000 years ago? In terms of size, she was still the same. She still looked very petite. Little One could still easily pick up Linen, and she quickly boasted, "Doctor, I have a body." This cute little girl was very happy. She twirled around happily in her skirt, praising Linen. "He's a very amazing doctor. This is so exciting," the system prompted. Little One's trust in Linen is continuously increasing. Her attitude shifted from trust to liking, which helped him gain an additional 200 experience points. From the epic level achievement Root of Close Friends, he successfully entered the Root of Intimate Friends stage. Would this continue to deepen their friendship and commitment, or would it develop in other directions? Little One still retained her habits from when she was just a head. She licked Linen to show her happiness. He helplessly tried to stop her. saying she had recovered and couldn't just lick him freely like before, but little one didn't seem to listen. Although she had returned to her original appearance, some habits remained unchanged. Linen commented that he was soaked all over, his body was truly dirty and covered in dust. But why did she get happier the more she licked? He was baffled. Little one's parents, still unable to believe the sight before them from a distance, only now realized it was real. Was that their daughter? The mother got angry again. Are you blind? If that wasn't their daughter, then who could it be? Indeed it was. The image of little one when she was whole reappeared in his mind. Their daughter was right here. This really wasn't a dream. Little one really wanted to show off to her parents. This cute little girl ran over and hugged her parents tightly. The family of three was moved to tears. It had been a long time since they had been together so peacefully. Although still suffering, Lin felt a bit soft-hearted watching them. He hadn't expected root-level creatures to have such tender moments. Lin thought their previous world must have been a happy family of three, but little one quickly turned back to Lin, making her father fume. She kissed him, which made Lin tremble slightly under the gaze of those nearby. The father asked, "So you're the one who changed little one back? That's your new skill, recall the past?" Lin blushed. "I'm so sorry, I didn't expect little one to be so cute before. To be honest, I'm a bit excited too. When she grows up a little more she can." Of course, this thought was discouraged. Lin quickly clarified, "I was just talking casually, please don't take it to heart." The father then asked how long little one's current state could be maintained. Lin admitted that it was only for an hour. That was his limit. Only the appearance can't be restored, right? Yes, Lin confirmed. The father sighed. The past, remembrance, reappearing moments of the past in the end are just illusions. Then he turned around and requested help. Lin was a bit surprised. Was he actually asking him for help? The father then said, "If you can change my daughter back to her original appearance, then can you?" Before he could finish, he was kicked away. His wife thought he was a good-for-nothing, not even straightforward when asking for favors. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this family. The mother turned around, revealing a sly smile. "My son-in-law is indeed a genius," she began to flatter him. "Actually, Auntie also has a tiny little request." Lin was confused. She was just very annoyed, and now he was son-in-law? He became smug, knowing full well that she wanted help. To use recall the past to restore her former glory, right? Knowing her intentions were seen through, the mother became a little embarrassed. "Oh, how could I? That would be too much trouble for my son-in-law." In truth, she longed for it so much that tears were almost falling. "So we can start right away, right?" "Probably." Lin still had some doubts about its feasibility. He asked to begin, requesting her to relax and let go of all her guard, otherwise his ability wouldn't work. The mother agreed she was ready. The system continued to detect repulsion. Surprisingly, recall the past had no effect on this mother. Lin was puzzled. How could the repulsion be getting higher and higher? Realizing she was too nervous, the mother promised she was really, truly relaxed this time, but it still didn't work. Lin began to persuade her, telling her to wait until her mindset was adjusted before starting. He could tell her psychological resistance was so strong she definitely still had a lot of prejudice against him. Suddenly she took out a hypnotic bracelet. She had a plan. The mother said she used to be the Tayton race's most powerful witch. Hypnosis was her unique skill, she just needed to use it to eliminate her prejudice against him. The mother hypnotized herself, saying Lin was a harmless son-in-law to her, not a bastard who seduced her daughter, not a heartless pervert, and not a pervert who liked driving. She didn't want to chop off his limbs, swallow him whole, or peel off his skin. No, hearing these somewhat genuine and vicious self-confessions, just how much did she hate him? And during the hypnosis she instructed herself to recall 4,500 years ago, which was her most glorious moment. Immediately, the supernatural ability took effect, and Lin quickly seized the opportunity to cast his spell. Instantly, the mother transformed back into the appearance of a beautiful witch. 4,500 years ago, with this beauty, countless people surrounded her, praising her. At that time, she was the world's most powerful and beautiful witch. Yes, she was the witch god, but it was a bit different from what she imagined. She thought she would return to her peak, but instead she returned to how she looked when she had just become a witch. The mother became very angry, even breaking the mirror. The system still prompted that she had achieved the special accomplishment "anything is possible in a dream," gaining 200 base experience points, proving her strong psychological resilience and ability to return to a specific point in time. Lin was confused. Didn't she look cute? How could she be so angry? By the way, the system was too exaggerated. What kind of nonsensical achievement was this? Little one recognized her young mother and immediately became very happy. She then ran over and hugged her mother tightly. "Mommy is so beautiful, so soft," she praised her continuously. Hearing this, she also felt a little warmth in her heart. So this was still acceptable. Her daughter was still very happy. But the cruel truth was she pushed her daughter aside. "What did Lin do? Whether I'm beautiful or not is beside the point. Do you want to die?" She clearly wanted to go back 4,500 years, but instead returned to 7,500 years ago, and the petite Lin suffered again. In midair, Lin continuously begged for mercy. He clarified that it was probably because the hypnosis wasn't thorough enough, and there was still some resistance, so he overexerted a bit when using his ability, which is why she became even younger, but her figure wasn't hot at all. Even younger, her figure, which she was so proud of and had developed for over 3,000 years, was gone completely flat. Lin tried to justify himself again. "Actually, being flat is quite interesting. You can experience the joy of childhood." The mother spun him like a top. "You scoundrel, _he_ is the pervert, I'm not a pervert." If I were, why wouldn't I choose to recreate her during her bath? Wouldn't that be better? The more she listened, the angrier she got. The mother directly punched Linen, sending him flying into the air. Go on, try it if you dare. Little one saw Linen in danger and immediately jumped up to catch him. Fortunately, she landed successfully. Her husband, after being thrown away, returned and provoked his wife, saying she finally got what she deserved today. Tisk tisk, the once renowned witch is now short and flat. Upon hearing this, his wife's face turned beet red. So young and already learning to wear lipstick like an adult in dark clothes. Trying to be rebellious, her strange husband continued to mock her, saying she used to always act like a queen, and he never expected her to have a moment like this. He would laugh about her like this for the rest of his life. In a fit of rage, the wife gave her husband a slap, had enough laughing, but her strength wasn't at its peak so he could easily dodge. She thought that at least she could change back to her original appearance, while his psychological repulsion towards her son-in-law was even greater than hers. He didn't even have a chance to change back and could only live the rest of his life with that disgusting head. The husband provoked, "You can hypnotize, so why can't I hypnosis? You want to use magic with that muscle-brained head of yours? Can you even do magic?" His determined gaze puzzled her. He used a tentacle to throw a huge boulder into the air under the gaze of little one's mother. Then that massive stone streaked across the sky like a meteor and then disappeared into the sky, invisible even to wide-open eyes. Linen watched in surprise. It disappeared. Little one, on the other hand, had sparkling eyes, excitedly laughing and shouting, "Daddy's so strong he threw it so high." He put on a knowing air and said in a deep voice, "The Tayton race never bothers with those flashy tricks. I've already lowered my defenses to the minimum. All that's left is physical hypnosis." He looked at Linen with a mischievous gaze. "Remember 301 years ago when I was at my peak? If you can bring that back, I'll guarantee your life forever." The fiery meteor flew directly towards where little one's father was, and a cloud of thick smoke billowed up. Little one's mother poked her head out and asked, "Hey old man, are you okay?" The father's face was crushed beyond recognition by the fiery meteor, and he fell unconscious on the spot. Little one saw this and cried out in fear, "Daddy!" Linen also burst into tears, wailing loudly. "Father-in-law, how could you abandon us, just leave like this?" The mother, holding her head, didn't want to speak, then crossed her arms and said exasperatedly, "He's not dead yet. Why are you two crying?" Little one looked at him with a dejected expression and replied, "The doctor cried, so I cried too. Naturally, I felt very miserable." Little one's mother said with an annoyed expression, "Stop crying first. Quickly use recall the past on him." Linen replied, all right, but my mental energy is depleted." Hearing him say that, she extended her hand and cast a spell saying, "I'll lend you my mental energy, quickly use your ability." Her divine power flowed into Linan's forehead. After feeling the newly acquired power, he began to take it seriously. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do, I'll give it a try," he muttered to himself. How strange. Father-in-law mocked her earlier. And I thought mother-in-law would hold a grudge, but she's actually helping him recreate his peak. Is this what marital affection is like? Never mind. According to what father-in-law said, I'll recreate his appearance from 3,000 years ago. As he spoke, he waved his hand, transferring divine power to the father. The info panel displayed, detected targets, repulsion towards you is 120%, resistance is 200%, trust is -20%, recreation cannot be completed. Then another message appeared. Detected target is in a state of deep unconsciousness. Target's mind has no special restrictions against you. All influence is temporarily removed. Influence possible. Little one's mother suddenly became cunning and said to Linen, "Go back a bit further." He replied, puzzled, "But it's already 3,000 years ago. Add another 0. She smiled sinisterly. Linen stared at her, dumbfounded, and gradually understood. He shivered at the mother's outrageous viciousness just now and shouted loudly, "Adding another 0 would make nothing left, wouldn't it? So this is where she's taking her revenge? How malicious. Don't worry, that guy Nanchang's vitality far exceeds imagination. Even going back tens of thousands of years won't be a big deal." He asked suspiciously, "Are you sure nothing will happen?" She didn't want to say more, so she scowled and threatened him. Linen fell into fear after hearing her threat. He quickly transmitted power to the growing orb of light. "It's already 305 years ago. Can I stop now?" "How can you stop there?" she yelled with a frightening face. "Add another 5,000 years, a super double." After adding, Linen continued to ask, "And now?" Since she wanted to play it to the end. "Continue. Add another 2,000 years." The orb of light grew larger and larger. Linen continued to turn around and ask for her opinion. Done adding, "Still want to continue?" "Continue. Add another 5,000 years." Let the light sphere surround him. "It's about to explode." Little one watched, her eyes sparkling, and praised, "So powerful. Daddy is so big." Feeling it was enough, the mother said with satisfaction, "All right." Linen, knowing better, could only mutter, "It's already 53,500 years ago." She then put on a tearful, deeply affectionate marital act and added, "But for the sake of thousands of years of marital affection, let's go back 1 minute." Linen had no choice but to obey her. The orb of light was ready to explode. It illuminated the entire area. Suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The strange lightning made the nearby monsters scream in terror. Little one, eyes sparkling, called out, "Mommy?" His form gradually took shape. "I feel it. My power is returning. The peak of 3,000 years ago is slowly reappearing. You guard the great hall. You tear the sky apart. I am the strongest Tayton. I am the Tayton Colossus." His majestic and handsome figure gradually appeared. and with a boom he turned into a sperm. He still didn't know his current situation. He wiggled his body checking, where are my hands? Then he looked up at his bewildered daughter. How strange, why is little one so big? Even that little human boy has grown quite a bit, the father thought with a serious face, and then he discovered the truth, screaming loudly, "Oh my god, I've turned into a sperm." The prompt flashed continuously. Taton head base attribute -10. Linen extended his hand saying helplessly, "Sorry uncle, I didn't want this either. Auntie forced me." A prompt appeared. You have triggered the special achievement Genesis of Life. You gain 200 base experience points. Genesis of Life is a special achievement gained when you successfully use the Recall the Past skill to recreate the target's new beginning of life. This proves you are a loving person, willing to let the other party experience the birth and difficulty of life. You gained permanent attribute bonuses, Constitution +2, Durability +2, Love +1. The mother's slender hand gently picked him up. She hadn't finished mocking him. Isn't this the famous Taton Colossus of yesteryear? How did you turn into a sperm? You don't need to be this thorough even if you want to become young. And you said it was quite special. The father immediately couldn't stand this insult and turned around to fight back fiercely. He used his sperm tail to whip her hand. He was so angry he felt like spitting blood, cursing inwardly. So it was this old witch's doing. I'll kill you. She was not to be outdone. The mother concentrated power in her palm and fiercely counterattacked. That's what you get for mocking me earlier. If you hadn't shamelessly pursued me all those years, would I have married an old man tens of thousands of years older than me? A beam of divine power shot straight at him, showing no mercy. The sperm father gritted his teeth, looked up, jumped, and directly crashed into her stomach. The two fought fiercely, while the child with one eyeball cheered them on from below. Go daddy, go mommy. Linen lay obediently in her palm, looked up in confusion and asked, Is it really okay for them to keep fighting like this? She looked at him gently and replied, It's fine. Then she explained that this was just like an everyday occurrence. Mommy and daddy used to fight like this often. One time they fought so fiercely that even the house collapsed. The scene of their confrontation was like that of deities. I was very scared and hid under the bed crying continuously. I thought mommy and daddy definitely wouldn't be together anymore. But the next day they were hugging each other, applying medicine and saying intimate things as if last night's quarrel had never happened. So I think mommy and daddy fighting doesn't necessarily mean they hate each other. Maybe it's just their way of expressing affection. Linen responded with a questioning hum, thinking that while it was strange, it was probably their unique way of interacting. Little one looked at her parents and said with a smile, There's another thing that makes little one very happy. After that recreation just now, I can feel that mommy and daddy no longer bear any ill will towards you. They were still fighting fiercely over there. Suddenly the mother yelled, Shameless, why are you tearing my skirt? You really have no shame. A prompt appeared. Detected that the target's malice towards you has been eliminated. You are temporarily free from the threat of the root-level creature. He cried tears of joy, secretly delighted in his heart. Finally he was safe, no more worrying. Come little one, let's clap to celebrate. She blankly extended her finger and pressed it against Linan's palm. Suddenly a green light flashed and a symbol appeared on Linan's forehead. He hesitantly said, Little one. Little one's eyes held sadness, and she replied with a forced smile, I know, although I'm a bit reluctant to part, I still want to say this to the doctor, thank you. Then she put him on the ground and flew away. He reluctantly tried to call out little one's name, but it was no use. Her figure gradually disappeared, turning into shimmering dust of light in the air. Suddenly a pair of tentacles touched his hand. It turned out to be little one in her monster form. She smiled and said to him, Doctor, you're back. Can little one change back again? Lin An's face gradually relaxed, and then he replied, Of course. His inner thoughts emerged. So be it, perhaps my life is destined to involve contact with strange creatures. Instead of being afraid and resisting, it's better to learn to accept and adapt. A prompt appeared, Your inner awakening +1%. Mommy and daddy were still vigorously fighting at this moment. Suddenly a strange current of air rushed towards them, and eventually they both reverted to their original forms. Little one saw this and ran over to hug them, shouting, You're back. Little one was very happy just now. How about mommy and daddy? The mother looked at the father and said, I'm also very happy. How about you, old man? He looked around and nodded in agreement. That's how it is. The mother looked at Linen. Thanks to my son-in-law, I don't seem to hate you anymore. Then she burst into laughter. He looked up and awkwardly replied, What's there to thank? Suddenly a prompt appeared. Which goddess's favorability towards Linen +10? Linen pondered with a wry smile. Favorability increased. Has my relationship with Auntie finally become normal? Suddenly, the father wrapped a tentacle around him, lifted him up and took him elsewhere, shouting, I need to talk to you alone. Inside the firelit cave, Linen sat before the father trembling with fear. His fear was evident. He kept thinking, after passing Auntie's trial, is it Uncle's turn now? There was no other way. He could only use his old trick again. He clasped his hands together and pleaded, Uncle, please believe me, my relationship with little one is pure. And I promise without your permission I will absolutely not do anything out of line, he asked in a threatening tone. Is that so? Linen was naturally scared, immediately averted his gaze and replied, Yes, Uncle, look at how small I am. Even if I had any ideas, the size wouldn't be appropriate. The father glared, determined to interrogate him thoroughly. Is that so? But don't you have the ability to change your body? If you use that to change your size, wouldn't that solve the problem? Thinking of his ultimate skill, flesh and blood metamorphosis, he stroked his chin, tacitly acquiescing, then repeatedly waved his hands in denial. No, I never thought that way. It's too twisted. Don't pretend. Do you think I don't know? You like cultivating deities, enjoying the sense of accomplishment, raising Xiao Xiao from a young age to adulthood, making her remember you, cling to you, even call you a devil. Lin En opened his mouth to defend himself. I never thought that way. Wait, uncle, you seem to know me very well. His father continuously raised his voice, digging into every dark thought deep within his heart. You also exploit Xiao Xiao's preferences, gradually controlling her, treating her to delicious tonics, taking her on adventurous rides, and holding her to sleep at night. Lin En shivered upon hearing this and replied, No way, Xiao Xiao actually has those hobbies. I really wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. His father pressed harder, his tone admonishing. And you also found opportunities to take my daughter out. That's right, every weekend when I'm in a coma and unconscious. Lin En asked in a daze, Uncle, are you implying something here? Are you sure you're not teaching me how to woo Xiao Xiao? He leaned in close, summarizing with his last sentence. Is that what you're thinking? You didn't deny it. You just said that's right. His father then let him go. Very good, at least you're honest. I won't pursue this today. Keep it up in the future. Otherwise, Lin En quickly interjected. Uncle, rest assured I will strictly follow your teachings and take good care of Xiao Xiao. The bulletin board showed that the head of the Titans was very pleased, and his favorability towards him increased. He continued. Very well, that's enough about Xiao Xiao. I have something even more important to tell you about the Titans and this world. His father began to recount past events. I'm sure you know that we are graduates of the Titans, a race of exceptional intellect, comparable to gods. We once possessed the most prosperous civilization, until war destroyed everything and our heads were severed and fell into this world. This is a dark world abandoned by the gods in the underworld, Lin En repeated in confusion. The underworld, he continued. The curses of chaos, the resentments of misfortune, all the refuse in the deceased that shouldn't exist in reality have been dragged into this world, never to be reborn eternally. Besides that refuse, there are also many righteous and holy organizations. They will intervene in this world, even sending troops to suppress us monsters. And innocent people like you who ended up in this world for various reasons are not a few. Lin En thought with a serious expression, then looked up and asked, Then do you know how I can leave here and return to my world? He snorted coldly, then burst out laughing, replying, Leave? That's right, you can leave because you're alive. As long as you can find your world in the starry sky, but without a mark you simply can't do it. Even trying thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of times you won't succeed. He hesitated for a moment, then asked again, Have you tried to return to your world? His aura suddenly soared to the sky, and he laughed heartily. Of course adults all want to go home. Who wouldn't want to leave this evil world? My hatred, my fury will never be extinguished. Those curses torment me, but the more they torment me, the more defiant I become. I don't want my wife and children to suffer here and turn into monsters. A system warning popped up. Target's chaos level is rising. Host, please leave here immediately. He seemed to become more chaotic the more he spoke, yet he stood unusually calm. You can't create me and you can't contain me? Lin En jumped to the left, dodging the fiery meteor dropped by the old man. He shouted uncontrollably. One day I will flatten this hell and go back to burn you all to ashes. Chains with electric currents emerged from the ground. They shot upwards, wrapped around his tentacled legs, and then violently yanked him down. Finally he crashed heavily onto the ground. Uncle, are you okay? Lin En nervously clasped his hands, looking into the pit. Its walls stained with fresh blood. The man at the bottom of the pit was raging, red light shooting from his eyes, controlled by chains which also gleamed a vivid red. His mad laughter and threatening shouts echoed through the night sky. You can't trap me. If you want me dead, you'll never live. He looked at the chains that were tightly binding the tentacles, struggling to break free, muttering to himself. Are those chains the curses he mentioned that bind him? A strange voice rang out. Activate Flesh Cataclysm. It sounded like the name of a skill, because after that sentence, 4 huge arthropod legs grew out from behind him. Relying on the newly grown 4 arthropod legs, he leapt downwards along the city. The system in Lin En's mind kept ringing, warning, warning, do not approach, do not touch. He ignored the clamor in his mind, gripped the pit wall tightly, slowly moving downwards, mumbling, if it's the curse that's making Xiao Xiao's family suffer, maybe I can clear it. Standing next to the monster, he extended his hand, approaching the person. The system in his mind prompted, activate time-limited curse cleansing ability. A magic circle appeared around his hand. Then it enveloped Xiao Xiao's father's head, making him roar in pain. The system popped up another prompt. Time-limited curse cleansing ability is active. Curse weakened by 98%, curse weakened by 96%, curse weakened by 94%. Cleansing progress is still slow. Suddenly a loud warning sounded. Target level too high, curse cleansing ability significantly reduced. Target curse cannot be fully cleansed, curse cleansing limit 15%. Do you wish to continue activation? His hands remained extended. The demonic face that had just appeared on the person prevented him from backing down. He gritted his teeth, raising the energy within his body, causing it to emit a dazzling yellow light. System prompts continued to appear. Time-limited curse cleansing energy activated successfully. Target curse reduced to 92%. Target curse reduced to 88%. Target curse reduced to 85%. Final prompt. Host mental energy has been exhausted. The ghosts were sucked into the energy bridge, letting out terrified screams. A thunderous roar shook the sky, and a yellow beam of light shot straight up from the canyon, illuminating the silent night sky. Xiao Xiao's mother on the other side of the mountains watched the light shooting into the sky, gnashing her teeth and whispering, not good. Xiao Xiao behind her asked her mother with a panicked expression. Is Dad having another episode? She didn't answer the question, only reminded her, Xiao Xiao, hurry up and follow. The mother and daughter controlled their tentacles, circling and flying towards the source of the yellow light. Her face was filled with worry, her eyes wide, her lips tightly pressed as she whispered, It's one thing for him to have an episode alone, but the important thing is that there's someone else nearby. Xiao Xiao ran behind and then suddenly paused, her round eyes wide open, and softly said, Doctor. Then she rushed forward crying and saying, Don't die. The mother and daughter dashed forward at top speed. Seeing the scene before her, she was stunned, her mouth agape. Old man on the other side, Xiao Xiao, also cried Doctor like her mother. When the dust settled, seeing the scene before her, she asked in confusion, Strange, the curse power here seems to have weakened. How is that possible? That's what suppressed. The person bound by chains is Xiao Xiao's dad, she cried out heartbreakingly. Here, the figures of the two gradually appeared. Xiao Xiao's father lay there, eyes closed but seemed to be in good condition. Linen lay stiffly beside him, his face as pale as if all blood had drained from it. The mouth on his palm gurgled, cursing, then sighing. Foolish, do you really think you can clear a root-level curse just by yourself? After cursing, it began to gloat. In the end, it still takes my magnificent left hand to help you. No grand feast, delicious, don't even dream of it, I've spared you. Doctor, you're awake, Xiao Xiao cried out happily. Linan's eyes slowly opened, looking at the blurry small figure and cute little tentacles in front of him. Thank you for saving me. Behind him, a giant figure continuously waved its tentacles, filled with joy. Amidst its joyful cheers, he reached up and held his head, mumbling. What happened? He only remembered everything going black. The system prompt sounded, answering his confusion. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the achievement. Root level curse weakening. You gain 200 base experience points. Special achievement, root level curse weakening. Successfully weakened a portion of a high-level cursed creature's curse using time-limited curse ability. You will gain permanent attribute bonus, mental power +5, constitution +2. You have successfully recorded undying binding curse. Hearing these prompts, he immediately sobered up and shouted, Right, where's Uncle? Then he turned his head and looked around, searching for the giant figure. I'm here. The man behind him opened his eyes and looked at him, his expression seeming very serious. He stared at him and asked, You weakened my curse. Linen scratched his head sheepishly. It's all my fault for being too weak, I couldn't fully succeed. He only cleared about 15%, and this ability only lasts for 24 hours. How is this possible? Xiao Xiao's mother exclaimed, unable to hide her surprise. Her mind raced with thoughts. Even if only a little was weakened, that was a curse that even witches were helpless against. This kid's ability and potential are truly unfathomable. Linan's small figure stood in front of Xiao Xiao, hearing her father's joyful shouts, and he hesitated, asking, So if your strength is great enough, will you be able to completely clear the curses on us? He also became happy and answered him seriously. Of course, he stared at Linen, his tone filled with worry. But helping us clear the curse is very dangerous. If in the process of clearing the curse we are driven mad, you could very likely die. Then his firm gaze turned to Linen, full of expectation. Even so, are you still willing to risk it for our entire family? Linen smiled. Uncle, what are you saying? What do you mean your family? We are family. If I can free my family from this eternal suffering, what's a little risk? He clasped his fist tightly, answering affirmingly. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the achievement. Never miss a chance to show off. You gain 200 base experience points. Never miss a chance to show off. Successfully demonstrating your inner goodness, kindness, and beauty to a target while shocking them. With a certain chance of acquisition, this indicates that the host has successfully taken a step towards becoming a healing-type doctor. You gain permanent attribute bonuses. Kindness +1, charisma +5, handsomeness +1. Xiao Xiao's parents stared at him dumbfounded. The system prompt showed, Head of Titan's favorability towards you +30. Head of Witch God's favorability towards you +40. In his astonishment he shouted, You kid, then cried with emotion, his tears soaking a large area around them. His wet tentacles continuously rubbed his head, leaving him speechless. The tentacles kept rubbing, tears kept dripping onto his head. He said nothing, only relying on his previous words. Friend, I will certainly never forget you. If you don't mind in the future, you can call me Big Brother and I'll call you worthy son-in-law. Let's become sworn brothers. Be frank, I also had this intention. He happily shook hands afterwards. The two dramatically enacted a scene of deep affection between an elder brother and a son-in-law. From this day forward, we, two sworn brothers, may not have been born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but we pledged to die on the same day of the same month of the same year, he said emotionally. Linen, not to be outdone, tightly gripped the extended tentacles and shouted, Big Brother, he replied, worthy son-in-law. The end of this heartfelt performance was two tentacles rapidly tearing through the air from both sides. One big brother, one worthy son-in-law sped through the air only to ultimately crash headfirst into the pit wall. Below was Xiao Xiao's mother's angry face. She cursed softly, Hopeless, two idiots becoming sworn brothers, why don't you two just die? Xiao Xiao and her family of 3 stood in front of Ghost Alley, smiling as they bid farewell to Linen. He raised his hand to wave goodbye to them. Even a 1,000-mile journey ends with a parting. Xiao Xiao, uncle and auntie, I live at Ghost Alley, number 55. If you have time, you can come visit me. Seeing that she was about to leave Linen, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but say with red-rimmed eyes, But doctor, I don't want to leave you. Hearing this, he comforted her. Xiao Xiao, be good. I'm a doctor. You can come find me anytime you're free in the future. Xiao Xiao's mother saw her daughter's reluctance to part and told her, The curses on us will cause trouble for the doctor, we can't stay long. She obediently listened to her mother's words. Xiao Xiao understood. Before bidding farewell to her father, Xiao Xiao also reminded Lin, "You must be careful. The remnants of the organization destroyed last night might cause you trouble. If anything happens, you can send a message to Big Brother anytime." He agreed after hearing this, but still had a question. "Okay, but how do I contact you?" Xiao Xiao's older brother quickly replied. "Our whole family is illiterate." Both his parents were stunned. His mother said to Xiao Xiao, "There's nothing to be proud of about that." Upon learning this, Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out a solution. "Oh really? I happen to have something you might find useful." Lin opened his palm, revealing a dark brown stone with a star pattern encased in a circle carved on it. He called it a boundary stone. Xiao Xiao's family of 3 gathered around to look. Xiao Xiao's father asked in confusion, "Just this little stone? How do I use it?" Lin said softly. "Come, I'll teach you now." In the quiet late night, several people stood there talking. The elf asked worriedly. "So 3 root-level hunters appeared next to Ghost Alley?" The fish replied. "That's right, I watched the video. The entire Demon Race Association was destroyed. It's terrifying," the wild boar said disdainfully. "A bunch of bloodthirsty monsters, what's there to be afraid of?" The armored person worriedly signaled everyone to be quiet. "Keep your voice down, it'll be over if the hunters hear us." The elf, wild boar and fish all found the armored person's words strange. The elf was not only surprised but even held their stomach and laughed. "The boundary is the only order in the dark world. How could such chaotic beings come here?" The fish also added. "That's right, root-level beings have never come to the boundary before and they never will." The wild boar even threw its head back and laughed loudly. "If those 3 hunters really come to the boundary, I'll immediately stand on my head and roll around the square while pooping." While they were joking, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A lightning vortex shot out 3 bolts of lightning, directly striking Xiao Xiao's family. After seeing this, the pig immediately issued an announcement to the boundary. The boundary detected 3 root-level wills descending at Boundary Plaza 900, with previously contained wills exceeding the area limit. The station transmitted to the Supreme Will, Authority Level 11. Boundary Plaza 900 underwent emergency expansion. Boundary announcement: Boundary Plaza 900 has completed its expansion and promotion. The current area will containment level has been elevated from area level 9 to level 7. A giant vortex in the sky split open to reveal an eye. Lin sat on Xiao Xiao's head looking up at the sky with her family. The mummy opened its mouth wide and gasped aloud. The horned person stammered, What is that? What did I see?" "It's those 3 root-level hunters." The monster also widened its eyes, full of surprise. "How is this possible? We were just discussing this and they actually came." The Grey Bai clan member was so scared that sweat poured down their back and snot ran from their nose. Everyone scattered and fled, leaving only Lin and Xiao Xiao's family of 4 staring blankly. They were still screaming. "They look terrifying. My mind can't take it, understand? Wait, what's there to be afraid of? They can't attack in the boundary. Who brought the devils here? Run." Xiao Xiao's family of 3 silently watched them flee in all directions. Xiao Xiao's mother said with a smile, "It's quite amusing, but we don't seem very popular." She, on the other hand, shouted excitedly, "So big, there's such a strange place here after all." Xiao Xiao's father was still watching the giant eye in the sky. He said a very strange phrase, "The Supreme Will." Xiao Xiao's father said with concern, "That's an awareness that descended upon this world long ago. Its existence is even older than mine." Lin wondered. "Uncle knows the Supreme Will," he explained. "It is mysterious and powerful, capable of creating a consciousness domain corresponding to the entire dark world because its methods far surpass mine." Xiao Xiao's father lowered his head and comforted him. "But there's no need to be afraid. There are many root-level beings in the dark world," he continued. "Beings like us are just dust in its eyes. It won't pay attention." Hearing him say this, Lin thought to himself, "An existence that regards even root-level beings as dust, this world is more profound and terrifying than I imagined." Lin quickly changed the subject. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing an eye pattern. He pressed it and said, all right, since we've arrived at the boundary, I'll teach you how to operate its functions here." Like me, he opened the boundary's operational interface, guiding and praising simultaneously. Xiao Xiao has also opened it. The system prompted Lin, "You are creating an independent regional channel. It consumes 50 skull coins daily with an initial construction cost of 1,000 skull coins and can accommodate 50 people. Do you wish to proceed with construction?" Lin said, "I'm setting up a discussion group now. I'll pull you all in. The name will be Blood Giant Pharmacy VIP Member Group." A prompt immediately appeared. Root-level Xiao Xiao has joined the channel. Xiao Xiao's parents also quickly joined the group. He told them, "All right everyone, try chatting in the group now." Xiao Xiao sent a message. "Dr. Brother, are you there?" Lin quickly praised her. "Yes, amazing. Xiao Xiao learned to chat so quickly, truly talented." Xiao Xiao's father sent a message, confused. "Why is it a VIP member group?" his mother guessed. "Is it because Xiao Xiao is your first VIP client? That's why it's named this?" A prompt appeared in the group chat. "Member head of which gods is changing their name?" Lin sent 3 question marks, showing his confusion. Xiao Xiao's mother's name was changed to mother-in-law which god? She also sent a message in the group, "I think this is more reasonable." And Xiao Xiao's name was changed to fiancé Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao therefore asked in confusion, "Why is there a strange title before Xiao Xiao's name?" Xiao Xiao's father also sent a line full of beep beep text. His name now Waste Head of Titans. Lin was speechless and didn't want to talk. Just because of the names in the group, the witch god couple glared at each other, sparks flying. Lin said helplessly, "I have a feeling this group will definitely be very interesting in the future." He ignored the two and turned to Xiao Xiao saying, "This is fine, but to experience the full functions of the boundary you'll still need a lot of skull coins. Additionally, each entry into the boundary requires consuming a boundary stone." Hearing Lin En say this, Xiao Xiao asked nervously, "What if Xiao Xiao doesn't have these things?" He waved his hand and said happily, "It's simple. Just ask friendly passers-by and they'll give them to you." Xiao Xiao still worriedly pressed further. "Will they really give them?" Lin En gave a thumbs up, assuring her they definitely would. Only then did she relax and grin. "Got it, thank you, doctor." Afterwards, Xiao Xiao and her family also left and the sky was as black as ink. Blood Giant returned with a female puppet dressed in a black skirt. The puppet asked, arms crossed, "Are you sure those 3 hunters are gone?" Blood Giant replied, "Of course, they left not long after my disciple returned. Haven't seen a trace of them for several hours." The female puppet smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "Good, then I can approach that little disciple, leave a good impression on him, and then gradually introduce him to my daughters." She said excitedly, "Let's go meet your disciple." But Blood Giant stopped her. "Wait, my disciple is very serious about his profession. If you go in without greeting, he'll directly attack." The female puppet said, displeased, "Ly, no way, you're his master and you're afraid your disciple will attack." Blood Giant replied, "I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid I'll actually hurt him if I attack," he mumbled to himself. "Times have changed anyway, that kid is already used to root-level beings. I can't afford to provoke him." So Blood Giant pushed off with his toes and shot into the sky. In a blink of an eye he had flown to Lin An's room. His hand knocked on the boy's door. Blood Giant knocked on the door while shouting, "Disciple, your master is back, open the door quickly." Lin An heard the call and suddenly woke up. He said in surprise, "Master's voice," but then he remembered his previous experience of being deceived, so he held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, just in case. Lin An thought suspiciously, "No, they're trying to trick me again." Lin An's mouth curved upwards. He gave a thumbs up and said happily, "Master's back, your disciple has missed you terribly." Looking at him, the mistress commented, "He's indeed a good kid." Beside her, Blood Giant said proudly, "Hear that? My disciple said he missed me. For so many years our father-son bond has been deep." Then he shouted affectionately, "Disciple, your master is back." But no sooner had he spoken than a wooden stick plunged straight into his body. It was so unexpected that both Blood Giant and the mistress froze, unable to react in time. Lin En said angrily, "Here we go again. A few days ago your kind came to trick me and was eaten by Xiao Xiao, and now another one is impersonating my master. Can't you come up with something new?" Despite being in extreme pain, Blood Giant gritted his teeth and tried to explain, "No, it's not. I really—" He didn't wait for the other party to finish. He swung a rope to throttle his neck, saying distrustfully, "Still pretending? Do you believe I'll kill you?" He was choked, gasping for breath, and shouted, Let me go." The rope tightened around his neck, leaving only fragmented sounds. "Ah, really?" Seeing that something was wrong, the mistress rushed forward to stop Lin En. She shouted, "Stop, he really is your master." Lin En, gun in hand, stared blankly as his master collapsed. He shouted desperately, "Master!" The system immediately prompted, "Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. Betraying your master and ancestors, you gain 200 base experience points. Betraying your master and ancestors, evil-aligned achievement. Acquired with a certain chance when attacking your master multiple times and causing severe bleeding under any circumstances. This indicates that you have steadily progressed towards chaotic evil. You gain permanent attribute bonuses, strength +3, speed +2, joy +5 in the operating room." The mistress asked worriedly, "Can he be saved?" Lin En prepared the medicine, answering confidently, "A small matter. My master has very tenacious vitality. This injury isn't enough to be fatal, and not to be narcissistic. With my superb medical skills there's absolutely no problem." The mistress pointed at the needle and spoke helplessly. "Actually, I wanted to ask, is it necessary to use such a thick needle?" He answered casually, "Yes, it is. Anyway, master's body is much larger than ordinary people's." He raised the needle high and shouted, "Begin." No sooner had he spoken than Blood Giant abruptly sat up, shouting in panic, "Wait!" System display. Blood Giant's sanity -1. He pointed at the table, instructing tremblingly, "First stop the bleeding, then administer anesthesia, then stitch it up step by step. Don't cut corners." Lin En answered while injecting the anesthetic, "Yes, master." Blood Giant's sanity -2. He continued to hold up the needle, saying somewhat excitedly, "The anesthetic is ready. Now I'm going to inject it into master's artery." Hearing his words, Master Blood Giant was again scared out of his wits and cried out, "Wait! Intravenous injection, intravenous injection." The mistress standing beside him could no longer bear it, her tone full of doubt. "Is this Blood Giant's disciple really a doctor?" He impatiently continued to shout, "How many times have I told you, don't just inject wherever the blood vessel is thick?" Lin En replied frankly, "Sorry, force of habit." Lin En threaded the needle, preparing to stitch the wound. "Your disciple announces the formal procedure begins now." Blood Giant replied resignedly, "All right, let's start." He secretly prayed in his heart, "I've been given anesthesia, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" But reality slapped him hard in the face. He cried out in pain. "Oh my God," Lin En asked blankly in return, "does it hurt?" His eyes blurry with tears, he still gritted his teeth and answered, "No, it doesn't hurt. Your disciple has made progress." He roared inwardly, "What a joke! If I'm still screaming in pain after anesthesia, what face would I have as a master?" Lin En ignored his master's expression. He just focused on stitching the wound. He replied, "Thank you for the compliment, master. I will work even harder." Blood Giant's groans ceaselessly echoed around them. Lin An's stitching experience continuously increased, while Blood Giant was in agony, screaming silently in his heart, it hurts so much. Wasn't I given anesthesia? Does this kid have some passive skill that causes extreme pain?" He held his head, gritting his teeth to comfort himself. No, I can't chicken out, it's just a small operation, isn't it? I can definitely get through this, finally finished. Lin En looked at the result and said proudly, the surgery is complete, master, look at my stitching technique. It was then that he suddenly realized the person was motionless, so he called out loudly, Master, master, are you there? A moment later, sitting in a wheelchair, Blood Giant asked suspiciously, Lin En, are you sure you didn't leave anything inside your master's belly? He replied mischievously, Master, rest assured, your disciple has long since gotten rid of that habit. He also reassured himself. That's good, but he still took out a metal detector to check. Lin En asked in confusion, what are you doing with a metal detector? Don't you trust your disciple? Blood Giant flinched and replied, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just safer to check, he also praised. Excellent. Although you stabbed your master a few times, your reaction at the time was correct. Truly, you have your master's flair from back in the day. Fantastic. Receiving affirmation, he said gleefully. Your master's teachings your disciple always keeps in mind. Next time I guarantee my blade will be faster and fiercer. Then the two hugged, one shouting, good disciple, and the other happily calling out, Master. The mistress, seeing this scene, was simply speechless. She thought to herself, this disciple has been trained by Blood Giant into Blood Giant 2.0. If she really introduced him to her daughters, Lin En's true evil image flashed in her mind. The mistress secretly decided, no, I can't let Blood Giant ruin such an excellent young man. Having thought that, the mistress quickly separated them. All right, it's time to get down to business. Lin En asked in confusion, who is this? Blood Giant immediately replied, my wife. She formally greeted him. Hello, Blood Giant's little disciple. That night, at a farm around a round table in the center of the yard, three figures were happily chatting and laughing. I never thought the demon association would be destroyed by my disciple's hands. Blood Giant's tone was filled with pride. Lin En, holding the hot tea in his hand with a calm expression, said, to be precise, it was destroyed by Xiao Xiao's family. I merely helped, the mistress interjected. But wasn't the whole thing orchestrated by you? He reached out and took the teacup she offered. He answered with a humble smile, you're too kind, mistress. It's all just a coincidence, a coincidence. Then he turned to Blood Pact and said, Master, that day you said you were going out. How did you end up getting involved with the Demon Alliance? He sighed, gently putting down the teacup in his hand. It's my fault. You probably don't know, do you? Your master I used to be an elder of the Demon Alliance, he recalled gloomily, recounting a past event to Lin En. A few days ago I suddenly received an invitation from an old friend, saying that a research project I had been following had made a major breakthrough, asking me and a few retired elders to go to the inverted tower. But what awaited us was not a research discussion but a forced abdication. Heart-Eater Demon inherited the position of the association's president and announced to us the initiation of the Colossus Project. The Colossus Project. 3,000 years ago, we discovered a large number of Colossus fragments from an unknown civilization. By analyzing these fragments, we gained technology and knowledge far surpassing that of the Dark World. The Demon Alliance grew stronger as a result. The structure of the Colossus, composed entirely of flesh and machinery, contained power that even far exceeded the root level. Therefore, the Demon Alliance wanted to reassemble the Colossus and gain power from it. Lin En asked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He nodded. That's right, such a temptation is hard to resist. At that time we felt like a bunch of rowdy kids suddenly seeing a pretty girl, can you understand? He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Lin En vaguely looked at him and replied, I understand. The mistress, however, said nothing, turning her face away with a look of utter disdain. But why restart the Colossus Project? Did you give up on it back then? Lin En asked, puzzled. He continued, that's right, because we analyzed something from it. There was once an extremely technologically advanced civilization that, supported by Colossus technology, could even rival gods. But 3,000 years ago, a war broke out, affecting countless worlds and civilizations, and this Colossus civilization was destroyed. Their proud colossi also fell into this dark world. What followed was a terrible curse hidden within the colossi. If the Colossus reappears, that curse will also be triggered, with unimaginable consequences. It's as if something is preventing the Colossus from reappearing, he mused. A war 3,000 years ago, could it be the one that Little One's family experienced? Perhaps Little One and her family also know something about that Colossus, Lin En said softly. The fragments for restarting the Colossus have always been kept by the elders. They only came here to force out my fragment. Hearing this, Lin En suddenly stood up and murmured, could that fragment be? With that, he quickly ran off, leaving the other two in astonishment. He then came to the basement door and opened it. A blue light surged up from below, and a terrifying man-eating flower-like monster emerged from the freshly opened door with surging blue light coiling around it. Lin En shouted excitedly, it's it! The monster let out a terrifying roar, its enormous mouth opening wide as if to devour everything around it. It was showing extreme discomfort. A mouth full of sharp teeth was inside and another mouth full of sharp teeth was outside, making it look even more ferocious. Lin En's master and mistress had just arrived and also witnessed the scene unfolding before them. He asked in surprise, you know, this, I never told you about it. Lin En reached out to touch the monster. He had roughly guessed, after all, that person had always treated it like a treasure. Suddenly a low voice came from the monster, grumbling discontentedly. I was sleeping, why did you wake me up? Immediately the system prompt sounded. Little darling's favorability towards you is -1. Little darling's favorability towards you is -1. This prompt surprised Lin En. He stroked his chin and blurted out, But what I didn't expect was that this Colossus fragment is actually a creature with independent consciousness. The master looked at this scene somewhat stunned and said, "It is indeed strange, but it's not uncommon in the dark world. Of course, like the other fragments, it cannot escape its connection to that curse," he further explained. Bloodpact furrowed his brows. "Fortunately, the Heart-Eater demon was defeated by you, and this terrible plan can finally end." Lin En looked up and asked, "What are your plans next? Will you continue to stay at this pharmacy?" he shouted, dropping to his knees and furiously pounding the ground. "No, there are still many research achievements in the association, and I heard they've all been transferred to the few remaining secret strongholds. That's the culmination of my efforts and those of the elders. I can't let them disappear along with the association." He roared a few angry words, then stood up, reached out and patted Lin En's head, instructing him, "Next, I need to go find those research materials. This pharmacy now belongs to you." Lin En's eyes flickered. Looking at his hand, he stared directly at him and repeated, "Belongs to me." Bloodpact replied softly, "That's right. From today onwards you are the owner of Bloodpact Pharmacy." Lin En's eyes filled with surprise. He asked, "What? I'm the owner?" Bloodpact's gaze softened. He looked at Lin En kindly and instructed him, "You now have the independent ability and qualifications. You should forge your own path and define this dark world." Lin En looked at his master with tears in his eyes, softly calling out, "Master." To show his determination, Lin En clenched his fists and told his master, "Don't worry, master. I will definitely make Bloodpact Pharmacy the best pharmacy in this world. I will also become a world-renowned excellent doctor." The mistress stood behind, watching the master and disciple embrace and pour out their hearts with laughter and repeated calls of "Master." Her heart blossomed with joy. Youth is truly wonderful. Although she used to think he was led astray by Bloodpact, this vibrant appearance is really too handsome. She clutched her chest, looking at the beautiful scene before her, and gently licked her lips, muttering, "This gives me the urge for an older woman to pursue a younger man." The mistress violently shook her head, casting off the thought. No, what am I thinking? What's most important now is to introduce him to my daughters and have him help lift the bloodline curse." The scene before them was still one of deep affection between master and disciple. Meanwhile, the mistress had already begun to scheme, but if she told Bloodpact directly, he would certainly not agree. After all, lifting the curse would require a huge price. The mistress lowered her gaze. "Since that's the case, I'll have to use some special methods," she thought to herself. Through the window, Lin En was stretching, and his master's snores came from the next room. He mumbled, hands behind his head. "It's been a long time since I heard master's snores. It's so reassuring I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight." Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. He abruptly sat up and called out, "Who's there?" A gentle voice came from outside the door. "Lin En, it's me, the mistress. Are you there?" Lin En's face showed surprise, and a thought flashed through his mind. "Mistress, why are you looking for me so late?" He quickly got out of bed, grabbed a blue jacket to throw on, and then hurried to the door. The mistress's voice still echoed outside. "Is Lin En asleep?" Lin En leaned closer to peer through the crack in the door, muttering, "It's the mistress's voice. Could someone be impersonating her?" When he saw two full pomelos right before his eyes through the crack, he immediately confirmed it was indeed the mistress. He opened the door with a shy expression, smiling ingratiatingly, but two streams of nosebleed flowed uncontrollably. He softly asked, "Mistress, is there something you need me for so late at night?" She stared at Lin En with wide eyes, her face clearly showing surprise. "Yes, why is your nose bleeding?" she asked. Lin En quickly reached out to wipe away the nosebleed, stammering, "It's nothing, maybe I've been a bit overheated lately." He slightly turned sideways and softly said, "Come in and talk. The room is a bit small, please don't mind." She complied, bending at the waist and cautiously walking in like a thief. Sitting on the bed Lin En had just been lying on, she reached up and touched her head, then said, "Well, the thing is, I haven't been feeling too well these past few days. I originally wanted Bloodpact to take a look, but he was busy dealing with the Demon Alliance before, and now he's sleeping very soundly." Then she opened her eyes and looked directly at Lin En, saying, "So I can only trouble you. I wonder if it's convenient for you." The system prompt sounded. "Host has triggered a quest. Help the mistress examine her body. Quest reward, 200 skull coins, 200 basic experience, chance to trigger special remuneration." Hearing the system, Lin En immediately replied quickly, "Of course it's convenient. So mistress, where exactly do you feel unwell?" On the surface he asked calmly, but inwardly he thought happily, a chance to get special remuneration, isn't that just a freebie? While he was still engrossed in his thoughts, the mistress had already struck a seductive pose, leaning back and saying, "I feel weak in my limbs, especially my lower back. It's been very sore lately." That single sentence made Lin En stare blankly at the scene before him, his nosebleed gushing out uncontrollably. He glanced away, wiping away the constant flow of blood, muttering inwardly, "So dangerous. The mistress's figure is truly unfair. She's almost stolen my soul." He stiffly and laboriously turned around, walked to the head of the bed to get his medical kit and pen, making the mistress behind him furious. By the time he pulled a chair over and sat opposite her, the mistress had already returned to the bed, feigning weakness. Lin En feigned seriousness and asked, "Have you been resting well lately? Are there times when you can't sleep?" She crossed her legs and pretended to say, "I sleep very well, it's just that sometimes my legs cramp when I walk." Lin En responded, "Your legs cramp when you walk, then let me take your pulse." With that, Lin En looked up just in time to see the pair of fair, slender legs revealed from behind her skirt. His eyes widened, and drool flowed down like an idiot's as he murmured, "Oh my God, is this testing my soul?" The mistress put on a calm expression, extended her hand towards Lin En, her chest puffing out slightly, and said seductively, "All right, please take a look." I'm sorry to trouble you, Lin En said all right verbally, his face feigning calmness as he reached out to grasp her wrist and take her pulse, but inwardly he was roaring, Master, save your disciple can't hold on much longer. Watching Lin En's embarrassed face, the mistress secretly gloated. He's clearly flustered, can't find anything wrong, right? Because I'm not sick at all. When the time comes, for the sake of appearances, you'll just give me some tonics and I'll pretend to be extremely grateful. And while I'm at it, I'll give you a gift. She narrowed her eyes, happily imagining the scene that would unfold next. Yes, this gift will be my daughter's. It's perfect. Madame Chen had already guessed the outcome. Lin En closed his eyes, feeling each beat of her pulse, and then spoke. This sentence greatly surprised the mistress. She widened her eyes and asked, How is it? There's nothing wrong with my body, right? Mistress, you're quite ill. Lin En's expression turned serious as he looked directly at her. The mistress's outstretched hand froze at that moment. A pang of pain flashed through, and a slight gasp of surprise escaped her. Hearing this, the mistress stammered in surprise. Lin En, are you mistaken? She worriedly thought to herself. How could this be? I was just pretending to be sick. How did it become a real illness? Lin En placed a handful of medicinal herbs on the table, his face showing an extremely serious expression, and replied, No, I'm not mistaken. Although the mistress appears very healthy, she is actually very seriously ill. The mistress stammered in panic. Seriously ill? Lin En mused. Indeed, he hadn't found anything wrong when taking her pulse just now and had intended to give a perfunctory diagnosis. But fortunately, his passive ability, random diagnosis, was triggered, preventing a misdiagnosis. At this moment, the system displayed a prompt. You have discovered the target disease, osteostepia. It continues to appear. You have discovered the target disease, flesh mutation. You have discovered the target disease, residual bloodline curse. Lin En stared at the medicinal ingredients on the table and muttered to himself, These medicines can only temporarily alleviate the worsening of the condition. To cure it completely, we must start from the root cause. He spoke seriously. Mistress, may I see your power form? The mistress immediately cast a spell, responding, Spellcraft. What's wrong? Lin En fell into contemplation. As expected, logically speaking, your illness shouldn't have any reaction. There must be some secret ability covering up your condition. He then voiced his thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been using the power of spellcraft on yourself, haven't you? The mistress was greatly surprised to hear this. She thought in a panic, how did he know? I did indeed let the spellcraft energy flow throughout my entire body. Doing so allows me to unleash powerful combat strength to fight against external enemies. But this method also blocks my pain sensation. If there truly is any illness or pain, I truly wouldn't be able to detect it. Thinking this, the mistress calmly guided the magic flowing within her body. She pondered, what if she concentrated the spellcraft power flowing throughout her body into her heart? Suddenly, the mistress felt intense pain. She coughed a few times, then collapsed to the ground. Lin En anxiously rushed forward and asked, Mistress, what's wrong? The mistress looked at her decaying hands and exclaimed, How can this be? My hands, Lin En slowly explained. Your bones and flesh appear to be transforming into wood and thread-like substances. If I'm not mistaken, this is a curse. The mistress looked at her hands, which continued to change, and murmured, A curse. At this moment, the system displayed another prompt. Puppet Madame San value 80. She choked back tears in pain. This is impossible. The bloodline curse was clearly lifted. I don't want this. Absolutely not. The mistress recalled her body being entirely made of wood and looking hideous. She cried out in despair, I absolutely don't want to turn back into my original form. The mistress fell to her knees, tugging at Lin En's clothes and pleading, Lin En, you'll save your mistress, won't you? She looked at him with a pitiful expression, continuing to try and gain his sympathy. If you can cure me, I'll do anything you say, even if it means doing things that go against ethics. Lin En looked at her like this, goosebumps erupting all over his body, his face showing extreme bewilderment. Of course I will definitely be able to cure you. He looked at her, his face contorted as he thought. Things that go against ethics, there's no way I, Lin En, would ever do that. What am I thinking? I'm a decent young man. Hearing him say this, the mistress immediately felt happy and gave him a warm embrace filled with the scent of mother's milk, which made Lin En's nosebleed gush uncontrollably. Is she telling the truth? That's great. The mistress truly picked the right person. The mistress's embrace made Lin En's eyes widen. He thought to himself, no, if this continues, I might die from excessive blood loss before I even cure the mistress. Lin En broke free from her embrace with 2 streams of nosebleed still flowing from his nose. Seeing him like this, the mistress's face also blushed slightly. She stood opposite Lin En, showing a friendly smile. Lin En vaguely wiped his nose, coughed lightly, and said, Mistress, you mentioned earlier that you had lifted a curse before. Could you tell me how you did it? Hearing this question, the mistress suddenly froze. Her cheeks flushed as she asked Lin En, do I really have to say? Lin En looked at her embarrassed expression and firmly said, definitely. The mistress recounted, first you find a creature being with strong feelings for you and cultivate a relationship with them. A scene of a sturdy puppet next to her emerged. The mistress looked at Lin En affectionately, her eyes full of desire. She opened her mouth, drool dripping, and said, then on a special dark night emotions explode, a light flashes in your heart, followed by the image of your mistress spinning like she's strapped to a rocket, which made Lin En suddenly freeze. Lin En looked at her helplessly, as she muttered to herself, shooting out heart-shaped symbols and making the other party utterly overwhelmed with pleasure. The mistress regained her normal expression and emphasized the key point. For this curse-lifting method, you must reach the peak of ascension for the effect to be best. It seems my curse wasn't completely lifted because the height wasn't enough. Lin En asked with some concern after hearing this. So would you like to try again with Master? She smiled helplessly and replied, I was still a puppet back then, unaware of beauty or ugliness. That's when I took a liking to your master. Now looking at his face I can't get excited at all." The mistress's expression changed. She became expressionless, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, and said, "And what's important is he has a bit of a problem." Upon hearing this, Linen anxiously asked, "Problem?" Her gaze drifted elsewhere and she answered somewhat awkwardly, "Men, you all fear that problem the most." Linan's face first showed surprise, then shock. This shock pulled him into his own thoughts, and an imaginary scene of a mushroom that wouldn't stand up flashed in his mind. "Really? My master, that invincibly strong man, can't stand up?" Linan raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose and said helplessly, "I think I understand. If master can't do it, perhaps we can try a different method." When the mistress heard him say this, in her eyes, he immediately transformed into a pervert with an evil smile on his face. Then she said in a half-understanding tone, "A different method? Do you mean a different person?" Linan answered frankly, "No, didn't you say that lifting the curse relies on an emotional outburst? It doesn't necessarily have to be pleasure, does it?" He pointed at the mistress and said, "Perhaps we could try other emotions." The mistress asked in confusion, "Other emotions?" Linan replied seriously, "That's right, such as sadness, pain, and so on." Hearing him say this, the mistress's face showed a resigned and slightly melancholic expression. "It's not impossible. My true form is a puppet, so emotions are difficult to stimulate unless extremely drastic methods are used to make my emotions reach an explosive point." After the mistress finished speaking, her expression darkened as she recalled the various methods she had used in the past, such as torturing herself with a chainsaw, locking herself in a beast cage, or other methods that brought her pain and humiliation. She recalled, for example, sawing off my limbs with a chainsaw, stripping naked and being locked in a beast cage, tormenting me with various tools and making me suffer humiliation and grievances. The mistress looked up, her expression shy. "Want to try it?" Hearing her question, Linan also felt it was a bit cruel, so he refused. "No thank you, I think we can still try other methods." The mistress suddenly stared at him and asked, "All right, how do we try?" Linan took her hand and led her away. "It's not convenient here, follow me." Strange creaking sounds echoed, accompanied by a gloomy sight pervading the space. A sign hung at the entrance of the room reading, "Operating Room," and a blood-stained white cloth fluttered in the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The mistress's hands and feet were secured to the table with iron chains. Linan shined the light on the mistress, startling her into stuttering, "Lin, and what do you want to do? Let me go." Linan looked at the mistress tied to the operating table and comforted her. "Mistress, please bear with it, it'll be over soon." The mistress misunderstood Linan's meaning and said shyly, "Well, I prefer it a little slower." The mistress thought to herself, "Bloodpack's disciple truly is a pervert. He actually likes to play scene role-playing." These impure thoughts made her face flush crimson. The mistress's lips curled up slightly, and she muttered to herself, "But it's quite fresh, it makes me really look forward to it." Linan picked up a triangular flask containing a pink liquid that emitted a hazy pink mist. The mistress saw him holding the flask and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is that?" Linan replied, "It's an aphrodisiac perfume." Upon hearing this, the mistress immediately responded with a hint of coyness in her voice, "Oh, you rascal, do you want to give me an aphrodisiac? What do you intend to do?" Her inner voice sounded, making her face flush crimson. "That's right, this boy is very sensible. He's becoming more and more likable." Linan looked at the mistress lying on the table with her eyes closed and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, this is actually also to lift your curse." He raised a hand and scratched his head, saying, "If you feel you can't take it anymore, mistress, you can choose to give up." He was explaining when he was suddenly interrupted by the mistress, who was lying there, her face as red as a tomato. "Stop talking nonsense, give me the medicine quickly." Hearing the mistress say this, Linan was also startled and let out a gasp. The mistress's face was still flushed and she explained, "Bah, I mean, you don't need to explain anymore, I understand it all. Come on, don't hesitate anymore. Your mistress will listen to you." Hearing the mistress's urging, Linan replied, "All right, mistress, please bear with it." Then he handed the medicine bottle to the mistress for her to drink. After the mistress drank the medicine, Linan asked with concern, "How do you feel? Is it working?" She lay there, her breathing becoming rapid, and replied, I think I'm feeling something. This medicine is really potent." As she finished speaking, the medicine's effects deepened, making the mistress feel unwell. She said, "I can't take it, it's getting stronger and stronger." The mistress's breathing grew more rapid as the medicine permeated more of her body. She urged Linan, "Don't just stand there watching, come quickly." Before she could finish, Linan quickly ran out of the room, slamming the door shut, leaving the mistress dumbfounded. Outside, Linan nailed the door shut with sturdy wooden planks and instructed the mistress, "Mistress, you're on your own now, you can do it, push through." Hearing him say this, the mistress lying on the table inside the room froze for a moment, then shuddered violently and let out a shriek. Despite the mistress furiously pounding on the door inside, yelling, "Linan, you scoundrel, get in here, don't leave me alone," she repeatedly knocked and urged him, but Linan remained unmoved. He said mercilessly, "Sorry, mistress, please bear with it, it will be over soon." The mistress twisted restlessly, groaning, "I can't take it anymore, I can't hold back. If you don't come in, I'll kill you." The mistress's groans made Linan cover his ears. She continued to complain, "Did you hear that? I really can't take it anymore." Linan pleaded, "Mistress, please stop talking, I absolutely won't come in." System prompt. The mistress's favorability towards you has plummeted while her fear has significantly increased. Her cheeks were flushed crimson with arousal. She pleaded seductively, "I beg you, come in quickly. If not, call your master. If this continues, I'll—" At this moment, the mistress's entire body was like surging energy, and an atmosphere of desire permeated the entire room. Sweet alluring moans echoed throughout the house. Ghost eyes opened, collecting everything that happened that night, and upon learning of this, the strange world immediately buzzed with discussions about the mistress's abundant energy. It wasn't until the next morning, with the rising sun high in the sky and the little green frog chirping on the roof, that her sweet sounds ceased. Lin An's eyes were dark-rimmed from staying up all night with the mistress. He let out a long breath. "It's finally over. All right, then." With a click, he pried open the door and rescued the mistress. The entire room was a mess, as if a brawl had just occurred, and there was a strange liquid in the room. The mistress was trembling uncontrollably, her eyes vacant. Lin An asked worriedly, "Mistress, are you all right?" He put on a stethoscope, leaned forward and reassured the mistress. "Don't worry, I'll examine you now." Through the stethoscope, Lin An detected and determined that her heartbeat was extremely fast, which was likely a reaction after endocrine stimulation. He checked her pulse and concluded her bones and muscles had already appeared. The reversal was considerable, and there were signs of the bloodline weakening. The mistress gave Lin An a disdainful look while Lin An was still reporting her condition. "Excellent, mistress, your condition is improving. If you undergo treatment a few more times, the bloodline within you can be completely eliminated." The mistress no longer cared about any of this. She simply focused on cursing Lin An in a weak voice. "You're a devil," Lin An said. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." At the same time, the system notified him of the quest reward points and the new title, Public Enemy of Women. Lin An stared blankly at the prompt panel. He gently touched the light before him, and its information immediately appeared. It was an extremely potent poisonous agent named Corpse Elixir Formula. After reading, he was a bit disappointed. "Oh, it gave me 2 achievements at once, but this reward seems useless." She gently rubbed her temples, no longer bothering to argue with him, and said something that left Lin An stunned. "Forget it. Anyway, you truly can cure the bloodline curse." The next piece of information shocked Lin An even more. "In that case, I can safely introduce my daughters to you." A book was placed on the table, accompanied by a voice. "Take a look at this." Lin An asked, "Book of Puppets?" The mistress picked up her teacup and said, "In a few days your master will go to the Demon Alliance to search for his legacy. At that time you'll be the only one left in Ghost Alley, and you might encounter dangerous situations." She took a sip of tea and continued, "Even if you have 3 hunter friends, they can't always stay by your side to protect you, whereas my daughters can protect you comprehensively." Lin An picked up the book and asked, "So this book contains all the information about your daughters?" The mistress's voice replied, "That's right, open it and take a look." He opened the book to look. The system had said there would be a special reward. Could this be it? The book displayed Puppet Number 1, Kang Xuanyue. Cleaning type puppet, possessing extremely strong spellcraft abilities. Gilded using spellcraft to launch ultra-wide-range attacks on targets. Personality: mature, articulate. Emotional development potential: blank. Combat assessment: blank. Energy consumption: high. Appearance: female. Spellcraft type: simulated puppet. Adult build: long straight black hair, blue eyes, right eye destroyed, often covered with flowers. Features: white long dress and blue 7-beam sash, 175 centimeters. Puppet Number 2, Requiem. Combat type puppet, possessing extremely strong close quarters combat abilities with extreme assault and berserker capabilities. She becomes a sharp blade on the battlefield. Personality: morbidly insane. Emotional development potential: blank. Combat assessment: blank. Energy consumption: extremely high. Appearance: female. Lightweight simulated puppet. Build: red-haired, red-eyed little girl, often uses a 3-meter-long heavy blade, almost uncontrollable in combat. Features: blade, red hair, 151 centimeters. Puppet Number 3, glazed lamp. Made puppet, possessing excellent domestic assistance capabilities. Perfect housekeeper type puppet, with excellent management and financial abilities that allow her to quickly adapt to various environments. Personality: lively and adorable. Emotional development potential: blank. Combat assessment: blank. Energy consumption: low. Appearance: female. Medium-sized simulated puppet. Build: young girl, blonde hair and blue eyes, often manages the manor for the mistress when she is away, serving as the head maid within the manor. Puppet attire: maid outfit. Perfectly simulates human emotions. Features: dignified smile. 160 centimeters. After reading, Lin An murmured in awe, "This is amazing. Each one is incredibly exquisite and beautiful, and there are different types, different tastes. It feels just like." The mistress smiled and asked, "So, which one caught your eye?" Lin An scratched his head, secretly chuckling to himself. "It's like going to a brothel and picking a girl." He pointed at the book and asked, "So, can I hire your daughters as my bodyguards?" The mistress lifted his chin and said, "More than just bodyguards, companion maids." "Mistress, or even just as a plaything." Lin An forced a bitter smile as he looked at her. Madame chattered on, continuing, "My daughters have all performed excellently in their respective fields. Many creatures of the dark world are willing to pay handsomely to employ my daughters to help them with tricky matters such as assassinations, warfare, bodyguard services, and business management. And my daughters are very happy to experience different lifestyles and customs in various places through these means. At the same time, this also helps maintain the normal operational funds of the entire manor." She leaned closer and continued, "My daughters' service fees are very high, but seeing as you've helped me, I can give them to you for free. What are you waiting for? Pick one." Lin An mused to himself. Indeed, considering safety, hiring a few puppets is quite necessary. And most importantly, they're free. Of course I can't refuse such a good offer, he thought to himself, blushing as the 3 puppets vied for Lin An's selection. "Remember to pick me, master. Can you pick me?" "No, don't pick me." He was secretly troubled, as each of them was excellent. Who should he choose? Lin An chuckled happily. "Can I have them all?" Madame was excited and said, "All 3 of them," he replied with a smile. Just kidding, I'm not that greedy, she smiled with satisfaction. Of course you can. At the same time a system prompt sounded. Your favorability with Madam increased by 10. Your favorability with Madam increased by 12. Your favorability with Madam increased by 15. Madam is very happy. Lin was suddenly startled and realized something. Wait, why does she look even happier? Did he imagine the intimate scene with the three girls, making Lin muse to himself? Does she want to use her body to help her daughters break the curse? Lin pointed at the book and asked, Can I not use them? Madam asked angrily. What did you say? A prompt appeared. Your favorability with Madam decreased by 10. He flipped through the pages and said, Let me take a look. As he turned page after page he said, I understand battle star rating, but what does emotional development level mean? It refers to how easy it is to stimulate their emotions. Madam looked at him and said, The higher the star rating, the easier it is to develop the next step. Are you looking forward to it? He looked at her, smiling friendly but cursing inwardly. Looking forward to what? Absolutely nothing. I don't want to get tangled up too deeply. For me, the lower the star rating, the better. Lin pointed at a line of text and asked, What about energy consumption level? It refers to the energy consumed during work, she replied. Just like we flesh and blood beings need to eat, puppets also need to eat. Whether it's flesh and blood, curse energy, or parts and minerals, they can convert them into their own energy. Lin pointed and asked, which made her immediately spit out the tea in her mouth. So I have to feed them, she asked. What else? He replied with a smile. Are there any that can still move without being fed? Madam clenched her fist and thought angrily to herself, This guy is so stingy. He wants the horse to run without feeding it grass. She looked at the book and said, Yes, there are some. Flip to the last page of the book. Information appeared on the prompt screen. Puppet number 7, Hei Xuanyue, cleanup type control puppet, female. Extremely strong in combat and control abilities, skilled at transforming arcane energy into threads to control the target's movements, making them fight among themselves or twist their necks. Personality. No emotional development. 1 star. Combat rating 4 stars. Energy consumption. Variable appearance. Light medium puppet. Build petite. Silver hair. Black eyes. Currently no preferences. No personality. Feature. After pulling the zipper behind her, there's a port on her back for energy replenishment with other winding keys. 146 centimeters. Lin giggled as he looked. A winding key, strong combat energy. No worries about emotional attachment and a light puppet. He slapped the table and declared, She's the one. Madam was a little surprised. No way, picking Little 7 again. Don't most customers usually pick Big Sister or Little Sister 3? Lin thoughtfully evaluated each one. Although Little 7's combat power is extremely strong, she even once defeated Big Sister, but her emotional development level is almost 0. This way there's no chance of breaking the curse, Madam offered. How about I package Big Sister and Little Sister 3 and give them to you, plus their food consumption. You know Little 7 only excels in combat. She alone won't be able to serve you well, Lin said in a deep voice. No need, one is enough. He chuckled to himself. Dream on. If something goes wrong by accident, my little buddy will suffer. Madam crossed her arms and asked, All right, since you're the one who chose, I won't interfere further. I'll temporarily rent her to you for 30 days, rent-free. How about I arrange it for you when I get back? He agreed to the deal, and a prompt appeared. Congratulations, you've triggered the achievement Puppet Lady. You gain 200 base experience, Puppet Lady phased achievement, obtained by owning your own puppet in any form. You gained rewards Spirit +1, Constitution +2. At this moment Master's voice rang out. So you're here, Lin called out upon seeing him. Master, you're awake. Bloodcurse walked up to him and said, Yes, I happen to have something to discuss with you regarding your choice of profession. Madam turned and walked away. I'll be going then, you two chat. Lin stood and waved, replying, Take care, madam. He poured Bloodcurse some tea and asked, Master, what did you mean just now about choosing a profession? He picked up the teacup and replied, I think it's time for you to choose a proper profession. He pointed at himself, puzzled. Isn't my profession a doctor? He took a sip of tea and replied, To be precise, you can only be considered an apprentice. A true doctor profession requires professional certification. Flesh modifiers, surgeons, and pharmacists, Bloodcurse continued, holding his teacup. Take me for example. My first profession is flesh modifier and my third profession is pharmacist. I also practice surgery. Although all these professions are related to medicine, they cannot be considered true doctors, Lin mused thoughtfully. Speaking of professions, the system indeed offered class change quests. He looked at him and asked, So you already have an idea, don't you? Lin looked at him hesitantly and replied, Master, have you heard of the night doctor profession? Bloodcurse retorted, Night doctor, where did you hear about that? He replied. Does it sound like there's a problem? He explained to him. Night doctors aren't really a big problem. Night doctors, also known as night stalking doctors. They are a group of madmen who protect the order of the good alignment. Bloodcurse looked at Lin and continued, Don't misunderstand, protecting the order of good is very different from what you understand. He asked curiously, Good alignment? How do they survive as a faction in the dark world? Bloodcurse replied in a deep voice, They believe that everything in the world is sick, and as long as they can purify this world, even if you're not sick, they'll find a way to discover some illness in you. If they truly can't find anything, he said, scaring him with a dreadful tone, then they'll cut you open and keep searching until they find it. Lin's calm reply startled him. That dedicated. A prompt appeared. Bloodcurse's sand value decreased by 1. Bloodcurse's sand value decreased by 2. He looked at him, sweating. You just said dedicated. Lin's eyes widened. Is that wrong? Bloodcurse's hand trembled. No way. You look at your master and say that's dedicated. Lin En replied awkwardly. Maybe it's a bit off, but they're also ensuring there are no misdiagnoses. The two looked at each other in silence, the atmosphere becoming even more awkward. Blood Curse turned and walked away. Wait a moment, he went into the room, leaving Lin En sitting outside. Blood Curse came out with a piece of paper in hand and said, "All right, first take a simple survey," he asked, perplexed. "Survey?" Blood Curse heavily slapped the paper onto the table. He held a pen and said word by word, "Yes, it's a survey related to which alignment you belong to." Blood Curse posed the first question. "You're a doctor and you encounter a patient on the road who is unrelated to you," Lin En immediately replied. "Of course, save them." He was puzzled. "But what if, after you cure him, he harms you or even others?" He thought for a while before answering. "Then I'd cure him first and then persuade him to be good," Blood Curse asked. "What if he doesn't turn good?" Lin En replied, resting his chin in his hand. "Well," a mental image appeared in his mind, himself holding a chainsaw, hitting a monster's head until it cried, he provocatively said. "Then I'd kill him." He said to Lin En's answer, feeling helpless. "So you save him and then kill him?" Lin En calmly replied, "Yes, normal people would do that." Blood Curse coughed a few times and said, "Now for the second question." A scene appeared in his mind, him holding a saw in one hand and an axe in the other, preparing to perform surgery on a monster. He asked, "You have a patient whom you can cure, but the treatment process will cause him extreme pain. Will you still treat him?" He replied, "Of course." Blood Curse recorded it, then looked puzzled. "What if the treatment will kill him?" Another scene appeared in his mind, himself in a laboratory researching with bottles and jars filled with monster corpses around him. He said, "Then I'd first keep his corpse, then learn necromantic stitching and mechanical modification to revive him." He was puzzled. "So to cure him, you'd first kill him and then revive him?" He calmly replied, "Yes, normal people would do that." Blood Curse thought to himself, "Who would do that?" After recording it on the coffee table, he posed the third question. "Suppose your closest person commits a crime, whose side will you take?" He immediately replied, "Of course, my family's side." Blood Curse was puzzled. "Why?" Lin En put his hands together on the table and asked, "What is law?" He listened to his question and was silent for a moment before asking, "What if your family kills an innocent person?" He reached out and asked, "Killing innocent people in which world?" Blood Curse replied, "The dark world, of course." Lin En was puzzled. "Are there innocent people in the dark world?" He was surprised by his answer and thought to himself, "So his apprentice is this twisted? Did something happen while I was away? Or is this just his true nature?" Blood Curse said. Suppose I, your master, told you to kill your closest person, what would you do?" he said with a chuckle. "Then I'd kill master first." Blood Curse had a face full of question marks. The pen he was holding also dropped. Lin En saw this and gave a sly smile, but as he saw his bewildered expression becoming clearer and clearer, he burst out laughing. "Just kidding, master, you're my closest person." Blood Curse's forehead was sweating as he said, "Really? Why did it feel like you weren't kidding just now?" After Blood Curse recorded Lin En's 3 answers, he said, "All right, I see. Your alignment, kid, should be chaotic good." He was too surprised to speak. He doubted. "Chaotic good, master, are you sure?" he affirmed. "I'm sure," Lin En muttered with a dark expression. "A doctor like me with such proper values is actually chaotic good. Shouldn't it be lawful good?" Blood Curse looked at him, thinking to himself, "Don't you know whether your values are proper or not?" He stood up, crossed his arms and asked, "So are you sure you want to go down the path of a night doctor?" Lin En clenched his fist, pounded his chest and said confidently, "Whatever you do, commit to it. Although night doctors are a bit twisted, their medical skills are indeed the most exquisite. I need to expand Blood Curse pharmacy, so of course I have to learn from the best." Blood Curse continued to ask, "Aren't you afraid of being dissected by them before you've even mastered their skills?" He replied confidently, "Don't worry, I have special ways to deal with it." Actually, he was thinking to himself, "The system gave me a class change quest book. What's there to be afraid of?" His eyes burned like flames as he replied, "All right then, master will respect your choice too. To prepare you for the upcoming trials of the night doctors, I, your master, will put you through devilish training." Lin En was puzzled. Devilish training? Blood Curse started the chainsaw behind him, emitting a buzzing sound and an air of grim determination. He fiercely swung the chainsaw, radiating murderous intent, then turned and declared, "That's right. First up is the chainsaw evisceration technique, which I, your master, created." This made Lin En, who was standing beside him, initially turn pale, then exclaim with an expression of admiration and awe, "Master, you're so cool." He suddenly realized something and asked, puzzled, "But what will we train on, little creatures?" Lin En's question made Blood Curse pause. Somewhere in the forest under the cover of night, with bats flying from unknown places, a lit house stood there. Suddenly someone cried out, "Is there a doctor passing through here? My stomach has been strangely protruding lately. Can anyone help me diagnose it?" Blood Curse smiled and said, "Yes, there is, Soul Departure Street." The surrounding scenery was sparse. In the distance a figure ran frantically. A sound emanated from the man wearing glasses. He ran, cursing with a frantic expression. "Damn it, you took a shortcut and brought me to this godforsaken place again." The surroundings were deserted buildings. He ran aimlessly, wondering, "By the way, where is this?" The buildings didn't look like they were from a city, nor from the suburbs. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of the man with glasses. He reached up, adjusted his glasses and wondered if someone was there. Then, from behind him, someone walked up, scratching their head with one hand and extending the other towards the girl, hesitatingly saying, excuse me, where is this?" "I'm a bit lost, it's my first time here." The man with glasses spoke for a long time but received no reply from her. So he placed his hand on her shoulder and stammered, "Hello, excuse me, is this the land of ghosts and gods?" Unexpectedly, the girl turned her head. Her eyes were deep, her face gaunt, her complexion purplish blue and her body covered in blood, making him let out a stifled scream. He was on the verge of fainting. She spoke, "Welcome to Soul Departure Street." Fortunately, he didn't faint, but his eyes rolled back. He screamed incessantly. His limbs flailed as he fled, his face contorted and snot ran down his nose. The man with glasses looked back, puzzled. Did I just encounter a ghost? She didn't follow me, did she? Because he was running and looking back, he bumped into something very hard. The left head of the two-headed monster roared, "Damn it, get off my body," the right head loudly said. "That's what I should be saying." He saw the two-headed monster dismembering its body with a serrated knife and screamed in horror, Monster." He fell to the ground suddenly. A bell-like sound came from behind, getting closer and closer to the man with glasses. A pair of feet in red shoes walked step by step towards him. It turned out to be a little girl in a white dress with some bloodstains. "Big brother, do you have two heads too?" The man with glasses turned his head and looked on in terrified stuttering. "Two heads?" The long-haired female ghost he had just encountered with blood on her mouth leaned into his ear and whispered, "You're hiding from me." He knelt on the ground, clutching his head tightly with both hands, muttering to himself, "I'm dreaming, it must be a nightmare." After a massive thunderclap, everything around became silent. The man with glasses suddenly looked up and his face instantly filled with fear as he saw a huge red castle appear. The castle had triangular eyes around it, and another man was hanging beside the castle gate. A voice was heard as the castle gate opened, "Welcome." The man with glasses, utterly exhausted, walked step by step and said, "I'm back." Happy home. The camera turned to the protagonist. He, with a confident expression, holding a chainsaw in one hand and a saw in the other, said, "Master, I'm off. Thank you for your teaching these past few days. I've learned a lot." The system sounded, "Your chainsaw evisceration technique has reached novice level. You gained 100 experience points. Ding. Your deboning scalpel technique has reached novice level. You gained 100 experience points. Ding. Your anatomy technique has reached novice level. You gained 100 experience points. Your two-finger eye replacement technique has reached novice level. You gained 100 experience points." Blood Curse looked at him so confident and said proudly, "Go forth. This is your first field medical treatment. Do well. Moreover, the reward this time is 1,500 skull coins. Do you, kid, have the confidence to get it?" He raised his hand in a salute and replied, "Don't worry, let alone 1,500, I'll bring back 15,000 for you, master." He quickly bent down, waving his hands and saying, "No, just 1,500 is enough, kid. You're going for a diagnosis and treatment, not a robbery." Linen turned and left, raising his hand to wave goodbye. "Got it, I'm off." Blood Curse reminded him with concern, "The location is Soul Departure Alley next door, don't get it wrong," he said. "Once this mission is complete, you can go to various places to find night doctors." He was also worried about Blood Curse but didn't say it to his face. Only after turning around did he murmur to himself, "Master, take care. Remember to drink the tea I brewed for you, it's good for your kidneys and prevents weakness." Blood Curse seemed not to have heard clearly and asked, "Wait, did Madam tell you something?" Linen walked on, waving goodbye as he replied, "No, nothing, goodbye, master." Night fell. The wind swept through the eerie city and his hurried footsteps rushed through the darkness. Linen raised his lamp and shone it around, then muttered to himself, "Here we are, it's even gloomier than I imagined." Having said that, he brought the lamp closer to the map in his hand and murmured, "Oh my God, master's map is too abstract. How am I supposed to find clients with this?" Looking at that map, it only had one road, no scenery whatsoever. In short, it was as good as useless. Linen walked, carefully tracing the route on the map, the heavy chainsaw on his back making him sigh. Moreover, the dark bones here are too dense, even the soul lamp can't illuminate them. It's best to ask someone for directions. As Linen carefully took each step, grappling with the difficult-to-understand map, several dark figures were tracking him from behind. They quietly took up their usual formation. "I'll go first. Humans are too weak. That guy last time was scared senseless by us, and now another one's here." The lamp in Linan's hand suddenly lit up. As he approached a figure from behind, the female ghost smiled triumphantly in her heart. "Here he comes, here he comes." "Aha!" He placed his hand on the female ghost's shoulder and then spoke. "Hello, excuse me, may I ask something?" The female ghost twisted her neck around to face backward, then replied with an eerie smile, "Hello, welcome to." Linan's eyes widened, showing the whites, completely ignoring her twisted, intimidating expression, and instead asked, "Excuse me, how do I get around here?" This left the female ghost nowhere to escape, utterly embarrassed. The prompt appeared. Headless female ghost sphere encounter with you increased by 30. Headless female ghost sphere encounter with you increased by 40. The female ghost was reverse scared, immediately flustered, running and screaming, completely forgetting about her head, tightly biting Linan's arm. Her large body quickly vanished. He forcefully pushed away the female ghost's head. "Hey, let go, why are you biting so hard? You were the one who scared me first, so why are you fainting now?" Seeing it wouldn't let go, Linen impatiently yelled, "Let go of me?" Then he punched the head flying to the side. The female ghost's head, after being hit, rolled around on the ground. Just now it was scared unconscious, now it was dazed from being nearly beaten to death. The two-headed ghosts saw their companion half dead from the beating and trembled uncontrollably. Linen paid no mind, stepped forward, picked up his map and spoke, "Hey buddies, can I ask for directions?" The two-headed ghosts looked at each other warily, then turned and let out loud screams into the night, disappearing without a trace, leaving only him standing there, hand outstretched as if to stop them. The two-headed ghosts ran screaming. How dare he force Madam to do that while injured, so twisted? See what that damned human just did to Madam's severed head. They ran while looking back, as if not forgetting to bicker with each other. "Run faster, we're done for if that kid catches up," the other head roared furiously. "You're talking about me, you're the one whose pace can't keep up." Their speed increased, and when they looked back, only dust lingered. Somewhere a strange object appeared, clamped between the ghosts' heads and a familiar hand. "Damn it, I can't stand you anymore. I'm leaving on my own, me too, I want to separate from you." Linen stood behind them, pointing and saying, "Your surgery and tools aren't professional enough," he suggested with a sly smile. "How about I help you? Don't worry, I'm a professional doctor." Saying this, Linen took out his tools, "And yesterday I learned Master's chainsaw technique. I guarantee it'll be fast, precise, and ruthless. The two-headed ghosts hugged each other, trembling in fear. No need, we won't separate anymore. That's right, our relationship is actually very good, we don't want to separate at all. A prompt appeared again. Twin ghosts sand value decreased by 5. Twin ghosts sand value decreased by 6. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was accompanied by an advertisement flyer. A blood curse pharmacy 20% off coupon. The two-headed ghost looked at Lin, speechless. He raised his saw and said proudly, "That won't do. If it's a sickness, it must be treated. And the sickness of special people is a rare opportunity." The two-headed ghosts huddled together in fear. Lin-An's voice rang out, accompanied by the ghost screams, "Your money is enough for me to perform this surgery." He comforted the ghosts. "Don't move, it'll be over soon." A series of prompts sounded. Chainsaw technique +1. You successfully cut the twin ghost in two. You created the first perfect dismemberment surgery in the history of chainsaw surgery. Your accuracy +1, attack +1. Lin wiped away the blood with a handkerchief, then breathed a sigh of relief. Awesome, this surgery was very successful. At the same time, a prompt appeared again. You successfully created single ghosts. You gained 200 base experience. He picked up the map and asked, "By the way, how do I get around this place?" The two ghosts dumbly raised their hands and pointed in the same direction. Lin said gratefully, "Okay, thank you." He held his lamp and walked to an eerie place. "Here we are, this should be it." A child's voice came from the darkness, making Lin turn to look. "Big brother, are you new here?" The child walked and spoke. "Can you play with me?" He turned around curiously to look, then smiled faintly. The flesh puppet pointed in surprise. It pointed in fear. "It's that twisted doctor brother." Lin kindly walked up to the flesh puppet and asked, "It's you, I remember now. You were my first patient. Have you gathered enough money?" "Your eye is still with me," it replied frantically. "No, don't come closer." A system prompt sounded. Flesh puppet's fear level towards you increased by 1. Flesh puppet's fear level towards you increased by 1. Seeing it continuously backing away, he stepped forward and asked, "Why are you shaking? Are you sick? Let me take a look." The flesh puppet recalled the scene of Lin constantly stirring his hand inside its mouth, making it even more wary of the boy. It turned and fled, shouting loudly, "Help, a twisted doctor is bullying a child." Lin angrily grabbed its clothes and yelled, "Stop, who are you calling twisted?" The flesh puppet screamed, "I'm going to be humiliated by the twisted doctor." With a smack after he hit it, it clutched its head and burst into tears. Lin angrily threatened, "Quiet down, don't make weird noises." He turned around and asked softly, "I happen to need something from you. Do you remember the limbs I pulled out of your stomach that day?" The flesh puppet replied, sobbing, "What do you want? Do you want to pull them out again? Are you just obsessed with my mouth, you pervert?" Lin sighed. "Do you have some misunderstanding about me?" He sat beside it and kindly asked, "Have you been looking for your mother?" It looked at him with fearful eyes. "Yes, are you trying to plot something against my mother again?" Lin looked at the flesh puppet, speechless. "What does this child take me for? Am I the kind of pervert who's into both mother and daughter?" He stroked his chin and said, "Well, have you ever considered that your mother has been with you all along?" This made it believe him. Seeing the flesh puppet drop its guard, he pointed at himself and said, "For example, she's in your stomach." It looked at its stomach in fear and asked, "What did you say?" He took a comb out of his pocket. Lin held up the comb and said, "After you left, I discovered that all the flesh I took out of your stomach belonged to the same person, and I also found this comb." He placed the comb in front of it and asked, making it afraid, "This is your mother's, isn't it?" A system prompt sounded. "Your hidden quest flesh puppet seeks mother progress increased to 10%. The flesh puppet said with a grim face, "Impossible, I was starving then and she went to find food for me and brought back a lot of meat." Lin replied, "Perhaps your mother loved you too much so she cut off her own flesh to feed you." The flesh puppet went crazy, constantly defending itself. "No, I would never eat mama, I'm not lying, you're definitely lying to me." Prompts appeared. Danger level 20%, danger level 30%. Lin gently placed his hand on its head and softly comforted it. "Don't be sad, those limbs are still with me. Perhaps I can help you." It looked at him and asked, "You want to help me?" Lin pointed at the eerie house and said, "Yes, but I have to go to my client's place first." The flesh puppet frowned slightly, looking at him. "Your client is at the happy home," Lin replied. "Yes." The flesh puppet looked at him with concern. "Then I advise you not to go in or you'll regret it too late." Lin holding his lamp walked into the creaking ghost gate. The flesh puppet followed him step by step. "I've said all I can say, believe it or not, it's up to you." When he turned around to look behind him, the small figure had already disappeared, startling him. Lin chuckled to himself. "No, my clients are all lovely and cute." He quickened his pace towards the happy home. After walking for a while, Lin arrived in front of a dilapidated house. He pushed open the door and walked in. A strange wind blew out. Lin walked in, holding his lamp, looking around. Voices echoed in the air. "Is the master of the house home?" His expression was serious and displeased. A figure flashed past Lin's nape. He sharply turned around and immediately asked, "Who's there?" Candles lit up one by one, illuminating the surrounding space. A happy family appeared before Lin, looking at him. Lin calmly walked forward to greet them. "Hello, I am Dr. Lin from Soul Wandering Street nearby. May I ask which one is Miss Alice? I am here to treat her." Prompts appeared one after another. Happy brother Bai Yi, race, puppet. Description: the lovely brother who just returned home from another world. Alice's brother. He often brings Alice many interesting toys. He never bullies his sister, never hits her. He's very good. Happy father Carmel, race. Stitched puppet. Description: the happiest family in Soul Departure Alley, a refined gentleman. He is the ever-present father Alice can't live without. He is always polite to people, in short, very friendly. Happy Mother, Dark Elf Curse Tribe Elf Race. Description: the happiest family in Soul Departure Alley, mistress of the ancient castle. She is a talkative lady, but also a mother people can't do without. Mother always makes sure her children are well fed. Linen glanced over and thought to himself, a family of three races. He looked around elsewhere. They were even interesting puppets. The dark elf picked up a wine glass and said, she has been sick for a long time. Many doctors came before, but none were effective, so she doesn't really trust doctors. Fahi picked up a serving plate and salivated as he looked at the roasted chicken in front of him. But you can definitely cure Alice's illness, right? Doctor, you definitely can, right? Carmel ordered someone to pour wine and then spoke. So we've prepared a lavish feast to entertain you. Let's eat and talk. The family of three burst into laughter, accompanied by a system prompt. You have triggered an optional quest. Help your client Alice cure her illness. Quest rewards: 1,000 skull coins, 2,000 experience, special remuneration X1. The servant immediately pulled out a chair for Linen at the command. He said with difficulty, thank you for your hospitality, I'm honored. A prompt appeared again. You have triggered a quest. Escape the happy home alive. Quest rewards: 300 skull coins, 500 experience. Linen looked around vigilantly. Escape here alive. As expected, there's a problem here, but I'm a doctor. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Even if I die, I must cure my client. Linen looked around and then asked, how is Miss Alice now? Isn't she coming to eat? Carmel replied with a smile. No rush, my daughter is still sleeping. She's been very tired lately. Please eat something first, I'll take you to see her later. After saying this, he snapped his fingers and a servant brought something over. As soon as he opened it, a prompt displayed the ingredients. Rabbit kidney. Freshly removed kidney, medium rare, prepared with a secret method making it mouth-watering and delicious. Linen glanced at it and thought to himself, that rabbit kidney, wasn't that what Bai Yi was so enthusiastically looking at? The dark elf smiled and said, please enjoy it. Taste the delicacy I specially prepared for you. Linen replied with a bitter smile, it looks very fresh, but I'm not really a fan of internal organs. The family of three said with eerie smiles, don't like it? The dark elf frowned, looked at Linen and said, you don't like what I made? Linen was startled and immediately grabbed it, wolfing it down. How could that be? I just don't like internal organs. Everything else is fine. This sausage isn't bad. A foul smell assailed his nostrils, making him uncomfortable. Looking at the food in his hand, a prompt displayed, delicious pork sausage, made from fresh pig intestines stuffed with selected meat from 15 different doctors offering a variety of flavors. Linen looked at the food and muttered, good heavens, system, why didn't you warn me sooner? The system sounded. Linen's sanity -10 in front of the family of three. Linen painstakingly stuffed the food into his mouth. He swallowed the bite with difficulty. Linen groaned uncomfortably. Delicious, delicious, so delicious I'm sweating. The dark elf smiled at his words. Glad you like it, eat, eat. Linen replied with a smile. Don't just watch me, everyone, you eat too, he cautiously muttered to himself. Eating an apple should be fine, right? Linen reached for the squirming apple. He was about to eat. Suddenly the three turned their heads and looked at him coldly. Linen smiled, eerily holding the apple in one hand and extended his other hand and threw the apple to it to eat. At this moment the man's face was filled with surprise, looking ghastly as if he'd seen a ghost, and he stammered, Doctor, your left hand. In stark contrast to his ghastly expression, Linen was unusually calm. He even introduced casually, oh, this is my second mouth. With so much delicious food I plan to eat with both mouths, you don't mind, do you? Meanwhile the second mouth extended its bright red tongue. Saliva consequently flowed all over the table. Strange sounds also emerged from its side. Zuozuo's affection -1, Zuozuo's affection -1. The dark elf showed no displeasure. Instead she proactively walked to Linan's seat. A radiant flower-like smile blossomed on her beautiful face and she confirmed to him, not at all, it makes me very happy to see you eat so much. Hearing the dark elf's words, Linan relaxed a little. He chuckled, and I won't hold back. Immediately after, Linan unhesitatingly picked up the bowl full of fruit and poured it all into his second mouth. Linen spoke up to reassure everyone, it's fine, my second mouth is a bit excited to eat so much delicious food. Wait, I'll stop it. After saying this, Linen hid his body under the table. Linan's amber eyes remained fixed on his hand, then he whispered to Zuozuo, what are you doing? Immediately, a seemingly annoyed voice replied, annoying fellow, you're feeding me these strange things again. Linen paid it no mind, saying aggressively, Hunter, can't you still swallow? What's a little bit of this? Hearing him say this, the second mouth became even more annoyed. It roared angrily, I ate that willingly, you didn't force it in. Seeing that he couldn't persuade this little mouth, Linen had to try a different approach. He began to bribe it, trying to negotiate. How about this, if you help me finish this meal I can give you delicious strawberry cake. Immediately after, an extremely friendly finger went up in front of him, accompanied by a humph sound. Dream on, I don't eat strawberries. The protesting voice suddenly faltered, replaced by a hesitant tone. Wait, did you say strawberry cake? Seeing his prey about to take the bait, Linen quickly added another sentence, trying to tempt this greedy second mouth. Butter, strawberries, cream cake, eggs, and offal. Plus a hint of cheese aroma. At these words, its expression immediately did a 180-degree turn. It grinned and said, in that case, helping you wouldn't be impossible. Immediately after, Linen swiftly returned to the dining table with a calm demeanor. He said to everyone, apologies for the wait, everyone. Shall we begin? No sooner had the word begin left his lips than Linan's arm suddenly deformed. It stretched and contracted in a bizarre manner like a rubber stick, simultaneously darting forward at an extreme speed accompanied by piercing screams. A large mouth appeared on its palm, devouring all the food within its sight like a hungry behemoth. The scene before them made the dark elf's face turn pale as if she had lost too much blood. Bai Yi was utterly astonished, his face uglier than if he'd swallowed a fly. The surrounding servants were all dumbfounded by the sight. Lin En soothed his arm. Plenty, plenty, don't choke, eat slowly. Carmel enthusiastically entertained his guest, ordering more food for Lin En and continuing to serve dishes, even telling someone to notify the kitchen to prepare more. In the blink of an eye, the dining table was piled high with plates packed tightly. Lin En's question was almost making his heart stop. His already ghastly complexion now looked even worse. The dark elf's expression was no different from her husband's. She stammered in reply, "There should be more." No sooner had she spoken than the two hurried into the kitchen, one chasing the other. "I'll go hurry the kitchen," he said as he walked. Seeing this, the dark elf silently followed. "I'll go take a look too." In fact, no one expected that once the two disappeared from Lin En's and everyone else's sight, their expressions would drastically change. The husband gritted his teeth and asked her, "Didn't they say the blood cult disciples are weak and easily lured? Did Alice get it wrong?" The wife frowned and replied, "Good heavens, we haven't even made our move and he's already eaten 2 months' worth of our food. If he keeps eating, we'll lose even our pants." The husband appeased his wife, saying, "Don't rush, Alice is observing. If we can keep him as family, it won't be a loss." In fact, since a moment ago, Lin En had secretly gone outside to eavesdrop. After listening intently for a long time, not missing a single word, Lin En finally confirmed in his heart. As expected, they wanted to turn him into food, just like the other doctors, and that guest seemed to hold special significance for me. Taking off his thoughts, Lin En pretended to walk up to Bai Yi and asked, "Hello, excuse me, where's the restroom?" Although he was thoroughly enjoying his food, he still paused to direct Lin En. "Third door on the right." Lin En went out and looked around, searching for the restroom. At this moment, Lin En stood before the mirror, looking at himself through the shiny surface, and said to Zuo Zuo on his hand, "Zuo Zuo, things are looking bad. If this continues, I'll be dead before I even meet the client." Zuo Zuo beside him complained, "Aside from everything else, can you please hold that thing with your left hand? It's disgusting." Lin En seemed to pay no attention to Zuo Zuo's words. He quickly changed the subject and asked it, "First, let's talk about the main issue. What do you think we should do?" Zuo Zuo was already agitated, and now it was adding fuel to the fire. It roared, "Damn it, I don't know." Just then, the restroom door was suddenly flung open and a familiar figure walked towards Lin En. Bai Yi stood nearby. Lin En couldn't help but glance over. The sounds of pants dropping to the floor and a belt clanking against the ground noisily echoed. The atmosphere in the restroom was extremely tense at this moment. Lin En felt something was wrong and instinctively looked around, a hint of surprise on his face. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Bai Yi, his lips moving slightly, and quietly said, "Brother, you seem a bit unwell lately." Before he could finish his sentence, a gush of fresh blood bud forth like a spring from where Bai Yi stood. At this moment, Bai Yi's refined face was eerily twisted. Blood was gurgling from all his orifices, especially his eyes. They were wide open, a truly horrifying sight, but upon closer inspection one would notice a blurred, phantom-like youthful figure behind Bai Yi. The figure materialized and warned, "Run, quickly." Lin En's eyes widened. He seemed to have realized something. He thought to himself, "Wait, the language he's speaking is from our side." Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Lin En, without thinking much, grabbed Bai Yi's shoulder and urgently asked, "Are you from our side too? How did you end up here? Do you know how to get back? Hey, speak up." Bai Yi, right before his eyes, a candle was burning, its flame roaring, full of power. However, just a moment later, the flame extinguished. As the space suddenly darkened, 2 hands simultaneously shot out and gripped Lin En's neck. Bai Yi's face looked extraordinarily terrifying, his eerie eyes never leaving Lin En. He muttered indifferently, like a soulless person, proclaiming he would cut him open, empty him of everything, and turn him into family. System prompt pops up. Host's HP is depleting. Host's HP is depleting. Lin En seemed to have been pushed to the brink. Bai Yi's hand was clamped tightly around his windpipe, making him unable to breathe. He even chuckled, muttering like an idiot, "Alice prefers you to be its brother." He had thought his life would end here. But fortunately, Lin En was the protagonist. In one move, he easily turned the situation around. In a flash, Bai Yi was flung to the ground by him. Then he assumed an extremely awkward posture, looking like a spider. His head bobbed like a broken robot. Then with a jump, Bai Yi gracefully climbed the wall. Exactly like Spider-Man in an action movie. He completely ignored Lin En and just left by clinging to the wall. Seeing Bai Yi leave, Lin En frantically stepped forward, wanting to chase him, but Zuo Zuo jumped out and blocked him. "Idiot, he just tried to kill you, and you want to chase him?" At this, Lin En gradually calmed down and replied awkwardly, "Sorry, I got a bit emotional seeing someone from my hometown just now. Doctor, are you in there? We saw you weren't finished eating earlier, so we got some fresh ingredients. Would you like to try them?" A voice from outside echoed in the room, drawing his attention. Since the dark elf had said so, Lin En couldn't refuse. He immediately walked out of the restroom and replied to her, "Of course, I'm coming right away." Sitting in a chair at the dining table, Lin En glanced at the empty chair, wondering, hasn't Bai Yi arrived? Over there, the dark elf lifted the pot lid, and an aroma spread out. Her excited voice rang out, "Come, come, these are our freshly cooked intestines. Quickly try them." In front of Lin En was a pot of food, or more precisely, human offal. A system prompt popped up. Young human organs, food made from fresh human offal, often used to entertain friendly guests and foster a sense of belonging. Lin En stared at the odorous dish in front of him, stammering, "Could this be?" The dark elf's face was filled with triumph. She smiled and said, "Eat, doctor, once you've finished we'll be family." Hearing her say this, Lin En's expression instantly darkened. The hand holding his knife and fork clenched tightly, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He replied unhappily in a low voice, I just said I don't like eating offal, but you insist on making me eat it, urging me to. Are you sick? His gaze changed as he looked at them. The dark elf was startled, staring blankly at him. The flames on the wall sconces burned fiercely, struggling to resist the encroaching dark magic. Her demeanor completely changed. Wisps of dark aura permeated the air. A row of sharp teeth emerged, looking absolutely terrifying. In just an instant her form completely transformed, growing sharp nails, a long tongue, and eyes glowing like searchlights. She looked at the plate of food and said in the most terrifying, slightly threatening tone, "How rude. To entertain you, we used 2 months' worth of food and even sacrificed a recently reunited family member." The dark elf grabbed a portion of offal from the pot and lunged at Linen, shouting, "Do you want me to feed you? Come on, eat it all." As she spoke, she grabbed the hand, reaching out. Without an extra movement, Linen pressed her hand onto the table and fiercely stabbed his fork into it, startling the dark elf. "You like it so much, don't you? Then you can taste it yourself." He spoke the cold words expressionlessly. Linen raised his left hand with Zuo attached to it, and commanded, "Zuo, make her full." A stream of green liquid gushed from his palm, all of it entering the dark elf's mouth. She couldn't react in time, only able to emit gurgling sounds from her throat. The mass of green liquid continuously flowed into her mouth, emitting a pungent, foul odor. System prompt pops up. Mistress Dark Elf Sphere +10, Mistress Dark Elf Sphere +15, Mistress Dark Elf Sphere +20. The liquid was so much that her belly distended. She clutched her stomach in discomfort, trying to vomit out the disgusting stuff while coughing violently. Linen gave her no chance to catch her breath, quickly grabbing her chin and threatening, "Where did you hide my fellow countrymen?" The prompt sounded again. Mistress Dark Elf Sanity -10, Mistress Dark Elf Sanity -10 consecutive. The dark elf stared at him with wide eyes. Linen looked at her miserable expression and hooked up the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. She repeated, "I don't know. It seems your mind isn't clear. Let me diagnose your illness." The prompt sounded again. Random diagnosis skill triggered. Target symptom found, brain lesion. Hearing this, the dark elf turned deathly pale, tears welling up in her eyes, and the prompt panel reappeared. Target symptom 2 found, puppet Layuan. Target symptom 3 found, evil spirit field. She clutched her head, trembling all over, and screamed in agony, "It hurts so much, it's too painful." System prompt pops up. Random diagnosis skill active effect triggered. You randomly diagnose target symptom, skin blindness. In contrast to the dark elf, Linen was very calm. He reassured her, "Don't be afraid, you're just sick. I'm a doctor and I'll definitely cure you." You randomly diagnose target symptom, localized muscle necrosis. You randomly diagnose target symptom, acute lung perforation. The system prompt panel popped up again. Hearing Linen say this, the dark elf became even more uneasy. She asked in terror, "What are you going to do to me?" "Do what?" A sharp scalpel was drawn, its blade gleaming brightly enough to reflect his precise eyes. He replied, "In return, you'll surely tell me the whereabouts of my fellow countrymen, won't you?" What happened next was unknown. Only a series of shrill screams echoed, and streaks of fresh red blood splattered everywhere. System prompts kept sounding. "Your blade mastery +1, your blade mastery +1, your blade mastery +1. In extreme terror, the dark elf tremblingly extended a finger pointing towards the lightless corridor and said to Linen, his puppet showed fluctuations. He was controlled by Alice, and was sent to the kitchen. Alice has given up on him. It wants you to take that human's place." Linen turned to look at her, a slight smirk playing on his lips, holding a sharp surgical needle in his hand, and said, "Thank you, your illness has been cleared. Next I'll help you stitch yourself up." Hearing this, a look of terror appeared on the dark elf's face and she screamed, "Wait, don't," before she could finish a sentence. Linen had already brandished the blurring suture thread, directly causing the dark elf to scream loudly in terror. As soon as it was over, he didn't linger and left immediately, leaving her sitting there distraught and a familiar figure slowly moving towards a dark corner. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes intently watched his footsteps. A voice came from one pair of eyes, "Over here." The other pair of eyes quickly responded, "Good. Stop Alice's new brother and send that useless old brother over too. Take him to the basement for surgery. Tomorrow we'll be family." A meticulous plan emerged from those eerie eyes. The scene returns to the protagonist, Linen, who had just arrived in a strange room filled with hooks and chains. After some searching, he found a control button. Linen pressed it without hesitation and another room immediately appeared before his eyes. The first thing he saw was a fat pig wearing a chef's uniform. It had countless surgical scars on its body. Hearing someone enter, it immediately spoke, "Get out, this is the kitchen. No one is allowed in without the mistress's permission." Linen, hearing this, smiled triumphantly and replied, "Apologies, the mistress sent me to find someone named Bai Yi. Is he here?" The pig-headed chef turned its head and made a terrifying expression in response. "Don't know Bai Yi, but if it's a human." The next second it plunged its knife into the cutting board, where there were also a few pieces of meat of unknown origin. The pig-headed chef took a step back and said, "Here, the master just brought it." Linen looked at the freshly revealed piece of meat, thinking to himself, "Is Bai Yi dead?" He recalled the youthful face and immediately refuted himself. "No, the person I saw earlier was indeed Bai Yi. He was just hollowed out, his body turned into a puppet." Linen asked the pig-headed chef in a low voice, "I see you don't seem like a member of this family." It focused on its work and replied, "I accepted that little girl's generous payment. For these 3 days I am the head chef here." Its hands deftly stirred the ingredients in its soup pot. Linen pointed at the pile of bloody scraps and tentatively said to the pig-headed chef, "Can I have these bloody scraps?" The mistress said I could take them back to eat. The pig-headed chef bared its sharp teeth and stated its condition. "Yes, but you must trade something for them. My soup is just missing one ingredient. Could you help me find it?" Just then, a prompt panel immediately popped up with the message, "You have triggered a special hidden quest. Pig-headed butcher's food. Quest description. Find suitable ingredients for the pig-headed butcher to help it complete its soup. Quest reward. Pig-headed butcher's affection plus 10. Pig-headed butcher's special reward. 1. The pig-headed butcher will not participate in your punishment. The prompt panel also showed Linen the details of the dish it was cooking. Bizarre broth unfinished. A thick soup brewed by the pig-headed butcher, mixing various spices and fresh ingredients. It contains some special flesh, making one drool with desire. After learning this information beforehand, Linen curiously asked it, "This soup is already delicious enough, what else do you need to add?" The pig-headed butcher stroked its chin, deliberating, and told Linen that it needed the tissue of a high-level creature. It must contain knowledge and also accumulate enough resentment within it. Linen was puzzled by its request and asked in return, "Contains knowledge and accumulates resentment? Does such an ingredient exist?" The pig-headed butcher told him yes, but it was very rare, unable to be found for decades. No sooner had it spoken than Linen pulled out a brain and said to it, "Found it. See if this works." The pig-headed chef was startled by him and shouted loudly, "So fast!" Seeing the ingredient it had sought for years right before its eyes, the pig-headed butcher carefully took it from Linan's hand and the next second brought it to its mouth, tasting the flavor it had long sought with its tongue. It happily told him, "It truly contains countless knowledge and is indeed full of resentment and malice, which is interesting. But this ingredient isn't fresh enough, and it contains unnecessary lesions," Linan worriedly pressed. "It won't work." Without the slightest hesitation, the pig-headed butcher tossed the item into its soup pot, using this as its answer to Linan. The pig-headed chef said happily, "Although it's the last seasoning for the soup, it's enough." The system unexpectedly popped up a prompt informing Linan, "You have completed the special hidden quest, Pig-headed Butcher's Food. You received quest rewards, Pig-headed Butcher's Affection plus 10. The pig-headed butcher will not participate in your punishment. The pig-headed butcher is preparing your special reward. Come back in half an hour to claim it." After getting what it wanted, it took out a black bag, put all the remaining bloody scraps from the table into it, then turned around and handed it to Linan, saying, "Here, as I said before, these things are for you." Linan quickly took it, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." It enthusiastically pointed to the kitchen's freezer and told Linan, "Oh, by the way, that human still has a piece of skin left in the freezer. Go get it." Linan looked in that direction, anxiously calling out to Bai Yi in his mind. Linan immediately shook off the pig-headed butcher's arm and quickly walked towards the freezer. He deftly turned the freezer handle with both hands. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air rushed out. Linan directly rushed inside. He couldn't help but stare, seeing those intact human skins hanging together on cold hooks. Accompanying this was the continuous creaking sound of the freezer. Soon Linan found Bai Yi. His body had been cut into pieces of meat with traces of stitching on them. He couldn't help but shout, "Fellow countrymen!" Linan rushed forward and quickly cut the rope suspending him. Linan embraced his friend's cold body and said, "Fellow, don't be afraid. Although I couldn't save your kidney, I've brought most of your flesh and blood. Don't worry, I'll operate on you now." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yi's finger twitched, and then he suddenly came alive, looking at Linan and laughing loudly. Linan was momentarily stunned and stammered in fear, "Wait, don't move, I am here to save you." The prompt panel also chimed in, joining the fun. Danger level 10%, danger level 20%. Too many variables annoyed Linan. He directly threw a punch, landing a fierce blow on Bai Yi's face and shouted, "Can you stop moving around so carelessly?" A single blow sent Bai Yi flying 100 meters away. Only after Linan calmed down did he suddenly remember and ask with concern, "Fellow, are you alright? I was a bit emotional just now. I promise I didn't hit you." Instead of regaining consciousness, Bai Yi instinctively roared and pounced to attack him. Linan wasn't one to be trifled with. He immediately rewarded Bai Yi with a copper bullet, hitting him in the lower abdomen. The system also popped up a prompt, "You hit Bai Yi, your firearms proficiency plus 1. Seeing this, Linan was still uneasy and a bit impatient. He himself was an excellent doctor. Linan then fired a few more shots into his abdomen consecutively. "You hit Bai Yi, your firearms proficiency plus 1. You hit Bai Yi, your firearms proficiency plus 1. The prompts happily popped up too. Only when he saw Bai Yi incapacitated and trembling on the floor did Linan with peace of mind blow the smoke from his six-shooter. He proudly announced, "Anesthesia complete." Linan took out a surgical needle, gave an eerie smile, and said, "Begin the suturing operation." Linan's exquisite needlework began. Prompts kept sounding, "Your suturing skill plus 1. Your suturing skill plus 1. The sound of cutting thread rang out and the prompt panel appeared simultaneously, concluding the matter with a message, "Your suturing skill plus 1. Bai Yi also slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. After a while he fully recovered his senses and stammered, asking, "Oh, what is this?" The system unexpectedly sounded, notifying Linan, "Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement Living Reconstruction. You gain 200 base experience points. Living Reconstruction is a progressive achievement, obtained when you successfully piece together a humanoid creature during surgery without causing its death. You have taken an important step towards becoming a flesh reconstruction expert. You gain permanent attribute bonuses: Spirit plus 2, Intelligence plus 2, Charm plus 1. The original surgery was meant to be placed later, but this operation wasn't crucial and merely served as filler, so it was placed earlier, omitting the process. The key lies in the second surgery." Skipping past the long and convoluted prompt panel, Linan placed his six-shooter against Bai Yi's head. Seeing this, Bai Yi trembled helplessly, unable to speak. Linan laughed loudly and recited an abrupt nonsensical phrase, "Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger." Bai Yi, facing the gun pointed directly at his forehead, trembled and asked, What are you trying to do? Seeing him so scared, Lin En smiled triumphantly and repeated, Less nonsense. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. What's the next line? Bai Yi quickly replied. Pagoda suppresses River Demon. From this moment on the two faced each other, exchanging secret codes. Odd changes even doesn't. Lin An's expression gradually relaxed, but the test hadn't stopped. He continued, Signs depend on the quadrant. Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. He immediately replied 18 Li. Only then, as if confirming the return of his brother with tears in his eyes, he read the last line. I have a good little sister. Bai Yi, equally excited beside him, tears streaming down his face, replied, light-bodied, soft-boned, easily pushed over. With just this one line, Lin En couldn't help but pounce and embrace him, saying affectionately, Fellow countryman, that's great, you're back to normal. Seeing this, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to complain tearfully, Do you know what I've been through these past few days? First my kidney was removed, then my stomach, and even one of my balls is gone. Luckily you saved me. Lin En, with moist eyes, comforted him. Don't worry, brother, I'll put your ball back for you. It's just that one kidney is already cooked, so it can't be used anymore, but it won't affect much. Bai Yi happily replied, Really, you're truly my reconstructive benefactor. May I ask your esteemed name? The plot now shifted into the style of a wuxia novel. Lin En replied, My surname is Lin, given name Un, courtesy name Yuxian. From Heilongjiang Northeast. Bai Yi did not stint on praise. Big brother even has a courtesy name, so cultured, he reacted quickly, also cupping his hands in greeting and introducing himself. My humble self surname is Bai, given name Yi, a poor high school student who hasn't graduated yet. From Modu Jojo. Lin En stepped forward, patted his shoulder and said, So you're from Shanghai. A pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately asked back in confusion, Shanghai, what Shanghai? Lin En felt something was off, paused for a moment and looked at Bai Yi in surprise. He asked blankly in return, Wait, say that again, where are you from? From Modu, he said honestly. Lin En immediately reminded, Say the name, not the nickname. Bai Yi, now a bit confused, replied, It's Modu Jojo. Everyone in the country knows Modu. What's wrong? That single sentence struck Lin En like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stiff and rooted to the spot. Bai Yi asked worriedly, Big brother, what's wrong? To clarify the situation, Lin En immediately asked another question. Before my bed the moonlight gleams. I wonder if it's frost on the ground. Who wrote that? He replied with certainty. Li He wrote it. Who doesn't know that? Lin En seemed to have realized something was wrong here, muttering to himself, Wait, could it be? He sighed deeply, looked up at the ceiling and muttered, It seems we're not from the same place. Bai Yi immediately retorted from the side, Big brother, what are you talking about? Although the cities are different, at least our nationality is the same. He tried to comfort him. Lin En murmured disheartenedly, It's similar, yet not. Your world is very much like mine, but that's not my hometown. Just then, the prompt panel came to join the fun again. Special Achievement, Alien Homeland. You gain 200 base experience points. Special Achievement, Alien Homeland, obtained when you encounter the first guest from your homeland. Description. Perhaps subtle differences are eternal. You gain permanent attribute bonuses. All attributes +10, enjoyment -10. The spirit suddenly plummeted. Bai Yi despondently said to Lin En, So we're not actually from the same hometown. Lin En gripped his shoulders tightly to comfort him. But no matter what, I'm already very happy to have met you in this godforsaken place. Even if we're not truly from the same hometown, don't worry, I won't abandon you. Gratefully he hesitated and asked again, Really, brother Lin, I'm so grateful to you. While speaking words of gratitude, his body wouldn't obey him. His arm suddenly lifted and slapped Lin En. Immediately after, Bai Yi's body kept flailing around, accompanied by his protests, No, suddenly my body's out of control, brother Lin, it's really not me. A deafening gunshot rang out and a bullet flew straight to his control center, hitting him between the eyebrows. Bai Yi looked at the smoke rising from the bullet hole in his forehead in terror and asked blankly, Brother Lin, what was that just now? Lin En explained, It seems whatever's controlling you is still inside. My demon hunting gun can only suppress it, not eradicate it. Bai Yi knelt down, clutching Lin En's clothes, and said in a panic, I remember now, they stuffed something really strange into my body, and then I don't remember anything. Brother Lin, you must have a way, right? Please save me. Lin En helped him up by the shoulders and comforted him. Don't be afraid, I'm the best doctor here. I can definitely save you. System prompt. You activated diagnosis skill. You discovered target disease 1, evil spirit parasitism. Discovered target disease 2, puppet control. Discovered target disease 3, impotence. Discovered target disease 4, kidney deficiency. These are truly some difficult conditions that can't be resolved in a short time. After some consideration, he felt that the latter three were not major issues. The most important was the first. Lin En asked the system for detailed information on disease 1. A series of messages popped up on the notification panel. Evil spirit parasitism. This is a dark art, one that even the denizens of the dark world find hard to adapt to. This dark art can separate a creature's living soul and then implant it into another body, thereby completing forced parasitism. As time passes, the implanted evil spirit will gradually replace the body's original soul, and eventually complete the takeover. The key to treating this disease is to find the implanted evil spirit. It is parasitic in the frontal lobe of the brain. After receiving the information, Lin En offered a solution. There's a way, it just requires a minor surgery. Hearing this, Bai Yi asked back, his face alight with joy. Really? Lin En instantly extinguished his joy. But during the surgery, whatever's inside you will fight you for control of your body. At that time, your will must be firm. Do not succumb to it, Bai Yi replied. Don't worry, other things might not work, but my marksmanship is very skilled. He then softly added, "Oh, by the way, where exactly is this minor surgery going to be performed?" Lin En couldn't help himself. "Then just shoot yourself, no problem, right?" Lin En pointed to his own head and uttered a word that made Bai Yi's face turn pale with fright. "Brain." Bai Yi cried out in a panic, "What? Are you going to perform a craniotomy?" Lin En revealed a sinister smile, holding a sharp knife in each hand, and said with a laugh, "No craniotomy needed. Just remove one eye, then insert and stir. It'll be done in 3 to 5 minutes at most." Hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes widened in fear, repeating his words. "Insert and stir." System notification continued. Bai Yi's sanity -30. Bai Yi's sanity -30. Bai Yi's sanity -30. Is Bai Yi's sanity about to hit 0? He fled in panic, clutching his head, not forgetting to shout behind him, "Let's do this surgery another day. I have something to do, I'll be going now." Of course, his intention to escape didn't elude Lin En's keen eyes. Lin En frowned, reached out, grabbing his collar with one hand and his wrist with the other, and said to Bai Yi with a serious demeanor, "What are you scared of? You just went through a human reconstruction surgery. What's this compared to that?" Bai Yi whined tearfully. "Before I was unconscious and didn't know what was happening. Now that I do, of course I'm scared." He still trembled and tried to dodge. "Besides, you said we're not from the same hometown. Let me go, I'm not having the surgery." Lin En, still holding his collar, gently advised, "Just bear with it and it'll be over. You have to trust me." Seeing that Bai Yi was absolutely refusing the surgery, Lin En decided to take coercive measures. He roared, burning with anger, "What's wrong? Refusing treatment for your illness? Then don't blame me for getting rough." Bai Yi was somewhat surprised, completely stunned. Lin En then put on a stern face and said, "Come on, are you doing it or not?" Though still afraid, he stammered, "I'll do it, just be gentle, I'm afraid of pain." Lin En's hand reached towards Bai Yi, whose face contorted in fear. Lin En, however, revealed a benevolent smile and said, "Don't worry, just bear with it, I'll be quick." Lin En's hand reached for Bai Yi's eye, scaring him into a scream, unable to even close his eyes. He kept screaming, "It hurts," and then complained, "Are you just going to dig it out like this? Where's the anesthesia? You should at least give anesthesia for surgery." System prompt, "Bai Yi's fear towards you +10. Lin En said, flustered, "Sorry, I forgot." Bai Yi cried out indignantly, "Oh my god, are you really a doctor?" Lin En held Bai Yi down and defended himself. "Doctors in this world are all like this, you'll get used to it. Come on, let's continue." Bai Yi continued to struggle, screaming in terror. "No, don't." The system's notification sound rang out. "Bai Yi's fear towards you +30. Bai Yi's fear towards you +30. Miserable screams echoed through the room. Lin En, holding Bai Yi's eye in his hand, said with a triumphant smile, "See, didn't I dig it out? It didn't hurt at all." He lay weakly on the ground, gasping and crying out. "Mom, I want to go home," Lin En said with a grin. "All right, next is the important part of the operation. Later you must remain conscious. If you feel controlled, decisively shoot yourself." Bai Yi picked up the gun in his hand and said indifferently, "All right, whatever you say." Lin En held Bai Yi's eye in his hand while another eye grew on his own cheek. He looked at Bai Yi and said, "All right, I'm starting, don't move." Suddenly, Bai Yi's face became utterly terrified. He looked at the newly grown eye and stammered, "Bro, you have an eye on your face, you aren't human, are you?" Lin En didn't answer, merely muttering to himself. Sure enough, there was a pathological area in his brain. Deep within Bai Yi's brain, an evil spirit was curled up, sleeping. He cried out happily, "Found it, it's this guy?" Seeing Lin En's finger pointing at him again, he showed a terrified expression and shouted, "Wait, what are you going to do? Are you going to just stick your finger in there directly?" Small tentacles grew from Lin En's fingers, rushing towards Bai Yi's eye socket and drilling inside. He went from shock to terror, crying out, "Bro, you're really not human, you're a tentacle monster." Bai Yi was so scared he became incoherent, but amidst his shrill screams, those tentacles passed through a certain cavity and rushed towards his brain. They began searching for a separation point to reach the evil spirit hidden somewhere in Bai Yi's brain. Suddenly, the evil spirit woke up. It turned its head, sensing what was disturbing it, opened its large mouth and shrieked, speaking in a strange language. But judging by its content, it was probably cursing. Strange spikes grew on the outer surface of Bai Yi's brain. From those spikes, black tentacles like Lin En's hands emerged, and they suddenly charged forward to attack. Lin En's face showed discomfort, and he murmured, "Here it comes, I feel so dizzy." Bai Yi lay stiffly exhausted, his entire body lifeless. Lin En reached out and patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Quick, stay conscious, don't let it take over you." He replied weakly, "Yes." Sensing the dire situation, he took out a bottle of medicine, opened the lid and poured a yellow liquid into Bai Yi's empty eye socket, scaring him into a panicked scream. "Brother, what are you pouring into my eye?" Lin En explained. "Don't panic, we need to get the weapon into your head now." But these words didn't seem to calm him down. He quickly pressed weapon to answer this question. Some sounds emanated from Bai Yi's head. It sounded like metal clashing. Bai Yi's mouth gaped open in surprise, thinking worriedly, could it be that now inside my brain? Lin En's tentacles, holding weapons, severed the evil spirit's tentacles. The tentacles from both sides tangled into a mess and fought within Bai Yi's head. He opened his mouth and asked, "Are they fighting?" Suddenly, a blob of black stuff, 100% blood included, spurted from his brain. Inside that disgusting mass, the evil spirit appeared. Thwarting Lin En's attack, it roared in anger, "He's mine!" A violent dark power surged from its body, threatening die, causing the small weapon-wielding hands to pause for a moment. Outside, Bai Yi clutched his head and cried out in pain. "I feel like I'm losing control," Lin En quickly reminded him. "Quick, shoot. Use holy power to suppress it." Bai Yi trembled with pain all over, slowly raising the gun wrapped in dazzling golden light. The gun fired with immense power. Seasoned with a bit of Bai Yi's painful scream, a yellow energy orb shot in, quickly enveloping the evil spirit, making it open its mouth in agony and curse. "Damn holy energy." Beams of light formed arrows, shooting straight towards it, causing significant vibrations. Lin En tightly gripped Bai Yi, encouraging him. Keep going, just a little more, you'll kill it soon. Bai Yi struggled and shouted, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die, oh my god. Gunshots continuously rang out, firing many golden lightning bolts. Lin En reminded him, come on, one last shot. Bai Yi gripped the gun tightly and shouted, I'm fighting to the death. A powerful beam of light shot in, directly piercing the evil spirit's body, reducing its HP to 0. While Lin En was busy suturing the brain wound, a system notification panel popped up. You have successfully cleansed Bai Yi of the parasitic evil spirit. You gained 200 base experience. Lin En wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and said with a sigh of relief, the surgery was successful. From now on you no longer need to suffer from that consciousness's interference. Seeing his discomfort, Lin En asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Bai Yi rubbed his head and said weakly, brother, I don't feel good at all. He looked down at the 2 spent casings near his lower body and stammered, I think I used too much force. Your marksmanship is really accurate. 2 bullet holes so close. Truly one shot, one kill. Lin En pinched his own cheek, looked at Bai Yi's wound and nodded approvingly. The system joined the fun. Randomly activated diagnosis skill. You successfully discovered target disease 6. Crushed testicles. He panicked, saying tragically with a tear-streaked face, Brother Lin, please help me. Lin En pondered. But when I reinstalled your body earlier, the recovery medicine had already run out. Bai Yi knelt on the ground, crying harder, lamenting, I'm still a virgin, I don't want to become a eunuch. Lin En mused for a moment before saying, there's a way, but the side effects will be significant. He immediately agreed, it's okay, as long as I'm whole, I'll accept any side effects. Lin En reluctantly replied, alright, that part of you can be restored with this medicine. I used some when I reinstalled your body earlier. Hearing this, Bai Yi put his hands together in prayer, overjoyed. He took out the medicine bottle from his first aid kit and said, take it. If you use it again, your body might undergo mutations like mine. Are you sure you want to use it? He handed over a bottle of flesh-generating potion. He asked seriously. Bai Yi answered decisively, yes, alright then, sit down first. If anything unusual happens, you must tell me immediately. As he spoke, Lin En's hand slowly began to pour the flesh-generating potion. Bai Yi's gaze followed the flowing potion with a hint of worry. The green potion seemed alive. It didn't flow to the ground but found its way to the healing spot on its own. The first drop drilled into the hole, then a trickle filled the wound. Bai Yi exclaimed with satisfaction written all over his face, it's coming, I can feel it, my body is slowly recovering. Flesh is growing like a new life is about to arrive. An eggshell cracked open and a cute little chick hatched, eager to explore this wonderful world, eventually breaking free and spreading its wings. Just as he was still happy, a huge shadow appeared. Bai Yi looked in surprise at the column-thick thing in front of him. It was a huge slimy tentacle. It approached and licked his face. The astonishment passed and Bai Yi looked down at the area, his expression turning to horror. He screamed in fright, tentacle. Don't come closer. System prompts echoed in Lin En's mind. Bai Yi's sanity -10, Bai Yi's sanity -20, Bai Yi's sanity -30, he said with a triumphant smile. Excellent, straight from level 1 to level 999, the tentacle, covered in eyes, wrapped around him, filling him with terror. Stop joking, save me, this thing's about to burrow into my mouth. Lin En took out his sharp knife, sliced it down, and the tentacle broke, splattering blood, while Bai Yi could only howl in pain. Bai Yi fell backward and the huge tentacle also dropped beside him. He lay there, tears streaming down his face, whispering indignantly, now it's really gone. In the dark and cold room, Lin En gently comforted him. Don't be disheartened, good days are still ahead, at least you're alive. He patted Bai Yi's shoulder and said, when we go back I'll install a flawless one for you, guaranteed to work well. Bai Yi replied glumly, brother, you said it, you have to keep your word. Lin En confidently assured him, don't worry, but before that I need to meet the owner of this place. These words made Bai Yi recoil in fright. He cried out in panic, what, you're going to find Alice? Lin En said with a smile. Yes, she's my patient and I must cure her illness. He cursed loudly. Are you crazy? Why would you cure her? She'll kill you just like she did to me, hollowing you out to make you a puppet. Lin En stretched his arm and answered confidently, therefore I should heal her even more and then avenge you by killing her. Eyes of all sizes, round and flat, appeared in the darkness. Wails echoed, rising and falling, accompanying Lin En and Bai Yi's footsteps. Lin En walked ahead with a lamp while Bai Yi carefully followed behind, distracted by those terrifying cries. He walked while looking back, his heart uneasy. After a pause, Lin En turned back and asked, are you sure it's this way? Bai Yi stammered in fear. Should be right, they dragged me into Alice's room from here. Suddenly, a chilling aura came from the other side of the corridor. Lin En said, wait, something's happening. Bai Yi cowered beside him in fear. A spine-chilling laugh echoed through the corridor. Sound waves vibrated, cracking the walls and floor, as if they could collapse at any moment. Bai Yi frantically gripped Lin En's hand, seeking a sense of security. Crimson blood surged into the corridor, beginning to flow from the cracks in the walls, and green streams of energy flew out with the eerie laughter, as if welcoming the appearance of a boss. 2 feet appeared out of nowhere, suspended in the air, startling and alarming both of them. The system displayed the information Lin En needed. Alice, race, earthbound spirit, alignment, neutral evil, combatability, intense obsession and hatred grant her unparalleled power. Description: her body is being cut, her will is shattering. Parents and siblings should have protected her well. They shouldn't have abandoned her, shouldn't have cut her, shouldn't have buried her. Shouldn't we have been a harmonious family? Shouldn't we have been happy? A little girl appeared in midair, surrounded by streams of colorful energy. Bai Yi screamed in terror. Ghost system notification popped up. Bai Yi's sanity -10, Bai Yi's sanity -10. Lin En looked at the little girl in front of him, her hair obscuring part of her face, revealing one eye that glowed red. Her entire body was surrounded by multiple strands of resentful energy. Lin En cautiously asked, "You are Alice? Did you send for me?" Alice tilted her head and smiled, reaching out her hand to Lin En, saying slowly and with difficulty, "Be my family. I won't make you into a puppet. Stay here and keep me company." Lin En asked doubtfully, "You seem very fixated on me." "Why?" The little girl's eyes brightened and she replied, "You're not good looking, you cured old brother, and you have a very kind heart." Alice blinked hard, extended her hand towards him and said, "Alice wants a brother who loves her." In her red eyes only Lin En's figure remained. "Staying here forever with Alice," the little girl emphasized. Lin En lowered his face and said seriously, "I'm sorry, little one, I can't agree to that because I can't stay here forever, but as a doctor, you're sick and I will definitely help you get well." He looked up, gazing at the little girl with gentle eyes, and said, "Of course, if you're lacking a brother's love, I can also occasionally give you some love." Alice extended her hand and flew forward towards Lin En. The little girl whispered as if casting a spell, saying he would change his mind and he would willingly stay. To Lin En's surprise, Alice's hand touched his body, and then the little girl flew through him, leaving a message, "We'll wait for you." Bai Yi screamed in panic. "She disappeared," Lin En explained with a cold expression. "That was just her illusion. She originally wanted to negotiate with me, but I ultimately refused," he continued. "Let's go. Next she's going to attack us." As Lin En spoke, he threw a knife into Bai Yi's hand. Bai Yi reached out and took the knife, cautiously asking, "Attack." From the crack, several evil spirits suddenly appeared. Bai Yi flinched and screamed, "Ghosts!" The evil spirits fully appeared outside the corridor. Lin En decisively attacked the enraged evil spirit with the chainsaw on his back. Instantly, a prompt rang in his mind. "You have sawed down an evil spirit. You gained 10 experience, but now was not the time to worry about that." He reminded the person behind him, who was only capable of trembling, "What are you dazed about? Stick close to me." After that, evil spirits continuously appeared, persistently attacking them. Lin En wielded his chainsaw, eliminating them one after another, accompanied by continuous system prompts. "You have sawed down an evil spirit. You gained 10 experience." Bai Yi, clinging tightly behind in fear, tried to attack the evil spirits lunging at him, while shouting loudly, "What are these things? They're so terrifying." Though still busy, Lin En kindly explained to Bai Yi that they were living beings killed by Alice, all cursed and trapped here. Bai Yi flinched, dodging a sudden attack from an evil spirit, then tearfully asked in terror, "Brother, aren't you scared at all?" Lin En calmly replied, "Of course I'm scared, but in this world there are only 2 paths to take." He leapt up, wielding his chainsaw to counter the terrifying evil spirits, and continued with an arrogant grin, "Either be devoured by fear or..." The grating sound of the chainsaw colliding with the evil spirits could not, however, conceal his roar of "Become the fear." In Bai Yi's eyes, only Lin En's figure was reflected at that moment, as if he was emanating a dazzling halo. His mind was left with only a sweet image of himself leaning on Lin En, and endless adoration. So handsome, so stylish, so cool. He was clearly about the same age and build as himself, yet he gave off a superhero vibe. "If I were a girl, I'd definitely fall in love with him. But I'm a man, so he inadvertently blurted out his thoughts. Then, "I'll just cling to his leg." And Bai Yi immediately put his thought into action, leaving Lin En utterly confused. The prompt sounded in his mind again. "Bai Yi's adoration towards you +10. Bai Yi's adoration towards you +10. After walking a bit further, Lin En kicked open a door and entered a room. This appeared to be a lavish aristocratic dining room, but even with small candles providing light it couldn't dispel the eerie atmosphere. On the ceiling above where Lin En and Bai Yi stood, some green substance clung, showing signs of dripping down onto them. Bai Yi looked around, asking doubtfully, "Brother, why are we back here? This place is too eerie, let's leave." Lin En immediately refused. "No, there are some things I need to figure out." He took out a bottle of medicine, handed it to him, and asked him to drink it first. Bai Yi asked blankly, "What is this?" Lin En didn't answer, merely instructing, "Don't worry about it, just drink it." Hearing this, he didn't dare say more and drank the medicine as Lin En instructed. The strange taste of the medicine made Bai Yi exclaim, "It feels more disgusting than eating shit." As he spoke, his entire body gradually began to glow. Bai Yi screamed in panic, Brother, I'm turning green, I'm turning green," Lin En explained while laughing derisively. "This is usually a medicine I researched with my finger infused with radiation. Although it has no other effect, it's very bright." Only then did Bai Yi realize, "So you're just using me as a light bulb?" A drop of liquid just fell, landing squarely on Lin En. He looked up, following the direction of the dripping liquid. He saw a giant monster spitting out disgusting green saliva. Its eyes stared intently at them. Upon being discovered, it instantly swooped down to attack. Lin En unhesitatingly raised his chainsaw, blocking its attack. But the monster quickly grabbed his foot and pulled him up. Bai Yi stood by, screaming in terror, "Brother?" At the same time, a prompt rang in Lin En's mind. Bai Yi's sanity infinity. The monster roared, enunciating each word. "You should have agreed to my daughter. You made her feel like I, her mother, am useless." Lin En fearlessly challenged, "You're angry, and you think that just because you control my limbs I'm helpless against you." The monster opened its disgusting blood-red maw and roared a single word, "Die!" Bai Yi quickly drew the knife Lin En had given him earlier and said bravely, "Brother, I'll save you." But before Bai Yi could do anything, he saw Lin En swiftly reach out, gripping the monster's mouth on both sides as it attacked him. Huge tentacles grew from behind Lin En, assisting in prying open the monster's mouth, making it roar in fury, "You kill me and I'll make sure to kill you back." Lin En leisurely used an idle tentacle to comb his hair. He said with a challenging smile, "Madam, when you jumped down just now, you should have killed me directly. Unfortunately, you no longer have that chance." Lin En loudly commanded the mouth in his hands, "Do it, Zuozo." The monster's blood-red maw opened wider from Lin En's hands. Zuozo frantically attacked the monster, filling it with both shock and terror. After the monster was spit out by Zuozo, it seemed to lose all vitality and collapse to the ground in humiliation, lamenting, "Before I used to eat others. Today I actually got eaten." Zuozo chewed the monster's bones with large bites, disdainfully saying, "If boss hadn't told me to go easy on you, I would have torn you to shreds." Lin En coldly tossed out a remark. "Alright, it's my turn now, bear with it, it'll be over quickly." The monster, beaten black and blue, trembled and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lin En activated his chainsaw, smiling sinisterly. "Don't worry, I'm performing brain surgery on you." The blood-stained chainsaw exuded a chilling aura. As it descended, the monster screamed erratically. "Help, just eat me." Bai Yi witnessed this terrifying sight. Scared out of his wits, he thought to himself, "How cruel. Is brother's surgical style always this casual? In that case, his earlier surgery on me was practically gentle." Lin En picked up the small brain and calmly said, "Excellent, the surgery was a perfect success. Just as I thought, you were also controlled by an evil spirit. Now the control is lifted." The system's notification sound rang. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved perfect brain surgery. You gained 200 base experience. Perfect brain surgery successful. Phased achievement, performed a complete brain surgery on the target without them dying. This proves you have taken an important step towards becoming a healing-type doctor. You gained permanent attribute points. Surgery ability +10, intelligence +2, strength +3, pleasure +5. He scratched his chin, looked at the monster collapsed on the ground, and said thoughtfully, "Almost forgot." Lin En reached out and tore off the monster's face. He peeled that layer of skin off the monster's body. With another tug, he completely peeled off its face. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, enveloping it. At this moment, prompts unexpectedly rang out continuously in his mind again. Your suturing skill increased by 1 point, your dissection skill increased by 1 point, your surgery ability significantly improved, you gained 100 experience. The dark elf cried out indistinctly. "What am I?" Lin En said with a sinister smile. "I'm listening. What's the deal with your daughter? Explain clearly, and I'll give you a 10% discount on the surgery fee just now." The dark elf screamed in fear. "Don't come closer." Lin En didn't want to say more, simply waved his hand and gave her a resounding slap and commanded. After this slap, the prompt sounded again. "Female leads fear towards you +30. Female leads fear towards you +30. Female leads attitude towards you has reached extreme panic. You gain 200 base experience." The dark elf clutched her burning cheek and said in terror, I don't know, please let me go. I was killed by that wicked girl, I don't know anything." Lin En gently appeased her. "Don't be afraid, I'm a doctor, here to help you. See, I've already helped you break free from control, can't you be a little more honest with me?" Bai Yi watched the entire process, secretly commenting, "Amazing. 1 second he's a demonic chainsaw wielder, the next he's an angel in white, evil and kindness coexist. Is this brother's way of survival in this world?" The dark elf timidly recalled. That girl, she's a vengeful spirit. When we were still in our original world, she maniacally slaughtered our entire family. It cut open my stomach and forced me to eat until my stomach burst, until I gorged myself to death. She's a damn crazy girl." Lin En just chuckled lightly and continued to ask, "Then why did she insist on treating you like that?" She hesitated, as if recalling those terrifying memories again, then loudly blurted out everything. "Because she hated me. She's an inhumane lunatic. Her nerves were never normal since childhood. She abused animals, dissecting sparrows and rabbits alive with a knife." She angrily pounded the ground, then screamed, "She deserves to die." Notification panel popped up again. "You triggered a quest, wicked daughter. Quest objective, kill Alice. Quest reward, female lead favorability +100. Skull coins +500, base express +500. Lin En calmly said, "It seems you hate it very much, but my purpose here is to cure its illness and I can't help you with that." The dark elf showed a pitiful expression and quickly replied, "No doctor, you can help me. As long as you cure it and then hand it over to me. If you can do that, I'll give you this castle." He gently scratched his chin, deep in thought. It sounded quite appealing. She was secretly delighted, thinking he had agreed, but before she could rejoice for long, Lin En unexpectedly stabbed the dark elf in the abdomen. A chilling, killing intent emanated from him as he coldly stated, "Don't worry, I've already grasped Alice's symptoms, but I need you to make the medicine." Lin En straightened up and commanded, Zuo, keep an eye on her. Don't digest her." Zuo bit onto the dark elf and replied, displeased, "Understood, everything's done." He turned back and gestured to Bai Yi. "Let's go, we're heading to the next place." And Lin En and Bai Yi had already arrived at another location, where they were walking up the stairs. Bai Yi asked, puzzled, "Big brother, I don't understand. You clearly cured the heroine, so why did you stab her?" He explained casually. "Because I'm a doctor. When I see a patient, curing them is naturally the priority." Then he continued as if nothing had happened. "Once they're cured, they're just ordinary people. Then, of course, grievances should be avenged and hatred repaid. Anyway, she kept forcing me to eat my least favorite offal before." Bai Yi still seemed confused and was about to ask something, but just as he uttered this, Lin En interrupted him and continued, "And she was also lying just now." Hearing this, Bai Yi became even more confused. As if knowing Bai Yi didn't understand, Lin En continued to analyze, stating that the heroine had also said that they originally didn't belong to this world. As he recalled the images of those people, he explained, "If I'm not mistaken, they were forcibly dragged into this world by Alice's resentment. And the reason Alice turned into a malevolent spirit is also because her resentment was too powerful during her lifetime. As for why, you can roughly tell from the heroine's attitude towards it just now. A kind and gentle father, a mother who ensured her children had full meals, a brother who cared for and looked after his sister." He smiled sarcastically. What a truly happy family. They pushed open the old door which led out a piercing creak. As the door opened, gusts of cold wind swept through the cracks. He looked at the scene before him and murmured, "We've arrived. Our Miss Alice is in that tall tower." Before them stood a tall tower looming majestically against the eerie and terrifying night sky. Bai Yi exclaimed in fear, "This really looks like a scene from a game. Aren't there going to be any monsters?" A kneeling statue suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at them. Bai Yi shrieked in panic, "There really are gargoyles." Lin immediately activated his chainsaw and counterattacked. A swarm of gargoyles gathered, rushing forward to attack them. Bai Yi looked at the terrifying sight before him and immediately shrieked, "There are so many more. Are we at the Demon Lord's home turf?" As Bai Yi screamed, clutching his head, Lin smiled confidently. "Looks like it's time for a bigger toy," Bai Yi asked, dumbfounded. The bigger toy. Lin's right hand began to transform. A system prompt sounded. "You have connected the Dragon's Breath Arm. The Dragon's Breath Arm has been installed. Its unrestrained power is currently at 50%. Bai Yi's mouth hung open as he stared in astonishment at the dragon head that had appeared on Lin's hand. He shrieked, "Oh my god, it really is a big one, so huge and thick." Bai Yi gave a cold laugh and retorted with an extremely crude remark, "Go eat shit." The dragon's head opened its mouth, gathered power and then unleashed extremely powerful flames, incinerating all the gargoyles to ash. Bai Yi cheered excitedly, "That's incredible, truly amazing, big brother. Can I touch that weapon of yours?" Lin responded proudly. "Impressive, isn't it? Go ahead and take a look." As he spoke, he detached the object. Bai Yi held the dragon head, trembling, and said, "It's so heavy. This thing weighs at least several kilograms. Big brother, how did you even lift it?" Lin boasted. "Pretty impressive, right? It's from my usual training." Suddenly, a formidable figure ran out from the direction of the tall tower. He forcefully plunged his sword into the bridge surface. A tip panel popped up, introducing the newly appeared individual, Commander of Knights Corps race, malicious spirit puppet, attributes none. Introduction. The Commander of Knights was a slave to Count Kamer during his lifetime and a powerful knight skilled in swordsmanship. He won first place in several knight tournaments during his life, and his fierce swordplay struck fear into the hearts of all who dared to face him. Lin merely clicked his tongue indifferently and said, "Another one." Bai Yi, standing nearby, whispered a reminder, "This time it's an undead knight, a mini-boss." The undead knight pointed his sword at them and loudly warned, "This is Lord Kamer's territory. Trespassers will be killed without mercy," he said arrogantly. "However, seeing that you possess some strength, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to challenge me," Lin responded nonchalantly. "All right, let's begin then." The undead knight roared, "Bold indeed in life I called myself the 100-Man Slayer, killing countless foes and never met my match." As he spoke, he brandished his sword, creating a powerful gust of wind. The undead knight threatened, "An ignorant junior like you, I could crush a dozen with one hand." However, before he could even touch a single hair on Lin, he froze, because Lin had shot him right in the forehead. Lin still held the smoking gun that had just been fired. He disdainfully commented, "What era are we in, still playing with swords and guns?" Speechless, the undead knight fell backward. Lin shouted, "Enough, Kamer, no need to hide anymore. Come out." A voice suddenly rang out. "Doctor, you are truly rude." As soon as the words fell, dense fog immediately enveloped the surroundings. Lin immediately recognized the voice, thinking it was him. The male protagonist's voice, Lin politely stated, "You've misunderstood. I merely wish to cure your daughter's illness." Kamer appeared, his dangerous gaze fixed on the two. He slowly said, "Yes, she needs treatment because she has brought misfortune since childhood, so she must be imprisoned. This is for her own good." Several holes appeared on his head and Kamer transformed into a muscular monster covered in eyes. He snorted disdainfully, "You all must be torn to shreds." The prompt sound rang out again. "You have triggered a special quest, Kamer's true form." Quest description. The target possesses extremely strong recovery and defense capabilities. You need to defeat him before he tears you to shreds. Quest rewards: base EXP 1000, skull coins 500, special item, Witch's Cloak 1. Quest failure. You will become one of the wandering souls in this castle. As Lin uncoolly observed everything, Bai Yi was already dumbfounded and speechless with fear. Kamer transformed into a giant beast, roaring with a butcher's knife in his hand. His voice sounded like rapid drumbeats as he ferociously charged at Lin and Bai Yi. Lin squinted at him for a long time, then smiled again. He pulled out a gun from his body and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The buckshot accurately hit the monster's eyes. As viscous fluid spurted out, 2 of its eyes exploded. However, this minor injury did not cause fatal damage to Kamer. With a roar of fury, its massive body nicked up and the crimson greatsword, whistling through the air, slashed towards Lin. Lin hastily pulled Bai Yi to dodge, and the ground was thus cleaved open by Kamer's slash. Bai Yi lost his balance and uncontrollably fell downwards. Fortunately, before he fell, Lin summoned tentacles from his back, clung to a wooden stake on the earthen wall, and also pulled Bai Yi with him. Immediately after, Lin raised an eyebrow at Bai Yi and instructed, "You just stay here obediently. I'll be back in a moment." With that, he immediately pulled himself up, intending to leave. But Bai Yi kept crying, telling him not to go as he had acrophobia. Unfortunately, Lin did not stay with him. Instead, he used the leverage to leap upwards. In just an instant, he was back in front of Kamer. As soon as Kamer saw him, he revealed a malicious smile. He ground his teeth, calling Lin waste brother, and asked if he had finished. Lin raised an eyebrow at him, gave a faint smile, and with a slight curl of his lips said, "That's right, now it's his turn, family." At these words, Kamer immediately flew into a rage. He roared viciously, cursing Lin for being arrogant, and at that very moment a sharp chainsaw slashed towards him. The two immediately engaged in battle. Kamer squinted at Lin, exclaiming, "How can a human possess such formidable power?" Lin raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, his tone full of provocation. "That's all he's got." Linan's words successfully enraged Kamer again, who told Linan to shut up immediately. He would surely tear Linan to pieces. Immediately after, the knife in his hand flashed with a sharp gleam as it slashed out. Linan quickly used his chainsaw to block. Meanwhile, on the streets outside the city, two eerie figures stood in the distance intently gazing at the castle. These two were none other than Blood Doctor and Puppet Madam. Puppet Madam suddenly murmured to herself, "It seems Blood Doctor's apprentice isn't dead yet." Blood Doctor snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Do you really think my apprentice's 2 years with me were wasted? He watches me dismember people every day. All he needs is an opportunity, some practice." Hearing this, Puppet Madam smiled faintly again and with a slight curl of her lips asked, "So he knew there was something wrong with this castle from the beginning?" Blood Doctor nodded without hesitation, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "This is a pit I specifically chose for my apprentice. If he can't even handle this much danger, then he can forget about becoming a night doctor." Inside the castle, Linan and Kamer had been fighting for some time, still in a stalemate. At this moment, Kamer squinted at Linan, then revealed a cruel smile. "I've had enough fun. This ends now." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed fiercely again. However, Linan was not flustered. He calmly snorted. The instant the greatsword slashed down, Linan's left hand suddenly shot out and immediately gripped the blade, his hand completely unharmed. Seeing this, Kamer couldn't help but be shocked. How could he block his blade with just one hand? At this point, Linan displayed another strange smile. "Indeed, I've had enough fun. It seems I still need to practice the chainsaw art Blood Doctor taught me." As soon as the words fell, a pale yellow electric light suddenly appeared in his hand, covering his entire arm. Linan exerted slight pressure and the blade in Kamer's hand was immediately crushed by his left arm. Kamer's eyes could no longer hide his terror. He never dreamed that a human could crush his blade with bare hands. He stared intently at Linan opposite him, seemingly trying to figure out what he truly was. He bit his lip fiercely, his forehead already covered in cold sweat, and hesitantly asked Linan who he was. Linan chuckled softly, his lips curling slightly as he said, "You don't need to be afraid. I'm just an ordinary doctor." However, as he spoke, several things appeared on his body. 2 tentacles grew from his back, holding a chainsaw in one and a dagger in the other, and a massive claw extended from his left arm. His right hand was equipped with the dragon's breath arm, making him look nothing like a human. Kamer watched Linan's current state in terror, truly speechless. Could this be his true form? However, Linan did not answer him, merely revealing a grotesque smile and gesturing for him to play a little longer. As soon as Linan finished speaking, the massive black dragon phantom charged towards Kamer. Kamer bit his lip fiercely, trying to withstand the black dragon's pressure, but his body was still extensively burned by the dragon's flames. Linan gave him no chance to react. Appearing behind him in an instant and directly piercing his body with the chainsaw, Kamer had no time to defend himself and let out a painful shriek. At this moment, Linan leaned closer to his ear, a mad smile on his face. "This is a move I learned from Blood Doctor. A malevolent spirit's cruel, merciless, devastating blow to an enemy." At this very moment, Kamer was trembling uncontrollably, his body a bloody mess, utterly terrified. He endured the severe pain and charged at Linan, roaring furiously, wanting to kill him. However, before he could even land a punch, his entire arm was fiercely bitten by the black dragon's head. Kamer shrieked in pain again, his arm almost severed by the black dragon's flames. But it wasn't over. Linan's left arm instantly shot forward and grabbed his remaining arm. He could barely move an inch, unable to retreat. Seeing himself in a desperate situation, he immediately claimed to be Alice's biological father, the client's family, and that Linan couldn't harm him. Hearing this, Linan merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. "The system quest rewards are very generous. It's just a small sacrifice of him." Before Kamer could understand what reward Linan was talking about, he was engulfed by a stream of red energy sprayed from the eyes on Linan's chest. By the time the red energy dissipated, Kamer was already beaten to the ground. At this point, the system also notified him that he had completed the quest. With his last ounce of strength, Kamer hesitantly asked Linan why he didn't kill him. Linan held his head in his hand, smiled faintly, and slowly explained, "Because he is my second medicinal ingredient. If I killed him, how could I still cure his daughter's illness?" With that, he immediately tossed the head into his left arm, telling Zuo to put it away for now. After that, he stood on the edge of the cliff and shouted down, "Bai Yi, do you want to come with me to cure Alice?" Bai Yi shook his head in refusal. "I'll wait here for you to take me." Linan smiled upon hearing that. He promised he would cure Bai Yi. With that, he turned and left. Deep within a towering spire, purple lightning constantly struck down. Linan, with his chainsaw on his back, ascended the spiral staircase step by step. However, the deeper he went, the more clearly he felt a chilling aura and a strong smell of blood. From above the staircase, a voice suddenly emerged, accompanied by an eerie laugh. It was scolding Alice for being useless, collapsing with a mere push. Upon hearing this, Linan immediately looked up in surprise and indeed saw Alice's body falling weakly from above. However, a moment later, he saw Alice grab the stair railing with her hand and then ferociously roar, "Go die, stop bothering me, little girl." Finally, the eerie voice disappeared, but what Linan saw before him made his eyes widen in horror. A blood-stained iron chain. Someone had clearly been imprisoned here. Sure enough, when he looked closely, a disgusting body appeared. It made a hoarse sound, wanting to eat something. He watched this scene, unable to stop frowning. Just then, the eerie voice sounded again. The target was still Alice, telling Alice to keep going, just a little bit more. As soon as the words fell, a mournful cry sounded. Linen frowned in surprise, looking towards the source of the sound, and again saw Alice imprisoned in a dark cage. He showed no fear, calmly stating that he was the doctor hired by the little girl, and that he was pleased to be of service. Hearing this, Alice's body suddenly trembled slightly. After a moment the little girl finally spoke, saying without discernible emotion, "Brother is here." After that, Alice squinted at him again, proposing that he become her family. At this point the system also issued a quest to Linen: heal or annihilate. The system gave him two choices. Alice lowered her head, looking at Linen below, her face pale, and reached out trying to grasp him. The little girl stammered, "I'm begging you now. Little girl knows you don't like daddy and mommy, so she's given up on them. So little girl wants you to be my big brother." However, Linen refused, but he understood this little girl. On his way here he had already seen her memories. Alice's family always abused her, so she always longed for a loving family. But this wouldn't comfort the little girl's sadness. However, Alice suddenly denied hollowly, "No, I was abusing them." Instantly, the expression on Linan's face suddenly stiffened. He looked at the little girl in confusion. Alice slowly recounted, "They are all damned wretches, daring to make little Alice forget her biological mother. Little Alice was indeed happy, but the happier she became, the more I hated." As soon as the words fell, Alice's aura in front of him changed, transforming into another malevolent spirit. "You are Lady Mary now." She then revealed a cruel smile, because these things should have originally been given to Alice by her. Linen retreated in horror. This was due to playing different roles. There were actually two malevolent spirits within it. One was Alice, and the other was her biological mother. Lady Mary, ignoring his surprise, continued, "Alice has always been very cute, but she couldn't see the true nature of her family." As soon as the words fell, Alice's body ignited with flames, radiating an intense hatred. Lady Mary then gnashed her teeth. It was precisely for this reason that she helped Alice see their true colors and brought misfortune upon them, and in the end she succeeded. Saying this, she revealed another grotesque smile. Linen frowned, looking at Lady Mary, and asked in confusion, "Their personalities changed because you intervened?" Unfortunately, before she could answer, Alice returned. The little girl looked at Linen, returning to the old question, "I want you to be my big brother. They don't like me. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you too, so I really hope you agree." Alice said this as she slowly approached Linen, her eyes staring blankly at him. At this moment the system urgently issued a warning. "The curse has intensified. Escape quickly." Linen jumped down the stairs and ran without a word, but Alice's hollow voice still echoed behind him. The little girl asked him, "Do you not agree with me?" Linen ignored her, continuously running downwards by relying on his tentacles. But Alice didn't let him go, chasing after him the whole time and sorrowfully saying, "Are you trying to abandon me?" After some running, Linen finally saw an exit, and at this moment the tall tower also began to shake. He bit his lip hard. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to give up on Alice. Meanwhile, outside the tall tower, Bai Yi, who was waiting, suddenly saw thick smoke and flames billowing from the tower. He frowned nervously. "Linen won't be in trouble, will he?" A moment later, Linen finally burst through the door. As soon as Bai Yi saw him, he happily shouted, "Thank goodness you're alive." However, Linen didn't stop because the flames behind him were constantly chasing him. He quickly ran to the other side of the bridge and swiftly closed the door. Bai Yi asked him, puzzled, where he was going. However, Linen didn't hear him. He stood behind the door, continuously letting out sighs of relief. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful curse. Forcibly suppressing it was too difficult. Alice's resentment and Mary's hatred had merged, making it too dangerous. Thinking of this, he frowned deeply again, falling into contemplation. But Alice surely didn't know that everything was caused by her biological mother. If Alice could be made to realize everything, perhaps they could be separated. But the key to this problem lay in the item that could achieve this. In an instant, Linen activated Memory of the Past, and a faint light emanated from his palm. Once the system confirmed the target, this light directly shone onto Alice's tall tower. Linen knew that memory had been successfully activated, and the scene quickly reverted to a stormy night. The night Alice was murdered, a jumbled array of images appeared. In the castle engulfed by lightning, 3 people walked step by step along a dark corridor, carrying something in their hands. These 3 were precisely the Kamer family, the culprits behind Alice's and her biological mother's resentment. Only at this moment were they being manipulated by an eerie voice. It urged them to quickly let Alice see their ugly faces, because the little girl still held hope for them in her heart. Alice's hope had to be destroyed, telling her that they were a group of fiends in human skin, bloodthirsty butchers. On that rainy day, the tall tower continuously emitted horrifying sounds. The Kamer family, in a soulless state, held various body parts in their hands. They belonged to Alice, still stained with fresh blood. That voice commanded them to quickly hide them in various corners of the building, followed by terrifying sounds of curses. Linen saw that scene, couldn't help but frown and murmur to himself, "Found them, they're all in the basket." Linen, carrying his chainsaw, delved deeper inside and began searching. Sure enough, after a moment, in a corner under the floor, he reached down and pulled. He found one of Alice's arms covered in curse runes. Linen looked at the item in his hand and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Found it. But Lady Mary actually turned her own daughter into a tool for revenge. How speechless. She's trying to turn her own daughter into a malevolent spirit like herself. That's too selfish. Linen pieced together countless truths from the images shown to him by Memory of the Past. Constantly searching for fragments of Alice's corpse, he walked to the fireplace. Hidden beneath the woodpile was another fragment of Alice's corpse, but it too was corroded by resentment and entwined with curses. Lin was indeed somewhat moved by Lady Mary's actions. She actually made her own daughter destroy her previously happy family with her own hands. Immediately after, Lin continued to cast memory of the past, revealing the truth step by step. He then saw the heroine kneeling before the Lord, earnestly speaking. "I feel something is wrong. Alice hasn't eaten for several days, but I remember we had lunch together just this afternoon and Alice is very afraid of me." Just then the heroine's expression suddenly changed. She looked at her arm, suddenly covered in bloodstains and hair, and shrieked in terror. She seemed to have forgotten many things. Later she discovered that the hair on her hand belonged to Alice. Her face grew even more terrified. At this point the image switched to Kamer. He was clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably on the ground, filled with extreme fear. He didn't understand why he had given that command, why he had allowed his daughter to be locked in a cage. He didn't know he was being manipulated by Lady Mary. Didn't know why his son had changed, becoming someone who abused small animals, and often went to the cold storage room to do things no one knew about. Fragmented memories continuously surfaced before Lin. This was how he found many fragments of Alice's corpse. After a long time, Lin finally found Alice's head. He looked at the hollow-eyed head before him and firmly stated that he would cure Alice. Just then Alice's lingering spirit suddenly appeared, asking in a hoarse voice what he was looking for. Alice's voice made Lin turn his head in surprise. Before he could react, Alice's arms suddenly shot out and tightly gripped his neck. Lin coughed twice and, gritting his teeth, said he was looking for the little girl's body. He wanted to cure Alice and could also become part of the little girl's family. As soon as he finished speaking, Alice's arm loosened. He bit his lip fiercely, then urgently called out for Zuo Zuo. His left arm suddenly transformed into a viscous black liquid. In just an instant the liquid transformed into a malevolent spirit phantom, fiercely lunging at Alice. Alice was hit by the energy wave and shrieked in pain, clutching her head. Lin seized this opportunity to collect the last fragment. Once done he turned and ran, not looking back. Lin rushed all the way into the corridor. He immediately heard Alice's screams from behind telling him to stop. The little girl wanted to kill him, and at this moment raging flames also erupted at the front of the corridor. Lin quickly pulled out a purple mask and put it on, then he stretched out his hand and a gust of wind suddenly appeared, pushing back the flames. However, just then an arm extended from the flames. Lin was startled in surprise and hastily retreated. Unfortunately it was too late. That arm had already tightly gripped his heart. He froze for a moment, feeling a premonition, then quickly shot a pale purple energy beam from the eye on his chest towards Alice. Alice cried out as she was hit by the energy beam. Seizing this opportunity, Lin immediately turned and fled. Alice was a vengeful spirit tied to the land. As long as the castle stood, she was invincible. The Eye of Convergence could only momentarily hinder her. Lin knew this well, so he wanted to buy time. He rushed all the way to the kitchen. As soon as he broke in, he saw a pig-headed chef inside. The pig-headed chef turned his head to look at him, then asked if he had broken in because he smelled something delicious. However, Lin had no time to pay attention to him. He went straight to the soup pot in front of the chef. The pig-headed chef hurriedly tried to stop him. "Isn't what's in the bowl enough? You're going for my pot too," no matter what he said. Lin continued to stand at the soup pot, stirring. He only stopped when he fished out a blood-red heart from within. He had finally found it. The pig-headed chef's eyes immediately turned red upon seeing the heart, and he coldly said, "So you intend to use that heart to dissolve the girl's hatred?" Lin didn't answer. He squinted at the chef and asked if he knew what this item was. The chef merely snorted coldly. "As a chef, how could I not know the origin of my ingredients? This is a rare pure heart from the dark world, but unfortunately it's been tainted by malice, making my soup less than perfect." He handed Lin a bowl of soup, then added, "You can take it, but you must finish this bowl of soup and then find me an extreme evil heart." Lin looked at the bowl of soup in his hand, hesitating. Until suddenly, there was a commotion behind them, startling both. As soon as they turned, they saw Alice had caught up, glaring at him fiercely and telling him to die quickly. Lin finally stopped hesitating, and directly poured the soup from the bowl into his mouth. The system immediately chimed, "You have gained knowledge of mechanical modification and a minor weeping clown's curse." After drinking, Lin ran off with the heart. Before leaving, he also told the pig-headed chef that he would bring him an extreme evil heart. The chef nodded, saying he had half an hour, and if he broke the agreement, he would take Lin's heart as compensation. Lin ran all the way to a secret room and forcefully turned the handle on the door. Soon the door opened. Lin entered without hesitation. Fearing the malevolent spirit would follow, he quickly closed the door. He took a breath, then gritted his teeth and called Zuo Zuo. His left arm immediately spat out Alice's body fragments. Lin had no time. He quickly took out a suturing needle and stitched together the various parts of Alice's body at the fastest possible speed. Before long, a complete body of Alice appeared. At this moment, the scene from memory reappeared in Lin's mind. Alice once had a happy family. Her father, though strict, taught her many things with great gentleness. Her mother, though a bit nagging, made many delicious foods. Alice also had an older brother who often gave her many gifts. The little girl loved her family and wanted to be with them forever. However, that happy scene of the little girl was completely destroyed by a malevolent spirit's shadow. It turned the little girl into a vengeful spirit. Just then, the malevolent spirit outside had already broken through the door. Immediately, a tentacled head came forward to block the malevolent spirit. However, the malevolent spirit fiercely swung its hand down, making them vanish into thin air in an instant. Linen saw this scene and couldn't help but bite his lip. The malevolent spirit was rushing towards them. He hastily dodged sideways, avoiding the malevolent spirit's attack, but at this moment, a sudden anomaly before him made his eyes widen in terror. Because the malevolent spirit had now transformed into a phantom enveloped in raging flames, it immediately attached itself to Linan's back. However, he didn't panic. He felt this was the opportune moment, hastily took out the purple mask and then, holding Alice's newly reconstructed body, activated curse cleansing. At this very moment, a beam of light erupted from Alice's body. Blazing flames carrying a tyrannical curse enveloped Linan and Alice. Then the light surged towards the evil spirit, forcing the resentment out of its body. The evil spirit sensed this and instantly flew into a rage. Its power had been divided. "How dare you!" it shrieked, a piercing sound telling Linan to die. A beam of blood-red light shot from its hand, piercing straight through Linan's chest. Seeing this, it immediately revealed a satisfied smile. "You're finished," however, it was mistaken. Linan instead suddenly displayed a meaningful smile. The evil spirit looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was still smiling when he was on the verge of death. At that moment, Linan narrowed his eyes at it and said, "The one who's finished is _it_." No sooner had he spoken than a golden energy suddenly blossomed in the air. It was like a brilliant flame enveloping both Linan and Alice. The system once again popped up a notification. His life force was gradually draining away, but Linan didn't pay it any mind at all. He was led into a peculiar dim space where countless images surged forth. Before him stood a small castle, not as gloomy as the one he had just seen but rather very bright. A nameplate hung before the door. This was indeed Alice's room. Linan hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and walked in. Cheerful voices immediately rang out, Alice's voice about a small cake. "Thank you, Uncle Chef." Inside the room, Alice sat at a table. 3 people stood beside her and there was a cake in front of the little girl, clearly for her birthday. The little girl was very happy that everyone had been looking after her. However, her parents and brother weren't present today, making her happiness less complete. The 3 people present, hearing Alice mention her parents and brother, instantly looked awkward. Taking a deep breath, the knight beside her finally said apologetically, "They've gone out and might not be able to return today." Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness immediately appeared on Alice's face. She sighed, thinking that it was indeed because she was sick that they didn't care about her. The doctor, hearing this, gently stroked the little girl's head to comfort her. He promised to cure her illness and then everyone would come to celebrate her birthday. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Alice's pale face. Linan took in all these scenes from the side. This might be Alice's inner world. He hadn't expected that even after being abandoned, the little girl still held on to hope. However, escaping into memories wouldn't solve the problem. Thinking this, Linan suddenly called out and the surrounding scene immediately changed. From a bright and cheerful setting, it transformed into a gloomy prison. Alice was confined in a cage, sad and lonely. The little girl stopped Linan from approaching her. She warned him that if he came any closer, he would die. Uncle Chef was an example. She had disemboweled him just for secretly bringing her food. The doctor who tried to take the little girl away had his legs chopped off by her. Everyone who had tried to help Alice met with misfortune, so all the people the little girl cherished had left her. The little girl liked him, so she didn't want to harm him. But Linan didn't care. He unhesitatingly ran over and tightly hugged Alice. He stated very firmly that he wouldn't leave. Because he was Alice's doctor, he was there to heal the little girl's wounds. It was at this moment that a surge of dark energy suddenly emerged from Alice's body, then seeped and burrowed into Linan's body. This was spectral energy. It had already invaded much of his body, causing his HP to rapidly deplete. But Linan didn't care. He still held Alice tightly. The evil spirit within Alice immediately pushed him away, refusing to let him get close to Alice again. Linan was pushed backward, blood already appearing at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care, smiling faintly, and with a slight lift of his lips he mused, "The curse is quite strong after all." At this point, the spectral energy's invasion into his body had reached 92%, and his HP was at a dangerous level. A long spear imbued with divine power suddenly appeared in Linan's hand. He bit his lip hard, thinking, "It's too early if you want to kill me." Then gripped the divine spear tightly. Powerful divine light emanated from the spear, causing the spectral energy to weaken. But just then, the evil spirit suddenly snorted coldly and charged over. Now she was going to kill him. She was certain Linan couldn't escape. In an instant, a gigantic blood-red hand seized him. However, reality disappointed her. Linan casually raised his hand and grabbed hers. He squeezed her wrist hard, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The evil spirit stared at him with wide eyes, suspiciously asking what he had done to her. Linan chuckled lightly, saying frankly, "I merely told Alice what she had done." No sooner had he spoken than an ethereal image of Alice appeared from behind, questioning the evil spirit. She hastily denied it. But Alice didn't believe her and continued to press her, asking why she treated the little girl this way. At this moment the two had begun to separate. Alice's body was already whole, while Madame Mary had transformed into an ethereal image. She said she was only protecting the little girl and had done nothing wrong. Alice gently shook her head, tears welling in her eyes, her tone full of reproach. "But you personally destroyed your own happiness." At this moment the little girl was already crying out, full of sorrow. She hated her. Accompanying the scream, a thunderstorm shot straight up from the castle into the sky, illuminating the entire gloomy heavens. Linen observed everything from the side, speaking coldly. How pitiful. In the end, she was actually abandoned by her own biological daughter. Mothers in the world all wish for their children's happiness, but she possessed only jealousy and hatred. She was jealous that Alice's stepmother was superior to herself, jealous that she received the king's favor and had a complete happy family. So she cursed her own daughter, personally destroying the little girl's happiness. As Linen spoke, Alice's body suddenly swelled and red liquid flowed from her. Linen didn't care. He continued, "But retribution has come. You once brought despair and pain to your daughter. Now the little girl will personally return all of it to you." The evil spirit knelt on the ground, hastily begging Alice to forgive her. She said she was truly wrong. Hearing this, Alice immediately looked at her blankly. However, where was her remorse? While she spoke of the little girl forgiving her sins, her hand was already moving to act. Linen seemed to have already guessed her intention. The spear in his hand immediately flew out, piercing through her body in an instant. The divine power within the spear was immensely strong and her body gradually dissipated. Linen showed no pity at this sight, staring coldly at her. Even at the last moment, she showed no remorse. She truly deserved to die. She had no right to be Alice's mother anymore. But just then, Alice's body suddenly erupted with hatred. The little girl's body had transformed into an evil spirit monster. Linen panicked, hastily trying to stop it. However, it was too late. Alice had already devoured all of Madame Mary's resentment. She was trash. Alice wanted her to disappear. In an instant, due to the overwhelming intensity of Alice's hatred, there were already signs of collapse here. However, the little girl showed no intention of stopping, continuously emitting her resentment. The castle couldn't hold up for long. Earth and stones continuously fractured and fell. Linen didn't run away at this sight either. Did he want to save Alice? So he didn't notice a massive stone hurtling towards his head. But fortunately, just as the stone was about to fall, Zuo used the strength of its left hand to pull Lin An's body aside, helping him dodge. Once he was safe, Zuo fiercely cursed him again. "Do you want to die? Why didn't you dodge?" Hearing this, Linen sighed helplessly, saying that he had reached his limit. From now on, he could only rely on Zuo. No sooner had he spoken than his body collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zuo hastily shook his body with its left hand, ceaselessly muttering, "If you want to die, don't drag me with you." However much it shook, Linen showed no sign of waking. It had no choice but to use the strength of one arm to drag his body outwards, still not forgetting to grumble that it would definitely kill him without mercy. It was at this moment that the system once again issued a notification. Lin An had completed the treatment and eradication missions and received special rewards. On this side, after Zuo dragged Lin An out of the castle, it administered a potion to him. A moment later, he finally woke up, coughing twice, and blamed Zuo, asking why it had inserted it so deeply, as if trying to choke him to death. Zuo snorted coldly, thinking to itself, "That's exactly what I intended." Hearing this, Lin An curled his lips and ignored it. He turned his head to look at the castle, which had become a pile of ruins, and couldn't help but frown. How did it end up like this? Zuo told him that Alice had killed her own mother, and the hatred she unleashed destroyed everything. Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. He had thought he could cure Alice, but it had resulted in even greater hatred. It seemed his medical skills were still lacking. This treatment was a failure. Zuo didn't think much of it. Remarking that it was already quite good that he survived, he should be content. Just then, the system again warned him that the hatred was extremely strong and he should leave quickly. Lin An was horrified by this warning. He turned back in surprise, only to see dense spectral energy enveloping Alice's body, with a layer of frost around it. Even standing far away, he could feel the chilling cold. Lin An focused intently on Alice's body before him. A moment later, he recognized it. This was precisely the body he had just stitched up earlier. Her soul had returned to it. Seeing him dazed, Zuo immediately urged him to run. Before Alice could act, Lin An seemed not to hear, lifting his leg and running towards Alice instead. Zuo was momentarily stunned by this sight. Only when it came back to its senses did it start cursing relentlessly, calling him an idiot and telling him not to drag it along if he wanted to die. It kept trying to stop him from going any further. Lin An ignored it, his feet still moving forward ceaselessly. Until his body was corroded by the spectral energy, he had already stood before Alice. He unhesitatingly embraced the little girl, softly whispering, "It's all over." He gently comforted her, just like comforting a child. If she felt lonely, what he had said before still stood. She could consider him her family. No sooner had he spoken than the spectral energy around Alice's body gradually dissipated, restoring the place to its bright appearance. Lin An held the little girl in his arms. Slowly descended to the ground. Alice suddenly called out, "Brother," then began to sob, and he sighed helplessly upon seeing this. It was at this moment that the system notified him he had achieved the deceiving an ignorant little girl accomplishment. He angrily cursed at it. What deceiving a child? It was clearly a kind doctor brother, healing a little sister plagued by resentment. Zuo only breathed a sigh of relief when it saw Lin An was safe, but still said angrily, "You've got quite some guts, aren't you afraid of being dealt with?" Alice's power is extremely terrifying. Hearing this, Lin An sighed and shook his head. After all, he was a doctor. He couldn't abandon his patient. Moreover, since he had promised the little girl, he had to keep his word. Zuo was startled upon hearing this. Lin An looked at it in surprise, suspiciously asking what was wrong. Zuo hastily shook its head, saying it was nothing, just that it thought he was silly. In reality, it suddenly felt that he seemed very responsible. It turned out he was so kind. Zuo's favorability towards him increased as a result. Outside the castle, Blood Curse and Madame Puppet were still secretly observing all of Lin An's actions. Looking at the destroyed happy home, Blood Curse said indifferently, "It seems the curse here has been lifted." Madame Puppet couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this, "It's truly unbelievable." Alice was someone who never gave up, yet Lin An managed to do it. Blood Curse showed a proud smile upon hearing this. This was his disciple. He was indeed a cut above her daughter. She didn't refute him, willingly admitting that he was indeed outstanding. In fact, she already had a plan in mind. It seemed merely having him help lift the bloodline curse wasn't enough. Such an outstanding talent had to be kept and utilized. Madame Puppet frowned in thought, and a moment later an idea struck her. She would have Lin An marry into their family. Not just the 7th, but the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th would all go for him. They were guaranteed to get him. But it would be even better if she could make her mother-in-law dote on him a little. Blood Curse, watching her expression constantly change from the side, frowned, wondering what new itch she was scratching. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Lin An took Alice back to the original spot to look for Bai Yi. However, he couldn't find him. He frowned fiercely. Where on earth had he gone? Not even a shadow could be seen. Had he already escaped in the chaos? Just then, a wisp of light purple mist suddenly appeared before Lin An. He couldn't help but frown. Was this a barrier? Just as he was wondering, the system issued another notification. A random diagnosis had been initiated, discovering Alice's illness with other ailments temporarily suppressed. Only the earthbound spirit curse still remained. Lin An couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Indeed, the curse cleansing ability had its limitations. His ability was greatly restricted. Although she had received treatment, the little girl could only remain in the ancient castle for the rest of her life. At this moment, Alice suddenly mumbled dazedly that she wanted to eat cotton candy, and also wanted to go out and play. Hearing this, Lin An sighed helplessly. He gently placed the little girl on the ground and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I can't completely break the restraints on the little girl." But as Alice's family, he would strive to make the little girl happy. No sooner had he spoken than he used his time-limited curse cleansing ability. He wanted to help the little girl temporarily cleanse it. In an instant, a formation cloud map appeared in the air. Lin An unhesitatingly pressed the cloud map onto Alice's body. A moment later, Alice finally opened her eyes. She widened her eyes, looking at Lin An with confusion, unsure what he was doing. He was currently controlling the cloud map in his palm to clear the curse. Only when it formed a complete cloud map did Lin An withdraw his hand. Then he looked at Alice gently, revealing a smile. He suggested that he take the little girl out to play. Alice looked at Lin An hesitantly, then stood up, her body floating into the air to stand beside Lin An, seemingly understanding the little girl's fear. He softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Take a brave step forward." Alice looked up at him, asking doubtfully, "Is it really okay?" Lin An smiled faintly, giving the little girl a reassuring look. "Just believe in him." Hearing this, Alice tightly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally lifted her foot to take a step. She had been waiting for a backlash to hit her body, but for a long time she felt nothing. She joyfully opened her eyes, looking at Lin An excitedly. Finally able to go outside, Alice, with tears welling in her eyes, ran over and tightly hugged Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An chuckled softly, reaching out to pat the little girl's head. The system's voice rang in his ears again. Alice's trust in him increased and her hatred and resentment decreased by 1%. He had already received a reward but wasn't sure what it was. He couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The mission content was for him to take care of Alice. He couldn't help but curse the darned system, thinking it was clearly trying to pin the crime of him liking children on him. But now he was also considered the little girl's older brother, so taking care of her was only natural. Moreover, if it was a system mission, he just needed to obediently complete it. At this moment, Alice suddenly spoke, saying she had something she wanted to give him. He looked at her suspiciously. The little girl whispered, "I know you won't stay here forever. She's very sensible and won't be angry with you. But she hopes you can come and play with me when you're free." As she said this, Alice suddenly pointed in a direction and a purple energy burst forth with her gesture. The ruins before them seemed to be pulled by some force floating in the air. Before long, the happy home, just like the original one, was restored. The previously gloomy areas also became much brighter. Alice happily told him, "From now on you are the master of Happy Home. This is Alice's special reward for him." Lin An looked at Alice in disbelief, happily asking if the little girl really gave it to him. The little girl nodded without hesitation. Upon receiving the little girl's affirmation, he instantly straightened his back, feeling much more confident, because he was now a man with a home, and a super castle spanning tens of thousands of square meters at that. He still thought he was dreaming. Moreover, he could teleport back to the castle at any time. This was equivalent to being able to go home at any time, making him virtually invincible for self-preservation. Alice saw the expression on his face and asked suspiciously, "Don't you like it?" Of course Lin An liked it. His face was clearly beaming with joy. How could he not like it? Hearing this, Alice also felt much more at ease. As long as he liked it, that was good. However, just then a surge of dark energy suddenly rushed over, interrupting their conversation. The moment Alice saw this thing, a hint of terror appeared on her face. She hastily ran behind Lin An to hide. He asked somewhat suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "That dark energy is the pig-headed chef." It turned out that the agreed-upon half an hour had passed. He had come looking for Lin An, a large saber in his hand. Seeing Alice afraid of him, he told the little girl not to be nervous. Then he looked at Lin En, reminding him that it was time to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Blood Curse, who had been watching the show, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His body couldn't help but tremble at that moment, as if suppressed, causing him to kneel on the ground. Madame Puppet saw this and immediately asked nervously what was wrong with him. Blood Curse bit his lip hard, his eyes trembling, his lips quivering uncontrollably. He wasn't mistaken, it was him. Madame Puppet didn't understand who he was referring to, frowning as she countered, "Who is this him you speak of?" Blood Curse took a deep breath, then recounted the events of the aura that appeared 2 years ago. That day in Roaming Spirit Lane, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and the heavens displayed unprecedented illusions. It wasn't until Blood Curse went out to look that he saw Lin En lying in front of his pharmacy. At that moment he felt an indescribable fear, as if his soul was being suppressed. He followed that aura with his gaze and yet seemed to see a phantom. And the phantom's appearance was like a pig's head, vaguely hidden behind blurry reddish bones. Madame Puppet frowned upon hearing his account. This was the first time she had heard of the one referred to as demon. However, at this moment Blood Curse could no longer resist running towards the castle. Madame Puppet also hastily followed behind. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the pig-headed chef was demanding the heart of extreme evil that Lin En had promised him. Lin En's previous half-hour promise was only to resolve Alice's matter, but he had forgotten about this particular issue. Now, hearing him bring it up, he stammered a bit, unsure what to say. The pig-headed chef frowned upon seeing his expression and took a step closer to him. He retreated backward in a panic, but just then 2 figures suddenly swept past like the wind and blocked his path. When Lin En took a closer look, he saw both Blood Curse and Madame Puppet, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Lin En asked in surprise, "Why are you here, Blood Curse? I'm surprised you two would appear here." Blood Curse nodded lightly, glanced at him, and asked with a grave expression, "Have you offended this butcher in front of you?" Lin En smiled and shook his head upon hearing this. "You're overthinking it. I merely made a deal with this gentleman." Then he looked at Alice in his arms and slowly explained the truth to him. Thanks to him, the little girl could be revived. But unfortunately, he hadn't found the heart of extreme evil he wanted, so according to their previous agreement, Lin En would hand over his own heart to the pig-headed chef. As he spoke, he intended to dig out his own heart and hand it to the pig-headed chef. Blood Curse and Madame Puppet's expressions instantly changed upon hearing this. They were truly taken aback by his action. Alice also turned to look at him in horror. The little girl didn't want him to do this. Blood Curse frowned, grabbed his shoulder, and loudly scolded, "Are you insane? Giving your heart in exchange is asking for death, isn't it?" Alice also tried to persuade him. Madame Puppet was no exception. "If you die, what will become of her daughter?" Lin En looked up at Blood Curse, blinking, and said, "Didn't you already replace my heart before? I can just give him one and then get another one replaced." Blood Curse immediately froze, hesitating for a long time before speaking. "The heart he replaced for you wasn't an ordinary one." Lin En was startled upon hearing this, but Blood Curse didn't continue. He released his shoulder, turning around to face the pig-headed chef. His voice turned grim. "And didn't you grasp the meaning in the pig-headed chef's words? He doesn't want the flesh inside your body." Instantly, an unusual silence fell around them. Blood Curse continued in a low voice, "What he needs is your heart, your spirit." The more Lin En listened, the more surprised he became. The heart, wasn't that the soul? At this moment he suddenly thought of something. He had already made a deal with a devil. The pig-headed chef's expression remained unchanged. He pulled a pocket watch from his pocket and said calmly, 30 seconds. Make your decision quickly. Once the countdown ends, it will be considered a contract." The clock hands and heartbeats chimed simultaneously. Lin En's gaze flickered. In such a short time it was impossible to find the heart of extreme evil. What should he do? Should he just go back on his word? But from Blood Curse's and Alice's expressions he could tell that this pig-headed monster was extremely powerful, certainly king level or above. After contemplating for a long time, he still didn't find an answer. He bit his lip hard. There was no other way. He had made the deal, and he had to take responsibility. Thinking this, he immediately spoke, intending to exchange his own heart. But before he could finish speaking, Alice suddenly interrupted. "The little girl has what he wants." Lin En turned to look at Alice in surprise. At this moment Alice was holding a heart filled with dark energy. The little girl said she would make the trade with the pig-headed chef on his behalf. The object in the little girl's hand was the heart of malice, formed from Madame Mary's jealousy and hatred. Alice slowly walked up to the pig-headed chef, offered him the heart of malice, and looked up, saying, "This is my biological mother's heart. Her wickedness and hatred might satisfy his needs." The pig-headed chef reached out and took it, then brought it to his nose and sniffed. Instantly his expression changed. This heart had a beautiful color. He accepted this heart. Lin En walked to Alice with a pained heart and hugged her for a moment. The little girl gently shook her head, saying she was fine. She was both the little girl's biological mother and the source of the little girl's hatred. Of course, the little girl no longer held any attachment to her. However, at this moment the heart of malice suddenly let out a terrifying scream, causing everyone to look over in surprise, only to see the pig-headed chef pull an illusory human face from within the heart. It ceaselessly emitted painful roars. It was Madame Mary's voice. She didn't want to be the exchange. She didn't want to disappear. She begged Alice to save her but could only plead in vain. Alice merely stood there watching Madame Mary be refined by the pig-headed chef with her own eyes. Before long the heart of malice transformed into a deep red bead. Madame Mary's piercing voice also gradually faded away. The pig-headed chef calmly put the bead away. Immediately after, he cast a deep glance at Lin En. The transaction was complete, and it was time for him to leave. Before leaving, he also said that they would meet again soon. However, he had only taken a few steps when Blood Curse suddenly called out to him, asking with a solemn expression, "Did you bring Lin En here to me 2 years ago?" Lin En was startled upon hearing this. His eyes filled with shock. He looked at Blood Curse in disbelief. Hadn't he already raised him? Blood Curse's entire body stiffened. Taking a deep breath, he slowly explained, "I did raise you, but you were abandoned at the entrance of my pharmacy." He hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the pig-headed chef. That person was him. Silence immediately fell around them, with only Lin An's hurried breathing audible. He looked towards the pig-headed chef. "Why is this happening? Didn't I fall into this world myself? Or is there another hidden story?" The air remained silent for a long time before the pig-headed chef finally broke it. He had indeed done so because someone had made a deal with him at great risk and he had already agreed. Lin En looked at him in horror, frowning as he asked who he had made the deal with. However, he didn't answer. Vanishing without a trace in an instant, he originally wanted to ask more, but he seemed to be evading that question. Lin En fell into deep thought, looking in the direction he disappeared. A deal with some kind of entity. It seems he was targeted by something even before falling into this dark world. He thought for a long time but couldn't find an answer. He turned to look at Alice and asked, "How did the little girl hire this chef?" Alice was slightly startled, trying hard to think, but then shook her head, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. She had indeed hired him but couldn't recall the important related details. Every time she thought of him, the little girl naturally didn't want to pursue it. As if her mind was being interfered with by something, Lin En was horrified upon hearing this. To be able to interfere with Alice's mind, it seemed that Pig's status far exceeded the beings here. If he wanted more information, it would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Blood Curse walked over again, patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't overthink it. That old monster said we'd meet again. Perhaps then you'll understand." Lin En saw that his master was very calm and nodded without thinking too much. Then he suggested that upon their return he would ask Blood Curse to elaborate on the situation at that time, and Blood Curse immediately agreed without much thought. Immediately after, he patted Lin An's shoulder again, praising him for doing well on this mission and expressing his great relief. He also congratulated him on taming the evil spirit in the ancient castle. It was truly something to celebrate. When Alice heard the words "evil spirit" from his mouth, her expression immediately changed. The little girl stared at him with wide eyes, causing both men to freeze for a moment. He felt a bit awkward. He had forgotten the party involved was still present. He cleared his throat twice, giving a dry laugh. "If there's nothing else, let's head back for now." Lin En also felt the same way. Since everything had been resolved, he really should go back. However, before leaving, he turned to Alice and suggested that she come and see his place. Alice agreed very happily, leaving Blood Curse speechless. Immediately after, everyone immediately returned to the Bloodhold clinic. As Alice walked, she asked Lin En if he had forgotten something. He thought for a moment, then said no. But he had indeed forgotten that someone was still waiting for him to be rescued. Bai Yi was still waiting for his appearance under the cold cliff. He shivered uncontrollably, only able to mutter for help. The next morning, everyone finally returned to the clinic. Bai Yi was also rescued. Lin En guiltily brushed the dirt and bone fragments off Bai Yi's body, apologizing profusely. He had gone looking for him, thinking he had already left the castle, but it turned out he was still there. Bai Yi sighed helplessly and explained. The ancient castle had collapsed, burying him. Then it restored itself, leaving him hanging on the flagpole, exposed to the cold night wind. Lin En could only pat his shoulder in comfort and said, "Enough with the pleasantries." He wanted to ask how Bai Yi had come to this world. Bai Yi thought for a moment before saying he had gone to a bar party with friends after school, and had somehow been led here by his GPS. Lin En frowned at this. "GPS, so you have your phone with you. I want to see it." Bai Yi fumbled around on his person to see if it was still there, finally finding it after a moment, but the screen was shattered, rendering it unusable. Lin En reached out and took the phone. A system notification immediately popped up, stating that the target was damaged, hardware broken. Not only that, but it was also affected by an abnormal blood pact. Lin An's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Bai Yi's phone actually contained a cursed vibration. Was this a joke? Seeing Lin An's expression constantly change, Bai Yi asked him, greatly surprised, what was wrong. Lin An put on a serious face, picked up the phone and said, "There's something unclean in his phone. Perhaps that's why he crossed over to this world." At these words, Bai Yi instantly turned pale with fright and his heart pounded wildly. "You've got to be kidding. I don't want this phone. Throw it away, quick." Lin An frowned slightly and spoke sternly. "It's too late to throw it away now. He's already here, isn't he? Before, after drinking the soup cooked by the pig-headed chef, I gained knowledge of mechanical modification. If I fix this, I might get some clues." Without another word, he immediately picked up the phone, ready to leave. Bai Yi quickly followed him. Lin An swiftly led him to a mechanical room filled with various machines and tools. He tinkered with the phone, repairing it, and before long the phone screen lit up. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately cried out in surprise. It turned on. "You're amazing." Lin An had no time for his flattering words. He told Bai Yi to try and remember what he had done with his phone in the days leading up to his crossing over. Bai Yi frowned in thought. And after a moment he said that day he had read comics, then ordered takeout, and then asked his girlfriend to a hotel, but was rejected. Lin An angrily tapped him on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're infuriating." Bai Yi clutched his head and said aggrievedly that he had gone to an internet cafe. After playing games, he wanted to browse some exciting websites, and then a pop-up window appeared. Lin An frowned at this. What kind of beautiful women prompted him to click? but Bai Yi explained it was the kind of website that made one uncomfortable. Lin En looked at him in shock again, asking how uncomfortable. Bai Yi didn't answer, simply snatching the phone. He said he couldn't explain it clearly, but he had taken a photo of the webpage with his phone at the time and he would open it to show him. He scrolled through the phone for a while and finally found a picture of a pretty girl. Lin En pursed his lips in a sneer upon seeing it, agreeing that it was indeed uncomfortable. Sweat beaded on Bai Yi's forehead as he dryly chuckled and said, "Not that one." He continued to scroll down, then found another image. "This is the website." Lin En frowned, looking at the image on Bai Yi's phone, lost in thought. It was somewhat strange. The website looked like a piece of parchment, and Bai Yi's signature was on it. Could it be some kind of contract? Bai Yi also saw his signature. He quickly said he didn't remember signing anything. Just then, Lin En suddenly saw something on the screen and quickly cried out. Bai Yi asked, confused. "Where?" Lin En zoomed in and pointed to a spot in the photo. Only after seeing it clearly did Bai Yi cry out in horror. He remembered the computer in the background had clearly been turned off at the time. He truly didn't know why it had turned on. He couldn't remember anything. Seeing his reaction, Lin En patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't panic. The text on the contract likely comes from the dark world." He decided to ask Shueju. Perhaps he would find answers. He acted on his thought immediately, walking to Shueju's room door and pushing it open. Shueju was currently sitting in a chair resting. Lin En unhesitatingly handed him the picture on his phone to see. Shueju frowned as he looked at the pattern on the phone. He recognized it. It was an incantation of the ancient kin from the dark world. Hearing this, Lin En nodded. "Just as I thought." He asked if Shueju knew what was written on it. Shueju certainly did. It read, "I shall serve the flesh of the Dominator, I shall heed the call of the old god, and with my flesh I shall offer grace to the old god." This was a contract to sacrifice to an evil god. He asked if his friend had signed it. Lin En nodded without hesitation. It was indeed Bai Yi who signed it, but he didn't know the content. Shueju wasn't surprised by this. It was quite normal. Many king-tier and root-tier entities in this world proclaimed themselves evil gods, then spread disaster across various worlds to fulfill their wicked purposes. Lin En frowned slightly. It seemed Bai Yi had been targeted by one of the evil gods here. Was this how he himself had come to the dark world? Shueju shook his head in denial. His situation was more complicated, and contracts signed with evil gods usually had a time limit. At these words, Lin En's brows furrowed even more. A time limit? Shueju took a puff from his cigarette, then put it down, explaining, "Those who sign such contracts only stay in this world for a short time, as little as a few hours or as long as several days. But you've been in the dark world for 2 years, so you certainly didn't come by signing a contract." Lin En's spirits immediately sank. Shueju knew what he was thinking, but figuring everything out would take time. He didn't press the issue. He spoke a few more words to him and then went out. Bai Yi saw him come out and quickly asked if Shueju knew what was written on it. Lin En patted his shoulder and told him he would be able to return to his own world in a few days. At these words, Bai Yi was overjoyed, asking incredulously, "Did you just say that's true?" Lin En gently nodded. "Indeed, Shueju said so." Receiving his confirmation, Bai Yi jumped for joy. "That's wonderful, I can finally leave this place." Once he returned, he would definitely go to some fun places. As he spoke, he looked at Lin En again and asked if it was the same for him. "Are you going back to your world too?" Lin En gently shook his head, feeling somewhat down. He couldn't go back just yet. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he said that. Lin En sighed helplessly, and explained that Bai Yi was pulled into this world because of the contract and would return when the time came, but he was different. He still didn't know why he had come here. Seeing his low spirits, Bai Yi stepped forward to comfort him. "Are you very homesick?" He nodded gently. Of course he didn't want to stay in this terrible place his whole life. Bai Yi frowned, looking at him, and hesitated for a long time before finally suggesting, "How about you come to my world?" Lin En frowned at this. "What for?" Bai Yi smiled happily. "My world is a parallel world, but it's very similar to your hometown. If he was summoned here by an evil god's contract, then this method could also bring you to his world." Lin En felt this made sense. He had seen such a method in the vision. While not his true home, it was at least better than here. After long deliberation, he finally agreed that he could try it once. Following that, he led Bai Yi to the study room. The two of them continuously searched for books related to summoning. Their persistence paid off. They eventually found a book on summoning arrays. However, when they opened it, there were only pictures of otherworldly cat girls. Lin En immediately grumbled unhappily, asking what the heck was with summoning otherworldly cat girls. But Bai Yi was the exact opposite. He wore a drooling expression and said Lin En should look first as it might be useful. Lin En ignored him and continued searching. Before long he found another book. He flipped through it page by page, and after a long while he finally said, "This should be the one." Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately ran over to look, asking if he had found a method. Lin En nodded, then hesitated before saying, "I can mostly understand it. Summoning special creatures requires many materials, sacrifices, and a specific environment." At this point, Lin En immediately suggested going to Shueju, as he would need to ask him for the specific procedures. He also told Bai Yi to come along, and Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. However, before they had even taken a few steps, Bai Yi suddenly felt his body changing and he couldn't help but cry out. Lin En looked back in surprise, only to see that Bai Yi's body was gradually turning transparent. Bai Yi spoke with a somewhat grave expression. "I'm afraid there isn't enough time." Lin En immediately panicked. He quickly tore a page from the book on which a summoning ritual was written. After that, he quickly jotted down everything he knew. Once finished, he swiftly took out a dagger, cut off one of his fingers, wrapped it in the paper, and threw it to Bai Yi. He urgently instructed him to try the method he had written when he returned and also to keep his fingers safe. It could be used to locate him after a successful summoning, and this letter Lin had intended to write to his family a long time ago. But it wasn't of any use now. Even though it was a parallel world, he still asked Bai Yi to mail it for him. Bai Yi took the letter, then nodded to reassure him that he would remember everything. With the instructions given, Lin also nodded in relief. It was enough that he remembered. The two of them parted reluctantly. Bai Yi almost vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. Before he left, he wanted to say that Lin had installed an eye on him, but he disappeared before he could finish speaking. A few hours later, in Phantom Alley, Lin took Alice out to play. He looked at little Alice in his arms and asked if she wanted to climb down and walk by herself. Alice kept shaking her head, happily saying she didn't want to. She liked being held by him. Just then she suddenly saw something on the road, pointed to it, and asked, "What's that? Is it delicious?" Lin looked in the direction Alice was pointing and saw a mist-eater trembling and hiding nearby. His gaze seemed to linger on the creature for only a second. Then he walked past holding Alice, continuously reminding her that she couldn't want to eat everything she saw. After all, it hadn't provoked him. Basic manners still needed to be observed. Alice nodded obediently, and then Lin coldly barked, "Aren't you going to leave quickly?" The mist-eater knew he was talking about it and fearfully turned and fled. At this point, Lin took a lollipop from his person, though the candy part was made of flesh. Alice was hungry, so he handed it to the little girl to eat. She happily snatched the lollipop from his hand. The two of them strolled down the street like this. But things weren't so relaxed in the vision, which kept issuing alert messages. "A sub-zillion-tier malevolent spirit is roaming Phantom Alley. Everyone please be careful." The evil spirits in Phantom Alley were instantly terrified upon seeing this message. When Linan's image was displayed, they became displeased. "It's him again. A few days ago, he let a root-tier monster run wild, and now he's strolling around with a sub-zillion-tier malevolent spirit. Are we even allowed to do business anymore?" Linan was unaware that the vision was abuzz because of him. He strolled along holding Alice, who was happily sucking on her flesh lollipop. However, several shops they passed were closed. "Aren't they doing business in broad daylight?" His expression immediately darkened. It was rare for him to take Alice out for a stroll. He couldn't just let it be. Thinking this, he immediately walked to a shop door intending to break in, which terrified the evil spirits inside. They trembled, unable to speak, unable to escape, and staying wasn't an option either. Linan ignored them, went inside with Alice, and looked around. Alice picked out a few plush bears and was overjoyed. After playing, Linan then told her to go home. Linan carried Alice all the way back to the Bloodhold clinic, then took out a chair and sat in the courtyard to rest. He had finished all his tasks today, and tomorrow he could start his night doctor class transfer quest. But before that, he needed to figure out his current strength. Thinking this, he summoned the system interface. He now knew that root tier was the peak of this world, below which were king tier and sub-zillion tier. At level 10, he could already easily defeat Carmel, so his rank shouldn't be low either. However, the system quickly gave him a vague answer. The interface could only intuitively display his abilities and attributes, while actual combat power depended on the specific situation. Linan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. So, if he found the right method with his current abilities, could he also kill a king tier, for example, by stabbing them in their weakness while treating their illness? The system fell silent after hearing his fantasy. Then, after a long pause, it flatly replied, "No." Linan was not convinced. Didn't the system say there was no absolute level suppression in the real world? This theory applies to most creatures below level 100, as there isn't an absolute overwhelming power among creatures below level 11, while those above level 100 enter the supernatural and transcendent domains. In short, below the king tier, anything is possible. Linan nodded in understanding. It seemed he now clearly understood the combat power tiers of this world. Currently, Xiao Xiao's parents were the strongest, followed by Xiao Xiao and peak tier kings, then the Heart Devourer and ordinary kings, then sub-zillion tier Alice, and below them, Shui Ju, Madame Puppet, and the blood-clothed fiend. The difference was their extensive experience allowing them to contend equally with Alice. Outside the dark world, there were even higher tiers and more unimaginable existences, including beings with advanced wills, and even those below level 100 were divided into several grades. Among these creatures, he should be considered the strongest. However, the system shattered this notion of his, mentioning many other beings. He was left speechless. Just then, Alice suddenly called out to him. Interrupting his thoughts, Alice pointed to her neck, saying it felt uncomfortable. Linan observed it. It was probably because of the sutured wound. He quickly went to prepare a basin of clean water for the little girl, then told her to go wash up first. After her bath, he would resuture her entire body. Alice looked at him, confused, with blurry eyes, seemingly waiting for something, but he still stood there waiting for her. After a while, she raised her hand and reached out to him again. Linan looked at Alice's gesture in confusion, falling into thought. When an idea struck him, he frowned and asked, "Does Alice mean she wants him to help her bathe?" Alice nodded without hesitation. "She doesn't know how." Linan was genuinely startled by this nod. He quickly told Alice, "Little girls are females. Bathing is something you can't let a male help with, not even a biological brother." Alice, of course, didn't understand these issues and confusedly asked him why that was. Linan sighed helplessly. "The little girl is still young, she won't understand." Alice suddenly asked him, confused, how old he was. He confidently replied that he was 18, but Alice told him that she was already 201 years old, much older than him, but she still didn't know how to bathe. Since she had said all that, what else could Linan do? He resigned himself to his fate. He would teach her this once, but next time she had to bathe herself. Following that, the two entered the bathroom. Lin and taught Alice how to bathe like a teacher. After a while, he wrapped Alice in a towel and came out. The system popped up another notification. You shamelessly bathed Alice. Hatred decreased by 1%, trust increased by 20%, and you received many rewards. Lin grew angry at the system's words. This damn system was giving him perverted achievements again, but he ignored it. Focusing on drying Alice's hair, after a while he picked up scissors. He wanted to remove Alice's stitches and resuture them. He knew it might hurt a bit, so he suggested the little girl first turn into a soul state and leave her body. However, Alice shook her head and refused. Lin frowned at her. Are you sure you don't need to? Seeing the little girl so firm, he picked up the scissors and began to cut the threads, then skillfully resutured with a needle. He didn't forget to tell the little girl that she could cry out if it hurt. Sure enough, when the needle went in, Alice trembled and cried out, her legs gripping the ground tightly. Lin looked at this scene with some concern. It really does hurt. Perhaps the little girl should still leave her body. But Alice refused his suggestion once again. She didn't want to. Moreover, she trusted Lin. He was a good doctor. She trusted Lin and would be happy, even if it hurt. He looked at Alice with gratitude. The little girl was so sensible it was heartbreaking. After a while, he slowly inserted the needle. He tried to be as gentle as possible. Time flowed by like this, with Lin meticulously suturing all the wounds on the little girl's body. Affection increased, hatred decreased, and the system even encouraged him to continue his efforts on the path of spoiling his little sister. Lin cursed angrily. This system was truly ridiculous, proficient only in spouting nonsense. After he finished, Lin had already placed Alice on the bed to rest, while he prepared his weapons, items, and medicine. He was ready to depart tomorrow. Just then, Shui-ju suddenly pushed the door open and entered, asking if he was going out to find a night doctor tomorrow. Lin was startled and looked back at the doorway. He looked at Shui-ju, puzzled. You're not asleep yet? Shui-ju walked directly to the table and sat down, speaking sternly. I was originally thinking of persuading you, but looking at you, persuasion would be useless. Lin knew he was worried about him and quickly assured him that he would be fine. However, Shui-ju snorted coldly, saying that Lin knew too little about night doctors. But never mind. As your teacher, I can only help you one last time. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed 2 bottles of medicine on the table, a mental enhancer and a physical enhancer. The mental enhancer could greatly boost his mental strength for 24 hours. The weaker the creature, the stronger the effect when used. The physical enhancer could maximize his physical strength for 24 hours, but it had a side effect. He would be weak for a period after the duration ended. Lin took the 2 bottles of medicine and said happily, These are good medicines. Are you really giving them to me? Shui-ju didn't want to hear his touched words and quickly waved his hand to stop him. You just need to remember my kindness. With that, he stood up and walked to the door, telling him to go to bed early as he had things to do tomorrow. Lin nodded gently, looking at Shui-ju's retreating back, feeling a bit moved. Early the next morning, Lin left the Bloodhold clinic with a large saw and the items he had prepared. He raised his hand and shouted into the air, System, use item. Instantly, a faint yellow light emitted. He had used a class transfer item which would trigger the Night Doctor class transfer quest series. The next moment, Lin's body vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he found himself in the cursed land, Silent Town. This was the location for the first phase of the quest, find a Night Doctor in Silent Town. Once his reputation within the Night Doctor faction reached 100, the next phase of the quest would be triggered. Lin frowned when he heard this. It seemed that was Silent Town over there. This quest was rather simple. However, the moment he stepped onto the street, a number of black mist wraiths had already appeared above his head. He looked up in surprise, suddenly feeling that this place was even more dangerous than the House of Happiness. He couldn't be careless. Thinking this, he immediately took out a bottle of potion and unhesitatingly poured it all into his mouth. After drinking it, he felt his body surge with power. This time he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. He had just used the 2 potions Shui-ju gave him, valid for 24 hours. Following that, he decided to enter the town to look around. Meanwhile, in Silent Town, black mist was everywhere, and torches on the city walls illuminated the surroundings. On the high platform, some soldiers could faintly be seen on guard, gripping their guns tightly, extremely vigilant. Not only humans, but also some dark elves, cyclops, and other races were here, all extremely cautious without exception. At this moment, various parts of Silent Town seemed to have entered a state of martial law, with guns and bows raised, all ready for battle. Here, a blond man was also aiming at the distance. Someone walked up to him and suggested leaving things to them, saying he didn't need to risk himself. However, the mayor shook his head, calmly speaking, This is not our original world. The holy light doesn't reach here. Though I am old, my gun can still protect my people. Following that, he roared again, urging everyone to stay vigilant, pick up their hunting rifles, and absolutely not let any monster in. On the other side, howls of wolves suddenly echoed from the distant black mist, making everyone's expressions grim. The alpha wolf glanced at the wolves behind it, asking about the plan to attack Silent Town. The wolves immediately replied that they were ready and could launch an attack at any time. But according to scout reports, an outsider was approaching, and they didn't know if it was for reinforcements. Hearing this, the alpha wolf immediately frowned. "What race, a giant or an undead?" The wolf hesitated for a moment, then reported, "Just a normal person." This answer made the alpha wolf unable to help but be surprised. Meanwhile, Linen journeyed deep into Silent Town, unaware that a pack of werewolves was secretly observing him. From a nearby thicket, the alpha wolf glanced at the wolf next to it and asked, "Is that him?" It quickly replied, "Yes," with that arrogant look it wants to tear him apart right now. Hearing this, the alpha wolf immediately hesitated and stopped it, because it suspected the person before them was a doctor. The wolf next to it muttered in surprise, "Does the leader suspect he's with that group?" The alpha wolf wasn't entirely sure. After all, those lunatics were always very interested in them, and their stronghold was also very close to the town. If not for that, the town would have been conquered long ago and the holy relic would have fallen into their hands. At these words, some wolves in the pack were already scared. They didn't want to be dissected. If he was a night doctor, they should retreat. Fearing that these words would demoralize the pack, the alpha wolf quickly swiped a paw at the wolf that had spoken, angrily scolding, "Why are you nervous? It's just a suspicion." Normally every night doctor wore a beaked mask to prove their identity, but Lin didn't. In its opinion, he must be an outsider. He looks plump and fair. He'd make a perfect wolf pup for us. With that, the alpha wolf immediately ordered its subordinates to charge. In the blink of an eye, a large group of werewolves leaped out from that direction and surrounded Lin. However, he showed no fear, calmly raising an eyebrow as he looked at them. He was waiting for them. As soon as he finished speaking, countless massive tentacles emerged from behind him. Seeing this, the werewolves immediately cried out in horror. "It's a tentacle monster." They frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. Linan's tentacles had tightly coiled around them, holding them fast, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. Linan gazed intently at the werewolves before him, his tone filled with disdain. "A mere pack of werewolves dared to provoke me. Are you seeking death?" However, just then, the alpha wolf suddenly appeared behind him. It was trying to ambush him. Unfortunately, Linan had eyes in the back of his head. The moment it got close to his body, it was fiercely swatted away by a hand sent flying far off. The alpha wolf now looked at Linan, its eyes filled with terror. The person before it was truly a monster. Linan smiled maliciously at it. His left hand had also elongated. He indeed didn't look quite normal. He glared at the alpha wolf and said with a sneer, "I told you not to provoke me. I've taken medicine today." The moment he finished speaking, the alpha wolf immediately grew furious. "You arrogant fool, do you think we truly can't handle you? Today is Blood Moon Day, our combat power will double." As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately let out a howl. The moonlight in the sky was absorbed by it, and its aura changed accordingly. Its subordinates were no exception, rapidly absorbing the essence of the blood moon's light. Then all charged forward, intending to bite off Linan's tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the werewolves' aura immediately surged. They opened their wide mouths and bit at Linan's tentacles. Not only that, but they were also clever, knowing to pull from all directions, tightening their grip on his tentacles, preventing him from moving. Linan was thus restrained by the pack of wolves. He bit his lip fiercely. If not for today's quest prohibiting killing, he would have long since blasted them to death with his dragon's breath cannon. Since they were so intent on killing him, he wouldn't hold back. Saying this, he immediately called upon the system and activated random diagnosis. Instantly, a dazzling golden yellow light emerged from Linan's body, enveloping the entire pack of wolves. In the blink of an eye, a series of their hidden ailments were immediately detected by him. With the system's prompt in his ear, he immediately treated their illnesses according to their symptoms. The wolf that had just charged forward, the first one he targeted, cried miserably, "My precious parts are broken." The other wolves were no exception. They too were treated by Linan according to their ailments and kept falling to the ground screaming miserably. They had no idea what was happening and could only cry out to the alpha wolf for help. The alpha wolf watched its subordinates continuously fall, unable to help but cry out in terror. What on earth is going on? However, no sooner had it spoken than the alpha wolf's body was suddenly pinned down by another wolf. It was startled, looking at the wolf behind it. "What are you doing?" The wolf's cheeks were flushed, clearly intending to do that to it. Upon realizing this, the alpha wolf immediately roared in horror, ordering that wolf to stop. Unfortunately, desire had already clouded its mind, and the wolf, of course, wouldn't stop, and was immediately kicked away by the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf was dazed and confused, not understanding what was happening. Just then, it suddenly felt a winding stream of liquid pour out, carrying an irresistible force that seemed capable of breaking through all obstacles. It gritted its teeth and made a creaking sound, unable to hold it in any longer. It was about to burst out. Sure enough, the next second, a stream of liquid sprayed out from under its rear, completely unstoppable, even splattering onto its younger subordinates behind it. Seeing this, the wolf pack immediately scattered in terror, but the alpha wolf showed no sign of stopping. The liquid continued to spray, covering the ground with disgusting yellow fluid. After a while, the alpha wolf finally stopped. It lay exhausted on its back on the ground, unable to move, and the other wolves were no exception. Just then, a powerful stream of water suddenly shot directly into the face of an unconscious wolf. The icy water instantly brought it back to consciousness. As soon as it sat up, it furiously cursed, asking who had sprayed water on it. However, when it looked closely and saw clearly, its pupils immediately constricted, utterly terrified. Because Linan was the one spraying the water, but the stench was so awful that he had to talk to it while covering his nose. "Why did you ambush me?" Hearing this, the wolf immediately gritted its teeth and let out a harsh creaking sound, then snorted coldly. "Do you think it will speak just because you tell it to? We are real men, we won't say a word even if you kill us." Linen curled his lip at this, pointed at the unconscious alpha wolf and said coldly, "Real men, throw it over there and let its boss show it some love." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow in warning. "As long as it keeps silent, I will definitely do as I say." Sure enough, the wolf trembled with fear. It quickly offered to speak. "Actually, we wanted to attack Serene Town and we happened to see you on the way. So we thought we'd take care of you too." Who knew? It stopped there. It didn't say the rest, but Linen knew they hadn't expected to kick an iron plate. The wolf added, almost in tears, that they had also been sprayed all over. Linen glared at it and continued to ask, "Why are you attacking the town? What's the situation now? Tell me every single word." The wolf was very obedient and told him everything. Serene Town had a group of immigrants from the Holy World. About 300 years ago, the army of the Holy World opened a passage to this world and descended upon this place. As far as it knew, their world seemed to have suffered a catastrophe 300 years ago, causing their civilization to hit rock bottom. Of the 12 items they revered as sacred artifacts, 5 had fallen into this world. Therefore, 3 years ago, they had come on an expedition. Linen frowned after hearing this. It was 300 years ago, after all. The time when the Shao family was beheaded and when the Demon Hunter Association discovered the giant statue all fell within this period. And the decline of the Holy World Expeditionary Force's civilization in later generations was also related to the events of 300 years ago. This couldn't be a coincidence. They must be connected. Thinking of this, Linen frowned and asked the wolf, "Where is that expeditionary force now?" The wolf said they were already dead. It heard they encountered a root-level creature, were defeated, and a small portion of them escaped to Serene Town, and they also possessed a sacred artifact. Linen listened to the werewolf silently, and after a long while he asked with confusion, "Why does a werewolf know so much?" At this moment, hatred suddenly appeared in the wolf's eyes, and it answered through gritted teeth, "Because our ancestors were members of that spirit army back then. They drove our ancestors away just because we carried the werewolf curse, leaving them to live and die in torment and suffering. That's why werewolves hate them immensely. Every werewolf wants to tear them to shreds." As it spoke, it couldn't help but bare its fangs and was immediately punched by Linen. He warned it not to bare its fangs at him. He squinted at it again. Now he was going to ask it one last question. If it answered honestly, he would let it go. The question he wanted to ask was if it knew about the night doctors. As soon as the words night doctors left Linen's mouth, the wolf's body immediately began to tremble. It looked at him in horror and asked, "Why do you ask about the night doctors?" Seeing its reaction, Linen knew it indeed knew about the night doctors. Not only did the wolf know, but the night doctors were also their greatest fear. They are a group of madmen very interested in the curse within their bodies. Wearing bird-beak masks, they appeared very refined and polite. They claimed they were willing to help them remove the curse from their bodies. That doctor did indeed free several of their elders from the werewolf curse. This greatly surprised the werewolf clan and filled them with hope. But after curing the curse, they insisted that they were sick and needed deeper treatment. Then they cut open those elders, stuffed many strange medicines into their bodies, and then stitched them up with red-hot needles. Just watching it was unbearable. That kind of pain, that kind of fear, it believed Linen couldn't understand. However, Linen did exactly that to treat evil spirits. "What's there not to understand?" he said very calmly. "This is still acceptable. I am far more terrifying than this." Upon hearing this, the werewolf's eyes immediately widened, filled with horror. What did he just say? Still acceptable? Did that mean this was normal for him? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at him in terror. It tentatively asked very carefully, "Could it be that you are one too?" Linen knew what it wanted to say, and calmly introduced, "Although I haven't officially joined them yet, I will soon be a member of the Night Doctors." As he spoke, he squinted at it again and said coldly, "I understand everything they've been through. Why don't I help them?" However, the wolf was now extremely frightened. It kept backing away, asking him what he wanted to do, but he didn't explain and simply took action, causing pathetic wolf howls to suddenly echo through the black mist forest, accompanied by immeasurable cries above the walls of Serene Town. The commotion from that direction was very loud. Upon hearing it, the soldiers immediately frowned in confusion. "Why are there such strange sounds?" The mayor nearby immediately ordered them to raise their guard, saying it might be a conspiracy. After a while, Linen slowly entered the town from the black mist forest. The moment he appeared, crossbows on the city wall were aimed at him, and archers were ready. With a single command, they would shoot him full of holes. However, just then, the mayor suddenly ordered them to stop. He recognized that he was not a werewolf. Linen walked near the city wall, then raised his hands high and calmly stated that he was just a passing doctor. He had no ill intentions. At these words, the soldiers were immediately astonished. How could a doctor appear here? The mayor, however, was very wary. He had already seen what was behind him and asked coldly, "What is that?" Linen lifted the tentacles. "What?" He originally intended to tell them not to be afraid, that they were just his spoils of war, but what he had captured were werewolves, the natural enemies of Serene Town. The soldiers immediately opened fire. In an instant, a barrage of bullets whizzed through the air. Seeing this, Linen immediately drew his knife and slashed down without hesitation. His speed was incredibly fast. The clang of metal rang out continuously as many bullets were deflected, but a few still struck his body, and blood flowed non-stop. Linen disregarded his wounds, looked calmly at the crowd before him, and said placidly, "These werewolves are all my captives." Zua saw that his body was already bleeding. It quickly reminded him. However, he told it to shut up. Of course he knew. In an instant, the area fell into a deathly silence. The soldiers and the mayor exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They then looked at the werewolves Lin En had suspended in midair with tentacles, falling into deep thought. After a while the mayor finally decided to let Lin En enter. In the town square, Lin En sat face to face with the mayor with 2 soldiers guarding them. The mayor squinted at the person opposite him and hesitated before saying, "So you subdued all these werewolves?" Lin En nodded gently, a faint smile on his lips, and calmly narrated, "I was attacked on the road, so I was forced to act in self-defense." Hearing this, the mayor immediately smiled with emotion. He had thought there would be a fierce battle today, but he hadn't expected the crisis to have already been resolved by him. Truly, a hero emerges from the young. Just then, a man walked in from outside. He leaned close to the mayor's ear and reported, "We just checked. This group of werewolves has various diseases, and the source of almost all the town's illnesses is linked to Lin En. He suspects he is a night doctor." The mayor's face immediately changed upon hearing this. The Night Doctors were a group of twisted, extreme, chaotic, and evil individuals who specialized in cleansing the world of plagues and curses. Although the young man in front of him looked harmless, he exuded a chilling aura. Could he really be as they suspected? He thought for a while, and after a long time carefully asked what he was doing here. Lin En also stated his purpose without hesitation. He heard that the Night Doctors were near the town, so he came to visit. As soon as he said this, the mayor and his group's expressions instantly changed. The mayor looked at him in horror, stammering out a warning, "You better give up that idea as soon as possible. Those people are not good news." Hearing this, Lin En thought the mayor knew where they were, but he gently shook his head, saying he didn't know. But the town was indeed within their area of activity. After every werewolf attack, they would send 1 or 2 people to treat the soldiers in town for the werewolf curse. Lin En immediately became interested upon hearing this. They are so enthusiastic. It seems they are indeed good doctors, dedicated to their work. However, the soldiers immediately loudly retorted upon hearing his words. "Enthusiastic about what? They're a bunch of madmen." As he spoke, he lifted his shirt, revealing a ghastly cross-shaped scar on his chest. They cut him open. Although they cured the curse, they turned him into a stitched monstrosity. He then pointed at some people in the distance, angrily accusing the Night Doctors. "It's all because of the Night Doctors that they've become neither human nor ghost. Can you call that a good doctor? That's truly slandering many good doctors." The mayor watched the man's outburst, immediately slammed the table and stood up shouting, "Enough, Kalen, step back quickly." Hearing this, Kalen composed himself, pulled down his shirt, and immediately retreated. Only after Kalen left did the mayor sigh helplessly. He apologized to Lin En apologetically. "He is the son of an old friend of mine. Although he has been cured of the curse by the Night Doctors, his reattached body often oozes pus. He suffers various torments and pains every day, which is why he has no good feelings towards the Night Doctors." Lin En also felt a little saddened hearing Kalen's story. He understood their feelings. Making their bodies like that could indeed not be considered a complete cure. As he spoke, he offered to help them return to their original state. Immediately after, Lin En was led to an operating room. Kalen stripped naked and lay on the bed. He looked at Lin En hesitantly and asked suspiciously, "Do I really have to take off all my clothes?" He nodded gently and affirmed, "Only then can I clearly see the stitches on your body." Hearing this, Kalen no longer dwelled on that question and asked another, "But why does the surgery have to be done here? It just feels strange." Lin En said helplessly that there was no other way. He had checked everywhere in the town and only the conditions here met the surgical requirements. As Lin En spoke, he took out a large surgical knife, preparing to make the incision. Kalen immediately jumped up in fright. "Does surgery require such a big knife?" Seeing his reaction, Lin En chuckled softly to reassure him. "Don't be afraid, it's very sharp, it won't make you feel pain." Seeing him wield the knife, Kalen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat from fright. Was it a matter of sharpness? Lin En reassured him again, telling him to trust him and that everything would be fine. As he spoke, he prepared to swing the knife down, making Kalen want to cry without tears. He quickly stopped him. "What about the anesthetic? Aren't you going to use anesthetic?" Hearing this, Lin En remembered he needed to administer anesthetic. He gave an embarrassed dry laugh. "I got excited and forgot for a moment." Kalen suddenly felt an urge to curse. "Damn it, you can forget something so basic." He immediately jumped up and ran. However, Lin En with quick hands and eyes had already thrown a syringe at him. In an instant the syringe plunged directly into his backside. Kalen, as the anesthetic permeated his body, immediately slumped to the ground. Lin En dragged him back onto the bed, not forgetting to reassure him. "Oh, don't worry, it'll be over soon." Immediately after, he began to wield the knife, cutting into Kalen's body stroke by stroke. He clearly felt the pain of the knife cutting down, and cried out in his heart several times, "Oh my God, wasn't I given anesthetic? Why does it still hurt so much?" His body couldn't move, he couldn't even make a sound. This person was 1,000 times more terrifying than the Night Doctors. He secretly pleaded for help from the mayor, hoping he could save him. However, the mayor was currently outside, secretly observing with another person, continuously exclaiming, "This doctor's knife work is incredibly precise, several times better than those Night Doctors." Kalen is so moved he's crying tears. But how could they know Kalen was crying from fear? Then they kept praising Lin En, saying who would have thought there's a doctor who loves his job so much in this dark world, and kept giving Lin En compliments. In the room, Lin En continuously cut open the stitches on Kalen's body. The system prompt sounded in his ear. "Angel's Mercy is an epic tier self-constraint usable only by Night Doctors." Lin En frowned upon hearing this. I didn't expect the quality to be epic tier, even higher than legendary, and they just used it up like that. The night doctors are truly wealthy. There was no sign of healing between the flesh pieces, nor was medication being used to maintain vital signs. This way, not all medications could be completely removed, but Lin En could completely remove the surface medications, leaving only the medications in the blood and muscles would be fine. As he spoke, his hand repeatedly poked into Kalen's wound, making him scream in agony. However, Lin En did not stop. He continued to deeply poke the wound to clear the medication, then stitched the internal flesh with needle and thread. Kalen was experiencing this piercing, agonizing pain for the first time, continuously screaming in agony. No matter how much he screamed, the needle in Lin En's hand continued to pierce down, then pull up, and the wound gradually closed. This way, the epidermis wouldn't need stitching, and would naturally be much more aesthetically pleasing. Immediately after, he took out several bottles of recovery potions and continuously poured them onto the skin's surface, also adding some specially formulated fragrance agents. Next was to knead a few times to help the medication quickly penetrate the skin and accelerate the recovery of skin tissue. Just like that, Lin En continuously kneaded Kalen's body. He complained incessantly from the pain and time flew by. The surgery was finally successful. Kalen's skin had perfectly recovered. Lin En was very satisfied and raised an eyebrow, asking Kalen if he was very moved. Hearing this, Kalen frowned and looked at him. "What do you think? Does my face look happy?" However, Lin En didn't understand. He thought Kalen was crying from emotion and awkwardly scratched his head, saying he didn't have to be like that. A thank you would suffice. Kalen looked at him in disbelief. "Does this expression mean I'm affirming you? You must be dreaming." However, Lin En didn't pay much attention, turned to look outside the door and shouted, "Everyone can come in now?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately pushed the door open from outside. They gathered around Kalen, carefully examined his body, and then continuously exclaimed, "He really has no scars on his body now. He looks even better than before, and his body smells so good." Kalen's expression was somewhat indescribable hearing these words. He didn't know how to respond. Over here, several women had already surrounded Lin En, hesitating for a long time without speaking. He frowned and asked them what was wrong. They immediately took off their cloaks, revealing some scars on their chests. They asked him if he could help them remove these scars. He unhesitatingly answered yes. It's a doctor's duty after all. Hearing this, the women immediately pressed close to Lin En, continuously whispering sweet nothings, saying they would do anything if he could remove their scars. Lin En looked at them happily. "Take your time, everyone will get a turn." Kalen was being carried out. Seeing this scene, he quickly shouted to stop them. "Don't believe him, he's 100 times scarier than the night doctors." Meanwhile, in the open area outside, the werewolves were bound with iron chains, lying limply on the ground. The alpha wolf was also filled with sorrow at this moment. Its reputation for a lifetime was ruined. A wolf saw this scene and quickly asked if it was okay. The alpha wolf snorted coldly. "What could be wrong with me? My backside is still bleeding." That wolf also felt very helpless. Its teeth were all gone, but because it hadn't suffered other more severe torture, it still had the strength to escape. It suggested that while the people of Serene Town weren't paying attention to them, they should quickly unchain themselves and run back to the mountains for help. The alpha wolf heard this and thought it made sense, quickly told it to come closer, then bit down with its sharp teeth, breaking the iron chain in no time. Having regained freedom, that wolf immediately turned and ran towards the forest. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire and pursued. In a flash, gunshots continuously echoed in the dim forest but couldn't hit the wolf. It had escaped. It was triumphant. No one would be able to catch it once it was deep in the forest. It kept running forward but soon encountered a thick fog. It quickly stopped and did not continue running forward. At this moment, its face already showed fear and its body couldn't help but tremble, because from within that thick fog it saw a dark figure slowly walking towards it. As it drew closer, a person wearing a bird-beak mask appeared. That person also wore a black cloak and leaned on a slender staff. The wolf looked at the approaching figure in disbelief. It was them. Why were they here? In an instant, terrifying roars echoed through the forest. The pursuing soldiers also recoiled in fear. This sudden appearance was clearly them. The soldiers immediately rushed back to report to the mayor. Meanwhile, after a long period of treatment, Lin En finally completed the surgeries for the women as well. They were being carried out at this moment. Lin En let out a tired sigh of relief. He could finally rest. But just then he heard the mayor ordering everyone to tell the villagers to hide in the church basement. No one was allowed to come out without his command. He walked over with a question, asking the mayor what had happened. The mayor, with a grave expression, told him, "The night doctors are here." In an instant, the church bells began to ring. Upon hearing this sound, the villagers immediately ran to the churches underground. They knew the night doctors had arrived and fled in fear. The mayor also pulled Lin En, hurrying to the church for shelter. They had to survive this ordeal first. Lin En originally didn't want to run, but the mayor was already forcefully pulling him towards the church. Meanwhile, the wolf pack tied to the pillars heard the church bells ringing continuously and felt confused. The alpha wolf had heard these bells before. It thought for a moment, and then its face changed, filled with horror. "That's right, it's them." It immediately broke free from the iron chains with force, then told its subordinates to run quickly. They also ran towards the church, but no one opened the door for them. They quickly pleaded with the people inside to open the door. The people inside heard the werewolves' voices and remained motionless. Only then did the mayor walk over and warn them, "If you want to live, you must behave, otherwise I will kill you before the night doctors arrive." The wolf pack was very afraid of the night doctors, so they bowed their heads in agreement without hesitation. Lin En looked out the window. A lot of thick fog was spreading this way. The wolves that couldn't escape were paralyzed by the thick fog, lying motionless on the ground. Inside the church, the mayor saw Lennon standing by the window and quickly reminded him, "Quick, sit down, it's very dangerous." He obediently squatted on the ground and then asked suspiciously, "Is this how the night doctors appear?" The mayor gently shook his head. "This is one way. If they think a creature needs treatment and it doesn't cooperate, they will use this method. In their eyes, all creatures need treatment whether you're sick or not. Furthermore, even if one night doctor cures you, if you encounter another, you will still be forcibly treated again, and the consequences of their treatment are extremely cruel, too horrible to witness." Lennon frowned after hearing this. "Do you think all doctors care about their patients as much as you do?" The mayor then pulled out a bottle containing blue liquid from his person and handed it to him. He frowned and asked what it was. The mayor calmly said, "This is the highly toxic smiling potion." He slowly explained, "This is the medicine they use against the night doctors. After drinking it, your body will appear as if it's dying from poison. This way, the night doctor's attention will be focused on the poison, and they largely won't suspect you have other ailments." Lennon nodded and took it upon hearing this, not forgetting to thank him. The mayor gently shook his head, not paying much attention, but just then a night doctor appeared by the window. Both quickly lowered their heads. The mayor gestured for him not to speak. Everyone held their breath and waited. The night doctor outside the window peered intently inside and before long saw people within. At this moment the church was terrifyingly silent. It seemed one could even hear the breathing of Serene Town's residents. Everyone watched the door with their eyes, silently praying in their hearts. However, just then a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The urgent knocking made people's hearts pound with anxiety. The people inside immediately jumped, frowned, and dared not move. The werewolves here were no exception. They were also very afraid of the night doctors and tried hard to conceal their presence. Footsteps sounded in front of the door and finally stopped. The werewolves heard the sound outside and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally left. However, their joy was short-lived when suddenly an arm grabbed a wolf's shoulder from behind. It immediately flinched in terror, its body trembling uncontrollably. It quickly cried out to the alpha wolf for help. In an instant, continuous roars erupted inside the church. Two wolves were immediately terrified and rushed out of the church. Seeing this, the mayor immediately tried to stop them. "It's even more dangerous outside." Sure enough, as soon as they pushed the door open and ran out, they were instantly paralyzed by the night doctor's thick fog and collapsed to the ground. The mayor's face immediately turned grim. He immediately urged everyone to quickly drink the poison. "The night doctors have already discovered us." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly complied, drinking an entire bottle of poison. Lennon frowned, watching them. "You really drank it? This is poison." But just then, someone accidentally dropped their potion bottle on the ground and the liquid spilled out. The situation was urgent. The mayor, without hesitation, drew his knife and stabbed himself directly in the left side of his waist. Blood began to flow. This scene astonished Lennon even more. Were they really going to do this? He watched helplessly as the people of Serene Town fell into unconsciousness, feeling a bit lost. Just then, a figure slowly entered the church from outside. Blurred black mist still surrounded his body. The newcomer was none other than the dreaded night doctor. The night doctor's gaze swept across the church, looking at the injured people lying on the ground, and then his eyes fell upon the mayor lying in a pool of blood. A warm voice rang out, "Abusing your own body is a sin. I feel shame and anger for you, but I will still heal your wounds." As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers landed on the mayor's waist wound and several wisps of black energy immediately appeared. He muttered coldly, "Pain is a good medicine, it keeps people awake." In an instant, the toxins in the mayor's body dissipated. Lennon stood by, watching this scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed very powerful. Just a casual poke can easily clear the toxins." At this point, the mayor vaguely woke up, weakly uttering a couple of thanks. However, the night doctor paid him no mind, his gaze focused on the area of his heart on his chest. The mayor knew he wanted to continue treating him, and quickly said he was fine. Unfortunately, it was too late. The night doctor's slender fingers had already pierced his chest, making him howl in agony. Immediately after, a long scar appeared on his chest. Only then did the night doctor speak. "You have the blessing of divine power within you. The roots of darkness cannot invade your soul. It is very pure." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand lightly tapped the mayor's chest again, showing respect to him. The mayor's face was pale and he stammered out, "May the Lord bless you, amen." At this moment he finally let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Lennon watched all of the night doctor's actions, but the more he watched, the less he understood. Aren't these night doctors pretty good? Are they really as terrifying as the rumors say? The night doctor had now walked in front of another person whose body was also bleeding. He slowly questioned that person, asking if they had harmed themselves out of fear of him. That person was already unconscious and couldn't answer his question, but he didn't pay much attention, seemingly just asking casually. Although he looked down on that person, he would still heal the wound. However, besides the knife wound, there was also a hidden danger in that person's skull. After speaking, the night doctor pointed his slender fingers at that person's head. After a moment, he slowly explained, "That person was once injured by a werewolf. The root of the problem has already begun to spread within their body, though it hasn't been noticed yet, so that person is sick and needs treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, the night doctor's red fingernail unhesitatingly pierced into that person's head. Blood continuously flowed from that person's forehead as he sliced it open little by little, stopping only when the brain tissue inside was exposed. The night doctor's slender fingers directly extracted the brain tissue from within. Here it is. He then used only his fingernail to cut open the tumor in the brain, expertly stitching up the wound afterwards. His movements were fluid and unobstructed. Lin observed from the side, secretly marveling that no tools were needed. The tumor was removed perfectly, one might even say flawlessly, with just a finger. Just then, the night doctor's gaze fell on the man's right ankle. After a moment he spoke again. The curse has been spreading relentlessly. The sacred power within the guard suppressed the werewolf curse's invasion, but the dark world has already left its mark on him. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-yellow light suddenly flashed, and the guard's left foot was cleanly severed. His legs, now revealed and covered in black patterns, became visible. Seeing this, the mayor looked at him in disbelief, asking worriedly, "When did it become like this?" The man named Dean hurriedly shook his head, saying he didn't know. The night doctor didn't care whether he knew or not. He had to be treated, without another word. The night doctor swung his hand down directly, and Dean's leg was instantly severed. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the entire church. Everyone watched the night doctor's movements intently. He picked up the freshly severed foot, carefully examined the decaying patterns on it, and then slowly shaved away at the wound. The curse soon dissipated. Next, the night doctor took out a surgical knife and directly cut Dean's leg into sections, pouring a bottle of medicine called Angel's Mercy into it. In the blink of an eye, the severed leg was restored to its original state. The night doctor skillfully stitched Dean's wound with a needle. Time flew by and the night doctor finally stopped. Dean was now completely healed. Lin, observing all of this, couldn't help but clap a few times in praise. He showered compliments, praising how well it was done. Blood was right, he thought. Their medical skills truly are the best in the dark world. Hearing this, the night doctor turned to him and asked doubtfully, "Are you a colleague?" Lin nodded slightly, admitting that he had come admiring his reputation. However, the night doctor suddenly leapt in front of him. Their eyes met and silence fell. Lin was a bit puzzled, not knowing what he was doing. After a moment, the night doctor listed a series of his ailments: excessive mutation, the emergence of a mysterious consciousness in his left hand, extreme flesh distortion, sequelae from drug overdose, excessive body modification, a heart transplant, curses, mental derangement, and genital infection with evil spirit aura. So in the night doctor's view, this colleague was seriously ill. Lin quietly listened to the night doctor's diagnosis, then revealed a professional smile. He appreciated the night doctor's compliments, but receiving such a professional assessment from a night doctor left him feeling quite unconvinced. He also frankly stated that he wanted to join the night doctors. At these words, the mayor and everyone present were instantly speechless with shock. He actually wanted to join the night doctors? Was he joking? The night doctor was also somewhat surprised. He frowned at Lin and said coldly, "If you want to join us, we'll have to see what you're capable of." Lin, of course, knew that joining the night doctors required skill. He spoke very calmly. He might not be as skilled as the other in medical arts, but in one particular ability he was no less proficient, perhaps even superior. Hearing this, the night doctor remained unconvinced and asked coldly, "What ability is that?" Lin chuckled softly, calmly stating 4 words: "Diagnostic ability." The crowd in the church was once again stunned. The night doctor narrowed his eyes, looking at him. "Diagnostic ability stronger than mine, is he joking?" Lin lips curved into a smile as he said, "Actually, when I came into contact with you just now, I already diagnosed a few ailments. Your condition is not much lighter than mine." At these words, the night doctor felt insulted and instantly flared with anger, but he did not erupt. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing his body, and calmly said to Lin, "Is that so?" He was very curious. His gear completely isolated him from the outside world. He wanted to hear what Lin would say, how he diagnosed him, and where he claimed he was sick. His gaze turned dangerous, but Lin showed no fear. He calmly said, "According to my diagnosis, you have a large tumor in your intestines that is spreading to the surrounding area. It's very dangerous." The night doctor heard this and scoffed, finding it utterly absurd. He didn't even need a stomach for digestion. There was no foreign matter inside him, so how could there be a tumor? Moreover, a tumor in the stomach would be extremely painful, yet he felt no sensation whatsoever at the moment. However, almost simultaneously, his abdomen suddenly split open and a strange part protruded from within. He couldn't help but be shocked. The pain he'd felt moments ago had indeed come from his abdomen. The night doctor immediately looked down and sure enough saw a large tumor. He leaned closer to Lin, grabbed his collar and demanded, "Did you do this?" Lin immediately shook his head in denial. "I am a doctor. My only job is to tell you the diagnosis. While I can understand your feelings at the moment, it is very rude to blame your doctor without reason." The night doctor glared at him for a moment, then released him. He began to deal with his own tumor, skillfully stitching the wound before finally looking up at Lin and saying coldly, "It's just a tumor, I can handle it myself." Seeing this, Lin remained unperturbed and spoke calmly. Of course, with his medical skill this was nothing, but the next ailment would not be so easy to deal with. As Lin spoke, he removed the hat from the night doctor's head, instantly revealing a bald scalp. The night doctor reached up and touched his head, feeling the smooth scalp, and his expression instantly turned ugly. Where was his hair? Lin ignored his reaction and slowly explained, "This is a symptom of hair loss, but there's no need to worry too much. It won't cause him any physical pain." The night doctor, upon hearing this, became exasperated, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Who said it doesn't hurt? My heart aches. I spent so much effort growing this hair. By now, Lin En had already taken out a notebook, adopting an extremely professional demeanor. Leaving the hair issue aside, he also had a rather difficult-to-cure ailment. A small anomaly had appeared in a certain part of his body. Perhaps it desired freedom. The night doctor heard this and was puzzled. What did freedom mean? While he was still wondering, a loud clang suddenly came from his crotch. Lin En couldn't help but be startled, frowning as he asked, "What was that sound just now?" The night doctor hesitated, explaining that he was wearing iron underwear. Half an hour later, the night doctor was almost completely undressed, trembling as he tried to walk away. Lin En quickly stopped him. "Your ailment isn't cured yet." The night doctor looked at him furiously, warning him not to touch him or he would call someone to deal with him. After speaking, he vanished without a trace. Lin En called out to him, wanting to explain that he had clearly misunderstood. Although it was a bit coincidental, those ailments were not caused by him, but the night doctor was already out of earshot. He was gone. Just then, the mayor approached Lin En and asked hesitantly, "Do you really want to stay?" He immediately nodded. "Of course I do. I still need to gain their recognition to become a qualified night doctor." Hearing this, the mayor was instantly shocked. "You still need recognition? You're more of a night doctor than the night doctors themselves." A few hours later, Lin En, along with the people of Silent Town, swaggered over, brought chairs and sat in the courtyard waiting for the night doctors to arrive. Sure enough, they arrived not long after. This time, 2 night doctors came. One was Black Donkey of the undead skeleton race. The other was Raven of the Ravenfolk race. Raven narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin En sitting in the chair, and looked at the night doctor beside him and asked, "Is he talking about you?" The night doctor immediately nodded, bitterly complaining, "After he diagnosed me, a bunch of ailments suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but him?" Hearing this, Raven immediately frowned, then found a chair and sat opposite Lin En. "Then you try to diagnose him," the accompanying night doctor immediately interjected. "Don't let Lin En diagnose him, he'll harm him." However, Raven shook his head, saying calmly, "It's fine. As far as I can see, this one is not a plague doctor. Plague doctors are traitors among our night doctors, a heretical group that split from us, and this young man isn't even a night doctor. How could he become a plague doctor?" Lin En smiled at him, saying thank you for his trust, and added that he also wanted to state his true purpose. But before he could finish, Raven waved his hand, cutting him off. He knew Lin En wanted to join them, which was why he let him perform a diagnosis. Just now he had released a very subtle virus into his own body. "If you can find this virus within 10 minutes, I can acknowledge your qualification to become a night doctor." Lin En frowned at him, cautiously asking, "So if I can diagnose who has the virus, I can become a member of the night doctors?" Raven scoffed. "Young man, don't think too far ahead, but if you can truly do it, I will recommend you in my name." At these words, Lin En immediately blinked excitedly, deciding that would be fine. Seeing his reaction, Raven immediately snorted, "Still too young. Don't you see I'm deliberately making things difficult for you? The virus I injected cannot possibly be diagnosed without laboratory analysis. It's impossible for you alone." However, just then, Lin En suddenly exclaimed, "I've diagnosed it." Raven looked at him in horror, stammering, "Are you really sure?" Lin En calmly stated the name of the toxin. "The toxin's name is G. It is a virus formed by liquid extracted from a highly poisonous abyssal creature, the swamp blood leech of the dark world, combined with evil spirit excrement, ghost-scattering fungal dust, vine poison, and over a dozen other bizarre substances. This virus is extremely stealthy. A small infection will not affect the host, but it can rapidly spread to the target's brain in a short time. It can also escape through special transmission stations, and sometimes just a snap of the fingers can trigger a full outbreak of the virus within the body. This is not just a virus, it is also an extremely potent killing weapon." Raven's eyes widened. He looked at Lin En in disbelief. "Can you really diagnose all of that?" Thinking this, he then said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you to have some skill. Do you know the injection site of the virus and its reactions?" Lin En chuckled and nodded. "Of course. The virus was injected 3 inches into the bone of your right arm. Not much virus was injected, but it was concentrated on that patch of skin, so the concentration of the virus still caused you discomfort. Small red spots have already appeared at the injection site on your left arm, making you feel itchy and painful." After speaking, Lin En raised an eyebrow, awaiting his response. Lin En was very pleased. He was certain to win this time. But the mayor and the others behind him were too astonished to speak. Even the night doctors opposite them looked at Raven in confusion. They wanted to know if what Lin En said was true. Raven looked at Lin En, trembling. Lin En had missed nothing, but Raven had still underestimated the virus's spread and its adverse reactions. At this point, Raven also told Lin En the truth. Besides the itching on his left hand, he also had concentrated itching and pain symptoms on his back. Therefore, he believed Lin En had not given a complete diagnosis. With his current ability, he could not yet join them. No sooner had he spoken than Raven turned to leave, but Lin En quickly called out to him. Lin En spoke, feeling a little wronged. "You only asked me to describe the reactions to the virus injected this time. While the adverse reactions on your back are also caused by the G virus, they have accumulated over many years." Upon hearing this, Raven immediately turned back in horror, looking at him in disbelief. Lin En took out his notebook and slowly explained, "Perhaps you have already noticed yourself. The pores of your skin have long shown lesions and latent necrosis. The virus you just injected has precisely activated toxins within the hair follicle cells, and it is now rapidly spreading throughout your body." Lin En paused there, hesitated for a long time, then pointed to Raven's buttocks, meaning it had already spread to his buttocks. Hearing this, the nearby night doctors immediately became worried. Raven shook his head, saying he was fine, just a little itchy. But Linen disagreed. You should remove the virus you just injected now. Necrosis of the hair follicle cells on the back is a minor issue. What if the virus drills into your brain? But before he could finish, Raven immediately pulled down his trousers, revealing buttocks covered in pustules. He asked the two night doctors nearby to quickly take a look. Immediately, the two night doctors stepped forward to examine him. The situation was indeed bad. The red spots on his back were rapidly spreading, and he needed treatment. The two night doctors exchanged glances, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded in unison. One quickly injected him with antibiotics using a syringe, while the other used a needle to prick the pustules and extract the pus. Linen watched their actions from the side, kindly reminding them the virus is spreading to his brain. No sooner had he spoken than Raven immediately began to convulse, frothing at the mouth like he was having an epileptic seizure. The two night doctors hurriedly held him down and tried to suppress the virus. However, their efforts were almost in vain. A faint popping sound was heard, and the pustules on Raven's buttocks began to spread downwards to his legs, continuously emitting a foul odor. The two night doctors felt nauseous the moment they smelled it. These legs smell too awful. The virus had now spread to his legs, and his consciousness was quickly blurring. Linen finally couldn't hold back and immediately wanted to act. He wouldn't let anything happen to Raven. No sooner had he spoken than he directly pricked two pustules on Raven's leg with a needle. In the blink of an eye, Raven floated continuously in the air like a deflated balloon. The other night doctors, seeing this, immediately panicked. But Linen was very pleased. He had succeeded. Through this incident, his reputation among the night doctors skyrocketed. After a moment, Raven finally slumped to the ground. The two night doctors rushed forward to check on him. Fortunately, the virus had been cleared. However, when no one was paying attention, clown-like patterns suddenly appeared on Linan's face. He revealed a cruel smile. How disappointing. To be a night doctor and not even know you're sick yourself. Isn't that the physician who can't heal himself? The evil entity had already detected his abnormality. It hastily appeared, asking hesitantly, "Are you toying with them, using that ability to inflict diseases?" Linen heard this, frowned at the entity and said with a sneer, "Even you don't trust me. They are all doctors, highly skilled. Why would I harm them? It's just that they had too many hidden diseases within them, and I merely diagnosed them." The evil entity still didn't believe him. After all, they were night doctors with medical skills among the best in the dark world. How could they not discover their own illnesses? Linen shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows, perhaps their focus is always on others, neglecting themselves. At this point he suddenly burst out laughing. Isn't it ridiculous? They looked so comical when their illnesses flared up. Hearing this, the evil entity couldn't help but look at him seriously. It always felt he was strange, yet couldn't pinpoint what was wrong just then. Black Donkey suddenly pointed at Linen, then spoke fiercely. "You dare lay hands on Raven? If you're so capable, diagnose how many ailments I have." The night doctor beside him, hearing this, immediately stopped him in horror. "Even Raven fell victim, you won't spare him." Black Donkey heard this and scoffed, saying it didn't matter. He told the night doctor via telepathy that he had already set up measures against curses and disease backlash, and then asked the night doctor beside him to observe how he would inflict diseases upon them. The night doctor understood upon hearing this, nodding and cautioning him to be careful. On this side, Linen immediately frowned upon hearing Black Donkey words. Black Donkey clearly had ailments himself, yet he still came to rely on Linen. But Linen couldn't help it. After all, he was a doctor who wholeheartedly considered his patients. Immediately after, he walked forward and took Black Donkey's hand. The system promptly reminded him that Black Donkey had many ailments. Linen smiled upon hearing the system's prompt. It seemed Black Donkey's condition wasn't light either. At these words, Black Donkey was too stunned to speak. He had already activated curse and disease countermeasures, yet he still fell victim. How was this possible? He hurriedly turned to the night doctor beside him and asked, "Did you see what happened?" The executor, however, was suddenly trembling violently, stammering, "It's a curse." Black Donkey was even more disbelieving upon hearing this. He had clearly activated curse countermeasures, yet the executor continued to tremble. He pointed fearfully at Linen and said, "Not Black Donkey curse, but yours." Black Donkey stared intently at Linen. "So that's it. A cursed doctor. No wonder he can silently inflict diseases upon others." He questioned him. "Does bringing illness and suffering to others truly bring you joy?" Linen immediately became angry upon hearing this. He had clearly helped them discover their illnesses, so why were they blaming him instead? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Black Donkey's arm. Seeing this, the executor immediately charged at him, fiercely intending to attack. Linen quickly dodged. The executor's punch thus slammed into the ground, causing cracks to appear. He looked up ahead, then revealed a malicious smile. "I clearly apologize, but my tone is not so gentle." He wasn't deliberately harming them. He sincerely apologized. But this was clearly not what Linen wanted to say. He kept clutching his head. Black Donkey saw this and sighed helplessly. It seemed Linen didn't know he was cursed. His consciousness was constantly resisting. He was in great pain at the moment. Perhaps inflicting diseases upon others wasn't his original intention. It was the curse that made him do these things inadvertently. Moreover, when he inflicted diseases upon others, his curse could absorb power and grow stronger. Black Donkey quickly told the executor to go get Raven back. The executor asked doubtfully, "What about him?" Black Donkey looked intently at Linen. "This young man is seriously ill. He must be saved." He walked up to Linen and slowly said, "If you're not feeling well, I can help diagnose you." Although Linen was in great pain at the moment, he still wanted to handle it himself. The system quickly popped up to remind him that he was afflicted by the crying clown's curse. He desperately clutched his head, forcing himself to calm down. How could the crying clown's curse appear at this moment? He continued to scream. The mayor, standing behind him, hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Lin En gritted his teeth and told the mayor to quickly take everyone away. The mayor was somewhat surprised, then frowned and asked, "Do you mean you want me to take the town residents away from here?" However, he shook his head. He with a malicious smile told the mayor to bring them here. The clown had now taken over Lin En's body, its mouth always twisted into a terrifying smile. It wanted to treat them. Just then Black Donkey was ready to act. Lin En frowned at him, asking what he meant. Black Donkey calmly said, "You are cursed, I will heal you." No sooner had he spoken than he plunged his arm into the ground, causing a section of it to crack open. Lin En was now tightly held by Black Donkey's skeletal arm, but he did not panic. He calmly asked, "You want to cure me? Then what ailment do you have?" Black Donkey said in a deep voice, "You are cursed, you are being eroded bit by bit." However, Lin En scoffed, "A curse, what a convenient opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than numerous tentacles erupted from his back, constantly attacking Black Donkey. He found Black Donkey increasingly repulsive. Black Donkey looked at the tentacles approaching him, feeling somewhat flustered. He clearly wanted to dodge but couldn't, already entangled by the tentacles, which then coiled tighter and tighter, refusing to let go. At this point, Lin En looked at him provocatively. "Now you can't move, so you'll just have to obey me. But don't worry, I will definitely cure you." Immediately after, he revealed a malicious smile. The mayor outside, seeing his sudden actions, immediately changed color, calling out in alarm, "How did he become like this?" Lin En heard the voice and turned to look at him, startling the mayor into stepping back. Lin En's voice, full of laughter, rang out again. "He is sick and needs treatment." No sooner had he spoken than his tentacles flew towards the mayor. The mayor fled in terror. Just then, Black Donkey had broken free from the tentacles and rushed forward, saving the mayor's life. Immediately after, Black Donkey suddenly opened his mouth and let out several extremely piercing shouts. Lin En quickly covered his ears, his expression extremely grim. Black Donkey took this opportunity to advance, intending to first use a devouring technique on him. Lin En's curse was deepening. However, just then, Lin En's eyes suddenly widened, filled with horror. Because Lin En's eyes snapped open, one of his pupils had turned pitch black and his voice was filled with malice. "Give him a curse, bestow upon him a blessing, this troublesome fellow." No sooner had he spoken than a dark mist shot forth from his deep black pupil directly towards Black Donkey, causing him to scream in pain. Lin En himself flew into the air and a mocking voice followed. "Let him deal with that curse." Black Donkey, seeing this, quickly shot blue flames from his hands, chasing after Lin En. However, Lin En's speed was too great. The flames couldn't keep up at all. Black Donkey's expression instantly turned grim. His attack had no effect whatsoever. Was this the effect he had added to him? Meanwhile, Lin En made his way to the roof of a building, arrogantly looking down. He let out a fierce shout and began his diagnosis. Accompanying his shout, his colossal tentacles spread out from the air, coiling around the entire tall tower, seizing the residents of Silent Town, filling them with terror as they scattered and fled. In the blink of an eye, the residents of Silent Town were caught by Lin En's tentacles. Their various ailments were also reported by the system, and piercing screams filled the air. Only Lin En was utterly triumphant. His face at this moment was like a demon from hell, and he kept muttering to himself, "Sick, I won't let anyone go." It was truly terrifying. The evil entity then jumped out, urging him to calm down. How did it come to this? Lin En looked at it furiously upon hearing this. He fiercely demanded, "They're good friends, yet it dares to bother him. You're getting stranger and stranger." The evil entity couldn't help but advise, "You're being controlled by something, quickly find a way to get rid of it." At these words, Lin En became even more furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "It should shut up, the one who should be purged is the evil entity." The evil entity watched him grow increasingly insane and immediately said angrily, "All right, you won't wake up, will you? Then I'll beat you awake." No sooner had it spoken than the evil entity transformed into a giant fist and unhesitatingly smashed towards Lin En's head. Lin En wasn't angered by the blow. He merely glared at the evil entity, then revealed a mysterious smile. "Has it forgotten? I once used a stamina potion, it can't harm me. Its weaknesses, I know them like the back of my hand." Having said that, he unhesitatingly pulled out a bottle of potion and drank it all in one gulp, ignoring the evil entity's desperate attempts to stop him. In the blink of an eye, the evil entity quickly became limp and weak, devoid of any strength. Lin En looked at his now flaccid left hand and scoffed, "Does it still think it can fight me?" However, just then, magnificent feathers suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of Lin En. When he looked up, he saw Raven hovering in the air. After a moment, he descended onto the tower's roof, standing before Lin En. Lin En raised an eyebrow, looking at Raven, and revealed a provocative smile. "Are you well now? I'm truly happy for you." Raven ignored his provocation, merely nodding casually and saying, "Yes, now as a return favor I will cure you." Lin En scoffed, hearing this, and unhesitatingly refused, "I'll cure my own illness, I don't need to trouble you." He then looked at Raven with his dark pupils and said in a low voice, "You seem to have a new ailment. If you don't mind, I'll diagnose you again." However, no sooner had he spoken than Raven launched an attack. A feather shot out like a dart, surrounded by blood-red smoke, filling Lin En with terror. The sharp feathers instantly surrounded Lin En. Immediately after, the feathers transformed into a torrent, obscuring Lin En's vision. He frantically tried to remove it, but nothing he did helped. He swayed unsteadily, stumbling with each step. After only a few steps, he slipped and fell. Lin En's body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Raven also quickly descended from above. He walked over, stood beside Lin En and squinted at the unconscious Lin En. Seeing this, the executor exclaimed joyfully. As expected of Raven, he subdued him with a single move, Raven said cautiously. Linan's abilities are very strange. If you're not careful, he'll seize an opportunity. As he spoke, a ball of blue energy appeared in his hand. Now, as long as we suppress the curse within Linan, everything will be easily resolved. However, just then a wisp of black mist suddenly emerged from Linan's mouth and attacked Raven without a word. In the blink of an eye, Raven was surrounded by a massive black mist. Even his hat was knocked off. Black Donkey, who was outside, saw this and quickly warned. This is the rampage curse of the evil spirit agglomerate. Quickly get out of the curse eye's sight. However, Raven did not leave. He quickly sat cross-legged to the side, forming a hand seal. In the blink of an eye, his body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. With the blessing of this golden light, the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. After a moment, Raven finally opened his eyes. He let out a weak sigh. He hadn't expected Linan to possess such bizarre abilities. He had underestimated him too much. After speaking, he turned to the executor and asked, "Are you sure you saw the clown's shadow on Linan?" The executor nodded slightly. "Do you know about this curse?" Raven let out a long sigh and slowly said, "There was a record of this curse in the Night Doctor's texts. The clown's curse is terrifying. Over a decade ago, an ancient city was engulfed by this curse after an ancient strange entity was released. Those afflicted by the curse would have their consciousness become chaotic over time, and eventually, the curse would gradually form a mad consciousness within the host, replacing them. So if it truly was the curse the executor described, how should they deal with it? This was what Black Donkey was worried about. Raven slowly continued, "Most curses are countered by sacred power, including this clown's curse. If it were anywhere else, this curse would be almost impossible to lift, but Linan is somewhat fortunate. There happens to be an anomaly from the sacred world here, which will make this curse much easier to resolve." Meanwhile, inside the church, the mayor had brought the residents here for refuge. People were scattered everywhere, continuously shouting. One resident looked at the mayor and asked doubtfully, "Why did Linan suddenly become like this?" The mayor had no idea. He gently shook his head. "I don't know either. All we can do now is protect ourselves." Suddenly, just then, the church doors abruptly opened and a figure with wings slowly walked in. It was Raven. Immediately, rows of gun barrels were aimed at him. He raised his hand to stop them. The hoarse voice followed, saying, "Don't be nervous. They don't intend to harm anyone. He is here to help them." In the hall, before the townsfolk could fully recover, they saw Night Dr. Duya standing there, his eyes vigilant. The mayor said coldly, "They are not in the mood for a medical consultation right now. I hope he leaves quickly." Duya shook his head slightly. He wasn't there to treat them. They also knew that Linan was in great danger, and to lift his curse they had to use the holy relic from their sacred world. However, no sooner had he spoken than the mayor immediately retorted, "The holy relic is our only reliance in this world. I absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to it." Duya looked at him calmly and said indifferently, he believed they had some misunderstandings about the Night Doctors, but he wanted them to know that Night Doctors were not their enemies. In a sense, Night Doctors were once allies of the sacred world. Duya was referring to the 12 winged angels. At these words, the mayor instantly looked terrified. Could it be that the leader of the Night Doctors was? Just then, a huge crash echoed from the church roof, and a large hole immediately appeared in it. Blood instantly illuminated the dark basement. Using that light, everyone saw Linan appear above the wall. At this moment, the Joker's markings had already appeared on his face, and his smile was full of malice. "I finally found you. Now let me give you a checkup too." Duya instantly panicked and urged the mayor, "There's no time. Go quickly and awaken the holy relic. The other 2 Night Doctors will escort them." At that moment, the mayor no longer hesitated and immediately turned to flee. Duya vigilantly looked at Linan, who was before him. Linan saw this but did not stop him. He only sneered and questioned, "He's also a doctor. Does he really have the heart to let the patient just leave like that?" Duya looked at him calmly. "This time he won't show any mercy. Before the Joker completely takes over Linan's body, he will drive that fellow out of him." No sooner had he finished speaking than a flock of black crows immediately appeared, instantly surrounding Linan. However, Linan did not panic but responded calmly, "He can't stop me." He snorted coldly, summoned the black dragon on his right hand and without a word, spewed flames towards the flock of crows. Linan was proudly burning the crows with flames, but just then the black dragon suddenly stopped and the flames disappeared. He asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why did it stop spewing?" At the same time, Linan's eyes returned to normal. He squinted at the black dragon in his hand, full of worry. "If I use it again, its durability will be gone. That's something you can't buy with money. Once it's used up, it's gone. He can't bear to lose it." Zuo saw the light return to his eyes and immediately brightened up. "Are you awake?" However, no sooner had she spoken than Linan's expression changed again. He bit his lip hard. To be like this at a critical moment. Saying this, he looked at Duya, pursed his lips and said, "I'm not in good shape today. You go first." However, how could Duya let him leave just like that? He immediately summoned black crows and began to suppress Linan. In an instant, chains imbued with dark energy appeared, binding Linan tightly. At this moment, Linan was enraged to the extreme. He shouted, "I've had enough." With his roar, the eye on his chest immediately shot out a pale purple energy beam. Before long, it broke through Duya's restraints. Duya was somewhat startled by this sight. However, just then, a leaf imbued with holy power suddenly appeared. Duya quickly grabbed it, formed a hand seal, and holy light emanated. Linan was a bit dazed, pausing for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Duya tightly gripped his neck. Without a word, he pinned him to the ground. The holy relic in his hand was pressed against Linan's forehead. At this moment the markings on his face had become very clearly visible. He sensed danger approaching and struggled ceaselessly. When Duya wasn't paying attention, a tentacle emerged from behind him and touched him. In an instant the Joker's curse inflicted a series of diseases upon Duya. Immediately after, Lin took out a flesh-enhancing potion, preparing to swallow it. Zuo saw this and quickly urged Duya to stop Lin. But it was too late. He poured all the flesh-enhancing potion into his mouth. The moment the potion was swallowed, tentacles continuously drilled out of Linan's body and expanded. A few seconds later his entire body had transformed into a massive ball of flesh, with strange faces appearing on his skin, looking extremely horrifying. Seeing this thing, Duya couldn't help but panic, speechless. Meanwhile, not far from Silent Town, everything inside was being watched by people here. Pig Chef and a Joker were continuously gloating there. The Joker glanced at Pig Chef, raised an eyebrow, and said, "That guy Leiyuan got me to mess up Lin." Hearing this, Pig Chef sneered, "You were too restrained. He thought throwing that Blue Star Kid in front of you would accelerate the awakening process, but it didn't seem to have much effect later." The Joker kept dancing nearby, laughing happily. "So he used his own curse? Isn't he afraid the curse will devour Lin? Is Pig Chef trying to make him rely on the night doctors?" Pig Chef squinted into the distance and replied calmly, "If he's willing, he can easily suppress the curse. The important thing is whether he can accept being twisted." On the other side, in Silent Town, after transforming into a mass of flesh, Lin immediately pursued Duya. Duya was terrified at this moment. The curse's power was stronger. If it wasn't dealt with soon, it would be hopeless. While he was thinking, the mass of flesh had violently lashed him with a tentacle. It looked at him menacingly. "This time you're dead." The mass of flesh unhesitatingly grabbed Duya's neck. However, just then a holy light suddenly erupted from the church. The light was too dazzling, and the mass of flesh immediately closed its eyes and released Duya. Meanwhile, the mayor had emerged from the church with the relic. Duya quickly ran to them and told them to recite after him. The divine cup in the mayor's hand instantly flew into the air. Holy words immediately resonated from everyone's mouths. In just an instant, strange patterns appeared on the ground and powerful holy energy surrounded them. The mass of flesh heard the incantation and roared furiously. "They are so noisy." With its roar, countless tentacles also rapidly extended, attacking Duya and the others. Tentacles wreathed in flames attacked, terrifying Duya. He gritted his teeth and continuously chanted the incantation. A surge of holy power burst from underground, directly piercing the mass of flesh. Because of this, Linan's body returned to normal, but the Joker still occupied his body. Linan kept clutching his head, shouting in pain, "Stop it, he's about to be dispelled." However, Duya did not stop. He was almost there and continued to chant the incantation. But at this moment Duya's eyes suddenly widened, filled with terror. Because Linan's body had continued to be encroached upon by the Joker, he had regained consciousness. He sneered, looking at Duya, and said disdainfully, "Do you really think this can dispel him?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin pulled out a pistol from his person. His eyes filled with murderous intent and quickly pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by gunpowder smoke dancing in the air. Duya couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by a demon-hunting bullet, and blood began to flow. Duya ignored his injuries, endured the pain, and continued to recite the holy words. The divine cup in the air continuously emitted powerful holy energy, which illuminated the ground, dispelling dark energy and protecting the people below. Lin grew even more furious at this sight and fired several more shots at Duya. So noisy at this moment, his sanity had been completely taken over by the Joker. He truly wanted to take Duya's life. Just as he was about to fire the bullet, Zuo finally jumped out quickly to stop him. Unfortunately, Lin didn't hear its advice at all, and the dark energy within him flared up. Meanwhile, not far away, the Joker took everything in, tilting his head back and laughing gleefully. Pig Chef failed. He finally broke through his last limits. He couldn't fight his curse and has become twisted. Pig Chef remained silent upon hearing this. The Joker felt there was nothing left to see and immediately turned to leave. Pig Chef asked doubtfully, "Isn't he watching anymore?" The Joker pursed his lips. "What's there to see? Stay and watch another Joker being born." But just then, Pig Chef suddenly said mysteriously, "Perhaps things won't go as he wishes." Hearing this, the Joker immediately looked terrified towards Lin. The last bullet he fired did not hit Duya's glabella but struck behind him, so he was still alive. The Joker inside Lin was immediately shocked at this sight. This is impossible. He must kill Duya immediately. He can't let him go. However, at the same time, Lin's sanity had returned. He ceaselessly struggled against the Joker. A moment later, he raised the gun and pointed it directly at his own head. The Joker couldn't help but be terrified at this sight. He quickly tried to stop Lin. "Stop it now." However, not only did he not stop, but he instead turned directly to him and fired continuously. Lin calmly took out a long spear and unhesitatingly thrust it into the Joker's chest. Surging holy power then enveloped the Joker's entire body. At this moment, the Joker could no longer conceal his terror. He was clearly about to replace him, so why could he still regain consciousness? At this moment, Lin's hoarse voice sounded again. "He is ruthless, but he would never kill the innocent indiscriminately. He also wouldn't let go of those he deems evil, but he would never kill good people for his own sake. From this perspective, he can never replace him." No sooner had he finished speaking than he immediately pulled the trigger and the bullet shot directly into the Joker's eye. His phantom immediately turned into dust and dissipated into the air. Lin put away his gun, then looked at Duya and asked him, "Are you all right? Do you need me to treat you?" Duya struggled to stand up, shook his head calmly and said, "I'm fine. I didn't expect you to be able to break free from the curse on your own." Lin En stood there calmly, took a deep breath and then slowly explained, "If he hadn't crossed my final line, I probably wouldn't have realized I had a problem. The important thing is that they never gave up on him and always tried their best to save him. He's really grateful for that. They truly live up to being their night doctors." As he spoke, he bowed his head in respect. Duya gently shook his head, saying, "No need, this is merely a night doctor's duty." He was about to continue speaking, but Lin An's body could no longer hold up. He stumbled and fell to his knees, collapsing shortly after. Duya immediately panicked and quickly told everyone to help him to rest. His mental energy was completely depleted. On the other side, Pig Chef saw Lin En regain consciousness, while the Joker beside him seethed with anger. He couldn't believe such a thing could happen, that Lin En could break free from his curse. Pig Chef snorted coldly and said indifferently, "He said long ago that things wouldn't end that simply. He really looks forward to that day coming. Lin En must grow well." A few days later in Silent Town, after Lin En was brought in, the night doctors healed his injuries, and he had now woken up. He quickly put on his clothes, preparing to go out and see. Just then he saw Duya push the door open and enter. Seeing that he was already sitting up, Duya immediately said, "You've been unconscious for 3 days. I've given you medicine, and you're fine now." Lin En nodded slightly in thanks. This was already the second time he had saved him. Hearing this, Duya remained noncommittal. "This is my duty." Furthermore, he took some time to return to Night City these past few days. He has reported your situation to the matron. Regarding your desire to become a night doctor, she has given me full authority to decide. Afterwards, I have also discussed this matter with my other colleagues. They finally concluded and decided to grant you the qualification to join the night doctors. At these words, Lin En immediately became excited. So has he become a night doctor now? However, Duya shook his head, denying it. "You only have the qualification. You cannot become a night doctor yet. In fact, it's more important because your abilities are too formidable. Rather than letting the plague doctors poach you, it's better for us to recruit you." Saying this, Duya continued to tell Lin En that to officially become a night doctor, he must go to Night City to undergo an assessment. As he spoke, he took out a reflective mirror and then unhesitatingly touched its surface. In just an instant, a passage appeared in the mirror. Duya told Lin En to quickly follow him. He quickly put on his shoes, then caught up behind Duya and entered the passage. A strange red light suddenly appeared in the sky above Silent Town, shooting straight up into the dark sky. Not long after, Duya and Lin En entered the area of Night City. Duya calmly introduced, "This is their organization's headquarters in the City of Stars and Night." Lin En followed Duya into the interior of Night City, and out of curiosity he constantly looked around. Duya, walking ahead, felt his pace slow and said, "There's nothing much to see. He's taking you to the trial grounds." A moment later the two arrived at a tall tower. In the very center of the tower was something shimmering with a pale yellow light. As soon as it saw Duya, it immediately spoke to welcome him back. Duya didn't reply but walked to the tower and allowed the light to shine upon him. In just an instant the two vanished. Lin En was somewhat surprised by this sight. This place is truly wondrous. However, something even more surprising was yet to come. As soon as they entered the tower's interior, something approached him, but Duya pushed it away. When he finally saw clearly, Lin En was faced with a tall, thin robot that kept muttering, "You're sick." Duya also looked a bit helpless. He stared blankly at the robot in front of him, unable to help but sigh. The Night Doctor team truly has everything. Setting aside that interlude, Duya led Lin En deeper inside. Duya explained, "Night doctors do not value racial origin. As long as one's medical skills and ethics meet the standards, they can become a member." Walking to the table in front, Duya spoke again, calling out, "Nightmare, long time no see." Then he asked it for a profession form, saying he brought a newcomer. No sooner had he finished speaking than a multi-eyed mass of flesh emerged from under the table and emitted a hoarse voice. "Not the one who brings people sickness, is it?" Saying this, it focused on Lin En again, then chuckled, "He actually looks quite adorable." Lin En saw Nightmare appear but didn't panic. He calmly summoned a tentacle, grasped Nightmare's tentacle, symbolically shook hands and happily thanked it for the compliment. Seeing tentacles emerge from Lin En, Nightmare was a little surprised. Could it be its kind? However, it was merely puzzled and did not ask. Handing the form to Duya, Duya looked at Lin En and said, "Fill this out quickly and put your tentacles away." He also explained, "Although Nightmare is also a tentacle monster, it has a phobia of other tentacle monsters. Don't scare it." Hearing this, Lin En couldn't help but be surprised. He thought it would be very friendly to meet it. Saying this, he picked up the form and began to fill in the information. A moment later, he returned the form to Duya. Duya picked up the form, glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed. He stared at him blankly and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to use this nickname and the self-introduction section? Aren't you going to change it?" Lin En shook his head firmly, refusing. He felt it suited his characteristics well and didn't need changing. Hearing this, Duya didn't insist and returned the form to Nightmare. Nightmare received it, put it in its mouth, chewed and swallowed it. A few seconds later, it spat out a piece of paper from its mouth. It contained Lin En's identity information, nicknamed Good Doctor, an intern night doctor. He reached out and took it, not forgetting to thank it. Duya then took Lin En to the assessment venue. A moment later, he led him to a hall where many people were waiting. Lin En saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many people are participating in the assessment," Duya slowly explained. "They are all medical elites from various races, whose strength should not be underestimated. Before the assessment, he will first explain the specific criteria to him. Duya told him that this assessment was divided into 4 parts: adaptability, psychological resilience, skill, and combatability. After passing these 4, there was a final section on philosophy. Hearing the assessment rules, Linan asked with some doubt, "Is combatability also tested?" Duya answered without hesitation. "Without strong combatability, how can you intimidate those monsters? How can you make them obediently accept treatment and not resist?" Hearing this, Linan felt it made sense. One learns as long as one lives. Just then, the host called out, "Nickname Good Dr. Peacemaker, please prepare for the assessment." As soon as this name was called, the crowd immediately began to buzz with discussion. They had never heard this name before. Linan was a bit helpless. "Such a nice name, really." Saying this, he greeted Duya and then stepped forward. Duya quickly waved his hand and said, "Go on now." At this point, there wasn't just Linan at the front but also many others, and the host immediately called out names. This time, 4 people participated in the assessment. The first was Alchemist, the second was Seabone from the Skeleton tribe, the third looked a bit like a demon and a dragon named Bloodsource, and the last was Linan, nicknamed Good Dr. Peacemaker. As soon as this name was called out, the 3 people in front immediately mocked him. However, he didn't pay much attention, letting them clamor. The host then spoke again. "If they are qualified to be here for the Night Doctor assessment, then they must have all undergone the recommended and approved assessments. Without a doubt, they are a group of professional doctors." At this point, he suddenly snapped his fingers, and then continued, "To become a qualified Night Doctor, they not only need to be professional but also more professional than all other doctors. Sometimes, in treacherous environments, a stone, a dinner knife, or even a piece of wire can become your surgical scalpel. Therefore, the first assessment is tool usage ability." No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of non-surgical tools appeared before them. The crowd below immediately began to buzz with discussion. A moment later, more people entered carrying stretchers with patients on them. At this point, the host pointed at them again and slowly explained, "These people are the patients they need to treat. They are all seniors, so they can treat them with confidence. Those people will grade the examinee's surgical ability during their treatment." At this point, everything had been explained, and the host immediately ordered to begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than the remaining 3 immediately rushed forward, scrambling for tools. Only Linan stood there, motionless. Alchemist quickly chose a fruit knife for himself. Although not as sharp as a scalpel, it could still perform a thoracotomy. He tried a few gestures and found it decent. Seabone chose a tool with a sharp tip capable of piercing and cutting. Then he made a poison from bone, thinking it was absolutely perfect. Bloodsource also chose a suitable tool for himself, very satisfied. Cutting from the artery, the blood dripped deliciously. It was great. The host watched from the side as they chose sharp tools very suitable as scalpel alternatives, and couldn't help but praise them. However, the next moment, seeing Linan's tool, his expression could no longer remain calm, because Linan had chosen a very terrifying chainsaw, and he was continuously testing the electricity beside it, filling them with dread. The host looked at him hesitantly. "Are you mistaken? We're performing surgery, not killing people." Linan looked at him calmly, giving him a reassuring look. "Chainsaw evisceration is one of my professional skills." The host quickly waved his hand. "But the patient you're responsible for only has prostatitis. A small operation will do, no need for evisceration." Linan looked at him seriously. "You once said that a true Night Doctor can save lives with any tool. In extreme circumstances we might not have many tools to choose from, but we must never abandon our patients just because we don't have the right tools." The Night Doctors nearby felt a surge of emotion upon hearing his words, leaving them somewhat speechless. Linan continued, "Because that would be a highly irresponsible act, and a disgrace to a doctor. So if necessary, let alone a chainsaw, even a meat grinder must be used if it can be. If there's no opportunity, we must create one and go for it." The group of Night Doctors fell silent because of his words, quietly preparing to open the door for the patient. The host was deeply moved. This is the true resolve a Night Doctor should possess. The host's favorability towards him also increased significantly. The host turned to look at the crowd behind him and said excitedly, "Now that's professionalism. Look at the tools they're holding. Go and broaden your minds before choosing again." The 3 people immediately ran to get tools. With Linan's words, their tools this time were even more terrifying than before, making the patients lying on the stretchers tremble with fear. The host, on the other hand, was very satisfied and told them to begin the surgery. Just like that, drilling and chainsaw sounds began to resonate, accompanied by the screams of patients being operated on by the Night Doctors. Some had their arteries sawed by chainsaws, while others had their bladders drilled into. Linan's patient was now thoroughly terrified and quickly spoke up to negotiate. "Just pretend to do something and I'll give you full marks." However, Linan disagreed. He wanted to prove with his ability that he could get the highest score. Watching his chainsaw prepare to operate, the patient's eyes widened full of terror. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, turned around and ran. "I'm not doing it, I'd rather die. Linan is too terrifying." But how could he give him such an opportunity? A syringe shot from his hand and the person immediately fell unconscious. He walked up, pulled the person back, placed him on the stretcher and grinned, saying, "If you're sick, you need treatment, especially when it's a man's most important part." He observed the person for a while, then spoke in a deep voice. "The tumor has solidified into a mass engulfing all vital organs. The initial diagnosis is that it's due to prolonged non-use or lack of opportunity for use, a typical case of bachelor syndrome. This surgery is highly difficult. Even the slightest deviation could leave the patient with lifelong regret. Therefore I must achieve the state of man-saw unity as Bloodsaw once described. He imagined that at this moment the tumors were demons lurking in a dark forest having stolen the princess, and he was the valiant hero saving her. Once he finished imagining, he was ready, and then began preparing for the surgery. He reached out and pulled the chainsaw's cord. In an instant the chainsaw roared to life. Once the chainsaw started, he moved it, sawing a line on the patient's body. His movements were extremely skillful. He swiftly removed the tumors from the patient's body. The entire process flowed smoothly, and he was completely focused on his task. Time passed, and after a moment, Lin An's movements finally ceased. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. At this moment a dazzling light suddenly appeared before him. A figure was hidden within the light and a voice followed. The person asked, "Did you save me?" Lin An nodded gently, grinning as he said, "Please return to the palace with me, princess." Only when he clearly saw the figure before him did Lin An freeze. This person was not a princess at all, but a tall, muscular, dark-skinned man. Lin An stared blankly at him and exclaimed, "Who is he?" However, the applause from below interrupted Lin An, and his popularity within the Night Doctor faction soared. Everyone marveled at his chainsaw technique. His movements were clearly fierce, yet he didn't injure the patient, and his handling was meticulous, which was admirable. And he was quite handsome when he was focused. The host also praised unreservedly. Rough yet meticulous, this minor surgery was performed perfectly. He then turned his gaze to the still shaken patient lying on the stretcher and asked if he had any evaluation of Lin An's performance. The patient on the stretcher recalled every moment Lin An had just performed on him, his voice filled with terror. Every time it brushed against that part of him, but with millimeter precision. Just when you thought it was going to hit, it didn't, continuously teetering on the edge of utter ruination. The host found this difficult to understand. Did he mean Lin An's knife work was precise? But the man didn't answer. He only said he felt a sense of sublimation. The host squinted at him for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Perhaps that was indeed high praise. Immediately after, the host announced that Lin An had received a perfect score in this assessment. In just an instant the entire hall erupted in cheers. Not a single person disputed the result. And Lin An was also grateful for everyone's recognition. At this point the host continued, "This is only the first part of the assessment. The following parts will be even harder. Do not persuade others to be good if you haven't endured their suffering. If they themselves cannot endure pain, then don't expect their patients to. Pain is the best sobering agent. As qualified doctors they must have extremely strong pain resistance. Therefore the next assessment will test their endurance." No sooner had he finished speaking than several pain simulators appeared in the hall. They had to sit inside them. The machines would inflict pain on their bodies, with pain levels divided into 200 tiers. Only by exceeding a certain tolerance would they be considered qualified. Those who surpassed level 50 would be scored according to their ranking. However, abandoning midway, fainting, or dying would result in all scores being voided. After explaining one round, he asked everyone to quickly sit inside the machines. The 4 examinees quickly stepped forward and unhesitatingly sat into the machines. Bloodsource sat next to Lin An, turned to look at him and asked curiously, "You're human, right? Humans' pain resistance must be very low, huh?" He asked if he was scared at all. Lin An nodded after hearing this. "Of course I'm scared. He's been most afraid of pain since he was little, but since he's here he can't back down now," Bloodsource said with satisfaction. That's true. In his heart he was incredibly smug. After all, he was just a human. Even if he got a perfect score just now, he wouldn't pass this round. Before long, all 4 were seated in the machines ready to endure the pain. Seeing this, the host requested to start the machines. The pain level would increase from the beginning. He also reminded them that if they couldn't bear it, they could press the pause button on their right hand at any time. Hearing this, Seabone immediately snorted disdainfully. "He's an undead. Pain doesn't exist for him at all. He's definitely winning this assessment." The host raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and asked, "Is he sure? If he wants to pass quickly, he can press the left button to increase the pain level by 1, but it can only increase, not decrease." So he warned Seabone to think it through carefully. Seabone raised an eyebrow after listening, then unhesitatingly pressed the button on his left hand. In just an instant the pain level rose to 30. Seabone was initially arrogant. Pain surged, making him feel like his body was turning into a withered skeleton, an agony that pierced his heart. The copper refiner beside him watched this scene, startled. Wasn't he supposed to be undead? How could he be in so much pain? Even the skeleton didn't know. It felt like a dozen people were stomping on his balls, but he clearly didn't have any. The host outside helpfully informed him that the machine could simulate pain and transmit it directly to their consciousness. Whether they were undead or machines, as long as they had consciousness, the machine could make them feel pain. After saying that, the host raised his eyebrows at the skeleton, his tone full of provocation. "How about it? Do you want to continue the challenge?" The skeleton felt like he was dying from the pain. He couldn't take it anymore. He trembled, reaching for the surrender button, but then stopped. No, even if it hurt, he had to endure it. He had to become a Night Doctor. Immediately after, he started leveling up again. A piercing scream followed. Even the copper refiner beside him tried to increase the pain level. It was too early to give up now. The Bloodborne here was no exception. Although he was curled up in a ball from the pain, he stubbornly endured it, only for a fleeting moment. The 3 of them quickly surpassed level 30. The host outside was very satisfied. This year's candidates were better than the last, but he was a little worried about Lin An. He was still lying there comfortably, showing no signs of pain. This kind of pain was still too strong for humans. Thinking of this, he could only sigh helplessly. Although his surgical skills were excellent, he didn't want to eliminate him, but the rules were the rules, so he could only wish him good luck. At this time, Zuo saw that he was still so calm and became anxious. Was he thinking of giving up? Everyone else was at level 40, but he was still at 18. Could this be his limit? However, Lin wasn't in a hurry at all and smiled calmly. "What's the rush to level up?" Zuo said nervously. "It's not a rush. If you keep going like this, you'll be eliminated." But he had already inserted his flesh hand into his head to convert pain into pleasure and was currently enjoying it. Zuo got angry as soon as he heard that. He must be thinking about something strange again. It guessed correctly. He was indeed thinking about trying some thrills with the blood-clad wraith. Sure enough, before long his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He was clearly driving, Zuo said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Unable to speak, time passed like this until there were only 5 minutes left. Except for Lin and the remaining 3 had already endured above level 60. The more Zuo looked, the more anxious it became. Their faces were already like that, but Lin was still enjoying himself. It was infuriating. But just then, Lin finally opened his eyes. This was the moment he started to sprint. He kept pressing the button to increase the pain. He imagined it was like stepping on the gas pedal. The car kept accelerating, and his pleasure soared. In his hallucination, the blood-clad wraith had hugged him tightly because of the speed, but he still didn't think it was enough and continued to accelerate. He kept pressing the button until the pleasure reached its peak before he stopped. Lin took a few exhausted breaths, his face covered in sweat, and the button on his left had been mashed to pieces. His final endurance had reached a high of 200. This scene left everyone below dumbfounded. He could surpass level 200. Was he even human? At this time, Lin was already smiling as he took off his hat and slowly walked out of the machine. Not only did he not feel any pain, but he also had an extremely comfortable feeling. The whole place erupted in discussion. This was the first time someone had endured level 200 pain. Was he the legendary super masochist? Even the host was very surprised. He walked up to him and praised. "Truly impressive. To date, you are the most outstanding candidate I have ever seen." Lin nodded and thanked him for the praise. But then the host suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "To become an excellent night doctor, this is not enough. So he has prepared a special trial for you to test your will. Faced with the desires deep in your heart, can you still persevere to the end?" As soon as these words came out, the people below were immediately shocked. What was that? They had never seen it, but quite a few people knew about it. Bloodborne had heard that there was a final test in the night doctor exam and few people had passed it. At this time, the host continued, "If you can pass this test, you can not only directly become a night doctor but even be favored by the matron. But if he couldn't pass, Lin might never come back, so he wanted to know if he still wanted to continue." Lin was indeed a little surprised to hear this challenge, but how could he not dare to try? He directly pushed the door open and entered the final examination room they were talking about. In the room, black mist danced everywhere in the air, and eerie sounds were constantly emitted, and the moment he entered, the door was already tightly closed. Lin slowly went deeper. There was even a huge bed in here with a horned woman waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she said in a seductive voice. She invited him over to play with her. Lin looked at her warily. He thought this place was strange. Not only was it filled with a disgusting stench, but there were also mummified corpses shrouded in black mist. While he was still hesitating, vines that appeared from nowhere had tightly entangled him, and then a gust of wind swept past him, causing his clothes to flutter. The woman's seductive voice sounded again. She was just too lonely and wanted someone to talk to. She wouldn't eat him. As she spoke, she moved closer to Lin emitting a seductive laugh. However, he pushed her away without hesitation, an action that caught her off guard. Lin chuckled and said calmly that he was in a hurry and asked her where the exit was. The woman pouted when she heard this. "You're so annoying. You want to leave just after arriving?" Although she said that, she was very suspicious in her heart. It seemed that her charm didn't work. Thinking, she continued to seduce Lin. "If you don't stay and accompany her, she'll be very lonely." She excitedly suggested that they play more exciting games together. Unfortunately, Lin was not bewitched by her. He pushed her away again and said coldly, "No need, I'm here to participate in the night doctor competition, and I really don't have time to accompany her." The woman's face instantly turned ugly after being rejected again. "This kid's determination is extraordinary. Is she being forced to use her ultimate move?" The woman bit her lip hard and burst in front of Lin whispering, "So you're a doctor. It just so happens that my body has been hot and uncomfortable lately. Why don't you help me examine my whole body?" Lin was a little helpless seeing her so persistent. He sighed and then said slowly, "Based on you can't seduce me no matter how hard you try." As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately felt humiliated. For hundreds of years, countless men had fallen at her beck and call. Today, even the last trick had been used, but it still didn't work. "What exactly do you dislike about her? Or don't you like MILF style?" Thinking of this, she turned into a little lowly. She also showed him what a married woman looked like. She could satisfy him as long as he wanted, and her attitude was extremely sincere. Lin shook his head and looked at her. The problem wasn't here at all. He slowly explained to her that he had driven a bit too hard in the pain trial earlier, so he didn't feel anything now. The horned woman petrified on the spot after hearing this, then angrily transformed into a monster shape. She couldn't let her reputation as a succubus be ruined by you. Whether you want to or not today, she had to drain you. At the same time, outside, everyone was still waiting for the result in that room. So much time had passed, but Lin had not appeared. The skeleton here was extremely proud. There was one less competitor. The copper refiner thought so too, while Bloodborne sighed regretfully. He had wanted to make Lin and his kin, but just then the door suddenly opened. Lin and also appeared with it, but behind him was a woman tightly entangled by his tentacles. That woman had been subdued by him and was extremely sad at this time. Seeing this scene, the host immediately announced that the candidate had officially passed the final trial, and he also announced that Lin had officially obtained the qualification of a night doctor. After being recognized as a night doctor, Lin took the chainsaw all the way back to the blood bank pharmacy. He returned home with joy and unhesitatingly pushed the door open. As soon as he went in, he saw the blood bank inside excitedly looking at him. He walked to Lin shoulder and congratulated him on becoming a night doctor. He was really proud of him. Lin was strangled tightly around the neck by him and couldn't breathe, unable to speak. At this moment, Mrs. Dahl rushed over from afar and kicked him away hard, scolding angrily, "Do you want to suffocate Lin to death? Get out of here." Then she put on a kind face and smiled happily. "I brought all my daughters. Let me introduce them to you." As her voice fell, 4 daughters immediately appeared in front of him. The girl with a delicate and beautiful face spoke first. "I heard that you successfully passed the night doctor exam. That's really amazing." He nodded and thanked her, all thanks to the blood bank's good teaching. The blonde girl handed him a cup of tea, looking at him with bright eyes. She asked him if he wanted to try the tea she brewed. Another girl looked more fierce, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She heard from her mother that his combat power was very strong and she wanted to spar with him. The last person just waved hello to him without saying a word. Lin was a little stunned. What was wrong with this person? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Mrs. Dahl quickly explained, "This 7th child is just shy. She'll get used to talking more." At this moment a voice suddenly rang out outside the door, calling Lin name. He quickly turned around to look and it was the blood-clad wraith. She glanced at the women around him and sneered, "I've only been out for a few days, but I didn't expect you to meet so many new friends." She narrowed her eyes at him. She wanted to know who these strange women were. Mrs. Dahl frowned immediately when she heard this. She questioned fiercely, was this strange woman talking about their mother and daughter? The blood-clad wraith nodded without hesitation and kept mocking. "Isn't it strange for an old woman more than 3 meters tall to be with a few puppets?" Lin watched the two of them glaring at each other and secretly cried out in his heart that it was over. These two were at odds with each other. If they really fought, this pharmacy would probably be destroyed. At this moment a huge eyeball suddenly appeared outside the door. A childish voice rang out, "Is the doctor home?" Everyone turned to look, somewhat puzzled, but only Lin recognized that the person who came was Xiao Xiao. He happily asked her how she got here. Xiao Xiao replied that it was because she heard he became a night doctor, so she came to congratulate him. Mrs. Dahl and the blood-clad wraith watched as the huge head slowly floated up. This was a root-level monster. Lin hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head embarrassedly and introduced that Xiao Xiao was his fiancée. As soon as these words came out, the two of them turned pale immediately. The blood bank was very happy instead. He patted Lin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're really fierce, kid. Not only did you get the blood-clad girl, but even a root-level hunter was taken down by you." As expected of my apprentice, the younger generation surpasses the older. Lin didn't know how to answer. At this moment a hand pulled his clothes from behind. He turned back in surprise and saw the petite Alice standing there, her eyes sparkling. The little girl smiled happily and said, "Your birthday party is ready in the back garden." Bloodbank also nodded in agreement. According to the Dark World's calendar, today's date was the same as when Lin first came to this world, so he took the liberty of making today Lin birthday. Lin lowered his head when he heard this. Bloodbank looked at him in surprise and asked hesitantly, "Don't you like it, or would you like to choose a date to have a birthday party later?" However, Lin liked it very much. He was moved to tears. He liked this day. The first time he came to the Dark World, it was full of fear everywhere. At that time his goal was just to survive, but over time, he gradually found that the people in this world were scary but also very interesting. At this time he had adapted to this place and had also made many friends. The originally gloomy and terrifying shop now had a hint of warmth. Perhaps this world wasn't as bad as he thought, and perhaps he could go further to see this world. His journey would continue and the future was promising.